Chapter 1. Awakening from a Great Dream. In the residence of the Duke of Ningbo, Lady Jiang Wancheng sat on the large heated bed by the window, her frail figure and pallid complexion punctuated by occasional bouts of coughing. With a vacant expression, she gazed outside, where the path was blanketed in white snow, and the damp, chilly air seeped into the room, creating a stark coldness. Leaning her head against the window frame, her hollow cheeks and sunken eyes clearly reflected her deteriorating spirit. Perhaps she had been ill for so long that she could no longer recall the duration of her suffering. Indeed, it had been quite a while since he had last set foot in this courtyard. Once the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family in the capital, she had been renowned for her beauty. Yet now, beset by a grave illness, she appeared increasingly emaciated, her former grace all but vanished. In merely 5 years, time had eroded her to such a state. Deep down, Jiang Wancheng understood that her affliction was a matter of the herein ailment no physician could remedy, and no amount of medicine would alleviate. As Xiuhua entered with a bowl of medicine, she found Jiang Wancheng still staring out the window. Her eyes were red-rimmed. How could the heir treat her family's daughter so callously? For 5 long years, he had never once stayed the night in her room, and now he intended to marry his cousin, citing her inability to bear children. Even in her current state of severe illness, he had not come to visit, nor had he offered even a token of concern. Jiang Wancheng loved him deeply, yet he had never treated her kindly. Moreover, for the entirety of these 5 years, he had never shown her a warm countenance, nor had he ever intervened when the Duchess of Ningbo made things difficult for her. Xiuhua knew that Jiang Wancheng's gaze out the window was filled with hope, a hope that one day she might see the heir walking towards her. "My lady, please take your medicine," she urged, sitting beside her and feeding her the concoction, sip by sip. The bitter liquid slid down her throat, eliciting another fit of coughing. Jiang Wancheng pushed the bowl away. Acutely aware of her own body, she knew that no amount of medicine would change her condition. Her affliction was rooted in her heart, a consequence of prolonged sorrow. Joyous music wafted in from outside. The courtyard beyond was festooned with lanterns and red silk, every corner radiating festivity, with smiles adorning the faces of all present. Indeed, today her husband, the heir of the Duke of Ningbo, Fei Ran, was to marry his childhood sweetheart, not as a concubine, but as a legitimate wife, one who would stand beside her as an equal. When he had married her, he had once declared that he would take only one wife in this lifetime. I could see that moment. She had been filled with joy, believing that she was the sole wife he referred to. In hindsight, it seemed he must have meant his cousin. Perhaps she had misinterpreted his words, but now it mattered little. Had she known earlier that Fei Ran held such deep affection for another, she would never have pleaded with her parents to allow her to marry him. She had loved him profoundly ever since their first encounter at the Lantern Festival. When she was 15, her heart had been filled with thoughts of him. Yet he had always treated her with indifference, and she had assumed it was simply his nature. But as she witnessed him smile warmly at his cousin, Yu Miaoyin, Jiang Wancheng realized how utterly mistaken she had been. His cold demeanor was not indicative of his character, but rather a reflection of his feelings towards her. She had truly been gravely mistaken. The Lantern Festival approaches once again. I recall the vendor who proclaimed that only 2 of these exquisite lanterns were crafted, truly unique and unparalleled. Jiang Wancheng desired to acquire both, yet the vendor informed her that only one remained, the other having been purchased by a charming young man. The vendor further explained that this lantern, known as the bonding lantern, symbolizes the profound connection between 2 individuals should they coincidentally acquire identical lanterns. It signifies a bond that transcends lifetimes. He also mentioned that should she encounter the young man at the festival, it would be a testament to their fated connection. Jiang Wancheng smiled, lamenting only that she arrived too late to secure both lanterns, for they were utterly enchanting and she held them dear. However, when she spotted Fei Ran holding a lantern identical to hers, her heart stirred inexplicably, convinced that this was the fate the vendor spoke of from that moment. Her heart was irrevocably drawn to Fei Ran. Despite her family's persistent objections, she remained steadfast in her intentions, firmly believing the vendor's words and the notion that she and Fei Ran shared a destiny spanning several lifetimes. Her father and mother disapproved of her marrying Fei Ran, as the princess of Pingyang, the cousin of the current emperor, was the wife of the Duke of Ningbo. The princess, haughty and unreasonable since childhood, remained so in adulthood, That's the third child in her family, with two elder brothers and a younger sister. Jiang Wancheng was greatly cherished. Her family wished to shield her from the hardships they believed she would face in the duke's household, where her gentle nature would likely encounter many obstacles. Yet Jiang Wancheng was fervent in her desires, persistently clamoring to marry Pei Ran in desperation. Her family reluctantly ventured to the duke's residence to gauge the situation. To their astonishment, the duke and the princess consented to the union. They had assumed that the princess, with her lofty standards, would never deign to accept someone like their Wancheng. After marriage, Jiang Wancheng seldom returned to the Jiang household, as the princess preferred her to remain at home. Occasionally, when her parents visited, they were met with cold indifference. Jiang Wancheng felt a profound sense of guilt towards her parents. Gazing at the pair of bonding lanterns in her home, she recalled the joy and surprise she felt upon discovering that Fei Ran, like her, had cherished this lantern. She instructed Xiuhua to hang them together. Yet 5 years had passed, and Fei Ran had never regarded those lanterns with even a passing glance. Perhaps he was oblivious to their significance. They were merely her singular obsession. Jiang Wancheng opened her mouth, warm, metallic blood surging from her throat. Observing the blood at her lips, Xiuhua sprang to her feet in alarm. "Miss, I shall fetch the doctor," she exclaimed, dashing out in haste. Jiang Wancheng wished to call out to Xiuhua, to ask her to stay, to keep her company and converse with her. She felt her eyelids growing heavy, exhaustion enveloping her, yearning for a moment of peace. The world around her faded into darkness amidst the haze. She thought she heard Fei Ran's urgent voice calling. "Wancheng." It was a tone she had never heard before, filled with desperation and helplessness. She smiled weakly, pondering the irony of her impending demise, while still longing for such intangible sentiments. He had never called her Wancheng. Not once in 5 years of marriage it felt as though her spirit was flickering like a dying ember. "Sister, sister." Jiang Wancheng's head felt heavy, and the persistent shaking only intensified her dizziness. "Sister, sister. We came out to enjoy the lanterns. How could you doze off here? If someone sees you, it would be a source of ridicule." The familiar voice gradually became clearer. Jiang Wancheng abruptly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon the speaker, her younger sister, Jiang Wu, who was seated on another stone bench. Upon noticing her awakening, Jiang Wu playfully pinched Jiang Wancheng's nose, her concern evident. "Sister, aren't you afraid of catching a chill, sleeping like this on the stone table? The night has fallen. Shall we go and admire the lanterns?" Chapter 2. Reunion with Pei Ran. The scene before her gradually became clearer, the memories of the past resembling a dream, yet vividly present. Was this a rebirth? And even more so, a rebirth before meeting Fei Ran? Was this a divine opportunity for her to make a different choice? In this lifetime, she would never repeat the same mistakes. "Sister, why are you in a daze? Come, let us wander among the lanterns." Jiang Wu tugged at her as they strolled toward the lantern street. The lanterns were the same as those from years past, and the people were also those from that time. The only difference lay in her state of mind. Back then, she had wandered among the lanterns with the youthful hope of encountering her beloved. Yet now, she merely wished to enjoy the lanterns without any other thoughts. Lanterns for sale. Beautiful and affordable lanterns. Buy one to release with your beloved. The vendor on the street called out incessantly. Jiang Wu browsed left and right, but could not find a lantern that caught her eye. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she tugged at Jiang Wancheng's sleeve. "Sister, please help me choose one. Your taste is always better than mine." Was her taste truly good? If it were, she would not have chosen wrongly in her past life, spending that life in solitude, only to see him marry another in the end. "Just pick any," she said. "How about this simple double fish lantern?" Jiang Wancheng held the double fish lantern in her hand. Jiang Wu selected a peach blossom lantern and chuckled. "Sister, do you not wish to make a wish for an ideal husband?" Jiang Wancheng shook her head. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. She felt that anyone she encountered by the lanterns would not be her destined partner. Jiang Wu sensed a subtle difference in her sister, yet could not pinpoint what was different. Still, the feeling lingered. Her sister had once been lively and fond of releasing lanterns, always choosing unique ones each year for the Lantern Festival. Suddenly, the bustling crowd parted, creating a path in the middle. Jiang Wancheng was puzzled, only to hear the sound of approaching hooves growing louder. Just as she intended to pull Jiang Wuwu and Xiao He to the side, a figure blocked their path. The person collapsed before them, blood spilling from their mouth, a bloodied hand reaching out to grasp her double fish lantern tightly. Jiang Wancheng's face turned pale with fright, her feet feeling as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. The surrounding crowd erupted in screams. A murder. Jiang Wancheng yanked at the lantern, trying to pull it from the person's grip, but they remained motionless, clutching even tighter, their lips moving yet silent. Xiao He supported Jiang Wancheng, discarding the lantern onto the ground. The three of them turned ashen. They had never witnessed such a scene and simply wished to return home to calm their nerves. Jiang Wancheng, lifting her skirts, attempted to leave, but a horse appeared before her seemingly out of nowhere. She moved left, and the horse followed. She moved right, and the horse mirrored her. Suppressing her anger, she looked up at the rider. The figure on horseback squinted, scrutinizing her with a gaze that felt as though it could penetrate her very soul, sending a chill throughout her body. She clenched her fists, reassuring herself that there was nothing to fear, for she had committed no shameful deeds. The people around her began to murmur quietly, clad in dark garments, leaving her uncertain whether they were assassins. We should leave quickly, lest we invite calamity upon ourselves. The pedestrians hastily retreated, leaving only the three of them on the street, and even the flower lantern vendor ceased his calls. A suffocating silence enveloped the surroundings. Assassin. Jiang Wancheng's delicate face grew pale. It truly was an ill-fated day to venture outside, as everything seemed to conspire against her. Before her stood a man in black attire, his sharply defined visage resembling a chiseled sculpture, with fathomless black eyes that glimmered with an inscrutable light, handsome yet tinged with a hint of enigmatic allure. Xiao Yinqing glanced at the flower lantern marred by blood on the ground, then at the woman before him, who scrutinized him without hesitation. Despite her evident fright, she dared to assess him. She must be the only one in the entire Yujing to do so. He smirked. "Ah, have you thoroughly admired the view, my lady?" Jiang Wancheng snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. How could she be so indiscreet as to gaze at a man in public, particularly one who was an assassin? If word got out, she wouldn't know where to hide her face. Xiao Yinqing noted her reddening ears and chuckled inwardly at her modesty, wondering which young lady she might be, as she was rather enchanting. Her long, dark hair was styled in twin buns, adorned with a delicate red coral hairpin, and she wore a pink satin gown that, despite her cloak, could not conceal her graceful figure. A nearby figure clad in black approached, checking the pulse of the fallen man and bowing to Xiao Yinqing. "My lord, he has ceased to breathe." Xiao Yinqing's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. "My lady, since he is dead, I must ask you to accompany us." "Accompany you? Where to?" The thought of being taken hostage by an assassin sent a chill down Jiang Wancheng's spine. She had merely come out to admire the lanterns. This death had nothing to do with her, and the arrows were not her doing. As she hesitated on how to respond, someone hurriedly stepped in front of her. Jiang Wancheng tightened her grip unconsciously, trembling slightly. Fate had a way of entangling her, and there was no escaping it. "Yinqing, wait!" the newcomer exclaimed urgently. "Fei Ran." Xiao Yinqing furrowed his brows at the sight of the pair before him. "Indeed, it is I. When did you return, Yinqing?" "It has been 3 months since our last meeting." Xiao Yinqing offered no reply, his gaze shifting between Fei Ran and Jiang Wancheng. Fei Ran scratched his forehead and smiled lightly. "I had arranged to enjoy the lanterns with Miss Jiang." Jiang Wancheng regarded Fei Ran thoughtfully. She recalled their first encounter at the Yuan Festival Lantern display. How had he come to know her surname? Was it possible that their meeting was not as serendipitous as she believed, or was he also reborn? Realizing this, Jiang Wancheng's hands trembled even more fiercely. She understood that she must avoid Fei Ran at all costs, ideally never crossing paths with him again. Although she understood that he was attempting to extricate her from her predicament, she felt no need for his intervention. She wished to sever any connection with him, preferring instead to return with Lord Yanchen, despite her ignorance of his true identity. However, judging by Fei Ran's demeanor towards him, it was evident that this lord held a considerable rank. After all, she had committed no unlawful acts, and thus had little to fear. Jiang Wancheng approached Xiao Yinqing's horse with tentative steps, mustering her courage to declare, "My lord, I shall accompany you back." "Ah, sister, young lady, Wancheng, Jiang Wu and Xiuhua were taken aback by her words. In such situations, one would typically flee, yet here she was, seemingly courting danger. Fei Ran furrowed his brow as he observed Jiang Wancheng. He had nearly called her by an affectionate nickname, fearing it might startle her. His intention was to encounter her as in a previous life, allowing her to gradually develop feelings for him. He had been waiting by the lantern vendor, having preemptively reserved 2 heart-connecting lanterns for her arrival, hoping for an encounter reminiscent of their last lifetime. Lord Yanchen's gaze lingered on Fei Ran and Jiang Wancheng for a moment before he commanded, "Jingmao, lend your horse to Miss Jiang." "Yes, my lord." The cloaked figure stepped forward, leading the horse to her and bowing, "Miss Jiang, please mount." Jiang Wancheng bit her lip, anxious about her inability to ride. She had never learned in either of her lives. The horse loomed over her, and while she was not afraid of heights, she harbored a fear of horses. "Yanchen, Miss Jiang cannot ride. Allow me to escort her." Fei Ran's words were abruptly interrupted. "Would you be so kind as to carry me for a short distance?" "My lord?" Jiang Wancheng uttered, swallowing hard, her palms clammy with anxiety. Fei Ran felt a pang in his heart. Why was Wancheng so resistant to him? Could it be that she, too, had been reborn? No, that was impossible. Fei Ran struggled to reconcile his thoughts with the possibility. Chapter 3. Riding together in her previous life, one had been infatuated with him since their first encounter. Yet now, he perceived a look of disdain in her eyes. "Fei Ran, I shall seek you out when I am free," Xiao Yanqing remarked, leaning down to hoist Jiang Wancheng onto the horse's back. Startled, she nearly gasped in shock. This brute could not have given her a warning before pulling her up onto the horse. She yearned to scold him, but upon meeting Xiao Yanqing's gaze, the words caught in her throat. "Sir, why are you taking my sister away?" "Sister, come down quickly," Jiang Wu cried anxiously. She cared not for his status. Taking her sister away was simply unacceptable. She stepped forward, attempting to pull Jiang Wancheng back. "How noisy!" Xiao Yanqing shot a glare at Jiang Wu, prompting Jing Mo to swiftly step forward, brandishing his sword to block her. Though the sword remained sheathed, Jiang Wu still recoiled several steps in fright. "Wu, there is no need to worry. Return home and inform father and mother that I shall be back shortly," Jiang Wancheng reassured her. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Yanqing spurred the horse, and it galloped away. Jiang Wancheng, riding for the first time, shut her eyes tightly in fear, too terrified to look ahead. Her hands grasping at nothing. Trembling, she implored, "Sir, could you perhaps slow down a bit? The horse is going far too fast." Xiao Yanqing scoffed lightly. "Now you know fear. Weren't you quite brave when this lord offered you a ride?" Despite his words, he did indeed reduce the horse's speed, and the cloaked figures behind them followed suit. Leaning close to her ear, he chuckled, "No woman has ever dared to ask this lord for a ride before. You are truly the first in all of Changyu Jing." Jiang Wancheng's heart, which had just settled, now raced anew at his words. She longed to weep, unable to fathom what had possessed her to make such a request. Hearing him speak now sent tremors through her legs. As the cold wind howled past, Jiang Wancheng instinctively shrank back, barely resting against Xiao Yanqing's chest. In a state of anxiety, she gripped his clothing tightly, repeatedly reassuring herself. It shouldn't be inappropriate to lean against his chest for a moment, given that he was riding so swiftly. Furthermore, as a woman, she surely would not be a bother to him. With these thoughts in mind, she truly leaned back, pressing against Xiao Yanqing, which provided her a semblance of security, causing her to disregard all notions of propriety. She had no desire to meet an untimely demise upon her return to life. There were countless things she still wished to accomplish, and she could not bear the thought of losing her life so frivolously. Moreover, the idea of perishing in such a manner was utterly ludicrous. She vowed to learn how to ride. The faint scent of fragrance lingered in the air, causing Xiao Yanqing's brow to furrow slightly. Who had given her the audacity to come so close? As he glanced down, he noticed her pallid face, her eyes tightly shut, and her grip on his garments. Such audacity was truly intolerable. He tightened his grip on the reins, gritting his teeth as he suppressed his disdain. Had he not been in a rush to return to the Dali temple, he would have surely dismounted her and ordered her to walk there herself. Jing Mo and Xia Yin rode a horse together, closely following the steed of Lord Xiao Yinqing. They gazed in astonishment at Jiang Wancheng. This woman was quite audacious. Their lord was notoriously averse to women approaching him. Yet here she was so intimately close to him. Furthermore, their lord had a strong aversion to dirt. Aside from the lady of the palace, no one had ever dared to grasp his garments in such a manner. Lord Xiao Yinqing's expression darkened further, and Jing Mo and Xia Yin exchanged pitying glances directed at Jiang Wancheng, anxiously anticipating her fall from the horse. However, what astonished them even more was that Jiang Wancheng had not tumbled off upon their arrival at the Dali temple. As the horse came to a halt, Jiang Wancheng slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon the elegant characters spelling out Dali temple. How did she end up here? Was he an official stationed at the Dali temple? She bit her lip lightly, glanced back at Lord Xiao, and awkwardly smiled, stammering her gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Lord Xiao Yinqing's voice was cold and forbidding. Release me. Jiang Wancheng furrowed her brows in confusion. Release him? She was not even grasping onto him. Looking down, she noticed that her hands were tightly holding onto a black garment. Startled, she released it, glancing at the wrinkled fabric that had been pulled taut throughout their journey. She reached out, hoping to smooth it out, but was promptly scolded. Impudent! Who gave you the audacity to touch my attire? Jiang Wancheng felt utterly wronged. Her intention was merely to tidy the garment, not to offend him. Was it truly necessary for him to react so furiously? She could easily compensate him for the clothing. After all, it was merely a piece of clothing. Was it worth such anger from the Lord? Rest assured, my lord, I shall replace your garment, she assured him. Lord Xiao Yinqing's forehead throbbed with frustration, a strong urge to silence her rising within him. Clenching and unclenching his fists, he suppressed his ire, dismounted from his horse, and strode directly into the Dali temple. The guards at the entrance bowed in acknowledgement, calling out to him. Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. Why did he not assist her down from the horse? What was she to do? Remain perched on the saddle. She glanced helplessly at Jing Mo and Xia Yin. Jing Mo approached and said, My lady, I apologize before lifting Jiang Wancheng down. She expressed her gratitude as she followed them into the Dali temple. This marked her first entrance into the Dali temple, a place known for handling significant state matters and royal affairs. She could hardly fathom how she had found herself here. If her father and mother were to discover her presence at the Dali temple, they would surely be alarmed, especially her father's temper. He would likely storm in without hesitation. She needed to return home swiftly. Jiang Wancheng waited a considerable time in the main hall of the Dali temple before being ushered into an inner chamber. The air was fragrant with tea, and several oil lamps flickered gently. As the door closed behind her, she felt a sense of suffocation. Inside were only herself and Lord Xiao. From Jing Mo's earlier conversation, she learned that he was the minister of the Dali temple and that he harbored a strong aversion to dirt. Jiang Wancheng felt utterly unfortunate. As the saying goes, when misfortune strikes, even drinking tea can lead to discomfort. Today, she had certainly tasted that bitterness. She could never have imagined that the chief minister of the Dali temple was so youthful and possessed such striking good looks. Wasn't it rumored that he was a stern and dark-faced figure? Although he did have a somewhat eccentric temperament, the reality was far removed from such tales. At this moment, she found it difficult to align herself with the perceptions of the world. The man before her sat casually at a rosewood tea table, his hair loosely styled. Clad in a crescent white brocade robe, engrossed in the examination of the case before him. It was evident that he had just bathed. How could he keep her waiting for so long while he indulged in such leisurely pursuits? Jiang Wancheng couldn't help but feel that the chief minister of the Dali temple was not as admirable as she had once thought. The pages of the documents fluttered one by one, producing a crisp rustle that tightened her throat and quickened her heartbeat. How much longer would she have to wait? The hour was late, and while he seemed unconcerned with rest, she too had to return to her residence. Chapter 4. An indirect kiss, she parted her lips. Yet before she could utter the term, Your Excellency, Xiao Yinqing cast a fleeting glance in her direction, causing her to swallow the words back. Confess honestly, what is your relationship with that individual? Are you his liaison? As he spoke, Xiao Yinqing's piercing gaze bore into Jiang Wancheng. He carelessly tossed the case file onto the table, producing a startling sound. Jiang Wancheng's heart quivered in response. Who is that person? What liaison? I do not comprehend whom your excellency refers to, she replied, bewildered. Do you not know? Then why did he specifically seize your lantern? Xiao Yinqing pressed on. Jiang Wancheng felt a sense of helplessness. Was this truly how cases were handled in the esteemed Dali temple? She felt a twinge of disappointment. I do not know that person at all. As for why he took my lantern, I cannot provide an answer. Your excellency may as well inquire with him directly, and perhaps request compensation for my lantern, which he has sullied, she stated with calmness. She could not bear the weight of an unfounded accusation, lest it bring her peril. Xiao Yinqing pondered for a moment, his expression stern as he rose and swept his robe aside, striding towards the door. Jiang Wancheng felt a bit dazed. Was the interrogation over? Could she leave now? Your excellency, may I take my leave? The only response was the sound of the door opening and closing. As the door shut, Jiang Wancheng slumped back down, parched from a night without water. She noticed tea on the table and poured herself a cup, sipping slowly. Will we continue the interrogation? Do speak up. Even as the minister of Dali Temple, you cannot detain someone in silence, she muttered. The door creaked open again, only to be shut once more. Startled, Jiang Wancheng stood up, swallowing her sip of tea. He moved with such stealth. She wondered if he had overheard her murmurs. A wave of guilt washing over her. Xiao Yinqing returned to the table, resuming his examination of the case, occasionally pouring himself a cup of tea, not sparing her a single glance. Jiang Wancheng watched as his long, elegantly defined fingers lifted the teacup to his lips, her ears flushing while her back felt cold. That very cup was the one she had just used. She longed to remind Xiao Yinqing, but recalling his fastidiousness, she hesitated. If he were to discover that they shared the same cup, he might very well harbor murderous thoughts towards her. After all, even a mere brush against his clothing had elicited a deadly glare. This could be considered an indirect kiss. Jiang Wancheng was startled by her own thought. She intertwined her fingers, fixating on the teacup. Xiao Yinqing raised an eyebrow, gently rotating the cup, casting a glance her way as he lightly remarked, "Do you wish to drink tea?" Jiang Wancheng's eyes widened as she fervently shook her head, imploring him not to mention tea. Was it truly necessary to shake her head like a sieve? Surely, she could not be the one with a muddled mind. After a span equivalent to 2 cups of tea, a knock resonated at the door. Jiang Wancheng, weary from standing, felt as though she had encountered a savior. Casting a pitiful look at the newcomer, Jing Mo entered, presenting 2 lanterns before Jiang Wancheng, stating, "These are the lanterns your excellency has compensated to Miss Jiang." Jiang Wancheng gazed at the lantern before her, biting her lip and averting her eyes as she trembled, uttering, "This is not my lantern." Xiao Yinqing approached her with measured steps, scoffing lightly. "Did you not claim that you wished for compensation for your lantern, Miss Jiang? That man has already met his demise at my hand. Do you intend to venture into the underworld to seek recompense from him?" Jiang Wancheng's delicate face turned pale, unsure whether it was the sight of the lantern or his words that unsettled her. She shot a furious glare at Xiao Yinqing and reached for the lantern, only to grasp one while he retained the other. "Did you not promise to compensate me for my lantern? Why the sudden change of heart?" Jiang Wancheng retorted with disdain. "There is no change of heart. I have merely soiled one of your lanterns. Thus, I shall replace it with one. This lantern piques my interest, Jingma. Take it back to the Shao residence," he commanded. Jiang Wancheng hurriedly interjected, "Sir, this lantern is part of a pair. I implore you to exercise your magnanimity and allow me to keep both. I am willing to pay any price." She was unwilling to let this lantern fall into another's hands, uncertain of the fate it might intertwine for her, though it seemed rather far-fetched. She chose to believe in its potential significance. Jingma muttered, "Such lanterns are typically favored by women. What business do you have with them, sir? Perhaps you have a particular lady in mind?" Xiao Yinqing cast a cold glance at him and replied tersely, "Mind your own affairs." Realizing his misstep, Jingma quickly fell silent. "A treasure of the heart is priceless. I happen to be fond of this lantern," Xiao Yinqing declared. "Jingma, escort Miss Jiang back home." With that, he resumed his examination of the case documents. "Since this lantern is your cherished possession, perhaps you should keep it as well. This lantern is also known as the Fate Lantern. May it guide you to your destined match," Jiang Wancheng remarked with a light laugh. After speaking, she placed the lantern on the ground and strode out. If she could not have both, then she would forego them entirely to avoid the distress of seeing them. Jingma noted the slight furrow in Xiao Yanqing's brow and hastily followed her out. The swiftness of her change of heart baffled him, and Xiao Yanqing rubbed his temples. Pondering this fate lantern, it was the first he had heard of such a thing. He had merely instructed Jingma to procure a lantern to compensate her, never anticipating this peculiar kind. He picked up the fate lantern for a closer look, discovering that both lanterns bore a verse, a beauty, graceful and refined, a chance encounter. May we be together in harmony. Ah, is this what makes it a fate lantern? Merely a ruse employed by merchants to deceive naive maidens. Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Setting the lantern aside, Xiao Yanqing attempted to return to his case documents. Yet his concentration waned, his gaze drifting back to the two lanterns. Frustration swelled within him. She had jested about his lack of affection, leaving him with a lantern as a mockery. Now, gazing at the pair only irritated him further, prompting him to stow the lantern in an empty box within the room, out of sight, out of mind. As Jiang Wancheng approached the entrance, she spotted her father and elder brother lingering outside the Dali temple. Their presence dispelled her troubling thoughts, and she hurriedly exited the temple. "Wancheng, are you injured?" Her brother, Jiang Zian, inquired with genuine concern, examining her from head to toe. General Jiang scrutinized her with great care. Jiang Wancheng linked arms with General Jiang and sweetly said, "Father, brother, I am perfectly fine, not a scratch on me. The adults merely brought me back to ask a few questions, and they have already finished." "Oof." General Jiang glared fiercely at Jing Mo and demanded, "Where is your dark-faced lord? He unjustly took my Wancheng to the Dali temple for interrogation. Should he not come forward to explain himself?" Jing Mo, visibly distressed, replied, "General Jiang, with which eye did you see his lordship's countenance darkened? His lord is indeed fair as jade." Moreover, they had not anticipated that Miss Jiang was the esteemed daughter of General Jiang Hai. It is well known that General Jiang treasures his daughter above all. Had they known, they would never have recklessly brought her to the Dali temple. Yet, it is also true that their lord is impervious to reason. Even if they had known, the outcome would have been the same. Jing Mo could only respond respectfully. "Lord Xiao is currently occupied with case files. His Majesty has issued a decree for swift resolution. Hence Lord Xiao is working tirelessly to study the documents. I implore General Jiang to be understanding." General Jiang could certainly enter to see him. Jiang Wancheng wished to avoid escalating the situation. If her father entered, a quarrel with the irascible magistrate of the Dali temple was inevitable. In any case, she was unscathed and had freed herself from the fateful lantern. Whosoever possessed it no longer mattered to her, as long as it was not in her hands. She approached and clung to Jiang Hai's arm, playfully saying, "Father, I am weary. Let us return home." She even pretended to stifle a yawn. Finally, she exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Zian. Receiving the signal, Jiang Zian smiled knowingly and chimed in, "Father, it is now night. We should return home, for mother is waiting for us." With his children expressing such sentiments, Jiang Hai had no choice but to relent. He assisted her onto the carriage, which hastily made its way back to the general's residence. Jing Mo stood watching the departing carriage, lost in thought. Just before Jiang Wancheng stepped into the carriage, she cast him a respectful smile that he found utterly enchanting. A graceful lady is indeed a fitting match for a gentleman. Though their lord may not embody the archetype of a modest gentleman, he is undeniably a handsome figure. Despite his peculiar temperament, he possesses a kind heart. In Jing Mo's eyes, Miss Jiang and their lord are remarkably well suited. Chapter 5. Fei Ran seeks the bonding lantern. Jing Mo lifted his gaze to the night sky, realizing it was quite late, and he ought to report to his superior. Upon entering, he found Xiao Yanqing slumped over the desk, sound asleep. Observing the dark circles under his superior's eyes, a wave of sympathy washed over him. It was evident to all that Xiao Yanqing, despite his youth, had ascended to the esteemed position of Minister of Justice through sheer diligence. The Marquis and his wife eagerly anticipated their son's marriage, yet at present, Xiao Yanqing seemed consumed solely by these lifeless documents. With a sigh, Jing Mo shook his head. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. He hastened to the door and inquired softly, "What is it?" The guard stationed at the entrance, noticing Xiao Yanshen's slumber, replied quietly, "Lord Jing, young Master Pei is here to see you. Should I announce him?" "Let him in," Xiao Yanshen murmured, rubbing his temples. He had been so fatigued that even a brief nap had been interrupted by the knocking. Once the guard withdrew, Fei Ran soon entered the chamber. "Your late-night visit to the Ministry of Justice must not solely be for nostalgic conversation," Xiao Yanshen remarked. Fei Ran surveyed the room respectfully and explained, "I ordered 2 lanterns from the owner of the lantern shop this evening, but when I returned to collect them, the proprietor informed me that they had already been purchased by someone from the Ministry of Justice." Xiao Yanshen cast a glance at Jing Mo, who remained silent. His head bowed. Jing Mo had no other choice. When he had gone to procure the lanterns, that was the only shop still open. He had insisted the owner sell them to him and instructed him to direct any previous buyer to the Ministry of Justice. Little did he expect the prior buyer would be none other than young Master Pei. Had he known, he would not have been so insistent. The teacup in Xiao Yanshen's hand twirled thoughtfully as he regarded Fei Ran. It was already peculiar enough for someone to venture out at such an hour in search of lanterns. That the heir of the esteemed Ningguo Marquis would take such initiative was indeed astonishing. What enchantment lay within these lanterns that compelled you to seek them out at the Ministry of Justice? Fei Ran recognized the teasing in Xiao Yanshen's tone and sighed. "Master Ida from Linen Temple once said that my destined bond is intertwined with these lanterns." "Huh. When did you begin to believe in such things?" "The illustrious heir of Ningguo believes in this?" Xiao Yanshen chuckled. Fei Ran was at a loss as to how to explain himself to Xiao Yanshen. Revealing the truth of his rebirth would be futile, for he knew his superior would never accept it. After a leisurely conversation, Fei Ran took his leave. Watching Fei Ran's retreating figure, Jing Mo expressed his concern. "My lord, is it truly wise to deceive young Master Pei in this manner? The lantern was not forcibly acquired by me. That is of no concern to me," Xiao Yanshen replied nonchalantly. Jing Mo was momentarily speechless, recognizing the cunning nature of his superior. Unable to restrain himself, he probed further. "My lord, since young Master Pei values this bonding lantern so highly, why not return it to him and facilitate a cherished connection? His destined bond does not require my intervention," Xiao Yanshen replied coldly. Given how both men valued the lantern, could it truly possess such extraordinary power? Xiao Yanshen mused, half questioning Fei Ran, half contemplating his own thoughts. "My dear, it has come to my attention that this lamp, as its name suggests, is meant to draw together fates. If a man and a woman each possess one, their destinies are intertwined for life, enduring through the most cataclysmic events." Jing Mo pondered for a moment before sharing his understanding with his elder. How foolish to believe in such superstitions. Only a simpleton would be swayed by such fallacies, Xiao Yanshen silently mocked. Little did he know how much his current thoughts would soon backfire. Standing before the gates of the Jiang residence, Jiang Wancheng felt her eyes moisten as she beheld her home once more, her heart swelling with a myriad of emotions. In her previous life, after marrying Fei Ran, she often returned to the Jiang household in the beginning. However, as the Princess Pingyang grew displeased with her frequent visits to her maternal home, she gradually ceased to return. Consequently, her contact with her family dwindled, and reflecting upon it now, she realized how foolish she had been. In her quest to gain the favor of others, she had forsaken her own family. Now that she had returned, the abode was filled with her most beloved relatives, and the thought of seeing them filled her heart with warmth. "Wanwan, are you not going in? Why are you standing there in a daze?" Her elder brother, Jiang Zian, gently tapped her shoulder. Startled, Jiang Wancheng blinked rapidly, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill over, and sighed, "How wonderful it is to be home. When did our Wanwan become so sentimental?" The girl who used to love running about is now reflecting on the joys of home, Jiang Zian observed thoughtfully, fearing that her brother might discern her true feelings. Jiang Wancheng quickly took his arm and urged him inside. "Let's hurry in. I am quite weary." Watching their retreating figures, General Jiang furrowed his brow, puzzled by his beloved daughter's peculiar behavior. He sensed that she was concealing something from him. Yet, he understood her nature well, unless she chose to speak of it. No amount of prodding would elicit a response. I must consult with my wife, he resolved. As Jiang Wancheng stepped into the main hall, her mother, Qin Suqing, and younger sister, Jiang Hua, rushed to greet her, scrutinizing her from head to toe, as if they wished to inspect her very garments. Is everything well? Qin Suqing inquired with concern. Wanwan is perfectly fine. She merely entered to enjoy a cup of tea and has not suffered any punishment. Rest assured, Jiang Wancheng reassured them. Qin Suqing, clearly unconvinced, led her back to her room, removing her outer garments to inspect her closely. Only after confirming that her daughter's body bore no signs of harm did she feel at ease. Observing his sister emerge with their mother, Jiang Zian chuckled, "Mother, you are worrying excessively. The Minister of Justice is hardly a fearsome beast. Wanwan has not committed any offense. She merely went in to answer a few inquiries." Qin Suqing shot him a disapproving glance. "What do you know? Your father has said that the stern-faced official is ruthless and shows no mercy to wrongdoers, often forcing confessions through coercion. If you doubt it, you may ask your father." At this, all four of them turned to look at Jiang Hai, who scratched the back of his head and stammered, "I only heard from my colleagues." "Mother, have you ever met the Minister of Justice?" Jiang Wancheng asked with curiosity. Both his father and mother affectionately referred to him as the gentleman with the dark complexion, yet he was anything but dark. She believed that Jing Mo possessed a discerning eye. Their esteemed gentleman's skin resembled that of polished jade, evoking a tinge of envy even within her for his complexion. Qin Suqing pondered for a moment, remarking that she had never encountered the Minister of Justice. Curiously, despite his father being the loyal and valiant duke and his mother the Princess of Anlin, he had never attended palace banquets. After speaking, she nudged Jiang Hai, who replied with a grave expression, "Matters of the palace are not for us to discuss. We must be cautious lest we invite trouble." He then added, "It is late, and Wanwan is weary. We should return to rest. Indeed, you shall accompany your mother to the Linen Temple tomorrow to pray for blessings and dispel misfortunes. And, as a side note, perhaps request some favorable fates in matters of love." Before Qin Suqing could finish her sentence, the children had already scattered to their respective rooms. Watching their retreating figures, Qin Suqing sighed repeatedly. The moment the topic of marriage arose, they fled with remarkable speed. Truly, it is said that the emperor is not anxious. Yet the eunuchs aren't a flurry, none of them are a source of comfort. Chapter 6. Linen Temple Xiuhua. Do you believe in the existence of an afterlife? Lying in bed, Jiang Wancheng posed the question while gazing at the canopy above her. This was her room, and everything within felt so familiar. Even now, she could scarcely believe that she had been reborn, and that it was before she had met Fei Ran. The memories of her past life lingered vividly, and recalling them brought a subtle ache to her heart. After tucking her in, Xiuhua pondered for a moment before responding, "My lady, I have heard it said that if a person's obsessions are too profound before death, they may be granted a second life to help them relinquish those attachments." Obsessed? Was she? In her previous life, her sole fixation had been to gain Fei Ran's affection, something she had yearned for intensely. To let go of her obsession? She had already freed herself from such desires. She merely wished for them to remain like strangers, never to meet again. Yet, encountering him so soon after her rebirth did not bode well. She had no desire to be treated with indifference, as she had been in her past life. If she could not confront it, perhaps she could evade it. "My lady, what are you murmuring about? What do you mean by evading? Are you frightened by the Minister of Justice today?" The thought of Xiao Yinqing sent a shiver down Xiuhua's spine. His gaze could chill one to the bone. Jiang Wancheng shook her head. Although Xiao Yinqing had a peculiar demeanor, she harbored no fear of him. On the contrary, she felt a sense of gratitude. She was thankful that he had offered her a ride just moments ago. "My lady, tonight we owe our gratitude to the heir of the Ningguo Marquisate. He informed us that the gentleman is the Minister of Justice, and only the general and the eldest son could approach the ministry to escort you." Jiang Wancheng closed her eyes and fell silent. Xiuhua assumed she was too tired and extinguished the oil lamp before quietly exiting the room. Xiao Yinqing, the Minister of Justice, the dark-faced gentleman in her past life. They had never crossed paths, though she had heard of him. It was said that Xiao Yinqing, the Minister of Justice, had been childhood friends with Li Wanru, the daughter of Prime Minister Li. Although they had no formal engagement, both families tacitly acknowledged their union. However, When the crown prince intervened, Li Wanru naturally became the crown princess. It had been 5 years since the crown prince's marriage, and Xiao Yinqing, now of a considerable age, remained unmarried, likely a man of enduring affection. That night, Jiang Wancheng slept fitfully, the visage of Xiao Yinqing haunting her dreams. It was absurd, having seen him only once. Why did she dwell upon him? Was it perhaps sympathy for his plight, feeling a kinship with his circumstances? Certainly, she reassured herself. Today marked the most bustling day at Linen Temple, with throngs of worshippers gathering. Not only common folk, but also numerous dignitaries from Chang'an. Before the carriage of General Jiang, a young girl with lustrous black hair, styled in a casual bun, wore a gown of smoky hues that flowed gracefully to her ankles. The front, adorned with delicate pink silk embroidery, was slightly unfastened, and a chain of bells encircled her waist, contrasting with a soft moonlit undergarment. The sheer purple veil draped over her shoulders could not conceal her exquisite figure. Jiang Wancheng linked her arm with Qin Suqing's and gazed up. The characters of Linen Temple shimmering in the sunlight, reputedly inscribed by the current emperor himself. Although she had never cherished reading since childhood, she could still discern the strength and vigor in the characters before her. Jiang Wancheng entered the Hongfu Hall alongside her mother, where Master Ida awaited them in the Grand Hall. Upon seeing them, Master Ida displayed a warm smile, joining his hands in prayer as he calmly intoned, Ba, Madam Jiang, are we here for Zen teachings today, or to seek a fortune? Qin Suqing glanced at her daughter beside her and replied with a smile, We are here to seek a fortune, particularly concerning marital bliss. Master Ida then turned his gaze to Jiang Wancheng and smiled knowingly. As Jiang Wancheng knelt before the Buddha to draw a fortune, she did not truly believe in such matters. However, having been granted a second chance at life, she felt compelled to express her gratitude to the Buddha. While drawing her fortune, she repeatedly murmured, Thank you, Buddha, in her previous visits to the temple. She had always found excuses to sneak out and play, never once paying homage to the Buddha, let alone offering thanks. Observing her daughter's newfound enlightenment, Qin Suqing felt an overwhelming joy in her heart. A young nun retrieved Jiang Wancheng's fortune and presented it to Master Ida. As he examined the fortune, his brow furrowed slightly. This subtle expression of concern startled Qin Suqing, prompting her to anxiously inquire, Master, is the fortune unfavorable? Is there an obstacle to my daughter's marital prospects? Or perhaps no prospects at all? Noticing her mother's anxious demeanor, Jiang Wancheng sighed and reassured her, Do not worry. Mother, if there truly is no destined partner, I shall remain unmarried my entire life, forever by your side. Qin Suqing shot her an admonishing glance, chiding her for such foolishness. Master Ida's brow relaxed, and with a gentle smile, he kindly advised Jiang Wancheng, Do not cling to the past. Let go of bygone matters, and your destined partnership will surely arrive. A deep fixation will only lead to endless cycles of rebirth. Jiang Wancheng gazed at Master Ida in astonishment, attempting to glean insight from his expression, yet he maintained his benevolent smile, revealing nothing. Had he discerned her rebirth from the fortune? With her hands clasped in prayer, she bowed respectfully and asked, Please, Master, guide me through this confusion. Master Ida, hands joined in prayer, calmly responded, The past has faded. Look only forward. Your destined partner lies to the southeast of Yujing. Those residing in that direction were either officials of high rank or nobles, a fact that played through Qin Suqing's mind. In truth, she hoped for Jiang Wancheng to marry into a humble family, living a life filled with peace and happiness. It seemed Master Ida could see through Qin Suqing's thoughts, for he stroked his graying beard while smiling softly, saying, You were born with a noble destiny. Wealth and honor shall accompany you throughout your life. Qin Suqing understood and respectfully replied, Thank you, Master. She wished to inquire about Jiang Xian's marital fate, but noticed Master Ida's gaze shift toward the entrance of the hall. Princess Amlin and Xiao Yinqing were entering. Though the two families had little interaction, they were familiar within the palace, and Qin Suqing nodded and smiled at Princess Amlin. However, her smile vanished upon seeing Xiao Yinqing, for he was the one who had caused Wanqing to linger in the Dali temple for so long the previous day, igniting her lingering ire. Jiang Wancheng scrutinized the man before her, noting his immaculate white attire, skin as pale as snow, and ebony-like black pupils. His aristocratic nose was striking, and his lips were thin and tightly pressed. A cascade of lustrous black hair was elegantly tied up, yet his face bore the fatigue of the previous night. Were he a woman, he would undoubtedly be a celestial beauty. Jiang Wancheng silently marveled at the sight. Xiao Yinqing, catching the scrutinizing gaze of Jiang Wancheng, smirked in disdain. So this is the woman that Fei Ran has taken a liking to. Each time he encountered her, she would assess him with such audacity. It was truly shameless. The customs of Yujing were still relatively simple. What sort of woman would so openly appraise a man? And this was the second time she had done so. Chapter 7. Serendipity. Miss Jiang. Have you never encountered a man in your previous life? Xiao Yinqing scoffed lightly. The gentleman speaks truly. In my past life, I indeed did not have the fortune to meet someone of your caliber, Jiang Wancheng replied candidly. You, shameless. Xiao Yinqing intended to mock her, but found himself on the receiving end of her witty retort. The two mothers exchanged puzzled glances. Had these two truly locked horns? Observing the exchange, Master Ida chuckled softly. Ba, where shall one seek fate? This bond is right before your eyes. You two are destined. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wancheng and Xiao Yinqing exchanged glances, both frowning in mutual disdain. Xiao Yinqing, with a light laugh, inquired, May I ask, Master, is this perhaps a fateful calamity? Master Ida met Xiao Yinqing's gaze, which bore a hint of mockery, and replied with a gentle smile, This is indeed a fortunate connection. I urge you to cherish the person before you. Xiao Yinqing's smile began to fade. Surely, this was a jest. How could he possibly cherish this woman? Master, is there a solution? Jiang Wancheng spoke softly. She wished to steer clear of entanglements with royal kin, as the treachery among nobles was beyond her capacity to navigate. It is destined. Master Ida replied with a benevolent expression. One could not deny that Master Ida's words stirred a subtle ripple within Jiang Wancheng's heart. Qin Suqing remained silent, her face devoid of joy, as she scrutinized the two with pursed lips. She wished for her daughter to find a good match. But marrying her off to this dark-faced gentleman was not something she desired. Given the conditions of the general's household, her daughter had no lack of suitors. Yet, being a devout believer, she placed faith in Master Ida's words. What was to be done? Noticing her mother's troubled expression, Jiang Wancheng tugged gently at her sleeve and whispered, Mother, it is still early. Fate can change as swiftly as the human heart. Qin Suqing took a deep breath, acknowledging, indeed, Wancheng is right. Who can truly predict fate? Only Princess Anlin appeared delighted, her gaze lingering on Jiang Wancheng and Xiao Yinqing, finding them an exquisite match. It seemed she would soon be able to partake in the wedding tea. Princess Anlin smiled and inquired, Miss Jiang, are you acquainted with my Yinqing? Unfamiliar. Unfamiliar. Both Jiang Wancheng and Xiao Yinqing replied in unison. Princess Anlin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled contentedly. No rush. There will be ample time for you to become acquainted. The more she observed Jiang Wancheng, the more she found her charming in every aspect. Citing pressing matters at home, Qin Suqing led Jiang Wancheng out of Lingen Temple. On their return journey, she remained quiet, and Jiang Wancheng, noticing her mother's furrowed brow, sighed, Mother, what troubles you? That dark-faced gentleman has quite a poor reputation. Naturally, I am reluctant to see you wed to him. Mother, you are worrying unnecessarily. There's not even a hint of fate yet. Besides, if it is truly as the Master has said, this bond is destined, then all our efforts would be in vain. Why burden ourselves with worry over such matters? Qin Suqing pondered for a moment and found her daughter's reasoning to be quite valid. She resolved to discuss the matter with the general upon her return. The journey to Linen Temple was long, and by the time they arrived at the Jiang residence, night had fallen. At the dining table, the family sat in silence, their chopsticks untouched, their faces solemn. Jiang Wancheng was acutely aware of their thoughts. What an absurd situation. Moreover, the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence was hardly a den of wolves. That stern-faced gentleman was no predator, and she was certainly no innocent lamb. While Jiang Wancheng initially felt indifferent, the pitying gazes from her elder brother and Wu Wu stirred a flicker of concern within her. Alas, why dwell on such matters? The most pressing issue at hand was to satisfy their hunger. "Father, mother, I'm hungry. May I begin to eat?" Jiang Wancheng implored with a tone of vulnerability. "Ah, hungry? Then let us eat," General Jiang replied, placing a piece of chicken into Jiang Wancheng's bowl. "Father, mother, some of my friends are also acquaintances of Lord Xiao. I often hear them speak of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor and Princess Anlin as individuals of commendable temperament. Lord Xiao's character should not be too lacking either. If it is indeed destined for Wancheng to marry Lord Xiao, we need not be overly concerned," Jiang Zian articulated his thoughts. Qin Suqing recalled the events at Linen Temple earlier that day, envisioning Wancheng exchanging banter with Xiao Yanqing. Would such a person truly be accommodating towards Wancheng? Her intuition suggested otherwise. Jiang Wancheng felt a sense of helplessness. Was her family not thinking too far ahead? It felt as though she were on the brink of marrying into the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's household. The meal proved rather unpalatable. As night deepened, the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence was ablaze with light. Princess Anlin learned from Jingma about everything that transpired at the Dali temple the previous night, and she felt a pang of anxiety. On their first encounter, her son had invited the young lady to the Dali temple for questioning, undoubtedly leaving a poor impression. "I hear you brought Miss Jiang back to the Dali temple for interrogation?" Princess Anlin inquired, her voice steady. Xiao Yanqing glanced at Jingma, silently warning him to refrain from speaking out of turn in the future. Jingma quickly bowed his head, feeling caught between the commands of the Duke and the princess, lamenting that it seemed wrong to speak or remain silent. With a sharp sound, Princess Anlin gently tapped Xiao Yanqing on the forehead. He rubbed his slightly aching forehead, realizing it had been quite some time since his mother had treated him this way. "You little rascal, if you dare to treat my daughter-in-law in such a manner again, just wait and see how I will deal with you." Xiao Yanqing looked at his mother, exasperated. "Mother, am I your son or is she your son?" This remark elicited laughter from Princess Anlin, who replied with a smile, "You are my son, and she is my daughter-in-law." With no formal engagement yet made, the fact that his mother was already so protective of her left Xiao Yanqing increasingly resentful. "Mother, who has agreed to this? Have you consulted me? Have you spoken to General Jiang and his wife?" Xiao Yanqing remarked casually, yet with underlying frustration. He could hardly believe that General Jiang would favor him as a son-in-law. After all, he was notorious for being difficult to get along with, while General Jiang was renowned for cherishing his daughter as a precious gem. How could he possibly allow his treasured daughter to wed someone like him? Anlin felt a pang in her heart, for she was acutely aware of the lady's demeanor today. Alas, she silently sighed within. "Rest assured, my lady, I shall speak with General Jiang." The ever-quiet Duke of Loyalty and Valor finally broke his silence. Princess Anlin nodded in satisfaction. Now it was Xiao Yanqing who felt a sudden constriction in his throat. His usually taciturn father had unexpectedly spoken, and he felt thoroughly ensnared by Master Ida's machinations. Had he known, he would not have accompanied his mother to the Linen Temple today. He had usually avoided such outings, but after 3 months away from home, he wished to spend more time with his mother, thus agreeing to accompany her to the temple to offer incense. Little did he anticipate encountering such a predicament. Unable to contend with the Duke of Loyalty and Valor and Princess Anlin, he could only concoct an excuse to return to the Dali Temple, for, to him, the cases at Dali Temple paled in comparison to the complexity of this matter. Chapter 8. The Flower Appreciation Banquet as March approached. A single invitation shattered the tranquility of General Jiang's residence. The missive, penned by Princess Anlin, announced her forthcoming flower appreciation banquet, extending an invitation to them to attend at the royal palace. The intentions of Princess Anlin were well understood by the residents of the Jiang household. This was not merely a gathering for admiring blossoms, but rather a matchmaking event under the guise of a banquet. Despite their awareness, they could not decline, for the status of the princess demanded respect. Having previously turned down an invitation, they could not afford to slight Princess Anlin a second time. At this flower appreciation banquet, the attendees would comprise daughters of esteemed families, each adorned with meticulous care. Qin Suqing, keen to shield her daughter from being chosen, had instructed the maids to dress the young ladies in a modest fashion, opting for simplicity over ostentation. Upon their arrival at Princess Anlin's palace, they were met with a bustling scene. Numerous carriages lined the streets, suggesting that many sought to select suitable spouses for their offspring amidst the festivities. The assembly comprised individuals of considerable wealth and status, a most advantageous match for any prospective suitor. As they disembarked from their carriage, Jiang Wancheng and Jiang Wuwu followed closely behind Qin Suqing, guided by a maidservant of the princess into the palace. Upon entering, they were greeted by the radiant Princess Anlin, who welcomed Jiang Wancheng with a warm smile. "Madam General, how delightful it is to finally see you. After your absence at the previous invitation, I'm so pleased you could grace us with your presence today." Princess Anlin's complexion resembled that of fine jade, her enchanting phoenix eyes perpetually sparkling with mirth. Had it been 2 decades prior, she would have undoubtedly been regarded as the most beautiful woman in the capital. Qin Suqing, smiling graciously, was taken aback by the princess's personal greeting, feeling both honored and somewhat overwhelmed. Reflecting on the earlier invitation, she deemed Princess Anlin overly eager, having invited them to tea at the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence just a day after their encounter at Linen Temple, prompting her to offer an excuse to decline. This time, however, there was no evading the invitation. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Suqing stepped forward to pay her respects, with Jiang Wancheng and Jiang Wuwu following suit in honoring the princess. Observing Jiang Wancheng's modest attire, Princess Anlin felt her admiration for the young lady increase. She herself favored a simple style and was not fond of excessive flamboyance. Once their initial greetings concluded, Princess Anlin turned to her confidant, Xiao Dao, and instructed Xiao Dao, "Please escort the Jiang ladies to the pavilion by the water in the garden and ensure they are well attended." Xiao Dao complied, leading the young ladies towards the pavilion, while Princess Anlin accompanied Qin Suqing towards the main hall, where the esteemed ladies were enjoying tea, preferring to refrain from mingling in the youthful revelries. The distance was short, and they soon arrived at the lakeside pavilion, surrounded by willows and a vibrant array of blossoms. Many young maidens were already seated within, engaged in lively discussions about the young gentlemen from various families, occasionally stifling giggles, their faces flushed with shyness. Jiang Wancheng and Jiang Wuwu settled into a quieter corner, disinterested in the chatter, choosing instead to silently admire the flowers. "Ah, Miss Yu has arrived. Are you not solely focused on your cousin, the esteemed Pei Shitzi?" someone among the girls exclaimed. Wai Mi Oi In shyly remarked, "Sisters, please do not tease me, Oi In. It is my aunt who summoned me here." Hearing the familiar voice, G in WNCH in cast a dispassionate gaze towards Wai Mi Oi In, who was indeed a beauty, delicate and gentle. No wonder PIR In was enamored by her. Wai Mi Oi In met G in WNCH's gaze and offered a slight smile. G in WNCH reciprocated with a smile before turning her attention back to the blooming flowers. Wai Mi Oi In frowned slightly. Who was this young lady? So indifferent? She quietly instructed the maid beside her to inquire further. Across the lake came a cacophony of laughter. The young ladies looked up to see a group of elegantly clad young gentlemen on the opposite shore, their voices ringing out in poetic verses. These young gentlemen recited poetry towards the pavilion, while the ladies smiled and observed them with keen interest. G in WNCH glanced at the young men, recognizing few. Save for one, she was astonished that PIRN would attend such a gathering. Countless women in YJ admired him, yet his heart belonged solely to one. It made sense. With Wai Mi Oi In present, he would undoubtedly be here. As G in WNCH listened to the raucous chatter of the young ladies, even her sister G in WW joined in the commotion, creating a buzz that was quite unbearable. She longed for a quiet space to retreat to. "Isn't that your cousin PIRN?" exclaimed someone. Truly handsome, surpassing all the other young gentlemen. Wai Mi Oi In's cheeks flushed, her gaze fixed on PIRN across the lake. G in WNCH observed this infatuated pair, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She found it difficult to remain indifferent. "I believe young Master Shi-O is the most handsome. I adore his type," a girl cried out. "What kind of appearance does young Master Shi-O possess?" "A dark complexion, Jiang thought, stifling a laugh. She bit her lip and looked towards the opposite shore, spotting Jiang standing in a corner, seemingly trying to avoid attention. This flower viewing banquet was arranged specifically for him by Princess Nln, yet he hid away in a most inconspicuous spot. As if sensing her gaze, Jiang turned towards the pavilion, their eyes briefly meeting before both looked away. Jiang felt as if caught in a moment of embarrassment, her ears warming. "Which gentleman has captured your fancy, sister? That your ears are so red." Waimi Oyen teased. Jiang looked up at Waimi Oyen, surprised to find her at her side. "Rest assured, I am not interested in PIRN. My affections lie elsewhere," she replied flatly. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd as the young ladies began to scrutinize Jiang. Though she wore modest attire, her beauty was undeniable, even surpassing that of Waimi Oyen. The whispers began anew. "This lady has such high standards, even disdaining PIRN. Could it be that she fancies young Master Shio? They do seem rather well matched." Jiang thought to herself. What absurd perceptions! Matched? Have you all lost your senses? She could no longer endure their speculations. This gathering was not suited for her. She should seek a quieter spot to admire the blossoms. On the opposite bank of the lake, a young gentleman, unknown to all, cast a jade pendant towards the pavilion, igniting a flurry of excitement among the young ladies who scrambled to seize it. In the ensuing chaos, Yu Miaoyin found herself pushed to the edge of the railing, and in her panic, she grasped tightly onto Jiang Wancheng's garment. The sudden pull caused Jiang Wancheng to stumble, her body inadvertently leaning towards Yu Miaoyin. With a resounding splash, silence descended upon the gathering of young ladies. Jiang Wuwu, witnessing her sister plunge into the water, cried out in desperation, "Help! My sister has fallen into the lake." Before the young gentleman on the opposite shore could react, two figures leapt into the water. Fei Ran, upon seeing Jiang Wancheng fall, immediately followed suit. Determined not to let anything happen to her, he resolved that she would be safe. In this lifetime, he would ensure her protection. As he swam, his heart incessantly echoed this vow. Upon nearing, he noticed that Yu Miaoyin was closest to him, and he hesitated, pondering whom to save first. Yet, in that fleeting moment of uncertainty, Jiang Wancheng had already been half embodied by Xiao Yinqing, who was swimming towards the shore. Chapter 9. Later, slowly embraced after being carried ashore by Xiao Yinqing, Jiang Wancheng trembled uncontrollably from the cold. The lake water was excruciatingly frigid. When she first fell into the lake, her mind went blank, contemplating her imminent demise beneath its depths. She felt an unwillingness to accept such a fate. After having been reborn, was it truly her destiny to perish once more? The thought was unbearable. Forced to swallow several mouthfuls of lake water, she hazily observed Fei Ran swimming towards Yu Miaoyin. In this new life, he still chose Yu Miaoyin. Before she could ponder further, she was lifted out of the water by Xiao Yinqing. On the shore, drenched to the bone, Jiang Wancheng clutched Xiao Yinqing's neck tightly, her teeth chattering from the cold. She was acutely aware of the gaze of many upon her, including Fei Ran's, and felt his furious glare. To provoke him further, she nestled deeper into Xiao Yinqing's embrace. Jiang Wuwu and Xiohe rushed over, witnessing her clinging tightly to Xiao Yinqing. Xiohe attempted to approach to offer assistance, but was restrained by Jiang Wuwu. Relieved to see her sister unharmed, Jiang Wuwu felt assured that with Lord Xiao present, her sister would be safe. He was, after all, destined for her. At that moment, Jiang Wu's esteem for this future brother-in-law grew. Xiao Yinqing, who was typically fastidious, felt a strong urge to push the person in his arms away, as the sensation of being clung to was quite discomforting. Lowering his gaze to her disheveled state, a flicker of compassion crossed his mind. Suppressing his revulsion, he gritted his teeth and carried Jiang Wancheng towards the warming room, instructing a maid to fetch clean clothes. As he walked away, Fei Ran clenched his fists, consumed by jealousy. When did they become so close? Observing Jiang Wancheng nestled like a fragile bird in Xiao Yinqing's embrace ignited his rage. Wanjing belonged to him. How could she be touched by another, even if that other was Xiao Yinqing? Yu Miaoyin, neglected by Fei Ran, called out to him several times but received no response. Tears welled in her eyes. She too had fallen into the water and was trembling from the cold, yet her cousin showed no concern for her, only gazing at another woman. Hadn't her aunt claimed that he held affection for her as well? Just moments ago, seeing him come to her rescue had brought her joy, but upon witnessing his gaze shift to Jiang Wancheng in another's arms, she understood the depths of his feelings. What was she to do now? The maid, El Huan, unable to bear her mistress's sorrow, spoke softly. Young Master Pei, the young lady just fell into the water and was frightened. Her clothes are wet, making her susceptible to illness. Fei Ran paused for a moment, then slowly bent down to lift Yu Miaoyin, heading towards the warming room. Meanwhile, the other young ladies and gentlemen dispersed to admire the flowers elsewhere. Upon entering the warming room, Xiao Yinqing gently set Jiang Wancheng down. It seemed the shock of her fall had left her unsteady. As her legs gave way, she nearly knelt before being caught once more. Gaining her composure, Jiang Wancheng met Xiao Yinqing's gaze, expressing her gratitude. In that moment, words escaped them both. This scene was witnessed by Princess Amlin and Qin Suqing, who hurriedly approached. Clearing her throat, Qin Suqing captured the attention of the two within the warming room, who were oblivious to the crowd that had gathered at the doorway. Princess Amlin stepped forward and gently patted Xiao Yinqing, expressing her concern. First, put Wanwan down so she can change her clothes. We must be cautious of catching a chill. The crowd at the door nodded in agreement, reiterating her sentiment. Xiao Yinqing released Jiang Wancheng. He understood that the onlookers had likely misunderstood the situation. She had merely stumbled, and he had caught her to prevent her fall. If you wish to hold her, do so after Wanwan has entered the door. Princess Amlin exclaimed, leaving everyone astonished. Both Xiao Yinqing and Jiang Wancheng turned to stare at Princess Amlin, her words landing like a bombshell, leaving them momentarily bewildered, their ears tinged with a rosy hue. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, realizing that the flower viewing banquet hosted by Princess Amlin was intended to unite her son with Miss Jiang, with their presence merely serving as decorum. Qin Suqing felt a surge of indignation. This could tarnish Wanwan's reputation. Yet, she restrained her anger and calmly addressed the princess. Your Highness, I urge you to tread carefully with your words, as this concerns my daughter's honor. Xiao Yinqing interjected, eager to clarify. Mother, please do not speak so frivolously. I merely... He paused, acknowledging his own impatience. Yes, it was my thoughtlessness. Let's allow Wanwan to change first. After Princess Amlin spoke, she took Qin Suqing's arm and led her outside. Xiao Yinqing thought to himself, she does not even grant him a chance to explain. Inside the warm room, only Jiang Wancheng and Xiuhua remained. Xiuhua assisted Jiang Wancheng in changing into fresh attire. Miss, this outfit seems tailored just for you. It looks splendid, she remarked. Suddenly, Jiang Wancheng sneezed. Miss, have you caught a chill? Are you feeling cold? Xiuhua asked anxiously. Jiang Wancheng shook her head. A series of gentle knocks interrupted them. Miss Jiang, I am the maid Xiao Tao. The young master has instructed me to bring ginger soup, came the soft voice from outside the door. Please come in. Xiao Tao entered, placing the ginger soup on the table. Upon seeing Jiang Wancheng, she marveled in her heart at her beauty, thinking how perfectly she matched their young master. After Jiang Wancheng finished the ginger soup, Xiao Tao spoke again. Miss Jiang, my young master is waiting by the rockery to discuss something with you. Your young master? Jiang Wancheng wondered, curious about the purpose of the black-faced gentleman's summons. Was he expecting her to express her gratitude once more? Xiao Tao nodded. Very well. He did save me after all. A few expressions of thanks are not excessive. Following Xiao Tao to the rockery, Jiang Wancheng noted the grandeur of the princess's estate, where even the rockery towered above others, allowing passage to a path on the other side. As she rounded the corner, she spotted Xiao Yinqing standing with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly lost in thought. As if sensing her presence, he turned to face her. He had donned a lake blue robe, and she could not deny his striking handsomeness, which indeed met her aesthetic preferences, save for his piercing gaze, which seemed capable of drawing one into a whirlpool. Jiang Wancheng approached him respectfully, saying, Thank you, Lord Xiao, for your timely rescue earlier. It was merely a trivial act. I hope Miss Jiang does not dwell upon it. Xiao Yinqing replied nonchalantly. Was he calling her over merely to caution her against overthinking? How could he discern any such thoughts in her mind? Oof. She did not ponder over it at all, not even the slightest bit, nor did she know who was overthinking. Lord Xiao need not worry. I possess no tendency for fanciful imaginings. Xiao Yinqing was momentarily taken aback. If there is nothing of importance, I shall take my leave, said Jiang Wancheng, unwilling to linger with him for even a moment longer, feeling suffocated by his presence. In order to breathe freely, it was best to distance herself from Lord Xiao. Without waiting for his response, Jiang Wancheng turned and walked toward Xiuhua, who awaited her on the path near the artificial hill. Just as she turned, she felt a tug, and by the time she realized what was happening, she found herself within the confines of the hill, surrounded by darkness, with only the entrance illuminated by faint light. Chapter 10. A Tryst Among the Rockery? Jiang Wancheng glanced at Xiao Yinqing with a hint of irritation, questioning why he had dragged her into this secluded area. Was he contemplating silencing her? Xiao Yinqing, however, kept glancing toward the entrance to the rockery. Jiang Wancheng, perplexed by his intentions, was about to voice her thoughts when Xiao Yinqing covered her mouth, gesturing for her to remain silent. Unable to contain her frustration, she seized his hand and bit down fiercely. When she finally released him, a slight trace of blood had begun to seep from his hand, and the imprint of her teeth was unmistakable. Xiao Yinqing glared at her, pondering if this woman possessed the temperament of a dog, biting so painfully. What grudge could she possibly hold against him to inflict such a fierce bite? Jiang Wancheng returned his glare, retorting, "Humph. Serves you right. Who told you to cover my mouth? Consider this my return gift." Aware that he was in the wrong, Xiao Yinqing sheepishly replied, "I panicked when Fei Ran was outside, which is why I pulled you into the rockery. I apologize for my rudeness, my lady." Fei Ran? Was he truly concerned about Fei Ran witnessing their interaction? What of it? They had not engaged in anything shameful that warranted fear of discovery, Jiang Wancheng declared boldly. This kind of hiding only made them seem guilty. Xiao Yinqing rubbed his forehead. While she appeared untroubled, he certainly was. He had no desire to endure further accusations from Fei Ran regarding his alleged transgressions against married women. A quarter of an hour earlier, in the study of the princess's residence, Xiao Yinqing, freshly attired, sat at his desk attending to official documents when Fei Ran entered, silent yet fixated on him, his gaze brimming with indignation. "Fei Ran, what troubles you? What has transpired?" Xiao Yinqing inquired, setting down the paperwork with concern. "What are the servants gossiping about? Are you aware? They're saying Jiang Wancheng is your unwed wife." Fei Ran exclaimed in anger. He was baffled, unable to comprehend where everything had gone awry. Events were not unfolding as they had in his previous life. He feared that Jiang Wancheng no longer harbored the same affection for him as before. Rising, Xiao Yinqing placed a hand on Fei Ran's shoulder. "Rumors are for the wise to dispel. In time, they shall unravel on their own. Besides, I am indifferent to such tales. You may be indifferent, but I am not. Do you realize I waited for her at Lantern Street for 2 full hours, only for you to whisk her away? I came to the princess's residence today to see her, yet you were the one who saved her once more. Why is it always you?" Fei Ran roared. Xiao Yinqing was momentarily taken aback, pondering how to respond. Outside the door, Jing Mo internally sighed, "Young Master Fei, that is a question you must pose to the heavens. It is preordained. Jiang Wancheng shall be my wife. I do not wish for you to grow too close to her." With that, Fei Ran exited the study, leaving Xiao Yinqing with a sense of displeasure at being warned, especially by a friend and cousin. Much of this turmoil stemmed from the woman before him, and he contemplated the urge to reprimand her. Why had she chosen to come today? She could have easily made excuses to refuse, as she had previously. Lost in thought, his expression shifted suddenly. Could it be that she had indeed developed feelings for him? Was it possible that Jiang Wancheng had come today with intentions of courtship? Jiang Wancheng gazed at his eyes as if he were a monster, lightly remarking, "If you desire to marry, I must also wish to wed." What daydream? Xiao Yanqin awkwardly scratched his head, reassuringly stating, "That is a relief indeed." Observing his comfortable demeanor, Jiang Wancheng felt an inexplicable discomfort. One day, she would undoubtedly make him plead for her hand in marriage. As the two were about to exit the rockery, they noticed Fei Ran returning. approaching Xiaohua and engaging in conversation with her. Xiao Yanchen silently cursed his luck and pulled Jiang Wancheng back into hiding. Fei Ran's scrutinizing gaze turned towards the rockery. Although Xiaohua had informed him that Wancheng was not present, he remained skeptical. Was Wancheng deliberately evading him? He reached the entrance of the rockery, mere steps away from entering, yet hesitated. If Wancheng did not wish to see him, advancing would only deepen her disdain for him, would it not? Outside the rockery, uncertainty lingered, while inside, tension mounted. Jiang Wancheng pressed her back firmly against the stone, scarcely daring to move, for she was merely a fist's distance from Xiao Yanchen. The slightest shift would bring her into contact with him. The breaths above her grew heavier. Jiang Wancheng felt the heat radiating from her head, her heart racing. Unable to discern whose heartbeat it was. Raising her gaze, she caught sight of Xiao Yanchen's Adam's apple, and inexplicably swallowed, her face inexplicably flushed. Quickly, she turned her head to avert her gaze, striving to distract herself. To her dismay, a group of young ladies and gentlemen strolled along the path at the other exit of the rockery, chatting and laughing. Goodness, should they catch sight of them? It would be as if she had jumped into the Yellow River. There would be no clearing her name. Nervously, she leaned a little closer to Xiao Yanchen, her hands gripping his clothing tightly, their bodies now pressed closely together. As she leaned in, Xiao Yanchen's body stiffened, his fists clenched, wanting to push her away, but he suppressed the impulse. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "What are you doing?" To his surprise, Jiang Wancheng moved even closer, stammering, "There are many people outside. The rockery in the princess's estate is quite unique," remarked one of the young gentlemen. Indeed, echoed someone else. The two within the rockery dared not move. Though it was early spring, they were both sweating profusely. Time passed slowly until the laughter of the young ladies and gentlemen faded, allowing the two to emerge from the rockery. Jiang Wancheng surveyed her surroundings, but there was no sign of Xiaohua. After a considerable wait, she finally spotted Xiaohua approaching, glancing around her as she walked. "Miss, did Lord Xiao pull you into the rockery to evade young Master Pei?" Jiang Wancheng playfully flicked her forehead, exclaiming, "What gossip? Were you just now? Young Master Pei was searching for you, so I stepped aside. I feared that if I lingered here, he would wait indefinitely," Xiaohua replied. "Xiaohua, how have I never noticed your cleverness before?" Jiang Wancheng praised. Xiaohua shyly lowered her head. Throughout the flower viewing banquet, Fei Ran never had the chance to exchange a single word with Jiang Wancheng. As long as one harbors the intention to evade you, how could you ever hope to find them easily? On the return carriage, Qin Suqing sighed as she gazed at Jiang Wancheng. After today, it is likely that no respectable family would dare to propose, for who would be bold enough to compete with Princess Anlin for a suitor? It seems improbable that Princess Anlin would relinquish her desire for Wancheng to become her daughter-in-law. Today, young Master Xiao rescued Wancheng, and Qin Suqing felt a profound gratitude towards him, as she appeared to harbor a slight affection for him. Furthermore, he does not possess the grim demeanor that Jiang Hai described. Jiang Wancheng, observing the contemplative Qin Suqing, playfully remarked, "Mother, what are you so lost in thought about? You're even drooling." Instinctively, Qin Suqing dabbed her lips with a handkerchief, feeling a bit teased, even by her own daughter. Jiang Wancheng nestled against Qin Suqing and laughed, saying, I dare not. By the way, Mother, did you tell Princess Anlin my childhood nickname?" Qin Suqing nodded. When Princess Anlin inquired, she could hardly remain silent, and besides, a nickname is of little consequence. She wondered if Wancheng might also harbor feelings for young Master Xiao. Just moments ago, outside the warm room, she had seen Wancheng clasping young Master Xiao's hands tightly, and in that moment, she experienced a fleeting illusion. It felt as though they were a pair of affectionate lovers. Chapter 11. Everything is destined in the residence of the Duke of Ningguo. Princess Pingyang sipped tea while observing Fei Ran, who stood before her. She had requested Fei Ran to accompany Yu Miaoyin to Princess Anlin's flower-viewing banquet, hoping to nurture a romantic bond between the two. After all, Fei Ran had reached the age of marriage, and Miaoyin was someone she had watched grow up. They had been childhood sweethearts, and if they could become even closer, she would be immensely pleased. What transpired today? How did Miaoyin end up in the water? Falling ill with a chill, and returned with red-rimmed eyes that clearly indicated she had been crying. Did you upset her? Princess Pingyang gently admonished. Fei Ran remained silent, harboring a belly full of frustration with no outlet. Wan had been avoiding him, and he found it impossible to approach her. Taking a sip of tea to soothe her throat, Princess Pingyang continued, Ranner, you are no longer a child. The matter of marriage should be brought to the fore. Upon hearing the word marriage, Fei Ran turned to her, contemplating for a moment before speaking. I wish to ask Mother to send someone to propose. Upon hearing this, a beaming smile spread across Princess Pingyang's face. She had expected Fei Ran to find an excuse to refuse, yet he seemed even more eager than she was. Pressing her lips together with a silk handkerchief, she smiled and said, Do not rush, my dear. Once Miaoyin recovers from her chill, I shall personally visit your uncle's house to propose. He will surely be delighted. Fei Ran was taken aback. The cousin he intended to marry was not Miaoyin. He was well aware that his mother had always favored Miaoyin and had little regard for Jiang Wancheng. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled seeing Jiang Wancheng during the Lantern Festival, and he had felt a stir of emotion then, though he had not recognized it at the time. When General Jiang came to propose, he had felt a sense of aversion, believing that it was inappropriate for a woman to propose. At that time, he had not wished to marry Jiang Wancheng, yet Princess Pingyang had consented to the match. After their marriage, he had never crossed the threshold of her chamber, neglecting her entirely, while his mother constantly made things difficult for her. Yet, she had never once complained to him, which only fueled his anger. He understood well that within the Duke of Ninggua's residence, she was isolated and alone, with only Xiuhua by her side. At times, he longed to grow closer to her, but each time he showed her kindness, his mother would find a reason to punish her. There were moments when he wished to stay the night in her room, but each time, his mother would concoct an excuse to summon him away. Gradually, he came to realize his mother's intentions. She did not wish for him to be with her. Thus, he endured and suppressed his feelings. He was unaware of when she had come to occupy such a deep place in his heart. Each time he witnessed his mother punishing her and observed her attempts to win his mother's favor, it pained him greatly, yet he felt powerless to act. To protect Jiang Wancheng, he agreed to marry Yu Miaoyin as his primary wife. He knew she would be hurt, but this was the condition agreed upon with Princess Pingyang. As long as he married Yu Miaoyin, his mother would no longer oppose his affection for Jiang Wancheng, allowing him to approach her, protect her, and keep her company, ensuring she would no longer be alone. He had calculated everything, yet he had never anticipated that she would perish on the very day of his marriage. Cradling her cold body, he called out to her, but she remained unresponsive. Recalling their first encounter at the Lantern Festival, her smile was radiant and sweet, a sight he had not beheld in ages. That initial smile was deeply etched in his heart. From the very beginning, he had been enamored with her. Otherwise, why would he so cherish the Fate Lantern? On the day of their wedding, he had specifically instructed the maidservant to place the Fate Lantern in their bridal chamber. Gazing upon the two Fate Lanterns in her room, his heart ached as if cut by a knife. These lanterns symbolized their bond, and he was filled with regret. Heaven had granted him a chance at rebirth. How could he allow himself to lose her once more? Yet, he had lost the Fate Lantern, and it remained unfound. Everything was changing, unlike in his previous life. Events unfolded beyond his expectations, and he could no longer afford to wait. Mother, the one I wish to marry is General Zhang's daughter, Jiang Wancheng. Both Princess Pingyang and Lord Ningguo were taken aback, unanimously believing that Fei Ran had a fondness for Miaoyin, which they had also hoped for. Absurd. What of Ener? Princess Pingyang spoke sternly. Mother, I have always regarded Miaoyin as a sister, with no feelings beyond that, Fei Ran asserted firmly. But you are aware of Ener's feelings for you. What do you expect her to do? I, too, have someone I cherish. What do you want me to do? As Fei Ran grew increasingly agitated, Lord Ningguo rubbed his forehead. Though his son had never opposed them, he was inherently stubborn. Observing the equally strong-willed Princess Pingyang, he felt a headache coming on. Setting aside Ener, they had also heard of the events that transpired at the Flower Appreciation Banquet today. Was Fei Ran not essentially asking them to compete with Princess Anlin for someone? Lord Ningguo hesitated, unsure whether to divulge to Fei Ran what had occurred at Linen Temple. He had coincidentally been there, listening intently to master Ida's words. A fated bond. This was not merely a matter of competing with Princess Anlin. It was akin to contending with Buddha himself. "Lord, do speak," Princess Pingyang urged, her anger flaring at his silence, particularly at such a crucial moment. "I inadvertently overheard Master Ida say that Xiao Yincheng and the Jiang girl share a fated bond. Ranner, you should let go." Lord Ningwu sighed. Fei Ran could scarcely believe his ears. It was impossible. How could this be? Wasn't he destined to be with Wancheng? Why had it now become Xiao Yincheng? It was he, Xiao Yincheng. How had he not realized it sooner? At the Lantern Festival, Xiao Yincheng had encountered Wancheng before him, and the Fate Lantern had been purchased by the Dali Temple. Today, it was also Xiao Yincheng who saved her. It seemed that everything had been predestined. They were a fated couple, but what of him? What was he to do? Fei Ran wandered outside in despair, his lips whispering, "Wancheng, Wancheng." Unknowingly, he arrived at General Zhang's residence, where the lights were bright and laughter occasionally echoed from within. In the years since their marriage, apart from visiting the general's house once for the thrice-returning ceremony, he had never accompanied her back again. How absurd it is. He does not even know where her private chamber lies. Encountering him must have been the most unfortunate event of her previous life. With a heart full of joy, she married him, only to find herself in solitude, guarding an empty home. Bullied by her in-laws, she could only endure in silence. For her past self, death must have been a form of liberation. Her hand was raised several times, only to fall again, lacking the courage to knock on the door. She once believed that her rebirth was a divine opportunity to rectify past mistakes, a chance to cherish what truly mattered. But now, Chapter 12. Enigmatic beings Jiang Wancheng, reclining on a bench, awakened from a tumultuous dream, only to find herself ensnared by another nightmare as her eyes fluttered shut. Under the shimmering light, Xiuhe, noticing her weary countenance and damp hair, hurriedly offered her a silk handkerchief for a gentle wipe, her voice laced with concern. "Miss, have you been troubled by a nightmare?" Regaining her composure, Jiang Wancheng shook her head, lifting a bronze mirror to her face. The reflection revealed her youthful visage, and she playfully patted her cheeks, declaring, "It is nothing, merely a dream of a woman whose beauty rivals my own." With a mischievous wink toward Xiuhe, she mused, "I wonder if she is truly beautiful, or if I possess greater allure." Xiuhe, smiling warmly, responded, "Miss, you are undoubtedly the most exquisite." In her eyes, no one in the entire city of Chang'an could surpass the beauty of her lady. She pondered which fortunate gentleman would one day be blessed to marry such a captivating woman. Jiang Wancheng nodded in agreement, affirming, "I too share this sentiment." With that, laughter erupted between them, a delightful exchange that lifted their spirits. After a brief grooming, Xiuhe assisted her in donning the prepared male attire, teasingly remarking, "Dressed like this, you shall surely enchant countless ladies." Jiang Wancheng cast a playful glare at her, fully aware of her own striking appearance. An hour later, the gates of the general's residence swung open, revealing a slender figure clad in a pristine white robe, the fabric cascading elegantly. A wide belt adorned with a celestial cloud pattern cinched her waist, from which hung a piece of exceptionally fine white jade, its rugged yet ancient form exuding a sense of gravitas. Her raven hair was elegantly tied high with a silver ribbon, while a few strands danced in the wind, intertwining with the ribbon, bestowing an ethereal quality upon her. Having promised to only stroll nearby, Xiuhe refrained from accompanying her. Stepping outside, Jiang Wancheng made her way toward the bustling Chang'an street, eager to immerse herself in the lively atmosphere. It had been ages since she had witnessed such vibrancy. Her spirited nature yearned for adventure. However, after marrying Fei Ran in her previous life, she had not stepped beyond the confines of the Ningwu Marquis' estate. Waiting daily for her husband's return, longing for his presence, she vowed never again to imprison herself within those deep courtyards. The streets were adorned with festive decorations, alive with excitement. Merchants called out cheerfully, "Young sir, do consider purchasing a mask." Following the sound, Jiang Wancheng beheld a kindly old man, his stall brimming with an array of masks. Approaching the stand, she reached for a fox mask, only to find another hand reaching for it simultaneously. With a hint of frustration, She glanced at the owner of that hand, revealing a striking figure clad in white, as radiant as snow, beneath elegantly arched brows. His elongated eyes mirrored the gentle flow of spring water, warm and inviting as a soft breeze. His nose was perfectly straight, resembling distant mountains, while his lips, faintly tinted, curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of charm and nonchalance. Truly an enchanting being, Jiang Wancheng marveled inwardly at the allure of such a beautiful man. Noticing her captivated gaze, Yi Qiandan's lips curled into a smile. If the youngster desires it, I shall not claim what is not mine. He extended the mask toward Jiang Wancheng, revealing that he did not covet it for himself. Caught off guard by Yi Qiandan's warm smile, Jiang Wancheng accepted the mask, softly expressing her gratitude. The elderly man gazed at the two exceptionally refined young gentlemen before him and remarked, "The young masters of today are remarkably handsome, particularly this young master. Were you to claim you were a maiden, I would readily believe it." The one thus addressed, Jiang Wancheng, felt her ears grow warm. She glanced at the stature of Nan and then at her own, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "Old sir, you mustn't assume that just because I am a bit shorter, I am a maiden. Our bodies and appearances are bestowed upon us by our parents. I cannot lay blame on my father and mother." The elderly man, feeling somewhat awkward, assured her, "I meant no offense. Please do not take it amiss." The presence of such handsome individuals at the stall quickly attracted the attention of many young ladies. Jiang Wancheng, drawn in by the bustling calls from other stalls, wandered off. In the midst of his busyness, the old man murmured, "Though I am aged, my eyesight remains keen. I cannot be mistaken." Observing her lively figure retreating, Yi Tianan narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. After nearly an hour of strolling through Chang'an Street, the sky began to darken, and Jiang Wancheng's stomach started to grumble. Hesitating whether to grab a bite, her feet, however, led her into the auspicious restaurant ahead. The auspicious restaurant, one of the finest establishments on Chang'an Street, catered to the wealthy and influential, as well as the wandering heroes of the realm. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. As soon as Jiang Wancheng entered, a waiter approached her, saying, "Esteemed guest, please come inside." Following closely behind the waiter, Jiang Wancheng scanned the crowded room. Realizing there were no vacant tables, she contemplated whether to seek another establishment. The waiter, seeming to read her thoughts, smiled and assured her, "Fear not, esteemed guest. There are available tables." With a smile of relief, Jiang Wancheng followed the waiter to a window-side table where a vacant spot awaited her. The window was open, allowing her to gaze upon the vibrant market outside, a position she found quite agreeable. She expressed her gratitude to the waiter with a smile. Only then did the waiter truly notice her beauty, his heart skipping a beat at the sight of such a stunning young gentleman. Seating herself, she ordered several signature dishes recommended by the waiter. Before long, the same waiter returned, quietly inquiring, "Miss, the restaurant is fully occupied. Would you mind sharing a table with these two young gentlemen?" Jiang Wancheng glanced at the individuals behind the waiter and gasped. Was that not the striking figure from earlier? As she scrutinized them, a burly man standing behind the enchanting figure stepped forward, partially blocking her gaze. Dressed plainly with a fierce countenance, he appeared to be a guard or attendant. Realizing her blushing cheeks, Jiang Wancheng awkwardly replied, "I do not mind." With her response, the waiter turned to the two young gentlemen behind him, saying, "Please, esteemed sirs." Once seated, Jiang Wancheng lowered her gaze to sip her tea, feeling it was her earlier indiscretion. Thankfully, her male attire spared her from any misconceptions. Yi Tianan observed the young gentleman before him, noting her delicate frame. Her complexion akin to fine jade, lips resembling cherry blossoms, brows as if drawn with ink, and her spirit reflecting autumn's tranquility, an indescribable charm. Jiang Wancheng raised her eyes and offered him a gentle smile, causing Yi Tianan's heart to inexplicably skip a beat. What dishes would the two young gentlemen care to order? The waiter inquired with a broad grin. Yi Tiandai glanced at Jiang Wancheng and remarked nonchalantly, "Just like this young gentleman." Both Jiang Wancheng and the innkeeper were momentarily taken aback, but soon the innkeeper chuckled, "Very well." Yi Tiandai nodded in acknowledgement, while the burly man beside her remained stoically tight-lipped, casting a wary glance in her direction. Jiang Wancheng also offered a polite nod, and to avert any awkwardness, she turned her gaze toward the window. Before long, their dishes arrived, and feeling famished, Jiang Wancheng wasted no time in digging in. Have you heard? Princess Amlin intends to have General Zhang's daughter as her daughter-in-law. Neighboring diners chatted about the latest gossip while eating. Upon hearing the tidbit concerning herself, Jiang Wancheng's ears perked up, and she listened intently. Chapter 13 Farewell to Xiao Yinqing. It was evident that General Zhang's daughter had taken a fancy to young Master Xiao. During the flower appreciation banquet, she intentionally fell into the water, hoping for a heroic rescue from young Master Xiao. He was the son of Princess Anlin and held the esteemed position of Minister of Justice. Although he bore an aloof demeanor, he was undeniably a strikingly handsome young man, and it was likely that countless young ladies admired him along the entirety of Chang'an Street. The individual paused to sip his tea before continuing, though Miss Jiang possesses beauty, her lack of intellect renders her unworthy of young Master Xiao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wancheng frowned. Why would she deliberately fall into the water? Furthermore, when had she ever harbored feelings for the dark-faced gentleman? This was nothing short of slander. Countless suitors had sought her hand at the general's residence, so the notion that admiration for him filled Chang'an Street was utterly unfounded. Noticing her displeasure, Yi Tianin chuckled. Could it be that you are fond of Miss Jiang? Jiang Wancheng had just placed a piece of meat in her mouth when she heard this remark. Startled, she nearly choked, her face flushing with embarrassment, and she gulped down several sips of tea to compose herself. As she slightly raised her gaze, she met the captivating, smiling eyes of the gentleman across from her. His eyes were truly beautiful, exuding a certain charm that suggested a roguish nature. Such a pity, she mused. Could it be that you too have taken a liking to Miss Jiang? She teased. Yi Tianin shook his head, smiling lightly. Too beautiful a woman is a source of calamity. I have always preferred ladies skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. From a young age, his mother had warned him that beautiful women were harbingers of misfortune, with the most alluring among them being the most dangerous, more fearsome than swords, for they delighted in stealing hearts. A source of calamity? Jiang Wancheng couldn't help but laugh. Was he complimenting her or insulting her? If he were to realize that the calamity he spoke of was seated right across from him, what would he think? Ladies skilled in the arts? Surely there are many in the Yichuan pavilion across the way. As the words left her lips, a burly man beside the charming gentleman shot her a furious glance, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword, as if ready to draw it. Jiang Wancheng swallowed hard, glancing at the charming gentleman across from her, who had also quelled his smile, narrowing his eyes in her direction. It was merely a jest. Why were these two behaving as if they were ready to strike her down? With slightly damp palms, Jiang Wancheng anxiously looked outside. A figure caught her attention, and as she observed him, an inexplicable calm washed over her. Clad in a white robe, his long black hair was tied up elegantly, and his tall frame stood straight, exuding an innate nobility. It seemed he felt her gaze, lifting his eyes toward her. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Wancheng felt her heart flutter, a surge of unknown emotions stirring within her. Observing the slight flush creeping to her ears, Yi Tianin felt a surge of irritation. He followed her gaze, and upon seeing the source of her distraction, his annoyance intensified. With a sharp sound, the window was closed, startling Jiang Wancheng and the surrounding diners, who all turned to observe the unfolding scene with eager anticipation. Did they fear she would escape through the window? She had no martial prowess. Thus she would never be foolish enough to leap from it, Jiang Wancheng mused inwardly. Meeting the sinister gaze of the enchanting figure before her sent a shiver down her spine. She should have called out for Lord Xiao. Perhaps he would have heard her and come to her rescue. The distance was not great. He must have seen her, and surely he could hear her. Regret flooded Jiang Wancheng's mind. What was she to do now? After a tense silence, Yi Tianin smiled apologetically at the patrons, expressing his regret for disturbing their meal, explaining that his younger brother had a frail constitution and could not endure the draft, hence the closure of the window. The surrounding diners cast another glance at Jiang Wancheng, their expressions suggesting a silent agreement. Such a delicate frame indeed indicated fragility. Jiang Wancheng sighed inwardly, realizing it was prudent for her to leave this place swiftly. As time passed, no further words were exchanged, and Jiang Wancheng found no pleasure in her meal, her thoughts consumed with plans to escape. Summoning a waiter to settle the bill, she paid and exited the auspicious establishment without a backward glance. Once on the street, Jiang Wancheng exhaled deeply. Fortunately, those two had not detained her while she settled her account. She was acutely aware of their scrutiny, and though she had not turned to face them, her back was already dampened with perspiration. The hour was growing late, and she needed to return to the general's residence promptly. If her father discovered she had stealthily slipped out at night, she would endure a lengthy reprimand. As she walked toward the general's residence, her steps faltered, and her heart sank as she realized the predicament she was in. "Dear brother, your mask has been left at the tavern." Gritting her teeth, she slowly turned around to meet those beguiling peach blossom eyes, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Thank you, young master." Receiving the mask, Jiang Wancheng attempted to move forward, but was abruptly pulled back a few steps, pressed against the chest of the person behind her. It was unnecessary to guess who it was. She struggled momentarily, but the grip was too strong, and her slight strength was insufficient to break free. Suppressing her rising anger, she bit her lip and declared, "Gentlemen should refrain from intimate contact. What is your intention, young master?" With a chuckle, Yi Tiandan replied, "I have only heard of the propriety between men and women. You are not a lady, so what is the fuss about? I am certainly not a woman. I'm a man of stature," she retorted, straightening her back defiantly. Yi Tiandan released her grip and scrutinized Jiang Wancheng. Indeed, he was quite handsome, especially those sparkling eyes and that delicate mouth, and that fair, slender neck so smooth and pristine. His eyes narrowed suddenly. He noted the absence of an Adam's apple and the softness of her voice. So it was true. He had merely suspected before, but now the truth was undeniable. No wonder the old man had said he would not mistake her for anyone else. Jiang Wancheng felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze. Uncertain of his intentions, could it be that he had discerned her disguise as a male? She glanced at herself, reassured that she had not betrayed any signs of her true identity. However, being in his presence always elicited a sense of foreboding. Scanning her surroundings, her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she called out, "Yin Shun." Standing a short distance away, Xiao Yinqing was momentarily taken aback, not recognizing who had summoned him. Before he could respond, she had already dashed toward him, unreservedly linking her arm with his. Upon noticing her audacious gesture, Xiao Yinqing narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether to strike her down on the spot. Aware of his aversion to cleanliness and physical contact, she found herself at a loss for alternatives and could only resort to leveraging his presence for her escape. Chapter 14. Xiao Yinqing versus Yi Tiandan. Fearing that Xiao Yinqing might send her flying with a mere wave of his hand, Jiang Wancheng delicately rose on her toes and whispered in his ear, "Lord Xiao, please help me." The sound brushed against his ear like a feather, causing Xiao Yinqing to subtly swallow, his ears flushing crimson. He glanced at the two men not far away, then back at Jiang Wancheng, where he perceived a plea in her eyes. Dressed as a man under the cover of night, she must have encountered some trouble with those two, whose glares were anything but friendly. Although he longed to swat away the unwanted hand clinging to his arm, he could not disregard her, especially after witnessing her desperate gaze. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he reached out to gently stroke Jiang Wancheng's soft hair, offering a soothing reassurance, "Do not worry." Only then did he notice her eyes wide with shock, as if she were staring at a monster. Realizing his hand lingered atop her head, Xiao Yinqing quickly withdrew it, concealing it within his sleeve, feeling an immense wave of regret for such an impolite action. Standing behind him, Jing Mo was utterly astonished. What was happening to his lord? Where had the notions of cleanliness and aloofness gone? Lately, his master had been behaving oddly. It seemed that ever since encountering Miss Jiang, he had transformed into someone quite different. Jing Mo had witnessed the incident by the rockery, having been hidden nearby, yet he had not appeared at his master's command. He had seen the two embrace tightly, and afterward, his master had not changed his clothes. A stark contrast to the past, when any contact with a lady would compel him to change instantly. He pondered that perhaps it was Miss Jiang who had altered his lordess demeanor, but he never expected his master to exhibit such intimacy with a young gentleman. Bah, could it be that his lord was? Sensing Jing Mo's peculiar gaze, Xiao Yinqing felt even more uncomfortable. He cleared his throat and began to speak. Jing Mo, please. But before he could finish, a delicate hand covered his mouth. The hand rested on his lips for merely a few seconds before being withdrawn. Jiang Wancheng, unable to meet Xiao Yinqing's eyes, lowered her head and softly murmured, I did not mean to offend you, my lord. Xiao Yinqing remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, observing the way she bowed her head like a child who had erred. Instead of reproach, his eyes softened with tenderness. This scene did not escape the notice of Yi Tiandan, who stood a short distance away, his hands unconsciously clenching and unclenching at his sides. He could not fathom the source of his anger. He merely felt a surge of rage at the sight of her entwined with another man, whispering sweet nothings, and touching someone else. It ignited within him a sense of possessiveness, as if something that belonged to him was being snatched away. With quick strides, he approached, nodding at Xiao Yinqing in greeting, who returned the gesture. Yi Tiandan then turned to Jiang Wancheng with a smile, inquiring, Is this your elder brother? Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. Brother? How could that be? She would never dare to elevate herself. After all, he was the son of Princess Anlin. One must not indiscriminately accept familial ties. She flashed a smile, and the young master jested, declaring her to be the esteemed Minister Xiao from the Dali Temple of Yujing. Upon uttering the minister's name, the two men ought to be intimidated, and surely they would not dare to follow her any longer, Jiang Wancheng mused inwardly. The dark-faced minister, let us make use of him once more just briefly. For you possess a generous spirit, my lord. Do not pursue this matter too closely. As she contemplated this, Xiao Yinqing and Yi Tiantian had already exchanged several rounds of fierce glances. I am Yi Tiantian, the latter stated with a solemn demeanor. Yi Tiantian Jiang Wancheng whispered to herself. The name was indeed melodious, yet carried an air of melancholy. Xiao Yinqing narrowed his eyes. Yi Tiantian, the second prince of the northern kingdom, what brings him to Yujing? The emperor harbors intentions of a union with the north, yet remains unclear what purpose this visit serves. And you? Yi Tiantian inquired, his gaze warm as it fell upon Jiang Wancheng, his hand unconsciously reaching toward her head. Just as his hand descended, Jiang Wancheng was pulled by Xiao Yinqing, drawing her closer to him, about to express her annoyance. Jiang Wancheng noticed Yi Tiantian's hand suspended in the air, and she instantly understood, casting a grateful glance at Xiao Yinqing. Yi Tiantian remained unfazed, continuing, Young master, you have yet to introduce yourself. She could not divulge her true identity, as she wished to avoid any trouble at the general's residence. Qin Gongzi, came her response. Yi Tiantian paused, and so did Xiao Yinqing. With a light laugh, Yi Tiantian asked, What is your name? My surname is Qin. My given name is Gongzi. Together, is Qin Gongzi, Jiang Wancheng reiterated, this time with greater detail. Both Yi Tiantian and Xiao Yinqing, as well as Jing Mo and even the burly man, were momentarily taken aback. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Qin Gongzi, may I inquire where your residence is? I shall certainly pay a visit another day. Yi Tiantian stated earnestly. Jiang Wancheng, momentarily at a loss, could fabricate a name, but the address eluded her. She is my distant relative, temporarily residing at the residence of a loyal and brave marquis, Xiao Yinqing remarked nonchalantly. It is late. We should return home. This was directed at Jiang Wancheng. Realizing this, she bid farewell to Yi Tiantian and eagerly followed Xiao Yinqing, keeping pace as they headed toward the marquis's residence. Niefeng, do you think Minister Xiao is more handsome? Was this prince more charming? Yi Tiantian murmured while observing Jiang Wancheng's retreating figure. The burly man, Niefeng, was uncertain how to respond, aware that the second prince typically held disdain for beauty. Tonight, however, the second prince appeared somewhat peculiar, though he could not pinpoint the reason. He hesitated, contemplating his reply. Niefeng, tell me, if I agree to a union with Yujing, do you think my father would be pleased? Yi Tiantian mused, oscillating between inquiry and self-reflection. Niefeng felt greatly troubled. He dared not speculate on the emperor's intentions. Shadow guards follow them Yi Tian commanded coldly. Yes, my lord, came a voice from the darkness, before it faded into silence. The emperor wished for him to marry the fifth princess of Yujing, and thus he ventured forth to gauge the situation, encountering her on the very first day. How intriguing, indeed, a most fascinating woman. As thoughts of Jiang Wancheng crossed his mind, a subtle smile graced Yi Tian's lips, concealing within it a whisper of tenderness. Young Master Qin. He and she shall soon meet, yet I hope she will not be too taken aback when that moment arrives. Lord Xiao, I am grateful for your assistance earlier. I can now make my way back to Jiang Manor on my own, Jiang Wancheng said cautiously after turning several corners. Could it be that he truly intends to escort her to the Duke of Loyal and Brave's residence? His previous words were merely a consequence of Knight Tianran's presence. Now, with no sign of Knight Tianran in sight, she presumed they had not followed, prompting her desire to return to Jiang Manor. Xiao Yinqing surveyed the quiet street corner. He was aware that someone had been trailing them, and that presence remained, albeit concealed. To the Dali Temple, he stated. Why? Why must we go to the Dali Temple? Jiang Wancheng exclaimed. The only response was the profound silence of the night. Chapter 15. No affectionate person. Dali Temple. Having visited Dali Temple for the second time, Jiang Wancheng felt an inexplicable connection to this place. Both visits had been shrouded in mystery, and as she sat in the inner chamber, her restlessness grew. The last time she had wandered through the flower street, it had entangled her in a case. Now, was her stroll along Chang'an Street also linked to his case? Noticing her anxious glances, Xiao Yinqing furrowed his brow and inquired calmly, "What is your relationship with Yi Tianran?" Recalling the way Yi Tianran had looked at Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Yinqing felt a surge of irritation, causing his gaze to sharpen as if it could ignite flames at any moment. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Wancheng swallowed hard and replied softly, "I have no relationship with him. Tonight is our first meeting." Upon hearing her response, Xiao Yinqing exhaled in relief. Jiang Wancheng, having observed his expression, queried with suspicion, "My lord, is Yi Tianran also involved in your case?" "That is not for you to inquire. Do not ask what you should not." "My lord, what difference does it make to you what my relationship with him is?" Xiao Yinqing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what connection did it hold for him? She was not even a friend to him, yet his heart simmered with displeasure. The mere sight of another man standing beside her irked him, and the sight of that man gazing at her tenderly intensified his irritation. The thought of another man wanting to touch her hair was unbearable. "You should keep your distance from him," Xiao Yinqing advised gently. Jiang Wancheng, taken aback by his sudden change of demeanor, wondered what had prompted such behavior and responded nonchalantly, "My lord, may I return home now? In the future, do not venture out alone at night. It is unsafe for a woman," Xiao Yinqing remarked, engrossed in his case files. Jiang Wancheng gazed at him in astonishment. Was he expressing concern for her? Could it be that the stern lord had developed feelings for her? This thought lingered in her mind for only 3 seconds before she dismissed it. "That is impossible. He warned me last time in the rockery, so it cannot be true. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Since there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." Regardless, returning home seemed the wisest choice. Observing her guarded demeanor, Xiao Yinqing felt an urge to smile. Was she truly so fearful of him? Just moments ago, it had been she who had implored him for assistance. Yet now that the crisis had passed, she wished to distance herself. A sense of dissatisfaction stirred within him, as though he had been used and then cast aside. Ultimately, he instructed Jing Mo to arrange a carriage to escort Jiang Wancheng back to the General's residence. This summer arrived particularly early. The midsummer heat in Yujing was unbearable, with oppressive waves of warmth saturating the air. Jiang Wancheng, weary of the scorching sun, had refrained from venturing outside for several days. However, this was not the sole reason for her self-imposed confinement. Recently, she had encountered Fei Ran almost daily during her outings, and she was skeptical of the notion that fate brought them together from afar. Rather, she believed he was deliberately waiting for her. In her previous life, he had avoided her like the plague, yet now he sought her out incessantly, his motives glaringly apparent. A few days ago, Princess Pingyang extended an invitation for tea to her and her mother, to which she declined, citing discomfort. Upon her mother's return, she mentioned that the princess harbored intentions of an alliance and inquired about her sentiments. When her father returned from court, he too hinted at the intentions of Lord Pei from the Ningbo Marquisate, suggesting that their family was inclined to propose marriage to Wanwan. It was evident to her that her parents were not fond of the idea of her marrying into the Ningbo Marquisate, and she knew that as long as she was unwilling, they would not force her into such a union. However, the words of Fei Ran lingered in her mind. Wanwan, I hold affection for you. I understand that you do not yet reciprocate my feelings, but I am willing to wait. Please do not treat me as if I do not exist. The memory of his pleading gaze caused her heart to tremble. Had it not been for her previous life, she would surely have succumbed to her feelings for Fei Ran, she mused. When Qin Suqing entered, she found Jiang Wancheng lying on the bed, feigning sleep. Wanwan, be honest with your mother. Do you have someone you admire? Regardless of their background or achievements, your father and I would not mind as long as they treat you well and promise to be devoted solely to you. We have never prioritized status. We simply wish for you to be happy. We would prefer you not to marry into a family of nobility, as they often have numerous concubines. And we do not wish for our daughter to spend her life contending with rivals in the inner chambers. However, should the emperor bestow a marriage decree, we could not refuse, for imperial orders are difficult to oppose. The recent behavior of the Ningbo Marquisate had been rather peculiar. If Wanwan were to develop feelings for the heir, they would have no objection, but what if she did not? Thus, after much deliberation, Qin Suqing and Jiang Hai decided to convey their thoughts to Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng looked at Qin Suqing, astonished, sensing something was amiss with her mother. Mother, has something happened? Qin Suqing paused. First, tell me your thoughts. Jiang Wancheng shook her head, indicating there was nothing to share, for indeed there was not. Qin Suqing sighed in relief. Lately, the Ningbo Marquisate has been acting strangely, and I worry they may seek the emperor's decree to marry you. Jiang Wancheng's eyes widened in realization. How had she not considered this? Fei Ran's unwavering gaze flashed through her mind once more. That looked as if he would stop at nothing to claim her. If the emperor were to issue a marriage decree, everything would be irrevocably altered. What was she to do? She could not allow the Jiang family to defy the emperor's will, as it would jeopardize the entire household. A prospect she neither dared to entertain nor could permit. Seeing her distressed expression, Qin Suqing comforted her. Do not fret, Wanwan. We are merely contemplating the worst-case scenario. At worst, we shall arrange your marriage before any imperial decree arrives. In that case, the emperor would not compel a union. But where shall we find a suitable match before the decree? We cannot simply choose anyone off the street, Jiang Wancheng protested. What of your father's subordinate, Deputy General Li? What do you think of him? Jiang Wancheng replayed the image of this individual in her mind, pursing her lips as she remarked, Ah, mother, Vice Commander Li has quite the odorous feet. Father mentioned it last time, claiming his feet could suffocate a person. Qin Suqing had forgotten about this. Yet among those who march and fight, whose feet do not reek, even your father's feet are equally foul. Jiang Wancheng gazed at her mother in astonishment, unable to accept this reality. And what of your brother's classmate, the second son of Minister He? He is even more delicate than I, and I fear I would have to protect him. Qin Suqing paused, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning. After a cup of tea, she continued to mention several candidates, each of which Jiang Wancheng could easily find fault with, leading her to suspect that her daughter had already set her heart on someone, hence her fastidiousness. In truth, there had always been a particular individual in her mind. However, neither she nor Jiang Hai were particularly pleased with this choice. Jiang Hai had consistently insisted that their beloved Wan Jun would never consent to such a match, which is why she had refrained from bringing it up. Chapter 16. Enchanted by the beauty of the gentry, where is Xiao Yinchen? The name slipped from Jiang Wancheng's lips as she pondered. She gazed incredulously at her mother. Qin Suqing stammered, I find him quite agreeable. A man of a cold exterior, but a warm heart. When he rescued you from the water last time, I sensed he felt differently towards you. Jiang Wancheng stared in disbelief. Mother, he is a court official. Even if a commoner were to fall into the water, he would still render aid. The girls that day all remarked how he held you tightly, unwilling to let go. Surely he would not treat a commoner with such tenderness. Such a fastidious man would never embrace another. Jiang Wancheng's cheeks flushed slightly. It was not that he was reluctant to release her. but rather she had clung to him to evade Fei Ran's gaze. She could not reveal the truth to her mother, allowing her to remain under this misapprehension. It was not imperative for her to marry him. As long as everyone believed he held affection for her, the Princess of Pingyang would hesitate to seek an imperial marriage. Mindful of Princess Anlin's position, this was merely a strategy to buy time. Even if she were to marry him, a divorce could still be arranged. In truth, Qin Suqing had taken Master Ida's words to heart. Since returning from Lin and Temple, she had been contemplating the matter. Jiang Hai had been kept awake for several nights due to her insistence and had no choice but to acquiesce to her plan. Jiang Wancheng thought to herself, I have no qualms. If this can extricate me from Fei Ran, I am willing. However, I must again rely on Xiao Yinqing. I wonder how he would react if he were to discover my intentions. How might she announce to the world her interest in Xiao Yinqing? Xiuhua, please investigate which route our esteemed Minister of Justice takes when returning home. The following day, Jiang Wancheng set forth his plan to intercept him, though it felt quite embarrassing. For the sake of her future and the Jiang family, this humiliation was worthwhile. After all, what was the pursuit of a man? As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a veil between them. In her previous life, she had pursued Fei Ran, but her feelings had been far too intense then. To seek favor from a stranger seemed less appealing than to court the Minister of Justice, whose countenance was undeniably to her liking. For some reason, the visage of a certain enchanting figure flickered through her mind. What a pity that if he were here now, she might have given him consideration as well. After the court session, Xiao Yinqing intended to visit the Ministry of Justice, but upon reaching the crossroads, he instructed Jing Mo to turn back to the estate of the Duke of Zhongyong, having temporarily resolved the major cases at hand. The minor ones could be managed by the deputy minister without his intervention, thus granting him a little leisure today. As he rested with his eyes closed in the carriage, it suddenly came to an abrupt halt. His elbow slid forward on the table, instantly awakening him. He furrowed his brow and inquired, Jing Mo, what has happened? Silence lingered outside the carriage. Jing Mo, he emphasized, his tone growing more severe. Jing Mo hesitated. Master, we are blocked by a carriage from General Zhang's household. It is Miss Zhang's carriage. Xiao Yinqing hesitated for a moment, then abruptly lifted the curtain of the carriage, only to be met by a pair of eyes shimmering like autumn waters. The young woman, with her hair elegantly styled and her delicate brows lightly drawn, possessed a spring-like glimmer in her gaze. Her skin was as smooth and lustrous as polished jade, while her cherry-red lips, unadorned yet vividly luscious, added a touch of allure. Strands of hair danced gently in the breeze, brushing against her cheeks, enhancing her captivating charm. Her lively, mischievous eyes sparkled with playful intent, and she stood before the carriage in a flowing light green dress. Her waist slender enough to be clasped by a single hand, smiling warmly at him. Approaching the carriage, she cheerfully inquired, Sir, are you heading back to the manor? What a coincidence! I'm also returning home. Returning home? It was indeed a blatant falsehood. The path led to the residence of the loyal and valiant Marquis, while the general's estate lay in the opposite direction. Clearly, she had come specifically to intercept him, and after months of no encounter, he could not recall any prior connection between them. Xiao Yinqing chose not to expose her ruse. Instead, he rubbed his fingers along the curtain, maintaining a stoic expression as he replied with a non-committal sound and nodded slightly. Jiang Wancheng's smile widened. Sir, why not accompany me? Xiao Yinqing furrowed his brow slightly. Accompany her? As a young lady, was she not aware of how such words could be misinterpreted? Even if he did not misconstrue her intentions, others surely would, especially in such a public setting. Observing their surroundings, he noticed prying eyes scrutinizing them. Although the innocent remain unblemished, words can often be more ferocious than beasts, making it difficult to defend oneself against malicious gossip. Xiao Yinqing placed a hand to his forehead, saying, Miss Jiang, please exercise discretion and refrain from making remarks that could lead to misunderstanding. She may be shameless, but he had to uphold his dignity. Jiang Wancheng feigned innocence, asking, Misunderstand what? Did you take it the wrong way, sir? Xiao Yinqing was momentarily taken aback. Had he indeed misinterpreted her? Yes, he realized he had. Not wishing to engage in further entanglements, he pretended not to hear her and instructed, Jing Mo, turn around and head back to the Dali temple. Jing Mo, bewildered, had just turned back towards the residence of the loyal marquis and was now expected to reverse course again. Was this Sir jesting with him? Stunned into silence, Xiao Yinqing gritted his teeth and reiterated, Jing Mo. A chill ran down Jing Mo's spine, and he quickly grasped the reins, steering the carriage back towards the Dali temple. Xiao Yinqing lowered the curtain, preparing to rest his eyes. A ray of sunlight streamed in as Jiang Wancheng lifted the curtain again, exclaiming, Sir, to express my gratitude for your 2 life-saving interventions. I have brought you a refreshing melon juice to help you cool off. Before he could fully comprehend her words, the curtain fell again, a thin barrier separating them. While he overheard her instructing Jing Mo to take care of the offering, there was undoubtedly something amiss. Xiao Yinqing was not convinced of her genuine goodwill. On the street, someone jested, Miss Jiang, have you taken a fancy to our esteemed Dali temple official? Stopping him to offer melon juice, indeed. This provoked a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Jiang Wancheng, unfazed, joined in the mirth, replying, Indeed, I am enamored with the Sir for his beauty. Bang! Xiao Yinqing's elbow slipped on the table, his chin narrowly avoiding a collision with its surface. How could this woman dare to tease him so brazenly in public? Ying Montak, startled, glanced inside the carriage, left in the dark about the unfolding drama. According to his understanding, the adult, upon hearing these words, was likely seething with rage. He hastily signaled to Jiang Wan to leave. Failure to do so would surely lead to dire consequences. The carriage fell into a profound silence, and after a moment, a voice emerged, laced with indignation. I have no interest in your watermelon juice, nor in your beauty. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, for it was evident that Miss Jiang had been unequivocally rejected by the Minister of Justice. Jiang Wancheng, however, remained unperturbed. This was precisely what she had anticipated. The desired effect had been achieved, and she doubted that these words would not reach the Duke of Ning's residence in the palace. Feeling the heat of the sun, beads of sweat forming on her brow, she deemed it time to return home. She softly remarked, My lord, if you do not fancy watermelon juice now, perhaps I shall bring you apple juice tomorrow. And if you do not have an inclination towards me today, who knows, you may find yourself intrigued by me by tomorrow. Her voice, delicate and melodious, seemed to exude sweetness. Xiao Yinqing's expression darkened. Never had a woman dared to tease him so openly in public. Such audacity was truly shameless. He inhaled deeply and coldly called out, Jiang Wancheng, leaning closer to the curtain. Jiang Wancheng eagerly inquired, My lord, I am here, always here. Do you perhaps harbor a flicker of interest in me now? Chapter 17. The restless Xiao Yinqing found himself at a loss for words. To say he was uninterested would likely provoke her to continue her incessant chatter, while admitting his interest would be beneath his dignity. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Wancheng, feeling the oppressive heat, chuckled lightly, My lord, your silence speaks volumes. If that is the case, I shall not trouble you further, until we meet again tomorrow. With a stern expression, Xiao Yinqing made his way back to the loyal and brave Marquis's residence. Jing Mo leisurely followed behind, still marveling at Jiang Wancheng's audacity to publicly offer watermelon juice and profess her feelings for the lord. Such boldness surpassed even that of a man. Yet today, Jiang Wancheng truly appeared enchanting, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. It was hard to fathom that the lord claimed to be indifferent to her beauty. Indeed, his master possessed discerning taste. Lost in thoughts of Jiang Wancheng's allure, Jing Mo unexpectedly collided with Xiao Yinqing's back, causing the box he held to be thrust forward, nearly falling to the ground and spilling the watermelon juice everywhere. Observing the piercing gaze directed at him by Xiao Yinqing, Jing Mo hastily retreated a few steps, tears of despair welling in his heart. My lord, why did you stop so abruptly? What shall I do now? Just as Xiao Yinqing was about to express his irritation, he caught sight of Princess Anlin approaching. His tense demeanor softened slightly. Mother. Princess Anlin glanced at the spilled watermelon juice on the ground, then at Xiao Yinqing's expression, her brow furrowing as she inquired, How did this watermelon juice end up here? I distinctly remember there being none prepared at the residence today. It was prepared by Miss Jiang. I prepared it. The two voices chimed in unison. At Xiao Yanqing's sharp look, Jing Mo quickly fell silent, his heart racing with anxiety. He realized he had misspoken again, and his master appeared even more displeased than before, his expression darkening further. Observing the expressions of both master and servant, Princess Anlin likely pieced together the situation. Her smile widened. So was a gift from Miss Jiang. Such a waste to spill it. No wonder my son is upset. Be more careful next time. This was directed at Jing Mo, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Xiao Yanqing sensed something amiss in her words, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Noticing the flush on his chin, Princess Anlin paused, then smiled knowingly. Miss Jiang is indeed quite bold, but I find her delightful. Xiao Yanqing felt his mother-esque gaze scrutinizing his chin and instinctively touched it. A sharp pain shot through him, and seeing his mother's amused expression, he sighed, "Mother, please do not overthink this. It has nothing to do with her." In truth, it did have something to do with her. Had it not been for her startling remarks, his chin would not have met the table's edge. His mother understood, as any experienced woman would. Realizing that further discussion would only complicate matters, Xiao Yanqing awkwardly cleared his throat. "Mother, I shall return to my room now." Princess Anlin nodded, permitting him to leave. Once he was out of sight, she exhaled in relief and turned to her attendant. "It seems Master Ida's words hold some truth after all. The young man is clearly smitten with the girl. You must hasten to send someone to inquire about today's events." Jing Mo followed Xiao Yanqing to the door, observing the latter's dark expression, and quietly asked, "My lord, shall I fetch you a cup of watermelon juice?" Xiao Yanqing halted, turned back, and replied, "Do not mention watermelon juice to me again." With that, he opened the door only to slam it shut moments later. Jing Mo broke into a cold sweat. His lord was particularly peculiar today, exhibiting a temper that seemed to flare every quarter of an hour. Upon reflection, it appeared his master had always been somewhat odd, but today was especially so. Xiao Yanqing felt a restless fire ignite within him, refusing to be quelled, only beginning to subside after his bath. Perhaps it was the oppressive heat, he mused. Once he had calmed down, anxiety took hold, prompting him to pace back and forth in the room. The events of the day had likely spread throughout the entire capital. Fei Ran must have heard about it by now. How could he possibly explain the situation? At the last flower viewing banquet, Fei Ran had already misinterpreted his intentions, and now he found himself at a loss for words. Despondently, Xiao Yanqing sat at the table, his pen unknowingly inscribing the name Jiang Wancheng upon the paper. He gazed at the three characters, momentarily lost in thought. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. He snapped back to reality and opened it to reveal Princess Anlin. Upon seeing the inscription on the table, her previously troubled heart felt a sudden lightness. The maid recounted all she had learned. The scoundrel had audaciously rejected the girl in public. If he frightened her away, where would she find a daughter-in-law? In a fit of frustration, Xiao Yanqing crumpled the paper and tossed it into the wastebasket. He was beset by a headache. "Mother, please do not misunderstand." Seeing his distressed demeanor, Princess Anlin's anger dissipated considerably. "Chinner, if you truly care for Wancheng, go seek her out. No matter how many times you write her name on that paper, she will remain oblivious." The moment he heard this, his headache intensified. Little did he know, the next words would set his temples throbbing incessantly. "Word has it that the Jiang girl professed her feelings for you in public today. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the palace to request the emperor's blessing for marriage." Xiao Yanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, inwardly lamenting the situation. "Mother, you are being far too hasty. We have only met a few times." Princess Anlin snorted dismissively. "If you do not act quickly, your future bride may very well be frightened away. You rejected her publicly. How can Wancheng maintain her dignity?" Xiao Yanqing recalled Jiang Wancheng's radiant smile and thought to himself, "She is so bold and carefree. How could she possibly care about her reputation? Mother, I truly cannot marry her, at least not at this moment." Princess Anlin, sensing the need to tread lightly, replied gently, "Tell me, do you harbor even the slightest affection for Wancheng?" Xiao Yanqing hesitated. He had indeed rejected Jiang Wancheng, but it was her audacity that had irked him. He had not yet considered whether he had feelings for her, and now, prompted by Princess Anlin's inquiry, he found himself wavering. Observing his uncertainty, Princess Anlin smiled knowingly. On this particular day, Jiang Wancheng, dispirited, was plucking flowers in the courtyard. For several consecutive days, she had attempted to confront Xiao Yinqing. Yet each time she was met with disappointment. Regardless of how early she arrived, she never encountered him. The thought that perhaps Xiao Yinqing was deliberately avoiding her only fueled her frustration further. Observing her despondent demeanor and the wilted flowers she had mishandled, Jiang Zian could only chuckle and shake his head. Wanwans, do show some compassion for the flowers. If you continue, this garden will become barren. He sighed, brother. Why do you think Xiao Yinqing is avoiding me? I'm hardly a fearsome creature. Jiang Zian, accustomed to gently stroking her soft hair, offered consolation. It is simply that he does not recognize your worth. His public rejection of you today, disregarding your dignity, clearly indicates that he harbors no affection for you. 1-1. Chapter 18. A gentleman's unrivaled grace. Upon the mention of this, Jiang Wancheng sank deeper into despondency. She was well aware of her brother's words. It is often said that a woman pursuing a man is akin to a veil separating them. Yet to her, it felt as though there were mountains standing between them. He was merely a dullard. It was no wonder he remained perpetually single. Jiang Zian regarded her for a moment, hesitating before saying, Wanwans. Today, I encountered young Master Pei and discovered that he harbors profound feelings for you. Perhaps you should reconsider. Jiang Wancheng paused, realizing that her brother was unaware of the entangled emotions she shared with Fei Ran in a past life, naturally leading him to believe Fei Ran was a worthy suitor. However, she could neither tread that path again nor dared to. With a playful tone, she declared, Brother, I have my heart set on Xiao Yinqing, and I am utterly infatuated with him. What shall I do? To which her brother could only strive earnestly to assist his sister in gathering information. Fei Ran, I am truly sorry. I can be of no help to you. Matters of the heart cannot be forced, Jiang Zian lamented inwardly. Before Jiang Wancheng could approach Xiao Yinqing, she was summoned to the palace by the Empress Dowager. Upon entering, she was greeted by the fifth princess. It appeared that in her previous life, Fei Ran had brought her to the palace once, but those memories had grown increasingly hazy, rendering this grand palace utterly unfamiliar to her. Upon arriving at Kuining Palace, the Empress Dowager was initially taken aback upon seeing Jiang Wancheng, but soon her expression softened into a warm smile. Indeed, she was a beauty, truly a gem sought after by many families. After performing her courtesies, Jiang Wancheng stepped aside, observing the Empress Dowager and the Empress regarding her with the same gaze a mother-in-law might bestow upon a daughter-in-law. Jiang Wancheng had presumed that her summons to the palace was due to the incident a few days prior when she had confronted Xiao Yinqing in public. However, the Empress Dowager remained silent on the matter, leading her to wonder if the timing was still not ripe. It seemed she would have to exert additional effort. Noticing Jiang Wancheng's silence and bowed head, the Empress Dowager assumed her reticence was due to nerves from her first visit to the palace. She beckoned Jiang Wancheng closer, scrutinizing her visage. Truly, she was a beauty, which explained Fei Ran's affection. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through Jiang Wancheng. Had Fei Ran already sought permission? What was to be done? Not only did Brother Ran have feelings for her, but even third brother was infatuated, incessantly speaking of Jiang Gunyang in front of Rong, to the point that Ronger's ears were nearly calloused from it. The fifth princess giggled. Who was his third brother? Could it be the third prince, Chuling? Jiang Wancheng's expression darkened. It seemed she had never encountered this so-called third prince. What was happening? Mother, even I find her delightful, let alone the man the Empress, seated nearby, remarked with a smile. Jiang Wancheng internally lamented. While the three of you discuss me, have you considered that the subject of your conversation stands right before you? I have heard that Jiang Gunyang possesses exceptional skill in the guqin. Might we be fortunate enough to hear your melodies today? The fifth princess inquired casually. Jiang Wancheng smiled brightly in response. In truth, it is my sister who excels in the guqin. I have been unacquainted with all arts since childhood, and I am truly ashamed. The Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the fifth princess were momentarily stunned. In Yujing, was there any noblewoman who did not possess knowledge of the arts? Why not? The Empress Dowager expressed her disbelief. Surely, Your parents must have engaged a tutor for you. Returning to the Empress Dowager, it is unrelated to my parents. It merely stems from my personal disinclination. Ha ha, what a curious aversion. The Empress Dowager nodded, remarking how this young lady's temperament resembles that of Anlin. No wonder Anlin is so fond of her. Anlin has mentioned Jiang Wancheng several times before the Empress Dowager, subtly implying her desire for her to become a daughter-in-law. However, Princess Pingyang has also mentioned that Fei Ran wishes to marry this young lady, and a maiden cannot wed twice. Thus, let her choose for herself. Ronger, please escort Miss Jiang around. Certainly, grandmother. Once the two had walked a fair distance, the Empress began to sigh. Mother, do you truly believe this method will work? The Empress Dowager, sipping her tea, replied, why should it not? I too hold a fondness for Miss Jiang. If Yanchen indeed does not fancy her, then uniting her with Ling'er would also be splendid. The Empress interjected, but what if both Ling'er and Yanchen are enamored with her? The scenery within the palace is indeed extraordinary. The garden is a riot of blooming flowers, with pavilions and waterside pavilions exuding boundless charm. Jiang Wancheng and the fifth princess strolled together, laughing and chatting. The tension that had earlier gripped them dissipated. Her palms had been clammy just moments before leaving Kuan-Ning Palace. Upon entering a pavilion, they noticed two gentlemen engaged in a game of chess. Only princes would be found playing chess within the palace walls. Jiang Wancheng immediately recognized Xiao Yanchen, her steps faltering. It was already noon. Why was he still within the palace? Could it be that he was avoiding her, seeking refuge in the palace? The thought ignited a flicker of indignation within her. The fifth princess, noticing her pause, halted as well, following her gaze with a soft laugh. The two gentlemen playing chess were disturbed by their presence and turned their eyes toward them. Observing Xiao Yanchen's slightly furrowed brow, she bit her lip, deliberately shifting her gaze to the gentleman beside him. He was clad in a sky-blue robe adorned with dark silver cloud patterns. His raven hair neatly styled in a bun secured by an exquisite white jade hairpin. His complexion was fair and smooth, with distinct and profound features, and his eyes sparkled like a galaxy, emanating an air of refined elegance. Jiang Wancheng sighed inwardly, truly a man of unparalleled grace. Noticing her scrutiny, Chu Ling offered her a gentle smile. Jiang Wancheng returned his smile, her expression betraying a hint of infatuation, which caused Xiao Yanchen to shift restlessly. A smoldering fire ignited within him. This woman was indeed shameless. Only days ago, she had boldly declared her feelings in public, and now she gazed at another man in such a manner. He cast a sidelong glance at the seated Chu Ling, appraising him. Chu Ling suppressed a quiet chuckle. The fifth princess guided Jiang Wancheng to sit on the two unoccupied stone benches. She intentionally took a seat beside Xiao Yanchen, leaving Jiang Wancheng to sit next to Chu Ling Rong. Do you not have etiquette lessons today? Chu Ling asked, affectionately gazing at the fifth princess. The Northern Kingdom has promised a marriage alliance, and in a few months, they would come to escort her, prompting the fifth princess to be incessantly instructed in the court's etiquette. Today, Ronger emerged only after receiving the approval of the Empress Dowager, who instructed me to accompany Sister Jiang on a tour of the palace, allowing her to become familiar with her surroundings before her eventual marriage, ensuring that she would not feel out of place. Furthermore, she encouraged Sister Jiang to spend more time with third brother. The fifth princess concluded, playfully sticking out her tongue at Chu Ling. Cough, cough, cough. The tea that Chu Ling had just sipped unexpectedly lodged in his throat, causing his face to flush crimson, even his ears turning a shade of red. Jiang Wancheng looked at the fifth princess in astonishment. Had the Empress Dowager truly uttered such words? The fifth princess must not speak carelessly. Noticing her inquisitive gaze, the fifth princess's eyes darted. It was indeed the Empress Dowager who had said so, not a fabrication of her own. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Ling continued to cough persistently. Was he unwell or merely startled? Jiang Wancheng, gritting her teeth, extended her delicate silk handkerchief to him, feeling somewhat helpless as she sat closest. Chu Ling, taken aback by the sight of her fair, slender fingers, raised his gaze to meet Jiang Wancheng's and slowly accepted the handkerchief, moistening his lips with the remnants of tea. His heart raced in that moment, and he unconsciously clutched the handkerchief tightly. Xiao Yinqing fixed his gaze on Jiang Wancheng, bewildered by her actions. Had she not been enamored with his beauty? Why then was she behaving in such a manner? How could she offer her handkerchief to another man, especially when he himself had yet to receive one from her? Was she now captivated by the third prince's allure? He seethed inwardly, deeming her a fickle-hearted woman. The pieces in his hand, once tangible, crumbled into dust and drifted away silently. Chapter 19. A fateful meeting from 1,000 miles apart. The fifth princess felt a chill run down her spine. She swore that these words were indeed taught to her by her grandmother, merely to test whether cousin Yin harbored any feelings for sister Jiang. It now seemed that cousin Yin was indeed a master of contradiction. How astute her aunt was, seeing through it all at a glance. Sister Jiang, you have no idea. On that day, third brother mentioned you in front of Rong'er, praising you for your bold declaration in the street, calling you a paragon among women. The fifth princess embellished. Chu Ling rubbed his forehead in exasperation, feigning anger. Rong'er, do not speak nonsense. The fifth princess pouted, for this was no mere fabrication. Jiang Wancheng raised her gaze to meet Xiao Yinqing's, realizing he was also looking at her. Their eyes locked, and Xiao Yinqing smiled playfully. Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. What did that smile signify? Hadn't he promised to remain aloof? That smile seemed both flirtatious and tinged with irritation. Jiang Wancheng felt as though the palace was a pitfall, with everyone awaiting her misstep, yet she could not avoid it. If that were the case, she might as well leap into it. If the third prince and the fifth princess found amusement in her folly, then so be it. She would act according to her heart, for the outcome mattered not. With a gentle sigh, she spoke with a tone laced with vulnerability. The third prince and the fifth princess turned in unison to cast reproachful looks at Xiao Yinqing. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and upon reopening them, his expression was one of serene composure. He wished to refrain from overanalyzing the events of that day. Your Highness, there are matters awaiting me at the Dali temple. I shall take my leave now, and we can engage in a game another day. Observing his demeanor, Chu Ling pondered. Surely, Yinqing does not harbor feelings for Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang, the hibiscus bloom is particularly beautiful today. Allow me to escort you to see it. Chu Ling offered. Very well, just a short distance away. Xiao Yinqing found this response particularly grating. He flicked his wide sleeves and strode towards the palace gates with haste. That evening, the Jiang general's residence was in an uproar. Jiang Hai and Qin Suqing regarded Jiang Wancheng in silence. Upon witnessing the third prince escorting Wancheng home, they initially presumed he was merely fulfilling a duty. However, after hearing Wancheng recount her experiences in the palace, their composure began to unravel. What did the Empress Dowager mean by this? Did she intend for Wancheng to become the third prince's consort? The third prince was indeed a paragon of virtue, and they had no objections to him. Were he not born into royalty, they would wholeheartedly support such an alliance. Yet, the treacherous life within the palace was utterly unsuitable for Wancheng. Plans often falter in the face of reality. They had intended for Wancheng to take the initiative in approaching Xiao Yinqing to evade an arranged marriage. It now appeared that this strategy was futile. Observing the troubled expressions of Jiang Hai and Qin Suqing, Jiang Wancheng smiled reassuringly. Do not fret, mother and father. I have devised a plan to deal with Xiao Yinqing. I witnessed his anger today. I refuse to believe I cannot win him over. Jiang Hai and his wife exchanged resigned glances at their confident daughter, both sighing. For now, it seemed, they had no choice but to proceed as such, for many matters could not be avoided. Jiang Wancheng had refrained from confronting Xiao Yinqing for several consecutive days. On the first day, her shadow guard returned with a report. My lord, Miss Jiang was not at the intersection today. Seated within the carriage, Xiao Yinqing paused momentarily before issuing a command. Return to the Dali temple. A flurry of questions raced through Jingmo's mind. What? Miss Jiang was not obstructing the intersection. Should they not be heading back to the Zhongyong Marquis's residence? Wouldn't the esteemed gentleman fear encountering Miss Jiang at the Dali temple? The following day, the shadow guard returned with a report. Sir, Miss Jiang did not block the intersection. The gentleman replied, Return to the Dali temple. Jing Mo inquired. Back to the Dali temple again? Did we not promise Princess Anlin to dine at the residence today? On the third day, the shadow guard returned once more. Sir, Miss Jiang did not block the intersection. Upon delivering the message, the guard felt an icy tension envelop the air. Despite the sweltering summer heat, beads of sweat trickled down his back. Jiang Mo lamented silently. "My lord, you have been returning to the Dali temple these past few days, each time with a countenance as dark as thunder, leaving the subordinates too fearful to even breathe, let alone speak." Inside the carriage, an oppressive silence reigned. Since encountering Jiang Wancheng at the imperial palace, Xiao Yanqing's heart had been in a perpetual state of turmoil, leaving him restless and sleepless. He longed to converse with her, to untangle the knots in his heart, yet she seemed to have vanished entirely. She neither obstructed him at the intersection nor made an appearance at the Dali temple. In fact, even when he deliberately passed by General Zhang's residence, she remained absent. Returned to the Zhongyong Marquis's residence. The emperor had dispatched him to Jiangnan to investigate the corrupt magistrate of Juzhou, and he was to depart the following day. Jiang Mo exhaled a breath of relief. After 5 days of travel by boat, they finally arrived in Jiangnan. Due to the covert nature of the investigation, Xiao Yanqing had not informed the local officials, bringing only Jiang Mo and Xia Yin with him. As the boat docked, the gaze of the onlookers was drawn to a pair of lovers tightly entwined in an embrace, whispering amongst themselves. Xiao Yanqing mused, when did the customs of Yujing become so liberal? Yet, his thoughts were plagued by the image of that woman. He shook his head in frustration, attempting to banish her from his mind. Jiang Mo recognized the maidservant beside the woman. Was that not the maidservant who attended Miss Jiang? If she was here, then the woman in the embrace must be none other than Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Mo swallowed hard and glanced at his superior. Should he inform him? "My lord, I think I have seen Miss Jiang," Jiang Mo stammered. Xiao Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, dismissing the notion. They were thousands of kilometers from Yujing. He lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings, only to be met unexpectedly by the woman, who had just turned to look at him. The fan in his hand slipped from his grasp, producing a sharp crack as it struck the ground. Jiang Wancheng was equally astonished. Fate had indeed conspired to bring them together. Her mother had expressed concern that her brother, Jiang Shuyu, would feel lonely during the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival, prompting her to travel to Jiangnan to keep him company and alleviate his homesickness. Before her departure, she had lamented the long wait before she could see Xiao Yanqing again. Yet here they were, encountering each other upon disembarking. Truly, it was a serendipitous meeting across 1,000 miles. Approaching Xiao Yanqing, Jiang Wancheng smiled and said, "Though a day apart feels like 3 autumns, there is no need for such excitement, my lord." "It is not excitement, but shock," he replied, observing his sullen countenance. Jiang Wancheng smiled brightly and said, "My lord, do not misunderstand. My arrival in Jiangnan is not to confront you." Jiang Shuyu gradually approached, scrutinizing Xiao Yanqing with narrowed eyes. For their mother had already informed him in a letter of all the happenings in the capital. This man must be the one who had rejected their beloved Wancheng. It infuriated him that someone they cherished dearly, treated as a precious gem within the Jiang family, could be so callously dismissed in public. He reached out and drew Jiang Wancheng into his embrace, tenderly caressing her face, and teasingly remarked, "Wancheng." A chill ran through Jiang Wancheng's heart. Was her brother about to cause mischief? Jiang Shuyu glanced at Xiao Yanqing with a hint of amusement and smiled before taking Jiang Wancheng's hand. "You traveled for days by boat just to see me. Were you missing me?" He playfully pinched Jiang Wancheng's nose. She nodded, affirming I did. After several months of separation, she indeed longed for him. Xiao Yanqing gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intensely on the clasped hands, wishing fervently to sever that connection. Chapter 20. Would you marry me? Jiang Wancheng turned to meet Xiao Yanqing's gaze, swallowing hard as she softly inquired, "My lord, have you just arrived in Jiangnan? Where do you intend to go next?" Xiao Yanqing's heart twisted with cold laughter as he shot her a resentful glare. How could this woman, standing before him, speak of her affections for other men so openly, only to then inquire about his whereabouts? Observing the enigmatic glint in his eyes, Jiang Wancheng glanced at Jiang Mo behind him. Jiang Mo hesitated, realizing at last that whenever his master encountered Miss Jiang, his mood would fluctuate dramatically. Should he disclose the location of their inn to her? Sigh. Jiang Mo steeled himself. "My lord, We should proceed to Yanlai Fu Inn. Xiao Yinqing's murderous glare fell upon him, sending a chill down Jing Mo's spine. The corners of Jiang Wancheng's mouth curled upward, revealing a triumphant smile. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Shuyu pulled her forward, arriving at the prepared carriage and forcibly ushering her inside. Jiang Wancheng lifted the curtain, cheerfully proclaiming, "My lord, I shall visit you at Yanlai Fu Inn tomorrow." Her unfinished words were drowned out by the sound of galloping hooves. As she watched the carriage fade into the distance, Xiao Yinqing felt a sudden lightness in his heart, the tension that had gripped him for days dissipating. What brought him to this state, he pondered as clarity began to settle within him. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Wancheng continued to grumble, "Brother you, how could you act like that just now? Do you not realize it may raise suspicions about your relationship with me in the Lord's eyes?" Jiang Shuyu raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "You, a young lady, might have been excused in Yujing, but must you carry on in this manner in Jiangnan?" Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. Her brother was already aware of the Yujing incident. "If not this way, how shall I find a suitable husband? Brother, this is what father and mother wish. You must assist me." "There are countless men in the world," Jiang Shuyu replied lightly. His sister was a beauty beyond compare, and admirers were plentiful. Why should she pursue a man who seemed less than worthy? Though Xiao Yinqing was handsome, he was still somewhat lacking in comparison to her. Jiang Wancheng gazed upon the opulent Jiang residence, clutching Jiang Shuyu's sleeve as she pleaded, "Brother you, why not speak with mother and let me stay here longer? I wish to learn business from you. Would that be agreeable?" Jiang Shuyu paused, chuckling heartily. "So you won't leave, then?" Jiang Wancheng nodded eagerly, much like a chick pecking at grain. She had never enjoyed her time in Yujing, where she was forced to practice music, chess, calligraphy, and painting every day. Especially after her coming-of-age ceremony, her mother insisted she learn even more decorum, insisting that it was the way for women. She had longed to follow Brother Yu in commerce, but their mother had always opposed it. "Will you still go to Yanlai Fu to wait for him tomorrow?" Jiang Wancheng paused, closing her eyes as a whirlwind of thoughts spun through her mind. "No, I shall not." Jiang Shuyu remained silent, knowing that Jiangnan lay under the emperor's domain. Even if they resided there for an extended period, a decree could summon them back to Yujing. Such a plan was impractical. Since Xiao Yinqing was also in Jiangnan, it would be wise to observe his attitude towards Wancheng before making further arrangements. The following day, Jiang Shuyu had matters to attend to, leaving Jiang Wancheng alone in the residence. Before departing, she cautioned her not to wander aimlessly in unfamiliar territory. "Xiuhe, we shall go to Yanlai Fu." Xiuhe was taken aback. "Miss, you just promised the second young master last night that you would not attempt to obstruct anyone." Jiang Wancheng raised her brows, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "I am merely going to meet someone." Xiuhe paused, momentarily stunned. Yanlai Fu was the largest inn in Jiangnan, bustling with voices. Upon entering, Jiang Wancheng immediately spotted Xiao Yinqing seated by the window, savoring tea. What a fortuitous encounter, she mused inwardly, approaching him with a smile. "Duh." Jing Mo made a silencing gesture, glancing around before leaning closer to her, whispering, "Our young master is out. Miss Jiang, please refrain from addressing him as sir." Understanding the need for discretion in the crowded inn, she took a seat opposite Xiao Yinqing, tentatively asking, "Xiao Yinqing?" At the mention of his name, the man before her stiffened momentarily, a flicker of anger appearing in his eyes. Noticing his shift in demeanor, Jiang Wancheng sweetly added, "Brother Cheng?" "Jiang Wancheng, what do you call me?" Jing Mo and Xiuhe were both taken aback. The term Brother Cheng felt overly intimate, tinged with a hint of flirtation. Jiang Wancheng, too, was surprised. She had spoken without thinking. "Then how should I address the young master?" Xiao Yinqing continued to gaze out the window, a long pause preceding his reply. "As you wish." Observing the blush creeping to his ears, Jiang Wancheng smiled contentedly. "Xiao Yinqing, would you consider marrying me?" Xiao Yinqing stared incredulously at the young woman before him, noticing the absence of her usual playful demeanor, replaced by a calmness that concealed her emotions. An inexplicable sense of panic stirred within him. This question had never crossed his mind, and he was at a loss for how to respond. "Are you aware of Fei Ran's affections for you?" Jiang Wancheng furrowed her brow. "He knows indeed, it makes sense. as he once pulled me into the rockery to avoid a misunderstanding with Fei Ran. They were good friends, after all. Surely, her recent actions must have placed him in an awkward position. Yet, she yearned to be selfish just this once. If Fei Ran relinquished his pursuit of her, she would naturally cease to trouble Xiao Yanqing. I apologize. I have indeed caused young master, Xiao, considerable inconvenience these days. Hearing her detached words, Xiao Yanqing felt a pang in his heart, his grip tightening around the teacup. When Xia Yin entered and spotted Jiang Wancheng, he paused for a moment before approaching Xiao Yanqing, whispering, "My lord, according to our spies, the county magistrate is in contact with officials from the palace. Though we have yet to identify which official." Xiao Yanqing's brow furrowed deeply. This matter had far-reaching implications and posed significant dangers. Rising, he glanced at Jiang Wancheng, hesitating to speak before ultimately departing in silence. "Miss, will you no longer seek out Sir Xiao in the future?" Xiuhe sensed an unusual intensity in Xiao Yanqing's gaze when he looked at her. "Xiuhe, have you ever heard of the strategy of feigning capture to draw on the prey?" In the days that followed, Jiang Wancheng accompanied Jiang Shiyu to various shops to gather information. The Jiang family's business was extensive, encompassing silk stores, inns, and medical clinics. Jiang Wancheng truly admired Jiang Shiyu. Their mother had remarked that brother Yu resembled her the most, possessing a keen business acumen, which is why he was entrusted with managing the Jiangnan enterprises. Within just a few days, the ledgers overwhelmed Jiang Wancheng, leaving her feeling dizzy. Jiang Shiyu gently patted her on the head, saying, "Sister, do not fret. Everything must be approached with patience, and the pursuit of a husband is no different." Jiang Wancheng pouted, for due to Xiao Yanqing, she had become the topic of conversation among the ladies of Yujing, with many mocking her for her lack of shame in pursuing a man. Numerous admirers of his ridiculed her, claiming she was unworthy of him. How she wished to be merely a commoner. Observing her despondent demeanor, Jiang Shiyu's lips curled into a smile. "Do not be disheartened, Wancheng. I perceive that Xiao Yanqing harbors some affection for you. Is that truly the case?" she inquired. "Indeed, it is evident from the way he gazes at you." Chapter 21. Administering medicine that night, Xiao Yanqing stealthily accompanied Xia Yan to infiltrate the residence of the county magistrate of Qiongzhou in search of clues regarding a corruption case. Despite scouring the entire study, they found no suspicious letters. Just as Xiao Yanqing began to feel despondent, the sound of approaching voices grew louder outside. Xia Yan glanced at Xiao Yanqing, and they instinctively concealed themselves behind screen. The voices drew nearer. "My lord, in today's correspondence from Chancellor Li, it was mentioned that an official from the capital is to investigate the corruption case. Who do you suppose it might be? Whoever it may be, ensure that your subordinates exercise caution. We must not allow them to find any incriminating evidence." The county magistrate, gazing into the dark night, pondered the implications of the investigation. It was a blessing or a curse, and he understood that some fates cannot be evaded. The official in the capital must be even more apprehensive, for his spies were everywhere, and the guards had been dispatched from his side. With him maneuvering in the capital, it was unlikely that anything would go awry. "An assassin!" a guard shouted. Upon spotting the shadowy figure in the study, the guard immediately raised the alarm. No sooner had his words left his lips than he drew his sword and lunged at Xiao Yanqing. At that moment, dozens of guards sprang forth from the shadows, their cold blades glinting ominously in the moonlight. Xiao Yanqing dodged and countered the guard strikes, but as he observed the fallen guards around him, he realized that lingering would be unwise. More guards were arriving, and if they did not escape soon, their chances of survival would diminish. He exchanged a glance with Xia Yan, and together they vaulted over the wall, fleeing into the darkened streets, pursued by the guards. Jing and Mo had been waiting with horses not far away. Upon returning to the inn, he noticed that Xiao Yanqing had sustained a stab wound to his chest, evidently inflicted during the altercation at the county magistrate's residence. He intended to summon a doctor, but Xiao Yanqing halted him. "The magistrate will surely dispatch men to all the medical facilities to investigate. If you go now, you might lead them right to us." After tending to the wound and applying some hemostatic medicine, they realized they had only brought the necessary supplies for staunching the bleeding. Before retiring for the night, Xiao Yanqing cautioned them against visiting any medical establishments. Should word get out, their return home would be uncertain. The guards they had encountered were clearly well-trained, akin to lethal assassins employing deadly techniques. In the middle of the night, Jing Mo and Xia Yin dared not leave Xiao Yanqing's side, vigilantly watching over him as he burned with fever, his temperature alarmingly high. They could only continue to sponge his body with lukewarm water in an attempt to reduce his fever. At the break of dawn, Jing Mo found himself unable to resist, standing outside the medical facility. He paced back and forth in front of the entrance, uncertain about entering. When Jiang Wancheng arrived at the clinic, she immediately spotted him, his anxious demeanor evident. Today, she had come to the clinic to learn bookkeeping from the proprietor. Seeing her was like spotting a beacon of hope. "Miss Jiang, I implore you to assist me," he said urgently. Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. Jing Mo recounted the events, only mentioning that Xiao Yanqing had been injured by a bow and could not visit the clinic, and that they wished to remain concealed from prying eyes. He omitted any details that might involve the court. Though Miss Jiang harbored feelings for the gentleman, the affairs of the court were not hers to know, and he was prohibited from revealing such matters to her. Jiang Wancheng comprehended the situation and consoled him, saying, "Rest assured, this clinic belongs to my Jiang family. You may wait here while I instruct the physician to prepare some medicine, and we shall return together after it is ready." Upon hearing her words, Jing Mo smiled with ease, replying, "Thank you, Miss Jiang." When Jing Mo returned to the inn with a prepared herbal concoction, Xiao Yanqing was still in a deep slumber. Xia Yin, upon seeing Jiang Wancheng, was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Wancheng bypassed him and approached the bedside. She reached out to touch Xiao Yanqing's forehead. Recoiling slightly at the heat, he was extraordinarily resilient, enduring such a fever without seeking medical attention. Truly reckless. "You should assist him in sitting up and administer this medicine. It should promptly alleviate his fever," she instructed before stepping back slightly. Xia Yin propped Xiao Yanqing up while Jing Mo brought the herbal mixture to his lips, yet Xiao Yanqing's mouth remained firmly closed, showing no inclination to ingest the remedy. After several attempts yielded the same result, the concoction gradually cooled. Jiang Wancheng closed her eyes, realizing that summoning a physician might lead to greater complications. To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda, she silently repeated to herself. "You may leave. I will administer the medicine," she declared. Jing Mo and Xia Yin paused momentarily, but ultimately complied and exited, closing the door behind them. The two stood outside, occasionally glancing towards the door and straining to hear any sounds from within. Jiang Wancheng observed the dark concoction in the bowl and then looked at Xiao Yanqing, whose face was flushed with fever. If he did not consume the medicine, she feared he might become delirious. "It's merely feeding him medicine. What is there to fear?" she thought. After a moment's hesitation, she licked her lips, took a deep breath, and filled her mouth with the herbal mixture. Then, face to face, she gradually transferred the medicine into his mouth. To her relief, he did not clench his teeth this time. Otherwise, she would have been out of options. It took her a full half-hour to administer an entire bowl of the concoction, leaving her drenched in sweat. Afterward, she needed to tend to his wounds. When Jing Mo entered with warm water, he found Jiang Wancheng sitting at the edge of the bed. He glanced at the now empty bowl of medicine on the table and then at Xiao Yanqing, whose lips bore traces of the remedy. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Miss Jiang's resourcefulness. How had she managed to get him to take the medicine? As he turned to inquire, he caught sight of the remnants of the concoction on Jiang Wancheng's lips and hesitated, quickly averting his gaze. Noticing the flush creeping onto Jing Mo's cheeks, Jiang Wancheng felt exasperated. "Why is he blushing when I'm not?" she thought. Moreover, why weren't the two of them helping to tend to the wounds? Did they expect her to handle everything? To her surprise, the two had tacitly withdrawn, leaving her alone in the room in silence. Inwardly lamenting, Jiang Wancheng pondered, "Whose adult is this? Why am I even here?" She poked Xiao Yanqing's arm with some force, yet he lay motionless, as if the one being prodded was not him at all. Looking at his pitiful state softened her heart. Ultimately, she resolved to silently unbutton his shirt and tend his wounds. As she examined the deep gash, blood still oozing from it, an inexplicable pang of pain shot through Jiang Wancheng's heart. Her hands trembled involuntarily as she gently bit her lower lip. Fortunately, The injury was not critical, otherwise. Even divine intervention would be in vain. Tenderly, she cleansed the wound and applied the medicine, which had been skillfully prepared by the physician at the clinic, ensuring a swift recovery. As long as the wound did not become inflamed, fever would be averted. She replaced his blood-stained shirt with a fresh one. Jiang Wancheng exhaled softly, her heart racing uncontrollably as she touched her flushed cheeks, whispering to herself, "He is merely an injured man, just an injured man." Just as she tucked him in with the blanket, a commotion erupted from downstairs. What could be happening? The sudden clamor, seemingly accompanied by the voices of soldiers, was alarming. The door swung open from the outside, and Jing Mo, his expression tense, declared, "Miss Jiang, it is dire. The authorities have come to search." Glancing between the two of them, her gaze momentarily fell upon the man lying on the bed, and she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Chapter 22. Sharing a bed, what a predicament. The officers and soldiers are already downstairs. Escape is futile, and there is nowhere to hide in this small room. The sound draws nearer. Do you both possess martial skills? The two nodded in affirmation. You should exit through the window and conceal yourselves for the time being. They remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on the person lying on the bed. Aware of their apprehension, she understood that under the current circumstances, their worries were of little consequence. They had to attempt this, hoping to slip through unnoticed. Do you have any better ideas? They shook their heads in response. Rest assured, I will rescue your lord. Just hide outside the window. Should any danger arise, you can swiftly return to assist. No sooner had she spoken than the two of them vanished without a trace. Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. Their speed was astonishing. Had she known they were skilled, she would have simply instructed them to carry him away, rather than meddling in affairs that were not her own. The window was ajar, and the scent of medicine had nearly dissipated. Resolutely, Jiang Wancheng removed her outer garment and cautiously climbed onto the bed, stealthily inching toward the innermost part before nestling beneath the covers. Sharing a blanket with the two men made her cheeks flush slightly. Even in her previous life, when she was married, she had never shared a bed with Fei Ran. Reflecting on it now seemed utterly ridiculous. For 5 years, he had never once crossed the threshold of her chamber. It was no wonder others viewed their union skeptically. After all, it was a marriage she had coerced. She could only blame herself for being blinded by foolishness. Taking a moment to inhale, she found that the scent of the medicine was effectively masked by her own fragrance. As Xiao Yinqing slept, his customary aloofness melted away, and the contours of his face softened, though at times his brow furrowed in distress. Jiang Wancheng reached out to smooth his furrowed brow, silently lamenting, "My lord, I apologize profusely. This desperate measure was taken out of necessity to save you. I hope you will not hold it against me when you awaken." Recalling his aversion to dirt, she felt a tremor of apprehension. The last time she had merely brushed against his clothing, his expression had darkened more than the bottom of a cauldron. If he were to awaken now, he would likely cast her away with a single blow. Suddenly, a series of rapid knocks echoed through the room. Jiang Wancheng flinched and instinctively drew closer to Xiao Yinqing, even resting her head on his shoulder. This was the first time she found herself so near a man. The warmth radiating from him caressed her hair, and she felt his body grow increasingly heated. Oh dear, surely, he was not burning with fever? Why does his body feel so warm? Just as she contemplated reaching out to touch his forehead, the door was forcefully pushed open. Ah! A sharp scream escaped her lips. 2 armed guards stood at the threshold, their fierce countenances sending a chill down her spine. Jiang Wancheng swallowed hard, her mouth opening to utter a curse, but fear rendered her voiceless, and the words died on her lips. From above, a commanding voice rang out, "Why are you still here? Do the officers and soldiers have the audacity to disturb our rest?" A shiver ran through Jiang Wancheng's heart. When had he awakened? She was utterly unaware. Whether before or after she lay down, he had made not a single sound. Lifting her gaze slightly, she caught sight of his stern jawline. The guard cast a vigilant gaze around the room, then approached the window to ascertain that no suspicious individuals lurked nearby. Satisfied, he silently withdrew, discreetly closing the door behind him. Jiang Wancheng, startled nearly to death, clutched the fabric at Xiao Yinqing's waist tightly. As the door clicked shut, she exhaled gently, her body relaxing as she pressed herself closely against him. Noticing Xiao Yinqing's breath quicken, she abruptly sat up, her gaze meeting his flushed face. Could he be burning with fever again? She hurriedly touched his forehead. Indeed, it was quite hot. Was the medicine ineffective? That couldn't be. The doctor had assured her it was the finest antipyretic available. Let go, she exclaimed. I merely wish to check if your fever had subsided, not to invade your modesty. Why are you so irritable? Xiao Yinqing rolled his eyes, pondering whether such words were fitting for a lady. As he stared at her with an inscrutable expression, Jiang Wancheng realized what he was contemplating. Hesitantly, she stammered, I devised this method to save you, knowing your aversion to cleanliness. But isn't life more paramount? Without life, what significance does cleanliness hold? Xiao Yinqing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. However, his eyes drifted to her delicate neck, which appeared so pale and fragile that it seemed a mere pinch could break it. As he scrutinized her, Jiang Wancheng glanced down at herself, her face flushing crimson. Where are you looking? You mustn't gaze there. In a flurry, she hurled a pillow at Xiao Yinqing, blocking his burning stare. Outside the window, Jing Mo and Xia Yan, alerted by her exclamation, rushed in, mistakenly believing the guard had returned. Oh! Jiang Wancheng dove beneath the covers, leaving only her dark hair visible. Jing Mo and Xia Yan paused, bewildered by the scene before them. What had transpired? Surely, the gentleman had not done anything untoward to Miss Jiang, considering her disheveled appearance. Get out. Are you planning to keep your eyes glued? Xiao Yinqing barked. The window opened and then shut again, the room descending into silence, save for the sound of their breathing. Xiao Yinqing regarded the dark tuft of hair peeking from the covers, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Just moments ago, she had exhibited such boldness beside him, and now she appeared so timid. Rising from the bed, he turned his back to her, sitting on a stool, and spoke slowly. I shall not look at you, but you should first attire yourself properly. Due to the sweltering weather, her undergarments were quite sheer, offering scant coverage. Jiang Wancheng, her cheeks aflame, hurriedly donned her outer garment, regretting her decision to come today. A series of coughs shattered the stillness of the room, and Jiang Wancheng gradually regained her composure. She approached, poured a cup of water, and placed it before him, speaking softly, You must drink more water and rest. Your fever has yet to abate. Xiao Yinqing lifted his gaze to meet hers, his tone gentler than before. Thank you for earlier. Cough, cough. It's quite astonishing. Being this ill, even speaking feels laborious, and yet you still chatter on. You ought to recline and rest well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If I linger any longer, brother, you will surely grow anxious. At the moment the door closed, Jiang Wancheng hesitated, and through the crack, she glimpsed his gaze, a blend of indifference tinged with a hint of tenderness. Impossible. Surely, she must have misinterpreted it. She must be imagining things. The lingering bitterness of the medicine still clung to her lips. The medicine you administered? Both shook their heads, with Jing Mo's eyes wandering. Since childhood, he had a peculiar habit. In a state of slumber, only Princess Anlin could coax him into taking his medicine. For this reason, Princess Anlin often teased him, claiming he was overly defensive. How did she manage to administer it? Jing Mo swallowed hard. He could only recall that when the little one entered, the medicine bowl was empty, and the adult's lips bore traces of the medicine. Zhang's lips also had some. As Xiao Yinqing's expression darkened gradually, he knew without a doubt what this method of administering medicine implied. Who summoned her here? Chapter 23. The restless Xiao Yinqing back, my lord, it is but a humble servant. Xiao Yinqing rubbed his still, aching forehead and retorted. Did I instruct you to seek her out? Sensing the displeasure in his tone, Jing Mo fell silent, merely nudging the stoic Xia Yan standing beside him. Xia Yan, casting a sidelong glance at him, calmly remarked, My lord, you called out Miss Zhang's name 108 times while you were unconscious last night. Xiao Yinqing was taken aback, as if struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. 108 times? His face flushed with a mix of crimson and ashen hues. He could scarcely believe his ears. How could it be possible that he uttered that woman's name while in a stupor? He admitted that his previous aversion towards her had lessened. yet he could not claim to harbor any affection for her, let alone the fervent longing that would compel him to call her name in his dreams, especially not 108 times. This was a notion he could not accept, nor could he fathom how to reconcile it with reality. If he found it hard to believe, then Jing Mo and Xia Yin certainly did as well. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they would never have accepted that their usually aloof and proud master could so tenderly repeat a woman's name, and not merely once or twice, but a staggering 108 times. They were left agape, yet secretly delighted. "You may leave now. I wish for today's events to remain confidential," he instructed. "Yes, my lord, we understand," they replied in unison. Alone in the room, Xiao Yinqing felt a tumult of emotions within him. What had gone awry? He was reluctant to accept Xia Yan's assertion, yet he could not suppress the agitation in his heart. The reason for his restlessness was clear to him. Upon awakening from his slumber, seeing the figure nestled beside him had initially shocked him, and he had the instinct to push her away. However, upon the entrance of the guard, he realized that this woman was aiding him, prompting him to play along with the charade. After the guard left, upon closer inspection of her visage, he surprisingly felt a wave of relief wash over him, silently thinking, "Thank goodness it is her." This thought startled him profoundly. As he gazed upon the smooth, delicate skin of her neck and the subtle silhouette of her form beneath her thin garment, an unfamiliar sensation clawed at his heart, leaving him restless. Moreover, a yearning began to spread within him, a yearning he understood all too well, though he had not anticipated that it would be Jiang Wancheng who would evoke it. There were but two individuals capable of stirring such feelings within him. Jiang Wancheng was one, and the other was no longer present. He hastily banished the memory of that face from his mind. Xiao Yinqing chuckled bitterly. He had once harbored such animosity towards her, yet now felt an undeniable longing to see her again. Everything had changed. When did it all begin to shift? Was it during their shared ride? At the moment he rescued her from drowning? Or was it when she confronted him in the street, unabashedly professing her feelings? He smiled wryly. Was this what they referred to as fated destiny? Upon returning to the medical hall, Jiang Wancheng found Jiang Shiyu seated nonchalantly in the lobby, wearing a bemused expression as she regarded her. Jiang Wancheng paused for a moment and then approached with a smile. "Brother, what brings you here so early today?" Jiang Shiyu raised her brows playfully. "Is it truly early when it's almost noon? Is it you who is late, or I who am early?" "Naturally, it is you who are early." "Ha! Have you gone to seek out Xiao Yinqing again?" Jiang Shiyu bit her lip, feeling a mix of frustration and affection. Jiang Wancheng offered no reply. She understood that she could not conceal anything from her brother. "Do you truly like him?" "Like him? I suppose not. I merely wish to take advantage of him." Jiang Wancheng mused to herself. "In a few days, it would be the Dragon Boat Festival. I shall take you out, and while we're at it, I'll introduce you to the talented gentlemen of Jiangnan. They will be no less impressive than your current suitor," Jiang Shi remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Wanjuan's marriage to Jiangnan would indeed be beneficial. He could bolster her standing there, ensuring she is not wronged. Moreover, the distance would shield her from constant imperial matchmaking. Their parents were increasingly concerned, fearing the emperor might indiscriminately arrange a marriage for Wanjun, leaving them powerless to intervene. Should Wanjun meet those talented gentlemen and find one to her liking, they could swiftly arrange a marriage, thus preventing her from being pursued by unworthy admirers. In truth, this was a method that would serve two purposes. It would gauge Xiao Yinqing's feelings for Wanjun while allowing her to explore other prospects among Jiangnan's elite. Indeed, I eagerly await the opportunity to witness the talents of Jiangnan. Furthermore, as a young lady, you must refrain from constantly lingering around Xiao Yinqing. Even if you harbor feelings for him, do not allow him to perceive you as indispensable. That diminishes your worth. Brother, you worry too much. In the ensuing days, Jiang Wancheng indeed refrained from appearing before Xiao Yinqing. It was not merely obedience to Jiang Shiyu's words, but rather her uncertainty on how to face him after the somewhat awkward incident. She needed time to gather her thoughts. During this period, understanding their inability to procure medicine from the clinic, she instructed Xiuhua to prepare the medication and deliver it to the inn. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, Jiang Wancheng was elegantly dressed by Xiuhua and accompanied by Jiang Shiyu to Hailu, Located across from the river, Hailu is one of Jiangnan's premier establishments, where numerous talented individuals and beautiful ladies gather each year for the festival. While termed a gathering, most attendees merely come to observe one another, though they seldom express this openly. Seated on the second floor, Jiang Wancheng surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, there were many distinguished scholars present, and their appearances lived up to expectations. Yet she felt an overwhelming scholarly demeanor. She was not particularly inclined towards academic pursuits, and thus did not harbor a strong fondness for those overly studious individuals. Those with pronounced scholarly airs often seemed overly refined, yet weak in constitution. Numerous scholars had also noticed Jiang Wancheng. A few were instantly captivated by her presence. Lacking the gentle elegance typical of Jiangnan women, she nonetheless possessed a striking allure. They greeted her with smiles and nods, signaling their intentions to converse. Jiang Wancheng returned their gestures with polite nods. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the ground floor. The competition had commenced. The sound of drums and gongs drowned out the cheers of the crowd. Jiang Wancheng stood by the window, eagerly observing the dragon boat races outside. Just as she was lost in the excitement, the window of the adjacent room swung open, and a voice intruded upon her enjoyment. "Miss Jiang, what a coincidence!" It was Jing Mo, wearing a smile laced with flattery. Jiang Wancheng responded with a polite smile. But her expression stiffened and her heart raced when she spotted the person behind Jing Mo. Hastily, she averted her gaze, returning her attention to the competition. Jiang Shuyu, noticing her discomfort, shifted closer to Jiang Wancheng, effectively shielding her from the prying eyes of the neighboring room. Xiao Yinqing observed Jiang Shuyu standing beside Jiang Wancheng, his eyes narrowing slightly, emanating an aura of latent danger. Unfazed, Jiang Shuyu raised an eyebrow, wearing a playful yet inscrutable expression. It was no wonder that Shuyu had been absent from Linglong Pavilion these days. He was evidently in the company of a fair maiden. A sudden, unfamiliar voice disrupted Jiang Wancheng's interest in the race. She frowned at the newcomer, a gentleman clad in flowing white robes, exuding elegance. Jiang Shuyu lifted his gaze towards the visitor, who turned out to be Li Huaizhi, one of the four literary talents of Jiangnan and a friend of his. Their rapport allowed for a casual exchange, and Jiang Shuyu was aware that Li had misunderstood the situation. "This is my sister," Jiang Shuyu began, but was cut off. "Ah, sister? Yes, I understand," Li Huaizhi replied, a look of realization dawning upon him. Jiang Shuyu noticed that Xiao Yinqing was indeed watching them. So he lowered his voice and whispered, "She is my biological sister. What are you imagining? I intended to introduce you today, not to mention Linglong Pavilion." Li Huaizhi paused, his gaze flitting between Jiang Wancheng and Jiang Shuyu. Indeed, upon reflection, they do share a resemblance. He lightly tapped his forehead with his fan before turning to Jiang Wancheng with respect. "My eyesight must be lacking. I beg your pardon, Miss Jiang." Jiang Wancheng smiled charmingly in response. "You jest, sir." Chapter 24. Once again in the water, the smile that graced Jiang Shuyu's lips was so glaring in Xiao Yinqing's eyes that it caused him a sharp pain, stirring his heart into a tumultuous rhythm. What followed ignited a fierce fire in his gaze. He observed Jiang Shuyu whisper something into her ear, prompting her to sweetly call out Brother Huai. Xiao Yinqing clenched his fists tightly, letting out a cold snort. Was she so casually addressing every man as her brother? Jiang Wancheng conversed softly with them, oblivious to the storm brewing in the eyes of the man in the adjacent compartment. Leaning against the window with a smile that danced teasingly at the corners of her mouth, Jiang Shuyu's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Wan, would you care to take a boat ride?" Jiang Wancheng cast a hesitant glance at him, pausing for a considerable moment. She was not a proficient swimmer, and after her recent mishap at Princess Anlin's residence, she had developed a fear of water. Her brows knitted slightly as she replied, "I merely wish to watch the boats." Unaware of her previous ordeal, Jiang Shuyu disregarded her hesitance and led her to the riverbank. With a sigh, Jiang Wancheng resigned herself to the idea of boarding the boat, reassured by the presence of her brother, believing that nothing untoward could occur. However, after she and Li Huai boarded, Jiang Shuyu unexpectedly leapt back on a bank, saying, "Wan, my brother has suddenly been called away on urgent business." You and Huai may enjoy the boat ride. I shall wait for you on the shore." Without allowing Jiang Wancheng a moment to respond, he turned and departed. As she watched his retreating figure become increasingly indistinct, the words brother lingered unvoiced at the back of her throat. If she did not grasp her brother's intentions now, it would indeed reflect her lack of insight. Raising her eyes to behold Li Huai standing at the bow of the boat, clad in a pristine white robe and holding a folding fan, he gazed at her with courteous interest. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense and awkward. "Wan, I hear from your brother that you plan to reside in Jiangnan for an extended period?" Li Huai broke the silence. Jiang Wancheng hesitated. It was merely a fleeting thought she had entertained, uncertain whether it would ever come to fruition. Noticing her silence, Li Huai continued, "Jiangnan is indeed delightful. Although it lacks the grandeur of the capital, its picturesque landscapes are captivating. If you were to stay, I would ensure to show you the most beautiful sights daily." Jiang Wancheng smiled gently. "Then I must thank Brother Huai in advance." The soft, tender words rolled off her tongue, making Li Huai feel as though his very bones had turned to jelly. He chuckled foolishly, his ears gradually flushing a deep crimson. As the river breeze brushed against her face, Jiang Wancheng tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The once tranquil surface of the water began to ripple in response to the wind, the emerald waves glistening brilliantly under the sun. After gazing at the scenery for a while, her vision began to blur, prompting her to close her eyes and shift aside. Unbeknownst to her, she had moved perilously close to the edge of the boat. Startled, Li Huai reached out, but before his hand could grasp her sleeve, Jiang Wancheng had already plunged into the water. A scream escaped her lips as she fell, creating a significant splash. Someone has fallen into the water. The crowd along the riverbank erupted in commotion. It seemed as though a woman, Jiang Wancheng, who had fallen into the water, was silently distressed, feeling as if she were at odds with the water. She was oblivious to the depth of the water and whether anyone would come to her rescue. The silhouette of a certain person flashed through her mind, and she shook her head, dismissing the thought. How could he possibly save her again? The last time had merely been a coincidence. As her body gradually sank, Jiang Wancheng felt her breath becoming increasingly labored, her chest aching with every passing moment. It was over. She was truly finished. On the boat, Li Huaiji, pale-faced, gazed anxiously at the tranquil river surface. He yearned to leap into the water. Yet he could not swim. Diving in would not only fail to save her, but could also cost him his life. Just as he hesitated, a loud splash echoed. Someone had already plunged into the water. Xiao Yinqing surfaced with Jiang Wancheng in his grasp, gently swimming towards the shore. Upon reaching land, he looked down at the silent figure in his arms, and his heart tightened. He softly patted her delicate face, calling Jiang Wancheng, Jiang Wancheng. There was no response from her. He surveyed the surrounding crowd before his gaze fell upon the approaching Li Huaiji. The moment their eyes met, Li Huaiji froze in place. The fury in Xiao Yinqing's eyes piercing like a dagger into his heart, rendering him incapable of advancing any further. He could only watch from a distance. Xiao Yinqing laid Jiang Wancheng on the ground, observing her pale lips. He swallowed hard, silently repeating to himself, "To save a life. It is all for the sake of saving a life." He slowly leaned down, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a few moments, Jiang Wancheng regained consciousness, coughing up river water. As she regained her senses and looked up at the half-squatting Xiao Yinqing, realization dawned on her that he had saved her. She bit her lip and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me again." Yet, what met her ears was a reprimand. "Why do you keep going near the water if you cannot swim?" Faced with his anger, Jiang Wancheng suddenly felt a wave of injustice wash over her, tears welling in her eyes. It was not her intention to be there. Her brother had dragged her along. Why must she bear the blame? Observing her tear-filled eyes and her pitiful expression, Xiao Yinqing paused, recognizing that he had been too harsh. Softening his tone, he asked, "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Jiang Wancheng remained silent, her shoulders trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. Xiao Yinqing's heart ached for her. As more people gathered around, he felt his cheeks flush. He removed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders, then bent down to lift her into his arms, heading towards the inn, leaving a crowd of onlookers murmuring behind them. Initially, Jiang Wancheng struggled against being held, incensed by his audacity. Who granted him the right to carry her without consent? He had scolded her without understanding the situation, and now he was lifting her without her permission. As she squirmed in his embrace, Xiao Yinxing felt a surge of heat rise within him and said helplessly, "Please, stop moving. You've reopened my wound." The moment the words left his lips, she froze, her gaze drifting to his injury, realizing it had yet to heal, and she dared not resist any longer. "Please set me down." Jiang Wancheng hesitated, yet Xiao Yinxing continued onward, showing no intention of releasing her. Jing Mo and Xia Zian exchanged silent glances, startled by the audacity of their master, who had leaped into the water without a moment's thought, sending a jolt of fear through them. Should any misfortune befall him, how could they possibly explain it to Princess Anlin? The inn was neither too far nor too near, yet Xiao Yinxing carried Jiang Wancheng to the establishment with ease. Once she was clad in the garments purchased by Jing Mo and sipping on warm ginger tea, she began to feel revitalized. Her pallor faded, gradually replaced by a healthy hue. The thought that it was Xiao Yinxing who had saved her, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, no less, lingered in her mind. Stealing a glance at Xiao Yinxing, her gaze lingered on his lips, causing her to lower her head slightly, a flush creeping to her ears. Xiao Yinxing, too, averted his gaze slowly. The room was enveloped in an intimate atmosphere, with only the two of them present. Jiang Wancheng's heart raced uncontrollably, her fingers intertwining nervously as even her breath felt laden with tension. Chapter 25. Returning to the capital, a series of knocks echoed at the door. With a creak, the door was forcefully pushed open. Jiang Wancheng looked at the intruder, initially startled, then exclaimed in anger, "It's all your fault, brother. You insisted that I take the boat, causing me to fall into the water. Do you know how terrified I was at that moment?" As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished, ultimately breaking into a choked sob. Jiang Shuyu enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her back, soothingly saying, "It was my mistake. Brother should not have forced you. It's all right now, Wancheng, do not be afraid." Upon hearing the news of Wancheng's fall, Jiang Shuyu rushed over without delay. Along the way, a sense of dread began to creep in. If anything were to happen to Wancheng, he could never forgive himself. What was even more infuriating was that Li Huaiji had failed to jump in to save Wancheng, merely standing on the boat and watching. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. However, this did reveal someone's true feelings, so perhaps there was a silver lining amidst the loss. Observing the two in their intimate exchange, Xiao Yinxing suppressed his irritation and spoke in a low voice. "This is my room. Must you two be so affectionate without consideration?" Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. Affectionate? What nonsense was he spouting? Approaching Xiao Yinxing, she whispered, "My lord, this is my second brother, Jiang Shuyu." Hearing this, Xiao Yinxing suddenly grasped the situation. He was aware that General Jiang had two sons, yet he had not realized that the second son lived in Jiangnan. He awkwardly cleared his throat and apologized. "It seems my eyes have deceived me. Ah, how sour it is. The bitterness is overwhelming." Jiang Shuyu looked at Xiao Yinxing with great interest, resembling a spectator at a play. Xiao Yinxing, like a child caught in a misdeed, shyly touched his nose. Jiang Wancheng shot her brother a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Shuyu moved to the window, listening to the cicadas outside, and took a deep breath. "Wancheng, after the Dragon Boat Festival, you will return to Yujing. Mother misses you." Jiang Wancheng was puzzled by her brother's current sentiments. These words could be saved for their return home. She tugged at Jiang Shuyu's sleeve, gently patting her hand. Jiang Shuyu spoke solemnly. "I wonder when Lord Xiao will return to the capital. If the timing is close, I would appreciate it if you could look after Wancheng on the road." A few days later, Jiang Wancheng boarded the ship returning to the capital. Sitting in the cabin, she pondered her brother's advice. He had said that Lord Xiao was a man worthy of lifelong trust, someone who would risk everything to save her. Such individuals are rare. Moreover, he had suggested that Lord Xiao harbored feelings for her, and if she had affection for him, she should not let it slip away. At this moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Although Xiao Yinxing presented a cold demeanor, he did not seem entirely indifferent. One could even say he exhibited a hint of tenderness. Should she take the initiative to express her feelings, or wait for him to do so. Since boarding the ship, she had not seen Xiao Yincheng again. According to Jing, he had matters to attend to and would join her later. Was he perhaps avoiding her? It was all her brother's fault. If Xiao Yincheng was indeed evading her, how embarrassing it would be. Observing the dejected Jiang Wancheng, Xiuhua tentatively inquired, "My lady, are you thinking of Lord Xiao?" Jiang Wancheng was momentarily taken aback. The answer was clearly inscribed upon her countenance. She shot Xiuhua a playful glare. "I'm not thinking of him. The one who left without so much as a word." Xiuhua stifled a laugh and gently replied, "I heard from Jingma that Lord Xiao instructed him to ensure your safety above all else, indicating that he is quite concerned for your well-being." Jiang Wancheng pouted slightly. He might genuinely have matters to attend to. I hope he remains unscathed and does not suffer as he did last time. Outside, unbeknownst to her, a heavy rain had commenced. Jiang Wancheng lay in bed, listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops on the deck, unable to find slumber. Glancing at Xiuhua, who lay motionless on a nearby small bed, breathing evenly and deeply in sleep, Jiang Wancheng, not wishing to disturb her, quietly approached the door. Upon opening it, she was startled to find Jingma lingering outside her room. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Wancheng inquired. Jingma glanced towards Lord Zhao's door and then back at Jiang Wancheng. With a thud, he knelt before her. Jiang Wancheng was taken aback, then suddenly realized something and anxiously asked, "Is it your master in trouble?" Jingma nodded and recounted the situation, ultimately pleading, "I implore you, Miss Jiang, save our master. The ship is adrift in the river, and we truly cannot find anyone else. Besides, the master has forbidden other women from approaching him." She was aware of the Hahuan powder, and ultimately there was only one remedy. Arriving at Lord Zhao's door, Jiang Wancheng hesitated. She was uncertain whether to enter. There were only 2 women on this vessel, herself and Xiuhua. She could not possibly thrust Xiuhua inside, nor could she stand idly by. Her mind wavered, but her hand had already opened the door. Resolutely, she stepped inside. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut by the wind. The cabin window was ajar, and there he lay by the window, allowing the rain and wind to wash over him. His body was already drenched, and the floor was a puddle of water. If this continued, he would not merely be in peril, but could lose his life. Jiang Wancheng hurried over and shut the window, reproaching him, "Lying here in the rain? What will you do if you catch a chill? Do you not value your life?" The figure on the floor remained silent, merely curling up slightly. Jiang Wancheng leaned down to observe him. His brow was furrowed, eyes closed, an expression of deep turmoil etched upon his face. "Xiao Yincheng, what ails you? Get up and change your clothes before you sleep." His eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. A fire within him refused to be extinguished, compelling him to lie on the ground and let the rain wash over him, providing a modicum of relief. Yet, upon hearing her voice, the fire within rekindled, growing ever more intense. Jiang Wancheng assisted him to his feet, her hand brushing against his clothing, feeling an alarming heat radiating from him despite his drenched state. "If we do not save the master, he will perish," Jingma's words echoed in her mind. As Xiao Yincheng, now upright, fixed his gaze upon her, he lingered for a moment, his throat constricting. "I am thirsty," he murmured, leaning heavily against the ship's wall, his head tilted back. "I shall fetch you some water." Jiang Wancheng turned and walked towards the table. As she took her first step, a warmth enveloped her back, and she found herself tightly embraced by Xiao Yincheng from behind. He encircled her with his arms, his shoulders slipping beneath her armpit, drawing her closely against him. Though her thin garment remained damp, she felt no chill. Instead, a growing warmth coursed through her. Xiao Yincheng, feeling the softness of her cool skin against his tormented body, found a semblance of comfort. Yet, it was insufficient. His heart craved more. He pressed his head firmly against her neck, questioning her presence. Jiang Wancheng trembled as she spoke. "Jing said you were unwell. You must." Her words faltered, struggling to find their way to his ears. "Do you comprehend the consequences of your arrival?" he inquired. She remained silent, biting her lower lip with fervor. Chapter 26. Bitten by a dog, Xiao Yincheng wished to inquire further, yet the potency of the drug overwhelmed him, rendering him unable to contain his desires. He lowered his head, his lips enveloping her earlobe, his heated tongue teasing and nibbling at it. Jiang Wancheng was startled by his sudden advance, letting out a gasp as she attempted to escape. However, his grip was as unyielding as a vice, tightening around her instead. Noticing her fearful expression, a flicker of clarity returned to Xiao Yincheng's gaze. He turned her to face him, their foreheads touching, and he perceived the terror reflected in her eyes. His hand gently caressed her face as he murmured, "I am sorry. I am sorry. You must leave now. I can no longer restrain myself. I fear I may harm you." His voice was laden with restraint and suppressed yearning. He guided her toward the door, but as soon as his hand brushed against it, she clung to him tightly. Xiao Yincheng paused, gazing at the delicate figure in his arms, a tempest of desire swirling within him, threatening to erupt. Jiang Wancheng dared not meet his gaze, her hands clutching the fabric of his back fervently. Xiao Yincheng shuddered, his arms enveloping her more tightly, his breath quickening as his lips sought hers. The pressure at the back of her head and waist intensified, drawing her closer. As warmth hovered near her lips, Jiang Wancheng's heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. Their breaths intertwined, her senses filled with his overwhelming scent, urgent and commanding. She felt as though she might dissolve under the intensity, trembling slightly as her eyelids fluttered downward. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Xiao Yincheng lifted her effortlessly, striding to the bed and laying her down, his body pressing down upon her without hesitation. Wanwans. He called her name repeatedly in a fervent haze. Jiang Wancheng's mind swirled in chaos, yet a tender voice continued to beckon her, drawing her deeper into surrender. Outside, the storm raged, and within the cabin, the tempest mirrored the turmoil. Sunlight beamed onto the deck, the heat enveloping her as she gazed upon the shimmering river, a wave of dizziness washing over her. Jiang Wancheng closed her eyes, resting a hand on her forehead as she made her way toward the cabin. Once inside, she felt a semblance of relief. Noticing her pale complexion, Xiao hurriedly poured a cup of tea and offered it to her, concern etched across her face. "Miss, you may be suffering from heat stroke. Would you like to change into something cooler? The weather is exceedingly hot, and wearing high-neck garments might lead to heat exhaustion. Even if not, it could cause prickly heat." Jiang Wancheng shook her head, recalling Xiao's earlier inquiry that morning, feeling a rush of embarrassment. Earlier, as Xiao assisted her in changing clothes, she gasped upon seeing the red marks on her neck. "Miss, you have so many red marks on your neck. Is this an allergic reaction? It doesn't appear to be." Jiang Wancheng picked up a bronze mirror, gazing at her reflection. Her cheeks flushed with shame as she beheld her pallid face, dark circles under her eyes, and her neck adorned with red marks. Memories of last night resurfaced in her mind, and she lamented silently, feeling as though she had been ravaged by a dog. Observing the girl's increasingly flushed cheeks, Xiao gently placed her hand on Jiang Wancheng's forehead. With such a rosy hue, it was fortunate that she wasn't feverish. Was the girl feeling unwell? Jiang Wancheng shook her head and murmured, "I am fine. The redness is merely a result of last night's mosquito bites. There were so many mosquitoes in the middle of the night that I hardly slept at all." Xiao glanced at herself, aware that the riverside was indeed swarming with mosquitoes. Yet there were repellent measures aboard the boat. The marks on the girl's neck were quite alarming, while she herself bore no such blemishes. She felt a pang of regret for sleeping so soundly last night, oblivious to the commotion, realizing that Jiang Wancheng must have suffered greatly from the lack of rest, leading to her current pallor. Simultaneously, she lamented the mosquitoes' discerning taste, as they seemed to favor delicate skin, suggesting that such fragility was not entirely advantageous. Just as Jiang Wancheng reclined, a knock echoed at the door. Jing Mo entered, carrying a bowl of nourishing tonic, and respectfully stated, "Miss Jiang, this is a supplement prepared for you by our esteemed lord. He mentioned that your health, requires reinforcement." Jing Mo was aware of the events from the previous night, when Xiao Yincheng had only returned Jiang Wancheng to her cabin in the dead of night. Early this morning, the lord had given him a few instructions before departing, not accompanying them back to the capital. Jiang Wancheng had not seen Xiao Yincheng since morning and inquired, Where's your lord? Why have I not seen him today? Jing Mo's face brightened with a smile as he replied, The lord has already returned to the capital and instructed me to escort you back. Before leaving, the lord had advised him that if Jiang Wancheng asked about him, he should inform her of his whereabouts. But if she did not inquire, there was no need to mention it. Jing Mo found Xiao Yincheng's intentions somewhat perplexing. Was he keen on letting Jiang Wancheng know of his whereabouts, or wishing to keep a secret? Should he bring it up himself? After waiting the entire morning without Jiang Wancheng asking about the lord, he finally mustered the courage to enter under the guise of delivering the tonic. Fortunately, she had asked. Upon hearing that Xiao Yincheng had returned to the capital first, Jiang Wancheng felt a mix of surprise and irritation. How could he leave before her? Hadn't he promised her elder brother that he would personally see her back to the capital? It had only been a few days, and he had already changed his mind. Though she understood that their meeting would likely be awkward, and she had yet to figure out how to face him. The thought of him abandoning her to return alone left her feeling unsettled. After the tender moments they shared last night, when he had affectionately called her by her childhood name, waking up to find he had sneaked back to the capital was disheartening. What did this signify? Was he afraid she would cling to him or hold him accountable? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, feeling as if her heart had been trampled upon, as if she had been bitten by a dog last night. She disdainfully rubbed the red mark on her neck. Observing Jiang Wancheng's anger, Jing Mo internally lamented. Had he misspoken? Why was she so upset? My lord, I am sorry, he thought, wishing to defend him, but the words caught in his throat. Jiang Wancheng turned away and lay back down on the bed, her back to him. Xiuha had already assumed a posture of sending off guests, leaving Jing Ma with no choice but to exit. My lady, has Lord Xiao's early return to the capital displeased you? Xiuha inquired cautiously. Not at all. The lord must have pressing matters to attend to. He even requested Jing to stay back to escort you, which signifies he holds you in regard, Jiang Wancheng replied, turning to gaze at Xiuha with a smile. Does Xiuha have someone she fancies? Xiuha shook her head, her cheeks unwittingly flushing. As maidservants, how could they dare to aspire to such things? Observing her bashful demeanor, Jiang Wancheng felt a playful urge to tease her. I find Jingma quite agreeable, or perhaps Shi Yuan as well. Should I inquire about them for you? Xiuha, blushing profusely, hurriedly replied, My lady, please do not jest with me. I only wish to remain by your side for a lifetime. Jiang Wancheng smiled, though her expression bore a hint of melancholy. Indeed, in her previous life, Xiuha had entered the Duke of Ning's residence alongside her, caring for her until her untimely demise. What fate awaited Xiuha after her death remained a mystery. In this life, she must find her a worthy home, for she could not allow her to languish alongside herself. Chapter 27. A request for marriage. As Xiao Yincheng returned to Yujing, the night had already enveloped the sky in darkness. After 3 days and nights of relentless travel, he felt utterly exhausted, his body weary, and his eyes strained from the relentless wind. The guards at the city gates recognized him as the Minister of Justice and hastily opened the gates. His horse galloped past like the wind, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. The guards, feeling a shiver of relief, recalled that he had a friend waiting for him for a drink that evening. Fortunately, he had not indulged too much, or else he would have faced punishment for delaying the opening of the gates. Xiao Yincheng first returned to the residence of the loyal and brave Marquis. It was too late to enter the palace to meet the emperor, so he decided to do so at dawn. He had hastily returned to the capital upon receiving a secret imperial edict. Traveling by land was significantly faster, allowing him to journey through the night. With a swift horse, he could save nearly 2 days compared to traveling by water. He had considered bringing Jiang Wancheng along, but fearing she would be unable to endure the strenuous journey, he ultimately decided to return to the capital alone. After days of relentless travel, he found himself physically and mentally drained. Yet as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him. He admitted to himself that he missed her. The memory of that night lingered, especially her calling out to him, Yincheng, with such emotion, filling him with joy. The first time was for the sake of the antidote, but the subsequent encounters were driven by his own desires, coaxing her with a blend of persuasion and allure. He had left without a word, uncertain if she was upset or if she had inquired about his whereabouts. He was also left wondering how Jing Mo had explained his absence to her. A multitude of questions swirled in his mind until he finally drifted into a restless sleep in the early hours of the morning. In the emperor's study, the monarch was examining the evidence of corruption presented by Xiao Yinqing. As he scanned the list of officials' names, his face darkened with anger. With a sharp sound, he hurled the memorial to the floor. Eunuch hurried forward to retrieve the discarded document, urging, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The emperor shot him a glare before turning his gaze to Xiao Yinqing. "Yinqing, what do you think I should do? These corrupt officials, who receive the nation's salary, dare to commit such acts." Given the gravity of the matter concerning court officials, Xiao Yinqing refrained from speaking too freely, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled." The emperor was momentarily taken aback, realizing how astute his nephew was. None of his own sons could compare. The name of Prime Minister Li was also among those implicated. He wondered if the crown prince and crown princess were entangled in this affair. It would be best if they were not involved, for if the crown prince were implicated, he would likely face censure from the court, and his position might not be secure. "I have heard that you were injured during your travels in Jiangnan?" The emperor inquired. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. It was a minor injury, and I am nearly recovered now. I understand it was the young lady from the Jiang family who brought you medicine and cared for you?" The emperor's expression held a hint of amusement. Recalling the day she had fed him medicine, Xiao Yinqing felt his ears grow warm and stammered, "Yes, that is correct." The emperor stroked his beard, reflecting, "That young lady from the Jiang family is indeed a remarkable woman. One can only wonder who is fortunate enough to wed her." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yinqing. "Your grandmother also holds great affection for her, stating that she is well matched with the third prince. I was contemplating issuing a decree upon Miss Jiang's return to Yujing. Your Majesty, that is not advisable." The emperor was momentarily taken aback. His words had yet to be fully articulated when he was interrupted by Xiao Yinqing, a situation he had never encountered before. He cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yinqing, who knelt on one knee, earnestly requesting, "Your Majesty, I wish to petition for a decree of marriage." The emperor stifled a laugh at the thought. "I had presumed you would maintain your composure. Oof. It seems even heroes struggle when it comes to matters of the heart." The emperor adopted a solemn demeanor and inquired, "Pray tell, which young lady has captured your fancy? Yinqing? You are aware that I must consult with Princess Anlin regarding your marriage. You also know your mother's temperament. If I were to casually suggest a match for you, she would undoubtedly come to me in a flurry." Xiao Yinqing exhaled, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, this lady is quite agreeable to my mother." "Very well then, I shall consider your marriage alongside that of the third prince. That is out of the question." The emperor's statement was yet again abruptly interrupted. Xiao Yinqing rubbed his nose and apologized. "Your Majesty, I am enamored with Miss Jiang. It is her whom I wish to petition for in marriage." The emperor found amusement in Xiao Yinqing's newfound nervousness. Where was this anxiety when he had previously spurned the lady publicly? General Jiang's daughter possesses quite the spirited disposition, and it remains uncertain whether General Jiang would consent to this union. Your grandmother is rather fond of Miss Jiang as well." The emperor pondered. "I desire only Miss Jiang in my life." Xiao Yinqing declared resolutely, unwilling to yield. The one he has set his sights upon must be his. "Very well, we shall postpone your matter for now. In a few days, the second prince from a northern kingdom will arrive in Yujing. Prepare yourself to lead the troops in his welcome." As he observed Xiao Yinqing's retreating figure, the emperor lamented, "Gong, and this Miss Jiang is singular in her existence. Yet so many seek her hand in marriage. How shall I decide?" Gong smiled softly, replying, "Your Majesty, I believe mutual affection is paramount." The emperor pointed at Gong, laughing heartily, "You possess such clarity of thought. Indeed, mutual affection is essential, alas. It seems I can discern that Ling Heir also harbors feelings for this Miss Jiang, regardless of how much he may like her. The emperor cannot vie with Princess Anlin for a daughter-in-law. She has already approached him several times regarding this matter." The emperor had hesitated to issue a decree of marriage, despite believing that Xiao Yinqing and Jiang Wancheng were fated to be together, uncertain of Yinqing's intentions. After all, 5 years prior, The crown prince had wronged Yinqing. And now that Yinqing is willing to embrace Jiang Wancheng, it is a long-awaited development. How could he refuse? The emperor had merely intended to gauge Yinqing's feelings, to help him see his own heart. Had Yinqing shown indifference to the notion of Jiang being promised to Ling heir, he would have facilitated the match. However, it appears that there is no destiny between Ling heir and Miss Jiang. Upon returning to the manor, Xiao Yinqing immediately sought out Princess Anlin. Mother, I wish for you to consult with the Empress Dowager. Princess Anlin was taken aback. Last night, when Xiao Yinqing returned to the residence, she remained completely unaware of his arrival. The servants had claimed that the young lord had prohibited anyone from disturbing her. By morning, he had already entered the palace, and upon his return, the first matter he addressed was summoning her to meet the Empress Dowager. Could it be that something had transpired? Or perhaps trouble had arisen in Jiangnan, requiring the intervention of the Empress Dowager to resolve it? Anlin understood Yinqing's character. He would seldom seek her assistance unless absolutely necessary. With growing concern, she inquired, "Has Yinqing encountered a predicament?" "A predicament? Indeed," Yinqing nodded. Anlin's heart sank, and she gently patted the back of his hand, offering reassurance. "Do not fear. Your mother will shield you from harm. If all else fails, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor will also lend their support." Yet, with the Emperor nearly promising his bride to another, how could he possibly provide assistance? Chapter 28. The Marriage Decree. Mother, I have heard that the Emperor is preparing to bestow a marriage upon Miss Jiang. Are you aware of this? Yes, my dear. Fear not, for I have come to a realization. A fruit that is forced to ripen will not be sweet. I shall no longer compel you to have affections for Miss Jiang. Lin and Miss Jiang are indeed well suited. Although she cherished the hope that Jiang Wancheng would become her daughter-in-law, the Emperor's disinterest rendered her aspirations futile. She understood, much like the Empress Dowager had said, that if there were no genuine feelings between the two, a marriage sanctioned by imperial decree could lead to future complications for them both. It would be best to let nature take its course. Xiao Yinqing gazed at Princess Anlin in disbelief. What had altered his mother's perspective? She had previously gone to great lengths to ensure he favored Jiang Wancheng, organizing flower-viewing banquets and even petitioning the palace for a marriage decree. Now that he had developed feelings for Jiang Wancheng, his mother chose to relinquish her efforts? How could she do this? Mother, please continue your insistence. Xiao Yinqing implored. Rest assured, my dear, I shall not. Princess Anlin paused, perplexed. What did he mean by that? She scrutinized her son, hoping to decipher the truth from his expression. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to see the telltale flush creeping upon Xiao Yinqing's ears. Enlightenment dawned upon her, and she could hardly contain her joy, her lips stretching into a broad smile. My son, do you wish for Miss Jiang not to be bestowed in marriage? Xiao Yinqing nodded, then shook his head. Then what is it? Speak swiftly. You are making me anxious. Princess Anlin felt her efforts had been in vain. I wish to marry her, Xiao Yinqing declared earnestly. And why do you wish to marry her? Do not dare say, it is for your mother's sake. If you do, I shall not believe you. Xiao Yinqing knew that unless he spoke the truth, his mother would not assist him. I am fond of her. The moment he uttered these words, Princess Anlin turned towards the great doors. Mother, I am going to the palace to seek the Empress Dowager, whatever it is. We shall speak of it upon my return. What could possibly be more important than your son's lifelong happiness? This admission of affection, which she had awaited for several years, had finally arrived. Her son had let go of the past and was willing to embrace a new love. Soon, she would be able to partake in the ceremony for her daughter-in-law and look forward to the prospect of grandchildren. With such thoughts, Princess Anlin quickened her pace. Observing her mother's buoyant steps, Xiao Yinqing couldn't help but smile. It seemed that his mother was even more elated than he was. He was well aware of her worries and anxieties over his years of solitude, having turned down countless matchmaking attempts. He had long believed he could never forget Li Wanzhu. Yet without his awareness, Jiang Wancheng had insidiously entered his heart. Perhaps from their very first encounter, he had begun to care for her. Otherwise, how could he have agreed to share a ride with her? He had always been perplexed by his actions during the Lantern Festival. Now it all made sense. Jiang Wancheng was indeed destined to be in his life. On the day the marriage decree was conferred, Princess Anlin relentlessly persuaded the emperor to draft the edict on the same day, enlisting the Empress Dowager's aid in her cause. The emperor, devoid of any pretense of reluctance, promptly inscribed the imperial edict, which was swiftly delivered to the residence of the loyal and courageous Marquis by Princess Anlin. The decree destined for the General Jiang's household would be proclaimed by eunuch on the following day. The emperor, still somewhat aggrieved, lamented that the daughter-in-law he had coveted was snatched away before he could even contemplate the matter, leaving him bereft of any opportunity for reflection. The marriage decree arrived at the Jiang General's residence early the next morning. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decreed, it has come to my attention that Jiang Wancheng, the daughter of General Jiang Hai, is virtuous, gracious, gentle, and of exceptional beauty. It is a match made in heaven with the heir of the loyal and courageous Marquis, Xiaoyanqing. Therefore, I bestow upon you the honor of being betrothed to young Master Xiao as his fiancé, with a date for the wedding to be determined. Eunuch read the edict with measured cadence, leaving no word unspoken. General Jiang and his wife, Qin Suqing, absorbed every word, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. They had anticipated such a conclusion, yet the abruptness of the decree caught them off guard. Their daughter, Wancheng, was still far away in Jiangnan. Should they accept the edict or not? Eunuch N, perplexed, observed the general and his wife, his arm weary from holding the edict aloft, wondering why they were not stepping forward to accept it. This was a marriage decree, not a death sentence, so why the hesitance? With a resigned, throat-clearing, he said, General, this decree was requested by young Master Xiao, Princess Anlin, and the Empress Dowager. It is a blessing for your daughter. Silence persisted. Eunuch approached General Jiang, whispering, The emperor holds your daughter in high regard. He initially intended for her to wed the third prince. With a sudden realization, General Jiang rose, seized the edict from Eunuch and knelt to express his gratitude, proclaiming, Long live the emperor. Eunuch was momentarily taken aback by the swiftness of the response. He had not yet finished speaking and had assumed they were reluctant to accept the edict. Acceptance was all that mattered. He could now return to the palace to report. After exchanging a few pleasantries with General Jiang, Eunuch departed for the palace. My lord, what did Eunuch just convey? Qin Suqing inquired, perplexed by General Jiang's sudden acceptance of the decree. Alas, the emperor intended to betroth Wancheng to the third prince. That explains it. Compared to the third prince, we would indeed prefer Wancheng to marry Xiaoyanqing. Everything seemed predestined. Perhaps Master Ida was correct in asserting that it was heaven's decree. Yet, they remained uncertain of Wancheng's feelings on the matter. If she were truly unwilling, Madam, should we not send a letter to Wancheng to prepare her? No, let's wait and see. The loyal and courageous Marquis' household will likely send someone to discuss the marriage arrangements in the coming days. It would not be too late to inform Wancheng then. General Jiang approached, gently embracing Qin Suqing and soothingly caressing her neck. My dear, I understand your reluctance. However, our daughter must eventually marry. The Marquis and Princess Anlin are both exemplary individuals. Wancheng will not suffer any indignities. Qin Suqing sighed, I know, but I simply cannot bear to part with her. You know she has always been my treasure, and I have never wished for her to endure even the slightest grievance. Jiang Zian had just returned from the academy when he stumbled upon his parents in a tender embrace in the flower hall. Caught in a dilemma of whether to enter or retreat, he contemplated leaving, but was abruptly called back. Zian, you have returned, exclaimed Qin Suqing, discreetly dabbing at the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. She cast a playful glare at Jiang Hai. Her earlier melancholy had been somewhat alleviated by his comforting words, leaving her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Zian noticed the redness around his mother's eyes and surmised the reason behind it. He had heard whispers at the academy that a royal decree of marriage had arrived at the Jiang residence, prompting his hurried return. Do not fret, mother. Young Master Xiao is the Minister of Justice. He may seem rather stern and unyielding during court proceedings. Yet I have heard that he possesses a kind heart beneath that exterior. Jiang Zian had learned this from Fei Ran, who, although not personally acquainted with Xiaoyanqing, had occasional interactions with him. Fei Ran often inquired about Wan, revealing his affections for her, a sentiment Jiang Zian was well aware of. Chapter 29. In the previous life, she also belonged to him in truth. Jiang Ziyuan held a favorable opinion of Fei Ran. He had once contemplated matchmaking Fei Ran with Wan, but since Wan did not harbor any feelings for him, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. Qin Suqing nodded, acknowledging that marrying into the loyal and brave Marquis's household was undoubtedly preferable to entering the palace. In comparison, she felt a sense of reassurance. She glanced at her eldest son and sighed. "Then look, your sister is about to wed. What about you? Do you have a lady of interest? If so, your mother can send someone to propose." Jiang Zhen, despite being of a considerable age, had yet to encounter a suitable match. Whenever discussions of marriage arose, he would evade them with various excuses. She had once suspected him of having inclinations towards the same sex, but upon observing his interactions with other men, she dismissed that notion. Jiang Ziyuan was weary of the incessant pressure to marry. His escape plan was to flee. "Father, mother, I must return to the academy. I shall take my leave." By the time Qin Suqing processed his words, he had already dashed away. Truly, none of them were easy to manage. Those who were unmarried worried about their single status, while those on the verge of marriage fretted as well. Ningguo Marquis' residence Princess Pingyang gazed at the inebriated Fei Ran, filled with frustration. "What are you doing? You want Mother to enter the palace to seek a marriage decree? Mother has already done so, but the Emperor has betrothed her to another. What can we do?" Fei Ran, seemingly oblivious to her words, sat beside her, clutching a wine jar and drinking to his heart's content. Princess Pingyang had never harbored any fondness for Jiang Wancheng, and now her disdain had morphed into hatred. Her perfectly fine son was now drowning his sorrows in alcohol daily. She could not fathom why Miao Yin was deemed inferior to Jiang Wancheng. How could you abandon Miao Yin and insist on marrying Jiang Wancheng? Fei Ran lifted his gaze, coldly regarding Princess Pingyang. "But I simply like her. I have liked her since our past life." Fei Ran murmured. In the previous life, had his mother not coerced him into marrying Miao Yin, Wan would not have perished. If his mother had not used Wan as leverage to prevent him from getting close to her, Wan would not have succumbed to despair. If he had been more resolute and not blindly obeyed his mother's wishes, perhaps Wan would not have grown distant from him. He was wrong. It was all his fault. Wan had returned to this world with bitterness. She would not forgive him. He longed for a chance to amend the mistakes of his past life, to love her properly, and to care for her earnestly. Yet, she no longer granted him opportunities, nor did she love him. She disregarded his overtures, seemingly evading him as if he were a calamity, wishing to distance herself as much as possible. Observing the disheartened Fei Ran, Princess Pingyang felt a mix of heartache and disappointment. "Have you lost your mind? What do you mean by past life? Listen to your mother. Miao Yin is a wonderful girl. Once you marry her, everything will improve." Yet, no matter how exceptional Miao Yin was, she could not compare to the one who resided in his heart. Princess Pingyang was rendered speechless with anger. She could hardly believe that her son, who had never defied her throughout his upbringing, would utter such words. In the past, whatever she said, Fei Ran would comply. Why had he ceased to be so obedient? The flower-viewing banquet at the Long Princess's residence commenced. From that moment onward, he incessantly clamored to marry Jiang Wancheng. It was the first time she had heard the name Jiang Wancheng from his lips, and she assumed that Fei Ran had merely spoken in a moment of whimsy. Little did she expect that after some time, he would implore her to enter the palace and seek the imperial decree for marriage. Given her son's ardent affection for Jiang Wancheng, she thought it acceptable for him to wed her, with the possibility of marrying Miao Yin as a secondary consort later. However, to her astonishment, the marriage was indeed decreed, but he was betrothed to Xiao Yinqing instead. Who would dare question the Emperor's command? You cannot remain in this despondent state indefinitely. If you truly do not wish to marry Miao Yin, I shall not press you further. Just tell me which young lady has captured your heart, and I shall send someone to propose on your behalf." Yet, Fei Ran seemed to heed none of this, unsteadily rising and wandering out into the night. "Where are you going at this late hour?" The Princess Pingyang attempted to send someone to follow Fei Ran, but was halted by Lord Ning. "Madam, allow him some solitude." "Lord, what does Miao Yin lack compared to Jiang Wancheng?" The Princess Pingyang shot him an irritated glance as he exited, leaving her alone to stew in her frustration. Fei Ran walked alone along the streets of Chang'an. his mind awash with memories of the lantern festival from his past life. That night, when she saw the love lantern in his hand, she was initially taken aback, then smiled shyly. From that smile, Fei Ran realized she had developed feelings for him, and he harbored the same sentiments. Yet, how had this life diverged so drastically? His affection for Jiang Wancheng remained, but she no longer reciprocated. Was it due to the absence of the love lantern? Now that the lantern was lost, was it all predestined? As he pondered the love lantern, he found himself at the Dali sea. The effects of the alcohol had lessened considerably, dispelled by the night breeze. Just as he intended to enter, he encountered Xiao Yanqing approaching. Xiao Yanqing paused momentarily upon seeing Fei Ran, then quickly deduced that Fei Ran must have learned of the marriage decree. As he drew nearer, Fei Ran stepped forward without uttering a word, clenched his fist, and struck Xiao Yanqing squarely in the face, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yanqing, feeling the sting, acknowledged the pain with a slight wince. Yet he remained composed. Fei Ran, his face contorted with rage, demanded, "Why her? You are well aware of my feelings for her. You previously claimed you had no affection for her. Why then?" Xiao Yanqing closed his eyes briefly, raising a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, and replied coolly, "I apologize, but that was in the past." Fei Ran fixed a piercing gaze upon him. "My mother sought the emperor's decree for marriage, and the emperor delayed issuing it. Was it not you who intervened? Is that not true?" Xiao Yanqing refrained from contesting this accusation. Uncertain if it was indeed his mother who had obstructed the proposal, she had acted with his best interests in mind. Observing his reaction, Fei Ran's breath quickened, and he threw another punch, landing it on Xiao Yanqing's face. The two soon became embroiled in a fierce struggle, and the guards at the entrance rushed over to separate them, only to be halted by Xiao Yanqing's command, "Stand down. Anyone who disobeys shall face punishment." The guards retreated, awaiting further orders. After a prolonged tussle, the two collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, the effects of the alcohol finally dissipating. Fei Ran began to feel drowsy, murmuring, "Yin Shun, I have never asked anything of you, but now I beseech you to return her to me, will you?" Xiao Yin Chun turned to look at him, resolutely declaring, "She can only ever be mine." After uttering these words, he was met with a prolonged silence from Fei Ran. Just when he thought Fei Ran had succumbed to slumber, he heard another faint whisper, "But she belonged to me in her past life. I was the one who lost her." Exhaustion weighed heavily upon Fei Ran, compounded by the effects of alcohol, leading him into a deep sleep. A past life? Xiao Yanqing yearned to clarify the meaning behind those words, but a gentle rumbling sound interrupted his thoughts. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips. Perhaps it was merely a fragment of Fei Ran's dream. What past life could there be? Even if there were, that past life of Wan's belonged to him, and the one before that too. Chapter 30. Beholding the handsome man, the guards escorted young Master Fei back to the residence of the Marquis of Ningguo. Observing the sentinel stationed at the entrance, Xiao Yanqing spoke with a gravitas that brooked no dissent. "I expect tonight's affairs to remain strictly confidential." "Understood?" The guards exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Understood." The pain from the wound at the corner of his mouth throbbed subtly, making speech an arduous task. It felt as though he were being driven to the brink of despair. Yet perhaps it was for the best. Having been dealt a blow by Fei Ran, the weight on his heart had somewhat lifted, offering him a peculiar sense of relief. However, the arrival of the second prince of Beiguo in Yujing on the morrow weighed heavily on his mind. The injury on his visage was unlikely to present a favorable appearance. The boat was expected to reach Yujing by tomorrow at the latest. Since that fateful night, the two had not crossed paths, leaving him uncertain whether Wan would harbor any resentment. Would she be taken aback upon discovering the imperial decree for their betrothal? Surely, she would not blame him for seeking the decree without her consent. He had not intended for matters to unfold so hastily. However, the emperor and the empress dowager had pressed him, and if he did not act swiftly, she would become another bride, one he could scarcely hope to contend with. Why did the vessel sail so slowly? Surely, it would not encounter any misfortunes along the way. It ought to be safe, especially with Jing Mo and Xia Yin accompanying her. Xiao Yanqing consoled himself with this thought. A twinge of regret washed over him. Had he known better, he would have taken her along, for the troubles involved would surely pale in comparison to the worry that gnawed at him daily. Touching the wound on his lip, he managed to smile, wondering if she would be startled by his current appearance. He recalled the first time she had laid eyes on him, her gaze filled with fascination. He had never before realized the profound utility of possessing striking looks. Jiang Wancheng had drifted along the river for several days and had finally arrived at the Yujing dock. As she stepped off the boat, a sense of vitality surged within her. The days spent adrift had rendered her almost lifeless. Reduced to merely eating and sleeping, she felt she might soon mold into the very wood of the boat. She had not informed her family of her return date, hence no one awaited her at the dock. Jing Mo had arranged for a carriage to take her back to the Jiang residence. But she yearned to stroll about and absorb the sights of Yujing, which she had missed during her absence. Jing Mo and Xia Yan followed her as she meandered toward Chang'an Street. "Oh my, miss, look at the throngs on Chang'an Street," exclaimed Xiu He, astonished. The thoroughfare brimmed with people, and numerous guards stood along the sides, ensuring the crowd did not obstruct the passage. Even the tea houses lining the street overflowed with patrons. "What day is it today?" Jiang Wancheng pondered, unable to recall the significance of a date. "Do you two know what day it is?" She turned to Jing Mo and Xia Yan, who both shook their heads in unison, genuinely unaware. "What could they be?" "I heard the second prince of Bagua is exceptionally handsome, and that his visit to Yujing is for a marriage alliance," a nearby woman exclaimed excitedly. "The royal suitors are always in search of princesses," another woman added with a laugh. "Indeed, indeed," others chimed in. "Ah, so it is to welcome the prince from Bagua. How delightful to behold a handsome man. One should not miss the opportunity. Xiuha, let us join the revelry, shall we?" After Jiang Wancheng made her suggestion, she eagerly pulled Xiuha into the throng. The two of them managed to weave through the crowd with relative ease, but alas, the two gentlemen, Jing Mo and Xia Yan, found themselves unable to penetrate the mass and could only fidget anxiously at the periphery. "Here they come. I can see the carriage," a voice from the crowd rang out. Following the wave of excitement, Jiang Wancheng turned her gaze, beholding a resplendent golden carriage gliding gracefully towards them, flanked by guards on horseback, each of whom seemed oblivious to the commotion surrounding them. The leading guard, clad in white attire, emanated an extraordinary aura, even beneath his hood. Jiang Wancheng felt an unexpected anticipation about the visage concealed beneath the hat. Surely, someone of such remarkable demeanor would possess an equally striking appearance. She tugged Xiuha once more into the crowd, inching closer to the guard stationed by the roadside. "Excuse me, good sir. May I inquire as to the identity of the esteemed individual under the hood?" Jiang Wancheng inquired with a charming smile. The guard turned his head, initially intending to reprimand her, but upon recognizing Jiang Wancheng, he was momentarily taken aback. This woman was indeed breathtaking, her skin radiant and fair, glimmering under the sunlight, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. For a moment, he forgot to respond, lost in her enchanting presence. The woman beside him chuckled, observing Jiang Wancheng. "My dear lady, are you here to catch a glimpse of the second prince or the distinguished gentleman in the hood?" Jiang Wancheng, caught off guard, retorted inwardly that she could desire to see both, though the second prince was hidden within the carriage, making it impossible to behold him. With a playful smirk, she declared loudly, "I shall gaze upon whichever is more handsome." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than two pairs of eyes fixed upon her. The voice, Knight Tiandian, nestled within the carriage, smiled subtly, finally locating her. Since their parting that evening, he had not laid eyes on her again, nor could he unearth any information regarding her. After returning to the northern kingdom shortly thereafter, he found it impossible to forget her, dispatching inquiries to Yujing time and again, yet without success. His agreement to the marriage alliance was underpinned by the faint hope of encountering her once more. Joy surged within him as Knight Tiandian lifted the curtain of the carriage, seeking the source of the voice. A chorus of shrill, feminine cries erupted around him, rising and falling in excitement. "Ah, the second prince. Is he looking at me?" The women nearby joined in the cacophony. The noise was quite unbearable, prompting Jiang Wancheng to cover her ears. She inadvertently cast a glance toward the carriage, which had come to a halt. The striking figure aboard, wearing a sardonic smile, seemed to be observing her with a gaze that was anything but benign. Jiang Wancheng lamented silently, pondering the irony of beauty masking malevolence. Wait, this person appeared strikingly familiar. She felt as though she had encountered him before, and his gaze clearly suggested recognition. Where had she seen him? As she mused, the gentleman in the hood dismounted gracefully from his horse, standing directly before her, effectively obscuring the scrutiny emanating from the carriage. Could it be that this gentleman recognized her as well? After a lengthy journey by boat, was he not weary enough to refrain from joining the festivities? Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. Could it be that voice belonged to the lord with the dark countenance? What was he doing here? And why was he donning a hooded cloak? Surely, he could not be concerned about his appearance being compared to that of the second prince. Jiang Wancheng cast a sideways glance towards the direction of the carriage, but before she could catch a glimpse of it, a figure clad in white obstructed her view. Frowning, she gazed at Xiao Yanqing, who stood before her. Though obscured by the cloak, she could still perceive the anger radiating from his piercing gaze. She had yet to be enraged, so why was he in a fit of fury? The very person who had fled without a word now dared to confront her with such ire. Chapter 31. The enigmatic second prince, by some inexplicable impulse. Jiang Wancheng reached out to remove Xiao Yanqing's hood, finding it excessively obtrusive. However, as her fingers brushed the edge of the hat, they were swiftly seized by Xiao Yanqing. Momentarily halted, she attempted to retract her hand, exerting all her strength, yet it remained firmly grasped, unmoving. Let go. Having observed Jiang Wancheng's lingering gaze upon Yi Tianran, Xiao Yanqing felt a flicker of irritation. Instead of returning home properly, she had disembarked and rushed over, claiming her intent was to see him. He was unconvinced. It seemed her true purpose was to behold Yi Tianran. With a decisive pull, he drew Jiang Wancheng closer, their toes nearly touching. Jiang Wancheng's petite face flushed a deep crimson, leaving it uncertain whether her embarrassment was due to shyness or the warmth of the sun. What are you doing? There are people around, she murmured softly. Do not cause a scene. Return home first. I shall seek you later. Xiao Yanqing whispered closely to her ear. His breath brushed against her earlobe, deepening her blush. This was the first time he had spoken to her in such a tone, and honestly, she found it rather unsettling, unable to pinpoint why it felt so peculiar. She bit her lip and eventually nodded in acquiescence. As she turned to leave, she was abruptly called back. Miss, please hold on. Or should I address you as young Master Qin? Or perhaps Miss Qin? Yi Tianran observed her with a teasing smile. Jiang Wancheng hesitated, pondering the relevance of young Master Qin or Miss Qin to her. When she looked back, she noticed the gentleman from the carriage had dismounted and was approaching her slowly. The previously stifled gasps of the crowd began anew, echoing in waves. Jiang Wancheng sighed inwardly. Truly, he was a captivating figure, captivating the hearts of every young lady in the city. Yet did she truly know him? Why did he appear as though he recognized her? Noting the unfamiliarity in her expression, Yi Tianran chuckled softly. It seems the lady does not recall our previous encounter. Jiang Wancheng was bewildered. Did they genuinely know each other? She too began to feel a sense of familiarity with him, yet his identity eluded her memory. Do you remember this? Yi Tianran inquired, producing a fox mask from his waist and playfully twirling it in his hands. The fox mask. You are that. Mr. Yi. Jiang Wancheng's eyes widened, nearly exclaiming the word enigma. She glanced towards the crowd and recognized the burly man who had accompanied Yi Tianran that night. Thus, the enigma was indeed the second prince of the Northern Kingdom. It appears the lady does not bear the surname Qin, Yi Tianran remarked with a slight squint, a playful smile gracing his lips. Ha! She laughed awkwardly. Isn't that the eldest daughter of General Jiang? Someone in the crowd called out. Ah, so her surname is Jiang. No wonder he dispatched individuals throughout the entire Jade capital and found no trace of her. Well, little trickster, causing him such distress. Yi Tianran threw a flirtatious glance to the crowd, calling out, Lady, thank you, before turning his gaze back to Jiang Wancheng with a knowing smile. Ah, the second prince smiled at me. He's not smiling at you. He's clearly smiling in my direction. The cries from the surroundings rose and fell. Jiang Wancheng was at a loss for words. Who recognized her at this moment? and even announced her identity. She truly ought to thank this loquacious individual. Xiao Yinqing pulled Jiang Wancheng beside him, protectively shielding her behind him. He met Yi Tiandi's gaze and said calmly, "Second Prince, please board the carriage. The Emperor is still awaiting us. If we delay further, we shall bear the Emperor's wrath." Upon hearing the words regarding the Emperor's displeasure, Jiang Wancheng swiftly turned and slipped away, leaving behind a bewildered Xiao Yinqing and Yi Tiandi. The two stared at the figure of the woman gradually vanishing from their sight. Momentarily stunned, she certainly ran remarkably fast. "Lord Xiao, did you previously claim that Miss Jiang is your cousin? That must have been a fabrication, I presume?" Yi Tiandi observed Xiao Yinqing thoughtfully. Xiao Yinqing was not inclined to discuss Jiang Wancheng further with Yi Tiandi. He replied solemnly, "Second Prince, please enter the carriage." Yi Tiandi's lips curled slightly. As for the Jiang general's residence, he was confident he could locate her. After meeting with the Emperor, he would take his time to find her. The procession slowly made its way toward the palace. "Sister, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly." As Jiang Wancheng stepped into the Jiang residence, she was immediately enveloped in a tight embrace by Jiang Wuwu. Jiang Wancheng, both amused and exasperated, thought to herself, "I have only been away for a few days. When did you become so clingy, my dear sister?" Jiang Wuwu continued to hold on to her, pouting soon. "Wuwu will no longer be able to see sister every day, so of course I must cling to you a little longer." What sort of talk was that? Hadn't she already returned to Yujing? How could she not see her sister every day? It sounded as if she were about to embark on a long journey again. Jiang Wancheng gently pushed Jiang Wu's forehead and said, "What nonsense are you speaking in broad daylight? Am I not back? How could you not see me every day? By the way, sister is still unaware of the imperial edict." Jiang Wu hesitated. "Sister, an edict has arrived from the palace. It is the edict for your marriage." A marriage edict? Why had no one mentioned this to her? Even in the letters from her parents while she was in Jiangnan, it had not been mentioned. To whom was the emperor bestowing her? It couldn't possibly be Fei Ran. Jiang Wancheng's complexion turned pale, her grip tightening on the handkerchief, her palm already damp with perspiration. Noticing her distress, Jiang Wu hastily reassured her, "Sister, do not worry. This marriage edict was personally requested by the heir to the throne from the emperor. The heir must surely admire you to have sought the edict." The heir? Fei Ran? Jiang Wancheng's face paled further. Could it be that she had once again failed to escape? In her previous life, it was the fateful lantern that had brought them together. Yet in this life, the fateful lantern was not in her possession. Was it unrelated to the fateful lantern? No. Master Ida had clearly stated that she had a destined connection with Xiao Yinqing, and it was a favorable one. The heir? Xiao Yinqing was also an heir. Was it possible? She suppressed the unease in her heart and anxiously inquired, "Is the heir you mentioned the esteemed heir of the Dali temple, Xiao?" Jiang Wu nodded, looking at Jiang Wancheng with confusion. "Does sister have feelings for another heir? Do you not wish to marry Xiao? Are you intending to refuse the decree?" Jiang Wancheng offered a bittersweet smile, helplessly tapping her forehead. "What are you thinking, dear sister?" Jiang Wu, playfully clinging to her, noted that it was he who had sought the emperor's approval for their union. It must be a consequence of that fateful night that he felt compelled to marry her. Yet, Jiang Wancheng did not insist on his obligation. After all, that night was, to a degree, of her own volition, devoid of any coercion. If both parties are willing, why should one be held accountable? Moreover, his affections lay with Li Wanshu, and she had no desire to entangle herself in another's romance. A love that is not wholeheartedly given holds no allure for her, nor does a marriage that does not belong to both. In her previous life, she had fallen victim to another's love. How could she dare to embrace a similar union again? Chapter 32. Lord Xiao climbs through the window. Jiang Wancheng turned around to see her mother standing beneath the floral corridor. A gentle smile graced her lips as she briskly approached and linked her arm with her mother's, playfully saying, "Mother, I have returned. Why didn't you send word ahead? Was the journey smooth?" Jiang Wancheng nodded. Despite a few minor incidents along the way, it had gone reasonably well. "You've lost weight. It's only been a few days. How could you have grown so thin? How did your second brother take care of you?" Qin Suqing said, caressing Jiang Wancheng's delicate face her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Second brother treated me exceptionally well. I was merely fatigued from the boat ride. Jiang Wancheng dared not reveal the incident of her falling into the water, fearing that her mother might rush to Jiangnan to reprimand her second brother. Wancheng, about the marriage proposal, Qin Suqing began, but faltered. Jiang Wancheng discerned the worry in her mother's eyes and offered reassurance. Do not fret, mother. I will handle this matter with Xiao Yinqing. Qin Suqing nodded. You must be tired, dear. Go and rest well. Indeed, there's south no place like home. Jiang Wancheng sighed contentedly as she lay on her bed, burying her face in the familiar comfort of her quilt. The scent of the fabric brought her an inexplicable sense of peace, and before long, she drifted into a deep slumber. Xiaohe tucked her in snugly, gently closed the door, and stepped out. It seemed she had truly exhausted herself, for Jiang Wancheng slept soundly until the sun dipped below the horizon. If not for an unbearable thirst, she would have wished to sleep until dawn. Overcome by thirst, Jiang Wancheng murmured, Xiaohe, I am thirsty. As soon as she called out, someone lifted her up and brought a cup of water to her lips. Mistaking the person for Xiaohe, she kept her eyes closed and drank eagerly from the cup. One cup was not enough to quench her thirst. She mumbled for more. The person quickly brought the cup to her lips again. Jiang Wancheng gulped it down in one breath. Do you want more? The person asked softly. Drowsily, Jiang Wancheng shook her head, but suddenly jolted awake the next moment. She stared blankly at the figure before her, convinced she must be dreaming. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she found the person unchanged. Instantly, her drowsiness vanished. Glancing at the closed door and then at the open window, she stammered, Xiao Yinqing. Oh, what did you get in my room? Did you climb through the window? Xiao Yinqing replied earnestly. I entered through the front door quite openly. What about Xiaohe? I sent her away. Jiang Wancheng was somewhat incredulous. Xiaohe would never allow him entry, nor would she leave without waking her. Frowning, she expressed her disbelief. Xiao Yinqing, slightly embarrassed, turned his head away. Indeed, Xiaohe had initially refused him entry, but upon revealing his identity as her betrothed, the maid reluctantly departed. I left the boat without saying goodbye. Are you upset with me? Jiang Wancheng remained silent, her gaze drawn to the bruises on his lips and the corners of his eyes. No wonder he had been wearing a hood on the street. He was injured. Frowning, she inquired, Did you get into a fight? Xiao Yinqing did not engage in conversation. He merely gazed intently at her. Jiang Wancheng felt a wave of shyness under his scrutiny and decided to remain silent, muttering to herself that she was merely asking casually, with no ulterior motives. After saying this, she lifted the covers, preparing to rise. Yet before her feet could touch her shoes, Xiao Yinqing seized her hand. Wan, it is not that I wish to remain silent. I am simply overjoyed. Are you genuinely concerned for me? Unable to withstand the fervor in his gaze, Jiang Wancheng pouted. Who allowed you to call me by my nickname? Moreover, I have no concern for you. I am to be your future husband. Why should I not call you that? If I cannot, then whom do you wish to call you? Who says you are my husband? Release my hand. Jiang Wancheng tugged at the hand Xiao Yinqing held, but it remained firmly in his grasp. Observing her indignant expression, Xiao Yinqing gently squeezed the back of her hand, speaking softly. My mother believes that August is an auspicious month. We shall wed then, before the Mid-Autumn Festival. What do you think? It was already June. August was merely 2 months away. This was far too swift. Moreover, she had yet to agree to marry him. Jiang Wancheng was not inclined to wed hastily. She had even contemplated a life of remaining unmarried. She felt no confidence in marriage, particularly one devoid of affection. This life was not what she desired. She would prefer to live independently and with a sense of joy. She met Xiao Yinqing's gaze, saying firmly, I do not wish to marry. I implore you, my lord, to request the emperor to retract the marriage decree. Xiao Yinqing was momentarily taken aback, pausing before narrowing his eyes, tightening his grip on Jiang Wancheng's hand. She felt the chill in the air, accompanied by a slight pain in her hand. She sensed his irritation. What was he angry about? She had no intention of holding him accountable. Was he not meant to be pleased? He could still marry the woman he adored. Do you truly wish to avoid marrying me? Xiao Yinqing asked with difficulty. Marriage should be a union of two individuals in love. I know you harbor feelings for Li Wanzhu. Rest assured, what transpired that night does not require your responsibility. I shall simply regard it as if I were bitten by a dog." Xiao Yinqing's expression shifted rapidly, revealing anger followed by astonishment. What was this girl thinking? How could she be so irresponsible regarding her own feelings? His affection for Li Wanzhu was a matter of years past, since her marriage to the crown prince. He had ceased to consider her. He had not encountered anyone who stirred his heart in recent years, hence his single status. Why did Jiang Wancheng still perceive him as enamored with Li Wanzhu? Moreover, to suggest that he need not take responsibility for that night. Xiao Yinqing leaned closer, pressing his forehead against hers, his voice tinged with mild anger. "If you do not wish for me to be responsible, whom do you intend to seek instead?" "I shall not seek anyone." Jiang Wancheng pouted, shifting her body away slightly, reluctant to engage with Xiao Yinqing. Upon hearing her response, Xiao Yinqing felt an unexpected sense of relief. He had genuinely feared she might mention another man, perhaps Fei Ran. Sensing her discomfort, he spoke gently. "My relationship with Li Wanzhu belongs to the past. Since her marriage to the crown prince, I have had no further connection with her." Jiang Wancheng felt a tumult of emotions within her and mumbled, "Allow me a moment to ponder." Suddenly, a pair of arms encircled her waist, drawing her into a warm embrace. Her face nestled against his neck, where she could distinctly feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. Xiao Yinqing held her gently, his breath a soothing melody in her ear. Jiang Wancheng stiffened, her heart racing uncontrollably as she struggled to swallow. "Are you afraid of me?" Xiao Yinqing inquired. Sensing her tension, Jiang Wancheng merely shook her head. Initially, there may have been a hint of fear, for the reputation of the Minister of Justice was notoriously fearsome. With his striking looks, had he not perpetually worn a stern expression, he would surely have captivated countless maidens in Yujing. However, as she gradually became acquainted with him, Jiang Wancheng discovered that he was not as intimidating as he appeared. He seemed not so malevolent toward her, and perhaps there was even a flicker of kindness. Chapter 33. Rising emotions gazing at her bashful demeanor, Xiao Yinqing teased, "Who was it that used to block my path every day, and who boldly confessed their feelings for me in public? In the entire Jade capital, who does not know of your infatuation with me, His voice, hoarse yet suggestive, resonated in Jiang Wancheng's ears, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She longed to find a hole to hide in. At that moment, she had no better options, which led her to act so shamelessly. Noticing the gradual flush on her face, Xiao Yinqing ceased his teasing. "I am aware that you did not truly harbor feelings for me at that time, but hearing you say you like me genuinely brought me both joy and melancholy. I just never admitted it." Jiang Wancheng lifted her gaze, incredulous as she stared at Xiao Yinqing. "What grand deceit is this? You clearly avoided me like the plague. Even in Jiangnan, you wish to keep your distance." Coughing awkwardly, Xiao Yinqing replied, "It's not as you perceive." "Humph." Jiang Wancheng displayed her disbelief. She bent down to put on her shoes, deciding to refrain from further discussion with him. After all, he was the emperor's grandson and the esteemed Minister of Justice. She dared not provoke him any longer. Xiao Yinqing, thinking Jiang Wancheng was upset, hastily clarified, "It truly isn't what you think. When you blocked me, I shunned you. And that was my fault. Once you stopped, I began to think of you every day." Jiang Wancheng turned back in a daze. Did he truly understand what he was saying? Wasn't the aloof gentleman supposed to be cold? How was he now making her feel such tenderness? She shook her head in disbelief. "You wished to see me, yet when we met at the Jiangnan dock, if I recall correctly, your gaze was one of murderous intent. That was because I saw you with another man, embracing and laughing so joyously." To mask his embarrassment, Xiao Yinqing averted his eyes to the window, unable to meet her gaze. Heaven knows the courage it took for him to utter such words. He had never spoken like this to a woman before. In the past, when he liked Li Wanzhu, he had never voiced such sentiments. They had merely grown up together, their families having tacitly acknowledged their union, leading him to believe he was fond of Li Wanzhu. Observing the blush creeping to his ears, Jiang Wancheng felt a surprising warmth in her heart. Did he truly harbor feelings for her? Though he had not explicitly stated his affection, it must be love nonetheless. Following his gaze towards the window, she noticed the sky gradually darkening, the night becoming hazy, mirroring her own muddled emotions. Should she accept his feelings? The memories of her past life loomed vividly in her mind, and she feared repeating those mistakes. Perhaps she should confess her concerns to him. Approaching Xiao Yinqing, she softly murmured, "I once had a dream in which I married the person I cherished most, believing he felt the same. Yet after our wedding, he left me to dwell in solitude for 5 long years, and on the day of my demise, he took another as his wife." She endeavored to restrain herself, yet her hands trembled involuntarily. Suddenly, her quivering hands were enveloped by a pair of warm, large hands. Xiao Yinqing held tightly onto her delicate hand and spoke softly, "The marriage is one I sought after, and I shall treat you well, exclusively you. You shall not escape. Your true partner can only be me." Though his tone was gentle, it bore an unmistakable air of dominance. Jiang Wancheng felt a warmth rise within her, as he was acutely aware of her concerns. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her reddened eyes. Xiao Yinqing tenderly wiped away the tears that cascaded down her cheeks with his rough, calloused hands, causing her face to flush in response. The skin on her face tingled with a faint ache. Yet she found herself yearning for the warmth conveyed through his touch, a longing that only intensified her tears. Enough, no more crying. Why have I become such a weeper? Jiang Wancheng thought, yet her tears only flowed more fervently, leaving her at a loss on how to stop. The grievances of her past life had long been buried in her heart, but now, triggered by his words, the floodgates of sorrow opened wide, leaving her unable to contain her emotions. Seeing her in such distress caused a pang of pain in Xiao Yinqing's heart. With a gentle pull, Jiang Wancheng found herself enveloped in his embrace. Initially, she struggled slightly, but the disparity in strength rendered her compliant, leaning into his warmth. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Only the subtle sounds of their breathing and heartbeats filling the air, indistinguishable as to whose heart raced more fervently. His warm breath brushed against her neck, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Driven by an inexplicable urge, Jiang Wancheng's hand crept around his waist. The softness of her small hands against his waist sent a jolt through Xiao Yinqing, prompting him to pull back slightly. Lowering his gaze upon her, he commanded gently, "Wancheng, lift your head and let me see you." His voice was deep and laden with desire. Jiang Wancheng's lashes fluttered, but instead of complying, she nestled closer into his embrace. "Wancheng, I am smitten with you. What of you?" Though she had contemplated this possibility before, hearing him express it aloud caused her heart to race uncontrollably. Unsure how to respond, she pondered her feelings. Did she like him? Uncertain. Did she dislike him? It seemed not. Her mind was a flurry of confusion. As time ticked by, Xiao Yinqing felt the warmth of sweat gather in his palm. Yet Jiang Wancheng's response remained elusive. He gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. There she was, eyes closed, lashes trembling, cheeks flushed, and her lips lightly biting down on her lower lip, presenting an image of vulnerability. The sight of her bashfulness darkened Xiao Yinqing's eyes, and he leaned in slowly, their foreheads touching, breaths intertwining. His breath grew heavier, and Jiang Wancheng felt the warmth envelop her face, intensifying her own blush. She unconsciously pressed her lips together and swallowed, a simple act that, to Xiao Yinqing, was irresistibly enticing. With unwavering focus on her lips, he leaned in, and their mouths met in a gentle kiss. The hearts of both individuals quivered momentarily. Jiang Wancheng abruptly widened her eyes, astonished at his audacity. How could he act so brazenly, kissing her without so much as a word? Was there any distinction between him and a lecher? Just as she was about to unleash her fury, a large hand enveloped her eyes, plunging her world into darkness. Yet the sensations on her lips became all the more pronounced. Her lips were caressed, tenderly at times and forcefully at others. Jiang Wancheng struggled, but her efforts yielded no response. The man before her remained unmoved. When Xiao Yinqing finally released Jiang Wancheng, both were left gasping for breath. Jiang Wancheng felt her cheeks ablaze. Was he intent on suffocating her? Had he delayed his release any longer, she might have fainted. She licked her sore lips, which burned with a fiery ache. Could not be a tad gentler. It felt as though she had been nibbled on by a dog each time. Unbeknownst to her, her action only deepened the shadows in Xiao Yinqing's gaze. Sensing the shift in his demeanor, Jiang Wancheng instinctively stepped back, stammering, "No, I can't breathe." Chapter 34. The cabbage is pushed by the pig. Xiao Yinqing drew her into his embrace, his hand gently caressing her back as he whispered in her ear, "Wan, I cannot wait to marry you and bring you into my home." 2 months. Was that truly swift enough? She wished for a delay, even if just for a little while longer. Upon returning home, Jiang Hai eagerly rushed to Wan's chamber, leaving behind Qin Suqing, who was usually glued to his side. It had been several days since he last saw his daughter, and their correspondence had been sparse. He missed her dearly. Qin Suqing, trailing behind Jiang Hai, shook her head in resignation, realizing she had to quicken her pace to keep up with him, a definite sign of a doting father. From a distance, she spotted Xiuhe standing at the entrance, accompanied by a man on the opposite side. Jiang Hai's brows furrowed. When had a male guard begun to watch over Wan's door? As he approached and discerned the man's features, his frown deepened, diminishing his earlier joy at seeing his daughter. Xiuhe, startled by Jiang Hai's sudden appearance, nearly called out "Master," but was halted by Jiang Hai's gesture. With a worried glance at the door, she cautiously stepped aside. Qin Suqing, following closely behind Jiang Hai, tugged at his hand, signaling him to remain calm. She turned to Jing Mo and smiled. Upon seeing him, it was evident who resided within. Jing Mo, acknowledging their presence, respectfully clasped his hands together. "Greetings, General. Greetings, Madam." The couple before him was likely the future in-laws of their lord, an encounter he could not take lightly. Jiang Hai pursed his lips, suppressing his anger, and gently pushed open the door. The door creaked as it opened. Jiang Wancheng and Xiao Yinqing simultaneously turned towards the entrance. Their eyes met, and both were taken aback. Jiang Wancheng hastily pushed Xiao Yinqing away, stammering, "Father, mother." The sight that greeted them was of the two in an intimate embrace, their expressions laden with ambiguity. What had just transpired was all too easy to surmise. Jiang Hai felt a surge of both anger and resentment. He had come to see his beloved daughter, only to witness such a scene. With indignation, he exclaimed, "Do you even acknowledge me as your father?" Jiang Wancheng, flustered, quickly replied, "Of course I do." Ignoring her, Jiang Hai stepped forward to face Xiao Yinqing. "Should I address you as young Master Xiao or Lord Xiao?" Xiao Yinqing smiled. "Whichever pleases the general, for they all refer to me. If the general prefers, you may call me Yinqing, or even son-in-law, which would be delightful." At the mention of son-in-law, Jiang Hai's expression darkened further, resembling a thundercloud. Jiang Wancheng recognized her father's ire and swiftly tugged at Xiao Yinqing's sleeve. Xiao Yinqing turned back, offering her a reassuring smile. Watching the two exchange glances, Jiang Hai felt a chill in his heart. Wan no longer regarded him as her father. This was the daughter he had nurtured for over a decade, all due to this enigmatic gentleman. With a fierce glare directed at Xiao Yinqing, Jiang Hai demanded, "What business do you have in my daughter's chamber? Such familiarity." If word of this were to spread, it would tarnish her reputation. The embrace was something he found hard to voice. "General, please rest assured. The matchmaker will come in a few days to discuss the marriage arrangements. I will not allow Wan to be subjected to any scandal," Xiao Yinqing solemnly declared. "What matchmaker? When did he agree to this marriage?" Jiang Hai glanced at Xiao Yinqing. Although it was a decree from the emperor, it did not mean that one could not rescind it. Perhaps the emperor might retract his edict, albeit the likelihood was slim, yet not entirely impossible. Jiang Hai looked over at Jiang Wancheng, attempting to discern any reluctance in her eyes. However, she merely lowered her head, offering no words, effectively acquiescing to Xiao Yinqing's assertion. Jiang Hai felt a surge of anger. Wan, has he forced you?" Jiang Wancheng hesitated, biting her lip before softly responding, "No." Jiang Hai nearly struck his chest in frustration, feeling as though his prize cabbage had been pushed aside by a pig, and a particularly surly one at that. This pig being the stern Minister of Justice. "Wan, should you be unwilling, your father will certainly implore the emperor to retract the marriage decree." Jiang Hai remained unconvinced, believing that Wan could not genuinely have feelings for Xiao Yinqing. Xiao Yinqing's hands clenched and then relaxed. The marriage decree had been sought without her consent, and upon reflection, it indeed bore the semblance of coercion. Jiang Wancheng regarded Xiao Yinqing, pondering for a moment before raising her gaze to her father and Qin Suqing. With a slight smile, she spoke. "Father, mother, I am willing. He is wonderful. I like him." Both Jiang Hai and Qin Suqing were taken aback. That Wanwan truly liked Xiao Yinqing was beyond their expectations. They understood her character well. For her, to openly admit her affection in their presence meant it was sincere. Xiao Yinqing gazed at Jiang Wancheng with deep affection. Her admission of liking him was delightful news, revealing that he was not alone in his feelings. Initially, he had thought that once they were married, he could keep her by his side until she eventually grew to love him. Little did he know, Wanwan felt the same way about him. The intensity of his gaze made Jiang Wancheng quickly avert her eyes, unable to meet his stare as her flushed ears betrayed her emotions. Jiang Hai observed the exchange between them, his anger swelling rather than subsiding. He wished to voice his concerns, but Qin Suqing interjected. "It is good that Wanwan is fond of him. I think Lord Xiao Yinqing is quite admirable." She regarded Xiao Yinqing, noting his striking appearance, which contradicted the rumors of him being humorless. He smiled often around Wanwan, and his eyes radiated profound affection. Could it be that a mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law, finding him a perfect match for her daughter? She patted Jiang Hai's shoulder playfully, saying, "Even if Wanwan marries Yinqing, she will always be your Wanwan. No one can take your daughter away from you, so do not worry." Jiang Hai's face flushed at the implication. His greatest fear was indeed losing Wanwan. The fact that Wanwan and Yinqing harbored mutual affection was a tremendous blessing. Yet here he was, feeling jealousy. What a rare sight it was to witness a father-in-law and son-in-law in a bout of envy. Qin Suqing found herself at a loss for words. Her husband was indeed a veritable cauldron of jealousy. Whenever she engaged in even the slightest conversation with another man, he would inevitably become envious. This behavior had now extended to their daughter as well. Jiang Hai felt a profound sense of frustration. Even his own wife was now defending the stern-faced gentleman. It seemed that the prize cabbage of his household was on the verge of being taken away. Qin Suqing's remarks left everyone present momentarily stunned, including Jing Mo and Xiao He, who stood at the entrance, astonished to discover that the formidable General Jiang was, in fact, quite the jealous man. Observing the expressions directed at him, Jiang Hai felt a twinge of embarrassment and feigned anger, exclaiming, "My dear wife, I am your husband. What kind of talk is this? Is it customary for a wife to speak of her husband in such a manner?" Qin Suqing remained unperturbed. She was well aware of how much Jiang Hai cherished her. Now, as an old married couple, he had never shown her a harsh face and had consistently showered her with affection. Chapter 35. Young Master Pei arrives Yin Shun. After you and Wanwan are wed, I wish to stay at your residence for a while, under the pretense of keeping Wanwan company. I wonder if you would welcome me? It would indeed be an honor for my household, and Wanwan would surely be delighted. Xiao Yinqing spoke, gazing affectionately at Jiang Wancheng. Is this truly the same Lord Xiao? Was he not known for his aloofness and pride? Such tenderness now overwhelms even Jiang Wancheng, who cannot bear to meet his gaze. Upon hearing Qin Suqing express her desire to visit the loyal and brave Marquis's residence, Jiang Hai felt a sense of dread. His wife must be upset. He immediately lost his composure. As a general, he was accustomed to the rigors of battle, often away for extended periods. Shortly after their marriage, he had been dispatched to defend the borders during a conflict that lasted 6 months. Those months were filled with the torment of longing, and upon his return, Qin Suqing had expressed her displeasure, even threatening to part ways. Jiang Hai was terrified. Henceforth, wherever he went, he took Qin Suqing along. They had not spent a single day apart since, and what troubled him further was that, over time, it was not his wife who could not bear to be without him, but rather he who could not endure a moment without her. Ahem! Jiang Hai cleared his throat. My dear wife, do not be angry. I did not mean it in that way. I merely wished to test Lord Xiao, to see if he could pass the challenge. And the outcome? Jiang Hai stepped closer to Xiao Yinshun, patting his shoulder with a forced smile, naturally. He has passed. My lady, let us return to our chambers. With that, he took Qin Suqing's hand and strode outside. Watching her parents' retreating figures, Jiang Wancheng could not help but chuckle. Only her mother could persuade her father. She was indeed his Achilles heel, and her father was undoubtedly a devoted husband. Xiao Yinshun rubbed his shoulder, feeling the lingering sting from the forceful pat Jiang General had delivered. Fortunately, Jiang Madam had intervened. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Jiang General to consent to his union with Wan so readily. Gently holding Jiang Wancheng's hands, Xiao Yin-shun spoke with tenderness. In all matters, I shall heed Wan's wishes. If she directs me east, I shall not venture west. If she says 1, I shall not counter with 2. I shall strive to surpass even your father in devotion. Jiang Wancheng shot him a playful glance, his flattery amusing her. Though his sweet talk, it filled her heart with joy. As she watched the departing figures of Xiao Yin-shun and Jing Mo, Xiao he teased, "Miss, you and Lord Xiao are truly a match made in heaven." Jiang Wancheng playfully flicked Xiao He's forehead. "You become quite the smooth talker yourself. I speak only the truth, and furthermore, I know that Lord Xiao genuinely cares for you. When he looks at you, there's a light in his eyes, and he has not once diverted his gaze from you." Jiang Wancheng sat down, resting her chin on the table, deep in thought. Affection may indeed exist, but how long can such feelings endure? No matter the circumstances, it is undeniably an improvement over the previous life. At least it is not filled with the torment of yearning until death. Memories of her past life surged within Jiang Wancheng, causing a swell of grievance that moistened her eyes. It was high time to relinquish the past and embrace the remainder of her life. Surely, nothing could be more heartbreaking than the tribulations of her former existence. A series of knocks echoed at the door. "Miss, young Master Pei is requesting an audience outside," announced the butler, Uncle Li. Jiang Wancheng's heart skipped a beat. What could he possibly want at this hour? Since her rebirth, she had endeavored to minimize interactions with him, avoiding him whenever feasible. Could it be that he had come regarding her marriage? Regardless, it was no longer of his concern. "I shall not meet him, Miss. Young Master Pei has stated that if you refuse to see him, he will present this letter," Uncle Li remarked, observing that young Master Pei was quite the gentleman. A fitting match for their young lady, were it not for the fact that young Master Xiao had already claimed her. After receiving the letter, Xiaohe closed the door, her expression laced with suspicion. "Miss, how can young Master Pei, being a scholar, not realize that seeking an audience at such an hour could tarnish your reputation?" Jiang Wancheng smiled faintly as she opened the letter. The sparse 4 lines written within drained the color from her face, her fingers gripping the letter tightly until her fingertips turned pale. "There is a beauty graceful as the clear streams. A chance encounter to share a bond with you." This was a verse from the fateful lantern. He was indeed like her. Jiang Wancheng struggled to accept the truth, recalling the myriad events since her rebirth that had led her to harbor such doubts. Yet, she had persistently convinced herself that it was impossible. Now, however, she could not deny the reality. Fei Ran had also been reborn with memories of the past. How capricious fate can be, allowing him to retain his memories. Was this to facilitate a resolution to their previous lives? Very well, perhaps it was time to confront their past. Ultimately, Jiang Wancheng resolved to leave the estate and meet Fei Ran. Outside the general's residence, she beheld him from a distance. He remained as unyieldingly composed as ever. The first time she encountered him in her past life, she felt the same stirring. Back then, she had held a fondness for his serene demeanor, believing that, given time, he would eventually reveal a smile to her. Yet, she had waited in vain until her demise, never once receiving his smile. She once thought him incapable of laughter until that day when she witnessed him gazing affectionately at Yumyaoin, occasionally revealing a faint smile. So he could smile, and when he did, it was so enchanting that she could hardly bear to look away. Surely, no one could be devoid of laughter. It merely depends on the recipient of that joy. To her, he would never bestow even the slightest smile. As Fei Ran turned and noticed Jiang Wancheng quietly observing him, the familiarity of her gaze struck him deeply. He yearned for that look more than words could express. He approached her with urgency. When he was but a few paces away, Jiang Wancheng finally discerned the injuries on his face. Had he been in a fight? The ever-polite young Master Pei engaged in brawls? This was unprecedented. Yet, as she observed the bruises marring his visage, her thoughts inadvertently drifted to Xiao Yinxing and the injuries he bore. She wondered about the severity of his wounds and whether he had received proper treatment. Noticing Jiang Wancheng lost in thought regarding his injuries, Fei Ran mistakenly believed that she still cared for him and was concerned for his well-being. He summoned his courage and approached, grasping her hand. His voice hoarse as he uttered, "Wan. The injury on my face is of no consequence." Upon realizing his presence, Jiang Wancheng swiftly withdrew her hand. Her demeanor icy as she replied, "I implore you, Master Fei, to maintain your dignity. What brings you here at such an hour?" Observing her distance, as if she were 1,000 miles away, Fei Ran felt a pang of sorrow. Wan, I know you share my memories. Why will you not acknowledge me? I am your husband. Wan. A sharp ache pierced his heart as he grappled with her refusal to recognize him. Yet he was resolute in not wanting to lose her again. Since fate had granted him a second chance at life, he was determined to prevent history from repeating itself. Ha! Jiang Wancheng retorted with a cold laugh. Master Fei, do not tarnish my reputation. I'm already betrothed. My fiancé is Xiao Yinqing. And how could it ever be you? You truly have a knack for jest. Chapter 36, when a most familiar stranger Fei Ran clenched and then released a hand behind him. Indeed, Wan had been betrothed. Soon she would wed Xiao Yinqing, and she would no longer belong to him. He was on the verge of losing her forever. Xiao Yinqing was so exceptional that Wan would surely forget him. Yet he was unwilling to surrender. Wan, I acknowledge my past transgressions, having squandered your affection, but I have always cherished you. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated, Fei Ran managed to articulate. He felt compelled to share these sentiments with Wan. Otherwise, he feared he might never have another opportunity. Jiang Wancheng's lips curved into a faint smile as she replied, Master Fei, do you think me rather dim-witted? Perhaps you're correct. I have indeed been foolish, wasting 5 precious years on someone. 5 entire years. Jiang Wancheng chuckled softly, feeling disdain for herself. Realizing how foolish it was to invest her life in a person whose heart belonged to another. Though she smiled, a deeper chill lingered in her eyes. Fei Ran recognized the depth of her misunderstanding and resentment. He yearned for a chance to clarify, a chance to pursue her anew. Wan, everything is not as it appears. He implored. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that my solitary vigil for 5 years was a fabrication? That you never offer me a kind word? That your impending marriage to Yu Miaoyin is merely a ruse? Each accusation lay before him, undeniable. Even if there were other reasons, she would never forgive him. Listening to Jiang Wancheng's reproaches, Fei Ran's heart ached with remorse. He regretted his blind adherence to his mother's words, believing that if he did not resist, she would eventually accept Wan and would not hinder his love for her. Marrying Yu Miaoyin was also a reluctant choice. His mother insisted on Wan's barrenness, demanding he end his relationship with her. Thus, he felt compelled to marry Yu Miaoyin. Wan's inability to bear children was, after all, largely due to his mother's relentless interference. He understood that at the core, his weakness was to blame. He had never once stood up for himself. He had intended to clarify matters with Wan after marrying Yu Miaoyin, but who could have predicted that she would pass away on the very day of his wedding? Now, with a chance to choose anew, he would willingly forsake everything for Wan. Wan, all past transgressions are mine, but my love for you is genuine. Grant me an opportunity to rekindle our relationship. I vow to cherish you. I will not neglect you as before, nor will I marry Yu Miaoyin. Will that suffice? Jiang Wancheng gazed upward at the night sky, where the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse scattering of stars, creating an atmosphere of profound solitude. Turning back to Fei Ran with indifference, she reflected on the man she had loved her entire life. How could she blame him entirely? It was she who had fallen for him. It was she who had wished to marry him. It seemed all her tribulations were of her own making. She could not place all the blame upon him. Suddenly, Jiang Wancheng smiled. Our fates have been exhausted in the last lifetime. In this life, I wish not to entangle myself with you any further. I hope, Master Fei, that you will refrain from seeking me out again. Being a stranger feels quite pleasant, so let us assume the role of the most familiar strangers. Fei Ran pressed his aching chest, lamenting, Wan, why will you not grant me a chance? In the past, I failed to cherish what we had, but now I have learned. Shall we begin anew? There is but one opportunity, and I have bestowed it upon another, she replied, just as my heart, which is singular, has been filled by someone else, leaving no room for another. What I have always desired is unwavering devotion. Xiao Yinqing, is it? The fateful lamp rests in his hands. Does it not? If I were to reclaim it, would you return to my side? Jiang Wancheng shook her head gently, whispering, I love him, and it has nothing to do with the fateful lamp. Her voice was soft yet clear enough for Fei Ran to grasp her meaning. Had he truly been a moment too late? In this lifetime, he had missed her once more. If the emperor had not arranged their marriage, would Wan still have chosen Xiao Yinqing? Jiang Wancheng herself was uncertain. Perhaps not, or perhaps she would have. The ways of the world are unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Yet, one thing was abundantly clear to her. She would not choose Fei Ran, now or ever again. As the gates of the general's residence closed behind her, Jiang Wancheng turned with a serene smile directed at Fei Ran. Fei Ran, I will not choose you again, not in this lifetime. In my next life, I wish to be a different self. I hope you will too. Fei Ran observed the mirth in her eyes, yearning to smile in return, but found himself unable to do so. Wan had truly let him go. She had genuinely forgotten him, while he remained ensnared in his own feelings, unwilling to escape. Fei Ran could not recall how he returned to the Ningguo Marquis' residence, stumbling back to his courtyard, Linyuan Courtyard. The servants were alarmed. Their young master had never appeared so lost and despondent. They hurried to report to the Princess of Pingyang. Fei Ran gazed at the familiar courtyard, his sense of loss intensifying. After his rebirth, he had transformed the courtyard to reflect her preferences, hoping she would delight in it upon her return. A small pavilion had been added. In her leisure time, she had always enjoyed sitting there, playing the zither. When she first married into the family, she had known nothing of music. He understood she did not enjoy playing, yet she practiced diligently to elicit a smile from his mother. The Princess of Pingyang often compared Wan unfavorably to Yu Miaoyin, subtly mocking Wan for her perceived inadequacies. He recognized her grievances, yet he had been unable to offer her any support, and now he was filled with regret. Had he known the outcome would be this dire, he would never have allowed his mother to treat her so callously. The courtyard was also adorned with her favorite peonies, which she had planted upon her arrival. Now, he had tended to them, wishing that one day she would see them and be pleased. Yet now all of this was in vain. She would not witness any of it, and likely would not wish to. Wan only desired to remain a stranger to him. All of his efforts had become meaningless. She had openly confessed her affection for Xiao Yinqing. She was no longer as Wan. He had lost her. Wan, upon hearing from the servants that her cousin had returned, Yu Miaoyin hurried over, having not seen him for several days. As I stepped into the courtyard, I was greeted by a waft of intoxicating aroma. Approaching closer, I discovered Fei Ran seated upon a stone bench, indulging in wine, with several empty jars scattered about. What a considerable amount he must have consumed. Cousin, you must cease your drinking. Excessive indulgence is detrimental to your health, urged Yu Miaoyin, as she snatched the wine jar from his grasp. At her words, Fei Ran lifted his gaze towards Yu Miaoyin, his expression turning frigid as he barked, "Give it back." Taken aback by the icy demeanor in his eyes, Yu Miaoyin faltered. Her cousin, who was typically gentle and refined, had never spoken to her in such harsh tones, let alone reprimanded her. "Cousin, is it that you are troubled? If you wish, I am here to listen," Yu Miaoyin offered tenderly. Chapter 37. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but her. He chuckled softly. You are not her. I only wish to share my thoughts with her. But she has cast me aside. She no longer desires me. Fei Ran's voice dwindled, nearly a whisper. Yu Miaoyin bit her lip, her countenance paling. Since her childhood, her aunt had often proclaimed that when she matured, she would become Fei Ran's wife. She had always harbored this belief within her heart, nurturing an affection for Fei Ran. Throughout her life, he had treated her with kindness, granting her every whim and indulging her playful antics, leading her to believe that he too held feelings for her. But now, who was the woman he spoke of? Brother, who is the lady you mentioned? She is my beloved, my one and only love. It was evident that he had indulged too much in drink, his head spinning, and he struggled to rise to his feet. Staggering, he took a few steps before collapsing onto the floor. Yu Miaoyin reached out to assist him, only to be violently rebuffed, causing her to tumble down as well. The maid, Green Ring, hurried to help her up, but Yu Miaoying clutched her hand tightly, causing Green Ring to wince in pain. With a fierce tone, he shouted, "Do not touch me. It is because of you that I have lost Wanwan. My mother insisted I marry you, and in doing so, I have forever lost her." Tears brimmed in Yu Miaoying's eyes, and she was utterly bewildered by the situation. Why did Fei Ran harbor such animosity towards her? What had happened to the cousin who had once showered her with affection? Ranner, what madness is this? The princess of Pingyang, arriving at the scene, felt a pang of discomfort as she witnessed Fei Ran rebuking Miaoying. Though Miaoying was merely her niece, she had watched her grow, and her affection for Miaoying was no less than that for Fei Ran. In her eyes, Miaoying was the daughter-in-law she had envisioned, and she had always treated her as such. During festivals and on Miaoying's birthdays, she would encourage Fei Ran to present gifts and take Miaoying out, fostering their bond. Hearing Fei Ran's words now ignited her ire. I am not being unreasonable. Did mother not wish for me to marry my cousin? But did she ever inquire about whom I truly love or wish to marry? Fei Ran's eyes blazed red as he, intoxicated, poured out his grievances. A mother knows her child best. How could she be unaware of his feelings? Following the incident at Princess Amlin's flower viewing, when Miaoying fell into the water, she had sent someone to investigate. Yet, Jiang Wancheng was not her chosen daughter-in-law. How could a girl devoid of grace and refinement be worthy of her Ranner? Even the daughter of a general would not suffice. Thankfully, the emperor had arranged a marriage for her. She is now betrothed to Xiao Yincheng, a union personally sanctioned by the emperor. Do you still long for her? The princess of Pingyang spoke sternly. Yu Miaoying approached, supporting the princess, and offered reassurance. Aunt, please do not be angry. It could harm your health. Brother is merely intoxicated. Once he sobers, all will be well. Fei Ran regarded them coldly before turning away and heading to the study. Mother, do you know that in this lifetime, I shall marry no one but her? My very existence is destined to seek her. Fei Ran turned and walked toward the study, longing to escape this place. Yet, it was where he had shared countless moments with Wanwan, and his heart was filled with her lingering presence. He simply could not bear to leave. Princess Pingyang watched his retreating figure, her body trembling slightly. What did this mean? Was he declaring that he would marry no one but her? Did he intend to remain unmarried for life? As the only son of a Ningguo marquis, how could he utter such rebellious words? Beside her, Yu Miaoying was already in tears, realizing that her cousin had signaled he would never marry her. His fiancée, Jiang Wancheng, had stolen his heart. She clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves. Aunt, what does this mean for my cousin? Yu Miaoying lamented while wiping her tears. Princess Pingyang pressed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. She waved her hand, saying, Miaoying, we shall discuss this later. I am unwell. You should return home. Supported by an elderly matron, Princess Pingyang slowly exited the Linyuan courtyard. Only she and Lu Huan remained, with the occasional passing servant whispering about her. Everyone had once assumed she would be the heiress bride, treating her with great respect. Now, she had become the subject of their mockery. Growing up alongside Fei Ran, she was aware of the noble ladies who admired him, yet she had never witnessed him take an interest in any of them. How could Jiang Wancheng suddenly emerge? She was unwilling to accept it. Surely her cousin was merely speaking nonsense in his drunken state. Arriving at the study door, she was stopped by Fei Ran's servant, Qingfeng, who informed her that the heir had instructed no one was to enter. Please do not make things difficult for me, miss you. Lu Huan shot Qingfeng a glare, asserting, the Princess Pingyang has sent Our Lady to see the heir. Do you intend to defy her command? Qingfeng glanced at the study and then at Miss Yu. Indeed, he did not dare to oppose Princess Pingyang's wishes, so he silently stepped aside. Yu Miaoying gently knocked on the door, calling, Cousin, it's me, Miaoying. There was no response. The silence within was palpable. She knocked again with no reply. The door creaked open, and Yu Miaoying stepped inside, swaying as if she might fall without Lu Huan's support. Breathing heavily, she gazed in sorrow and indignation at her surroundings. The walls were adorned with portraits of women, each exquisitely rendered. The women in the paintings exhibited a range of emotions: laughter, anger, playful pouts, liveliness, and serenity. Each portrait was so vividly lifelike that one could only capture such essence through deep understanding. All the paintings depicted the same woman, As Yu Miaoyin approached the images, she recognized the young lady who had fallen into the water with her that day, Jiang Wancheng. Fei Ran lay slumped over his desk, soundly asleep, with countless iterations of Jiang Wancheng's name scrawled across the paper before him. Yu Miaoyin clenched her fists, her nails digging painfully into her palms, a pain that paled in comparison to the ache in her heart. She lifted her gaze toward Qing Feng, standing at the door, and, suppressing her fury, inquired, "Has the heir sought out Miss Jiang in private?" Qing Feng shook his head, indicating that he did not know. He was aware of the crown prince's affection for Miss Jiang, having frequently heard him call her name in his dreams. Tonight, the crown prince sought out Miss Jiang, and he accompanied him closely. He understood that the crown prince was profoundly in love with her, yet it appeared that Miss Jiang did not share the same sentiment. It mirrored the situation with Miss Yu, who pined for the crown prince, while he, in turn, seemed indifferent to her feelings. Yu Miaoyin harbored a desire to incinerate the portraits that adorned the walls, yet she recognized that she could not act on such an impulse. She could not allow Fei Ran to despise her. However, her restraint did not imply that others would exercise the same caution. Could a son truly defy his parents? As long as her aunt was present, she believed that one day her cousin would marry her. She resolved to take good care of the crown prince. Indeed, observing Miss Yu's departing silhouette, Qing Feng felt perplexed. When Miss Yu had first glimpsed the portraits, she had been filled with indignation. Yet her anger seemed to dissipate as she left. He feared for the fate of those portraits. If they were to be destroyed, the crown prince would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Sighing deeply, Qing Feng quietly closed the door to the study. Chapter 38. She shall be the queen of the northern kingdom. Yi Tianran had arrived in Yujing for several days. Yet the emperor had summoned him only on the day of his arrival and had not called for him since. Just now, a eunuch from the palace came to convey the emperor's decree, inviting them to attend tonight's imperial banquet. An imperial banquet, one mused. It was uncertain whether she would be present. Over the past few days, he had visited the auspicious building, yet he had not encountered her even once. His primary purpose for this visit was to discuss a potential marriage alliance, having heard that the emperor had two daughters awaiting wedlock, the fifth princess and the seventh princess. The fifth princess, Chu Jingrong, was said to be gentle and virtuous, whereas the seventh princess, Chu Jingxian, was known for her capriciousness and temper. However, to Yi Tianran, it made little difference whom he wed, as long as she was a princess of Yujing. What he sought was not merely a wife, but the power that came with her. Nie Feng, which princess do you believe the emperor of Yujing will choose for me? Yi Tianran musit, his fingers idly caressing the fox mask on the table. Under his touch, the mask appeared increasingly lifelike, its eyes alluring and piercing, as if capable of seeing into one's soul. Nie Feng cast a glance at the mask, his expression impassive. Neither princess holds the esteemed place in your heart, my lord. Thus, it matters not whom you marry. Yi Tianran was taken aback. The one in his heart. Had even Nie Feng discerned his thoughts? His father had taught him from a young age that for the sake of greater ambitions, one must not cling to emotions. In the imperial family, feelings were deemed the least valuable. To achieve greatness, one must sacrifice sentiment, for only through relinquishment could one gain. Consequently, he had never allowed any woman to occupy his heart, except for her. Since parting from the auspicious building, her image had frequently surfaced in his mind after returning to the northern kingdom, an indelible presence. He had even commissioned an artist to create her portrait and dispatch someone to discreetly search for her in Yujing. Yet, whether it was due to her male disguise or for some other reason, his informant had found no trace of her after several months of inquiries in Yujing. This time, the northern kingdom was set to negotiate a marriage alliance with Yujing, although the emperor had initially intended for an envoy to convey the discussions. Yi Tianran had insisted on personally undertaking the journey, claiming it would signify greater sincerity. Many believed he had traveled to Yujing for the sake of the northern kingdom. Yet Yi Tianran understood, well, that his true desire was merely to see her. Despite his agents returning empty-handed, he refused to believe he could not find her. To his surprise, upon arriving in Yujing, he encountered her. Dressed in female attire, she left him utterly astonished, having seen her in male garb. He had known she must be a beauty, yet her feminine guise was even more breathtaking. Waves of emotion surged within him, leaving him restless and unable to find calm. In recent days, he had even entertained the absurd notion of proposing to the emperor of Yujing a trade, Jiang Wancheng, for one of the princesses. He wondered whether the emperor would be enraged or accept his proposition with delight. However, this idea was swiftly dismissed by himself. Should he wed anyone other than a princess of Yujing, his father would undoubtedly be furious, and his mother even more so. He might risk losing his chance to vie for the throne. Among the other princes of the northern kingdom, all had backing, yet he stood alone. Thus, both his father and mother wished for him to marry a princess of Yujing, granting him the strength and support needed to contend for the imperial seat. Though the emperor harbors affection for the empress, her lack of familial support renders her vulnerable to the machinations of other consorts. Consequently, Yi Tianran often finds himself the target of other princes' bullying. The humiliations of his childhood remain vivid in his memory. He can no longer endure being looked down upon, nor can he allow his mother to be mistreated. Thus, he must ascend to that coveted position at any cost. Niefeng, he inquires, should I propose to Yujing that she substitute the princess in our union? Do you think she would be willing to return to the northern kingdom with me? Niefeng is taken aback, realizing the improbability of such an endeavor. His master has endured in silence for so many years. It is inconceivable that he would relinquish everything for Miss Jiang. Furthermore, they have only met twice. While he concedes that Miss Jiang possesses undeniable beauty, he believes his master is not a man easily swayed by allure. Additionally, the burdens his master bears are far too great for him to abandon everything for her. After a moment of contemplation, Niefeng hesitantly responds, My lord, Miss Jiang is the betrothed of the Minister of Justice, a union personally sanctioned by the Emperor of Yujing. Their wedding is imminent. Yi Tianran scoffs lightly, and what of it? They have not yet wed. Even if they do, should she wish to leave, I shall ensure her departure. A fierce determination glimmers in his eyes. The woman he desires is destined to be by his side. He simply lacks the power to claim her at this moment, but given time, he is resolute in his intent. Niefeng sighs, my lord. The Empress will not consent to such a course of action. Even if Miss Jiang is willing to accompany you to the northern kingdom, her life would be far from pleasant. The Empress would not allow her to disrupt the alliance between our two nations. The Empress has always been strict with you, often advising you to avoid being led by emotion. She is aware of the injustices you suffered as a child, but can only guide you. She believes that to avoid being bullied, one must ascend to that position. Even if Miss Jiang were to go to the northern kingdom, she would only serve as a concubine. Niefeng's voice dwindles, fading into a mere whisper. Yi Tianran's heart plunges into despair. Indeed, how could the Empress ever agree? Unless he ascends to that position. Only then can he pursue his desires and marry the woman of his choice. As he caresses the mask in his hands, he murmurs, Jiang Wancheng, wait for me. One day, you shall belong to me. I intend for you to be the queen of the northern kingdom, the queen of Yi Tianran, the queen of the northern kingdom. Niefeng gasps, fully grasping his master's intentions. However, the thought of competing with Lord Shao for a woman raises concerns about potential conflict between their nations. From what he knows, the Minister of Justice is not a man to be trifled with, nor is he the only contender. There is also young Master Pei. Niefeng cannot fathom what extraordinary qualities Jiang Wancheng possesses to garner such admiration from so many men. To him, she is merely a beautiful face, delicate and lacking the fortitude characteristic of the women from the northern kingdom. Alas, Niefeng is utterly perplexed. My lord, according to the report from the Shadow Guards, young Master Pei of the Ningguo Marquisate is also infatuated with Miss Jiang. Niefeng said, his neck taut with tension. Yet, Yi Tiantian replied nonchalantly, and so what? As long as she does not harbor affection for them, it matters not who else desires her. Niefeng was momentarily taken aback. His original intention was to persuade his lord to relinquish his interest in Miss Jiang, but his words seemed to have had no effect whatsoever. Miss Jiang did not express her fondness for them, yet she has not declared her affection for my lord either. Could it be that if Miss Jiang does not favor my lord, he would still insist on claiming her? Niefeng, investigate the preferences of the 5th and 7th princesses. It would be prudent to cater to their tastes at tonight's palace banquet. A flicker of joy crossed Niefeng's face, yes. He felt a surge of contradiction within himself. He disapproved of his lord's obsession with matters of the heart, knowing well that emotions could lead to folly, yet he also yearned for his lord's own happiness. Love is indeed a vexation. Niefeng silently rejoiced in his own lack of such troubles. Chapter 39. Who cares more? Achu. While selecting fabrics, Jiang Wancheng sneezed several times in quick succession. Xiuha hurriedly poured a cup of warm water for her. My lady, have you caught a chill last night? Should I summon a physician to examine you? Jiang Wancheng took a few sips of the warm water and shook her head, replying, It's merely a few sneezes. There is no nasal discharge. It should not be attributed to a chill. Upon hearing this, Xiuha teased, Could it be that someone is concerned about our lady? I wonder who it could be. My lady, do you think his Lord Xiao? I observed how he reluctantly departed last time, as if he wished his gaze could linger on you forever. Jiang Wancheng's face flushed crimson as she feigned annoyance, saying, Even you dare to jest with me. I would not, my lady. I am simply delighted for you. Lord Xiao is the Minister of Justice, and quite handsome as well. Although he may be somewhat aloof, I have noticed that he is not indifferent towards you. Moreover, Lord Xiao has no flirtatious companions around him. I have even heard that he does not have a maidservant in his quarters. Xiuha rambled on, extolling Lord Xiao's virtues. This girl, who had once been so fearful of Xiao Yanqing, had now completely changed her opinion, defending him at every turn. Oh dear, whose maidservant are you? Jiang Wancheng wondered indignantly. Who told you that he has no maidservants? Indeed, it was from Jing Mo, Xiuha confessed, shyly lowering her head at the mention of his name. Jiang Wancheng smiled knowingly, observing Xiuha's bashful demeanor. She no longer had any doubts. Her maidservant was smitten. Xiuha was 2 years her junior, now 14, and it was high time for her to find a suitable match. Xiuha, what do you think of Jing Mo? Jiang Wancheng feigned seriousness. Xiuha lifted her gaze, momentarily dazed, her face reddening further as she stammered, I think he is quite a good person. Jiang Wancheng chuckled inwardly. The young girl was utterly transparent, her thoughts clearly written on her face. Thinking of Jing Mo, Jiang Wancheng inexplicably recalled Xiao Yanqing. Since that night, they had conversed. They had not seen each other again. The matchmaker had visited yesterday to exchange betrothal gifts, and their wedding was set for the 5th day of the 8th month. Early that morning, Qin Suqing had sent numerous fabrics for her to choose from, intending to make several new outfits for her to wear after marriage. However, she found herself lacking the spirit to select, feeling a sense of melancholy. It had been so many days, and he seemed to have vanished. Surely, his professed affection was insincere, or else why would he have not come to see her after all this time? If this was how it was before their marriage, what would it be like afterward? Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. My lady, Lord Jing is waiting in the hall to see you. He comes on the orders of Lord Xiao to escort you to the palace. Lord Jing? Jing Mo? To take her to the palace? Jiang Wancheng frowned. She did not wish to enter the palace, as it often heralded unfavorable tidings. Yet, fearing it might be a summons from the emperor, she hastily adorned herself and followed Jing Mo outside. As Jiang Wancheng stepped into the carriage, she sat beside Xiuha, while outside stood Jing Mo and Xia Yan. He had not come. He did not even accompany her into the palace. Jiang Wancheng's heart grew heavier with each passing moment. Xiuha discerned her discontent and comforted her, saying, My lady, it is certain that Lord Xiao has been delayed by pressing matters. Do not let your spirits falter. Soon, upon entering the palace, you shall see him. Jiang Wancheng pouted, thinking, who wishes to see him? It would be much better not to see him at all. Outside the carriage, Jingma and Xiaoyan were taken aback. It seemed that Miss Jiang was indeed upset. The young master had instructed them that if she inquired about him, they should say he was waiting for her in the palace, and refrain from elaborating further. They did not wish for Miss Jiang to misunderstand their young master. He had been dispatched by the emperor to investigate a case, and upon his return today, he had gone straight to the palace, currently occupied in the imperial study. Miss Jiang, the young master awaits you in the palace. We all know he is quite concerned about your well-being, Jingma said towards the carriage. After making this statement, he waited in silence, but no response came from within. Could she have fallen asleep? Were their earlier concerns unfounded? Jingma and Xiaoyan exchanged glances, rendered speechless, and resumed their journey. Inside the carriage, Jiang Wancheng had indeed closed her eyes to rest. Though she had heard Jingma's words, she simply chose not to respond. A twinge of annoyance crept into her heart as she realized her growing preoccupation with Xiao Yinqing, while he appeared to be indifferent to her feelings. She had always yearned for a mutual affection, yet it seemed she alone was invested in this relationship, which she found increasingly unsatisfactory. Even with their engagement, she felt she could forego it entirely. As the carriage rumbled steadily towards the palace, an inexplicable tension began to tighten within Jiang Wancheng. She wondered if her summons to the palace signified something more. Surely, it couldn't be that Xiao Yinqing wished to see her, prompting her invitation to the palace. With a deep breath, she exhaled her anxiety. "My lady, do you harbor some worries?" Xiao has sensed her mistress's unease since they had embarked. Jiang Wancheng gradually leaned against Xiaohe's shoulder, smiling as she remarked, "Ah, Xiaohe, you're truly splendid, both in beauty and demeanor. Were I a man, I would surely take you as my bride." Xiaohe gasped in astonishment, her heart racing at the thought of competing with Lord Xiao for her mistress. She instinctively recoiled, valuing her life too dearly. "My lady, do not speak such nonsense. I am truly fearful of Lord Xiao." Jiang Wancheng offered a faint smile, recognizing that no matter what she said, the conversation would invariably drift toward Xiao Yinqing. Alas, there was no longer any semblance of freedom in her words. With her eyes closed once more, Jiang Wancheng reflected on how, in a past life, she and Xiao Yinqing had been two unrelated souls, yet in this life, they seemed inextricably intertwined from the very beginning. Was it the influence of the fateful lanterns? She recalled that night during the lantern festival at the Dali temple, leaving behind all her lanterns, unaware of their current whereabouts. Were those two lanterns still in Xiao Yinqing's possession? If those two fateful lanterns were lost, would their supposed destiny still hold any significance? Her thoughts tangled further, and Jiang Wancheng felt her mind growing heavy. Upon entering the palace, guided by a eunuch to the imperial garden, she slowly regained her composure. By then, a number of noble ladies had already gathered in the garden. The fifth princess, Chu Jingrong, spotted Jiang Wancheng and approached her warmly, saying, "Miss Jiang, you have finally arrived. I have long hoped you would visit the palace more often to keep me company and share conversation." Life in the palace is rather monotonous for the fifth princess. Although she possesses a tranquil demeanor, she harbors a profound yearning to explore the world beyond the palace walls. However, due to her frail health since childhood, the emperor has seldom permitted her to venture outside, intensifying her longing for life beyond the palace confines. Jiang Wancheng holds a deep affection for the fifth princess, who, unlike other noble ladies, is devoid of arrogance and embodies a warm and kind spirit. I too relish the moments spent conversing with the fifth princess. Though today the household is particularly bustling, Jiang Wancheng remarked politely. The fifth princess, Chu Jingrong, smiled faintly, acknowledging, "I am well aware of this. With the impending marriage between you and cousin Yinqing, it is only natural that you are occupied." Chapter 40. Tormented by the seventh princess upon hearing these words, the noble ladies of the imperial garden turned their gazes towards Jiang Wancheng, engaging in hushed whispers. It was said that young Master Xiao had petitioned the emperor for a marriage, and none could fathom how Jiang Wancheng had achieved such a feat, compelling young Master Xiao to take this monumental step for her. Surely, he must be utterly enamored with her, for over the years, countless young ladies have admired him. Yet he scarcely bestowed a glance upon any, let alone sought a marriage from the emperor. Jiang Wancheng wished to distance herself from their chatter, and, instead, turned her attention to the surrounding flowers. It was astounding to learn that so many ladies held affection for him. Indeed, he was quite handsome, even strikingly so. However, his usual aloofness rendered him seemingly unapproachable. Why, of all people, had he chosen her? She found it hard to believe in love at first sight, and the notion of gradual affection seemed equally implausible. With a resigned smile, she mused that perhaps all that remained was a sense of obligation. Suddenly, warmth spread across her hand as a gentle pair of hands rested upon her. She lifted her gaze to find the fifth princess, Chu Jingrong, leaning in to whisper, "Do not pay them any heed, Miss Jiang. They delight in gossip, so let their words flow in one ear and out the other. A warmth filled Jiang Wancheng's heart. She had not anticipated such comfort from the fifth princess, who, given her royal status, could have easily dismissed her. Indeed, their words haven tea even reach my left ear, she replied, chuckling softly. However, I am quite curious about how you managed to persuade cousin Yincheng to approach father for a marriage proposal. It is no small feat to have him do so. My aunt has long awaited this day. Chu Jingrong teased, a sly smile playing on her lips. Jiang Wancheng was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks gradually reddening at the princess's amusement. She could not reveal to the fifth princess the events that transpired on the ship. While she was unconcerned, there was no telling what kind of tempest might arise should the wrong ears catch wind of the truth. Who was unaware that cousin Yincheng had affections for another? Marrying her must have ulterior motives. An abrupt cacophony silenced the surrounding noble ladies, who then fell into an uneasy quiet. Jiang Wancheng followed the sound, and there stood the seventh princess, Chu Jingxian, accompanied by Yu Miaoying. Ah, the troublemaker had arrived. The seventh princess was notoriously willful and unruly, leveraging the emperor's favoritism to stir discord. Seventh sister, do not speak so recklessly. The fifth princess admonished with a glare at her younger sister. Dear sister, I speak nothing but the truth. Is there anyone present who is unaware of the fact that 5 years ago, my cousin and my royal sister were childhood friends? Who does not know? Chu Jingxian retorted, her words unrestrained. Royal sister, Chu Jingrong chastised, her tone unusually firm. Should Chu Jingxian continue speaking, it is likely to incite trouble, prompting Chu Jingrong to intensify her tone. The reprimand from the fifth princess ignited a deep fury within Chu Jingxian. Her elder sister had always indulged her and had never raised her voice in such a manner. This transformation was solely due to Jiang Wancheng's presence. It was because of her. How could her beloved cousin contemplate marrying Jiang Wancheng? She would never allow him to wed another woman. Despite her repeated pleas to the emperor for a marriage decree, her aunt consistently thwarted her, harboring a dislike for her. Yet, her aunt readily approved her cousin's union with Jiang Wancheng. How could this be fair? How could a dignified princess be outshone by Jiang Wancheng? This indignation was simply insufferable. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wancheng, the inner turmoil of the seventh princess unfolded beside her as she glanced at Yu Miaoying, suspecting her to be the source of the gossip. With a penetrating gaze fixed upon Yu Miaoying, a subtle smile crept upon her lips. Ah, so the seventh princess was referring to the crown princess. Jiang Wancheng feigned realization. It appeared that the crown princess once shared a romantic entanglement with Lord Xiao. Did Lord Xiao consider Jiang Wancheng merely a substitute? The surrounding noble ladies began to murmur amongst themselves. Enraged by their audacious remarks, the seventh princess glared fiercely, pointing at the noble women and admonishing, "How dare you? The crown princess is not a subject for your gossip. Beware, or I shall summon father to punish you." The noble women were genuinely intimidated by the seventh princess, some of whom had previously faced her wrath. None dared to provoke her further, hastily concocting excuses to depart from the imperial garden. Jiang Wancheng, finding the situation tedious, wished to avoid this verbal skirmish. It was prudent to withdraw before matters escalated. Accompanied by Xiuhe, she prepared to leave for another destination. Better to evade than to incite conflict. However, after taking a few steps, she was obstructed by the seventh princess. Fearing that the seventh princess would escalate the situation, the fifth princess, Chu Jingrong, stepped forward to counsel her. "Sister, one must not be disrespectful. Today, it was father who invited Miss Jiang to the palace banquet. Moreover, once she weds our cousin, you will be obliged to address her as sister-in-law." Sister-in-law? How could that be possible? The notion was utterly inconceivable to her. She would never refer to that woman as such. Sister-in-law? On what grounds? Is she worthy? I have heard that on the day the second prince of the northern kingdom entered the capital, she was seen grappling with him in the streets. Sister, father once mentioned a potential union between you and the second prince. Will you still defend her? Chu Jingrong's complexion paled slightly as she cast a contemplative glance at Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng remained silent, observing the seventh princess as if the matter bore no relevance to her. The seventh princess subtly nudged Yu Miaoying beside her, signaling her to take note. Yu Miaoying bit her lip, her hands trembling slightly. Since Jiang Wancheng had been granted a marriage, she ought to cease pursuing her cousin, lest she inflict further heartache upon him. Suddenly, Jiang Wancheng lifted her gaze sharply, fixing an intense stare upon Yu Miaoying. It became evident that she had set a trap for her to fall into. How utterly foolish. Yu Miaoying, intimidated by her gaze, felt as though it could pierce through her very soul, and she quietly edged back behind the seventh princess. Such shamelessness and indecisiveness in a person who fancied marrying Cousin Yanqing. One must wonder, if Cousin Yanqing were to learn of her behavior, would he still choose to marry her? The seventh princess gazed mockingly at Jiang Wancheng, while Yu Miaoying followed suit with a quiet chuckle. Despite her laughter, the glint in her eyes as she regarded Jiang Wancheng was fierce. The seventh princess had promised to assist her, to advocate for the union between her and Fei Ran before the emperor and empress. As long as the emperor was willing to issue the decree, she harbored no fears regarding Fei Ran's reluctance to marry her. All of this was due to Jiang Wancheng. It was she who had caused Fei Ran to treat her with such indifference, and now she yearned for Jiang Wancheng to experience the bitter pangs of abandonment. Observing the smug expressions of the seventh princess and Yu Miaoying, Jiang Wancheng curled her lips in a wry smile, pondering the futility of their shamelessness. What shall Yanqing's awareness? I stand unashamed. Why should I fear the knowledge of others? Jiang Wancheng raised an eyebrow and taunted, Miss Yu, are you aware of the folly you have committed today? Yu Miaoying was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of her words. Not waiting for a response, Jiang Wancheng continued, if I did not marry Xiao Yanqing, do you think I would choose Fei Ran? Who do you believe Fei Ran would select? You or me? I am quite curious about the outcome. Miss Yu, what about you? Chapter 41. Protecting the wife, Yu Miaoying retreated a few steps, leaning against a pillar, her face as pale as death as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Wancheng. Fei Ran's words from that day echoed in her mind. He had explicitly stated that he desired Jiang Wancheng, not her, Yu Miaoying. She cast a desperate glance at the seventh princess, but the princess did not spare her a single look. Indeed, there are those who rejoice and those who despair. Upon hearing Jiang Wancheng's words, the seventh princess felt a sudden clarity and cheerfulness, exclaiming, as long as Miss Jiang is willing to dissolve her engagement with Cousin Yanqing, I shall gladly assist you in forging a bond with Fei Ran. Yu Miaoying, her face drained of color, stared at the seventh princess, bewildered. She had not said this just moments ago. How could the princess change her stance so abruptly? Princess, you just clearly. Before Yu Miaoying could finish her sentence, she was silenced by a sharp glance from the seventh princess. Are you suggesting that this princess is fickle? I have said nothing that you could have possibly heard. Yu Miaoying was taken aback, her eyes glistening with tears as she stammered an apology. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Sighing inwardly, Jiang Wancheng lamented that friendships bound by interests are as fragile as they are fleeting. The seventh princess, still possessing the heart of a child, was not worth Jiang Wancheng's ire. Yet, it dawned on her that the seventh princess harbored affections for Xiao Yanqing. If that were the case, why had the emperor not granted them a marriage? After all, it would be far more advantageous for the emperor's favored official to unite with someone close to him. Why must she be the one to suffer? Noticing Jiang Wancheng lost in thought, the seventh princess urged, have you made up your mind? A seemingly naive question. Yet Jiang Wancheng understood its essence. She smiled faintly and replied, I have indeed made my decision. Several pairs of eyes were fixated on her, eagerly awaiting her response. Jiang Wancheng rubbed her temples. She had little patience for those who wielded their power to intimidate others. Lifting her gaze, she chuckled lightly. I have set my sights on Lord Xiao. The entire Jade capital is well aware of this. The seventh princess's face blanched and flushed in rapid succession, her anger boiling over as she stammered, You are unworthy of Cousin Yanqing. You are but 16, while he is already 24. Jiang Wancheng was at a loss for words. If memory served her right, the seventh princess was 2 years younger than herself. If her age disqualified her, then surely the princess was even less deserving. I simply like him older. What of it? Jiang Wancheng stated with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, peals of laughter erupted from behind the imperial garden. Ha ha! How hilarious! Jiang Wancheng turned to see a group of men approaching. A wave of heat rushed to her face, as if it might ignite, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. How could these men engage in such behavior? Did they not realize that eavesdropping was shameful? Moreover, they were all of noble blood. Did they not feel embarrassed by their actions? Jiang Wancheng's heart raced, overwhelmed by the thought of how long they had been standing there and what they had overheard. She inwardly cried out, yearning to escape this wretched palace. The newcomers bore various expressions. Xiao Yanchen gazed intently at the girl whose head was bowed low, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing the seventh princess's taunting words directed at her, he felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. The one he held dear in his heart should not be subjected to such indignities, even if the offender was a princess. However, he was swiftly restrained by the sixth prince. "Cousin, do you truly doubt Miss Zhang's capabilities?" The sixth prince inquired. "If she were devoid of such abilities, how could she be deemed worthy of you? Furthermore, do you not wish to ascertain her sentiments regarding you? Is she indeed willing to accept the emperor's bestowed marriage?" Xiao Yancheng, glancing at Yitan Ran and Fei Ran beside him, found solace in the thought that perhaps those who harbored intentions towards his beloved would think twice. Even without raising her gaze, Jiang Wancheng could sense the fervent scrutiny of Xiao Yancheng upon her, causing her heart to race. Meanwhile, Yitan Ran and Fei Ran wore expressions of disappointment and sorrow, though they were aware of the couple's engagement. Hearing her express affection for Xiao Yancheng had plunged their hearts into despair. The sixth prince, still chuckling heartily, regarded the young ladies before him with a playful glint in his eye. They had lingered in the imperial garden for quite some time, having followed Jiang Wancheng upon her entrance. He was merely intrigued to overhear the private discussions among the ladies. Thus he had halted the others to eavesdrop. However, the unfolding content had caused their expressions to shift, with the exception of the sixth prince, who was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. "Cousin, she just called you old," the seventh princess exclaimed as she approached Xiao Yancheng, linking her arm with his while pointing at Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng raised her eyes, her expression unchanged as she observed Xiao Yancheng's hand entwined with that of the seventh princess. After a fleeting moment, she averted her gaze, choosing not to look at them any longer. Xiao Yancheng took notice of this. He removed the seventh princess's hand and brushed off the sleeve that she had touched. His face contorted in distaste. He shifted to the other side of Jiang Wancheng, gently grasping her hand that hung by her side, and coldly remarked, "Please keep your distance from me, seventh princess. I am known to have a cleanliness obsession." The seventh princess, hearing his aloof reference to himself as this humble servant and observing his dismissive actions, felt her anger boil. "If you are so particular about cleanliness, why then do you hold her hand? Why not ask her to keep her distance from you? This is blatant favoritism." Xiao Yancheng's lips curled into a smirk, his smile widening as he replied, "Wanhua is my betrothed, a fact well known to all. Why should she distance herself from me? I relish her closeness. Besides, if I do not favor her, who else could possibly earn my affection?" As he spoke, he gazed tenderly at Jiang Wancheng. She lowered her head, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips for but an instant, yet it was enough for everyone present to notice. Xiao Yancheng had no intention of lingering with them for long. He had not seen Jiang Wancheng in several days and yearned for a private conversation. "Wanhua, I shall take my leave now," he declared, disregarding the reactions of those around him as he firmly grasped Jiang Wancheng's hand and exited the imperial garden. Cousin the seventh princess attempted to follow, but was halted by the sixth prince. "Seventh sister, can you not remain calm? After the way you just treated Miss Jiang, do you truly believe that Cousin Yancheng would let you off the hook? Do you still wish to pursue him?" The seventh princess glared at the retreating figures of the two individuals, her heart brimming with resentment. If it were merely the case that Xiao Yancheng's indifference towards her stemmed from his affection for Li Wanchu, she could begrudgingly accept it. However, the fact that he was now distancing himself from her due to Jiang Wancheng was intolerable. Suddenly, the air around her turned frigid, causing the seventh princess to shiver. How could she feel such a chill on a sweltering day? Turning around, she noticed Yi Tiandai and Fei Ran casting icy glares in her direction, as if they harbored a deep-seated enmity towards her. Yi Tiandai had only arrived in Yujing a few days prior, and today marked her first encounter with him. Yet, Why did he regard her with such a frosty gaze? As for Fei Ran's chilliness, she could surmise the reason. When Yu Miaoyin had visited her in the palace that morning, she had divulged everything. The seventh princess was certain that Fei Ran was smitten with Jiang Wancheng. With this thought igniting a flicker of hope within her, the seventh princess approached Fei Ran. Cousin Ran, we both have our desires. I believe we could forge an alliance. Fei Ran, discerning her insinuation, responded coolly, our paths diverge, and I cannot conspire against Wancheng. Nor will I turn a blind eye to those who would seek to harm her. With that, he deliberately cast a glance towards Yu Miaoyin. Yu Miaoyin trembled and called out, cousin. Yet, Fei Ran disregarded her and strode out of the imperial garden. It seems there is nothing left to witness. We should take our leave, Yi Tiandai remarked, casting a cold look at the seventh princess and Yu Miaoyin before exiting the garden. Both the seventh princess and Yu Miaoyin shivered, feeling as though the air around them had crystallized into ice shards. The intensity of those gazes was utterly terrifying. Chapter 42. Tender affection. Jiang Wancheng strolled along the palace path, hand in hand with Xiao Yanqing, while Xiuhe and Jingma followed closely behind. The palace maids and eunuchs they passed occasionally turned their heads with smiles, causing Jiang Wancheng to feel a tinge of embarrassment, prompting her to fidget with the hand that was being held. Xiao Yanqing merely chuckled, loosening his grip slightly, but not entirely, his fingers gently entwined with hers, exuding an unmistakable air of intimacy. Jiang Wancheng shifted her fingers again, but this time Xiao Yanqing made no further movement. Could you let go for now? The maids are watching, she whispered. What? Xiao Yanqing feigned not hearing her. Jiang Wancheng glanced around, noticing that more palace attendants had gathered. She rose on her toes, leaning closer to murmur, please, just for a moment. There are too many people around. As she drew nearer, she noticed that Xiao Yanqing appeared thinner and more haggard, with shadows under his eyes. A pang of concern stirred within her, and she instinctively reached out to gently press her hand against his cheek. Her cool fingertips met his warm skin, and the moment their skin touched, both were momentarily startled, their gazes locking. The depth of emotion in Xiao Yanqing's eyes captivated Jiang Wancheng, drawing her into a whirlpool of feelings. She quickly averted her gaze, staring intently at the tips of her shoes, and her hand retreated into her sleeves, though the warmth of his presence lingered on her fingertips. Xiao Yanqing lowered his eyes to Jiang Wancheng's dark hair, reaching out as if to caress her head. Suddenly, he glanced at Xiuhe and Jingma, narrowing his eyes. Both were taken aback, instinctively turning away, unwilling to look in their direction. Satisfied with their reaction, Xiao Yanqing gently cupped Jiang Wancheng's chin, lifting it slightly. Wancheng, I am truly delighted that you are willing to reach out to me. His voice resonated within Jiang Wancheng's heart like the tolling of a great bell. A subtle fluttering coursed through her, and she bit her lip, feeling a mix of joy and anxiety. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Xiao Yanqing grasped her hand and led her down a less traveled corridor of the palace. After their brief run, Jiang Wancheng found her breath uneven, gasping for air. Suddenly, she was enveloped from behind, her heart racing as if it might leap into her throat. Stiffly swallowing, she dared not glance back, fearing the presence of onlookers. Then, she felt the weight of Xiao Yanqing's chin resting on her shoulder, prompting her to straighten her posture instinctively. His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her to slow her own breathing in nervous anticipation. The firmness of his chest pressed against her back rose and fell gently, accompanied by a soft chuckle from behind. Jiang Wancheng's irritation flared at his laughter. Was he toying with her? She was nearly paralyzed with anxiety, and he found amusement in her distress. She attempted to pry apart the hands that encircled her waist, but they only tightened their embrace. I am truly happy. His words, whispered softly, melted her resolve, and she felt her body relax in response. Wancheng, I have missed you. Have you thought of me during these days? The girl in his arms remained silent, and Xiao Yanqing sighed. I have escaped death only to rush back to see you. Do you not miss me at all? Jiang Wancheng wriggled free from his embrace, turning to assess Xiao Yanqing from head to toe, her voice gentle. Are you injured? Xiao Yanqing shook his head, revealing to her not out of a desire for her concern, but rather hoping she would care for him more. As she drew closer, a A faint medicinal scent wafted into her nostrils, causing Jiang Wancheng to frown slightly. She leaned in even closer, inhaling deeply, and her furrowed brow deepened. Realizing he could not hide it any longer, Xiao Yinchen confessed, "Just a minor injury. It will heal in a few days. You need not worry." "Where?" He pointed his chest, then glanced around before bending slightly and whispering, "Do you wish to undress me in public, my dear?" Understanding that he was reluctant to show her his wound, Jiang Wancheng shot him a glare and pushed him against the palace wall. Gently untying his robe, she revealed the white inner garment beneath. Jiang Wancheng tightened his grip, telling herself it was nothing significant, merely a glance at the injury, not to overthink it. Soon, the inner garment was also loosened, and a layer of white gauze wrapped around his chest was revealed. As the aroma of medicine became more pungent, Jiang Wancheng noticed the crimson stains seeping through the gauze, her eyes reddening as she asked, "How did you get hurt?" Xiao Yincheng fastened his clothing again and pulled Jiang Wancheng back into his embrace, but she resisted, worried about his wound. "Ah, it hurts." "I bumped into the injury." He feigned pain. The girl in his arms finally settled down, allowing him to hold her. Xiao Yincheng gently squeezed the nape of Jiang Wancheng's neck, soothing her, "It's nothing. Just a few days of rest. Do not worry." He briefly recounted the incident in which he was injured, of course omitting the more perilous details, as he did not wish to frighten the girl in his arms. Jiang Wancheng listened quietly. Her heart ached when she heard about the assassin's attack. She wrapped her arms loosely around his waist, resting her head against his uninjured chest. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. A faint smile played on Xiao Yincheng's lips as he tightened his embrace, feeling he had surely entered her heart. The weather was already warm, and after a brief while, a thin sheen of sweat formed on both their bodies. Jiang Wancheng glanced at the sky. The sun had set, and the palace banquet would soon commence. The banquet was to be held in the Baoha Hall, and this palace path was the necessary route to get there. She gently pushed against Xiao Yincheng, attempting to free herself from his hold. Yet he remained still as if entranced, not budging an inch. Jiang Wancheng sighed. "Do you wish for everyone in the palace to witness our embrace? I want them all to see, to know that you belong to me." Jiang Wancheng pressed her forehead, finding his behavior unnecessary. The emperor had already decreed to the world that she would be his wife. "Why do you act this way? What is wrong with me?" "In the past, your demeanor was one of utter indifference. Your gaze could freeze a person to their very core. How different you are now, exuding such tenderness and clinginess that, if spoken of, would surely leave many in astonishment. You reserve this affection solely for me. You are unlike anyone else." Jiang Wancheng, feeling a surge of shyness, turned her face away and gazed in the direction of the Baoha Hall. "Let us proceed to the Baoha Hall," she suggested. Xiao Yincheng remained still, his eyes subtly questioning her intent. Nonchalantly, Jiang Wancheng entwined her fingers with his. A faint smile graced Xiao Yincheng's lips as their fingers interlocked, and together they made their way toward the Baoha Hall. Jing Mo watched in disbelief as the two departed. He had never witnessed Xiao Yincheng speak so sweetly to any woman, not even to Li Wanju. "Jiang, do you truly believe that our young master has changed?" "Indeed, he has transformed, but it is not a change in essence. Rather, it is a change solely in his regard for you." Chapter 43. The Imperial Banquet, Part 1. Upon entering the hall of preserving harmony and taking her seat, Jiang Wancheng felt as though the scrutinizing gazes of others were piercing her with countless holes. It was all Xiao Yincheng's fault for insisting on holding her hand, refusing to let go even in such a setting. Even the emperor and empress, seated in the highest positions, regarded the two with amused smiles. The emperor's expression of relief resembled that of a father who has finally seen his son find a wife, allowing him to smile without reservation. Jiang Wancheng longed to hide beneath the table, while Xiao Yincheng, seemingly unfazed, calmly sipped his wine, as if all this attention had nothing to do with him. She cast him a deep glare. "Here, try this sweet and sour fish. It's your favorite." "Sample the chef's skills from the palace," Xiao Yincheng said, placing a piece of fish in her bowl. Observing the little girl as puffed up, rosy cheeks, he found her increasingly endearing. "How did you know I liked this?" Jiang Wancheng asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I guessed. Hurry and eat before it cools down and loses its flavor," he urged, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. Of course, she was aware that cold food was unappetizing. Despite her lingering doubts, the allure of the dish prompted Jiang Wancheng to set aside her questions and indulge. The tender fish melted in her mouth, truly delectable. The palace chef's skills were indeed remarkable, a rare treat worth savoring. She sighed softly in appreciation. Just as she finished, Xiao Yinqing added more fish to her bowl, saying, "Since you enjoy it, once you marry into the residence, the household chef will prepare it for you whenever you desire. And their skills are not much inferior to those of the palace." Not much inferior? Just how inferior is that? Jiang Wancheng pouted, as if he were suggesting she would marry him solely for the sweet and sour fish. Amidst their affectionate exchange, it was painfully jarring for those across the table. Fei Ran, observing Xiao Yinqing serving Jiang Wancheng, felt a sharp pang akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. That should have been his role. He should have been the one serving her. But now he could only watch as another man treated her well, as she smiled at someone else. With each cup of wine consumed, the fiery liquor burned his throat, yet it paled in comparison to the ache in his heart. Beside him, Yu Miaoyin witnessed the scene unfold, her emotions a tumult of resentment and sorrow. Fei Ran's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Wancheng, never straying to offer her even a glance. "Dear cousin, you must stop drinking. You'll become intoxicated," Yu Miaoyin cautioned. Fei Ran appeared not to hear her, continuing to down another cup of wine. After a while, he coldly replied, "Mind your own business. Do not speak out of turn. It is not your place to manage me." Yu Miaoyin was taken aback by his words, finding it preferable to have been ignored than to receive such a response. "I am merely fulfilling my mother's wishes by bringing you to the banquet. Do not overthink it. In my eyes, you will always be just my cousin, nothing more. Do not harbor expectations of receiving anything from me. My heart is already full, with not a shred belonging to you. Do not waste your time on me." Yu Miaoyin felt a sharp pain in her heart, her eyes brimming with tears. How could it have come to this? Her cousin had never spoken to her in such a manner before. "Cousin, why?" Yu Miaoyin attempted to ask, but her words were cut off. "Moreover, it is I who have persistently pursued Wanwan, rather than the other way around, as you have suggested." Fei Ran, after uttering these words, resumed drinking his wine, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Yu Miaoyin's complexion paled. Indeed, her cousin had overheard her harsh words directed at Jiang Wancheng in the imperial garden. A mixture of shame and grievance welled up within her. How could her cousin treat her thus for the sake of Jiang Wancheng? She had grown up alongside him, yet she was oblivious to when he had first come to know Jiang Wancheng. In her memory, the Ningbo Marquisate and the Jiang general's residence had never been intertwined, and invitations to the banquets at her home were scarce. How had he come to know her? And when had he begun to harbor feelings for Jiang Wancheng? A multitude of questions plagued Yu Miaoyin's mind. With a fierce glare, she directed her ire at Jiang Wancheng, blaming her entirely. How dare she? Having secured Xiao Yinqing, also attempt to seduce Fei Ran? Jiang Wancheng, sensing the animosity, glanced up but quickly averted her gaze, her eyes merely resting for a fleeting moment upon Fei Ran and Yu Miaoyin. In that brief exchange, she regarded them with indifference. The tempestuous emotions reflected in their eyes were of no concern to her. Fei Ran tightened his grip on the wine glass, fully aware that she had misconstrued his relationship with Yu Miaoyin. As Jiang Wancheng turned her gaze away, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. How could Wanwan still care whom he chose to sit with? She had evidently erased him from her heart. Thus, why would she be concerned? Most likely, she was so eager to avoid him that she hastily averted her eyes. In truth, Jiang Wancheng could not be blamed. When she had glanced at Fei Ran, she had not even discerned the expression on his face before feeling a sharp pinch on her hand beneath the table. The grip was rather firm, causing a slight sting on her knuckles. Reluctantly, she turned to glare at Xiao Yinqing. What was that for? Are you out of your mind? Yet, Xiao Yinqing seemed oblivious to the confusion and frustration in her eyes, lifting his wine glass while leisurely enjoying the performances, utterly at ease. A tempest of emotions surged within Jiang Wancheng. Her anger simmered silently, as this was a royal banquet, and she dared not act out. Instead, she sought solace in the delectable dishes laid before her. As she neared the end of her meal, boredom began to creep in. The musicians in the palace showcased commendable skills, Although she was not well versed in music, she could discern the quality of their performance. However, the dance was rather mundane, repetitive in its flourishes and fleeting glances. Jiang Wancheng found it utterly unremarkable, while the officials around her appeared utterly captivated, their eyes nearly glued to the dancers. She felt her eyes were being sullied. Before beauty, all men seemed the same, none capable of escape. She wondered if Lord Xiao was equally enraptured by such allure. When she turned to glance at Xiao Yinqing, she found him smiling at her. Jiang Wancheng swallowed hard, admonishing him silently for his infatuated gaze. It was quite inappropriate. Lord Xiao, why do you gaze upon me with such adoration instead of watching the dance? Is there gold upon my face? She teased. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinqing laughed even more heartily, for it was evident that Wanwan was far more enchanting. Not even a mountain of gold could rival her beauty. Standing nearby, Jing Mo silently lamented the situation, realizing that Lord Xiao had indeed awakened to his affections and could flirt at any moment. Yet, one must consider the appropriateness of the occasion. Was it truly wise to behave so in the presence of the emperor and empress? Jiang Wancheng raised an eyebrow, her disdain apparent as she remarked, as if you possess a mountain of gold yourself. She had heard of Lord Zhao's not only aloof demeanor, but also his remarkable integrity. Even with Princess Anlin, it was unlikely that any such wealth could exist. Chapter 44. The Banquet, Part 2. Once you become the heir's consort. My little treasury shall be under your command, remarked Xiao Yinqing nonchalantly. Jiang Wancheng was momentarily taken aback. He was adept at exploiting her vulnerabilities, first tempting her with delicacies, and now with the allure of his treasury. The extent of the humble treasury belonging to the upright Minister of Justice piqued her curiosity immensely. Turning her head, she found herself colliding with a pair of furious eyes. The ire within them was palpable. Had a gaze the power to extinguish life, she felt she would have perished multiple times under its intensity. Despite having encountered Yi Tianran only twice, and having not offended him on either occasion, she was perplexed by the murderous glare directed at her. It dawned upon her that his ire was not aimed at her, but rather at Xiao Yinqing, who was locked in an unfriendly gaze with Yi Tianran. Relieved, she sidled closer to Xiao Yinqing and whispered in a tone meant solely for his ears. Have you offended Yi Tianran? What? Xiao Yinqing feigned ignorance. Perhaps the music was too loud, Jiang Wancheng mused, unaware of the scheming glint in his eyes. Leaning in closer, her lips nearly brushed his ear. Did you offend Yi Tianran? Why does he regard you with such hostility? Initially taken aback, Xiao Yinqing soon broke into a smile. It is he who has wronged me. He has taken a fancy to a lady of my acquaintance, which is indeed an affront. However, she is truly delightful. He tenderly ruffled her dark locks and added, Do not concern yourself with them. Focus solely on me. Jiang Wancheng rolled her eyes, diverting her gaze to the dishes on the table. Xiao Yinqing pushed a lychee towards her. Sweetness enveloped her heart. The lychee had already been peeled, and she marveled at the full plate before her, nearly drooling in anticipation. Surrounded by the ebb and flow of the music, Jiang Wancheng lost track of the melody being played, unaware of how many pieces had been performed, nor when the music had ceased. Lord Xiao, I raise a toast to you, came the voice of Minister Li, who had approached their table unnoticed. Lord Li, please. Xiao Yinqing rose, raising his cup and downing the contents in one swift motion before offering his cup to Jiang Wancheng, signaling her to refill it. With a silent eye roll, she noted his commanding demeanor. Despite a waiting maid at hand, he insisted she serve the wine. Sighing, she relented, as one cannot refuse a request when one's hand is forced. Considering the peeled lychee, pouring the wine was a small price to pay. She lifted the wine pot and carefully filled the cup. Lord Xiao possesses quite the capacity for wine, Minister Li jested. I wonder if the future heir's consort shares this commendable trait? Though directed at her, the inquiry felt more like an oversight, for Minister Li had not spared her a glance. Somewhat disdainful, it seemed. Not just a little, but rather significantly so. Was the minister truly so illustrious? Just another old man. Jiang Wancheng filled her own cup to the brim and raised it, draining its contents in one go. The action unfolded with such swiftness that Xiao Yinqing scarcely had time to intervene before she had downed the drink in one swift gulp. A potent liquor at that. "My Lord Chancellor, I wonder if you are satisfied?" Jiang Wancheng articulated clearly. Li, the Chancellor, felt a tinge of embarrassment, responding in a low voice. "Miss Jiang, you possess quite the capacity for alcohol. It seems I have underestimated you. You are simply too old. Your vision has surely dimmed, which explains your oversight." Jiang Wancheng retorted without restraint. Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated as the music ceased, causing those around to overhear her words. Li, the Chancellor, immediately darkened in countenance. Could this young girl be so audacious? "Ha ha! Miss Jiang, you are truly delightful." The sixth prince could not help but laugh heartily. It is worth noting that few dared to speak to Li, the Chancellor, in such a manner, considering his esteemed position and his relation as the father of the future empress, quite likely to become the nation's father-in-law. Thus, no one wished to offend him. Jiang Wancheng let out a belch. The alcohol's effects began to rise, leaving her feeling somewhat dizzy, her cheeks aflame. Xiao Yinqing sighed, pondering how she could drink so hastily when moderation would suffice. A mere sip would have been adequate, or he could have taken her place, or simply ignored Li altogether. Why engage in a contest with the Chancellor? He poured her a cup of warm water, which she merely glanced at before accepting it from his hand. In her inebriated state, she was surprisingly docile, not arguing. Xiao Yinqing affectionately caressed the top of her head. The sixth prince observed the intoxicated Jiang Wancheng with increasing amusement. Why had he not encountered her first? After a hard-fought search for an intriguing companion, he found her only to have someone else claim her first. Never mind. He had never been one to vie for a woman against his brothers. Jiang Wancheng felt the faces before her blurring and doubled. Rubbing her eyes, she opened them again to find the same figures still overlapping. "Xiao Yinqing, why are there two of you?" she asked, swaying her hand before her. "Enough of that. You will only feel more dizzy," Xiao Yinqing gently admonished, drawing her closer. "My chest burns. I feel unwell." "Xiao Yinqing, I feel ill." With that, she collapsed against his shoulder. Xiao Yinqing glanced towards the emperor's seat, noting that both the emperor and empress had departed at some point unbeknownst to him. With the emperor absent, he could leave without further ado. Li, the Chancellor, Wancheng is still young. Her straightforwardness can sometimes lead to indiscretion. I hope you will not take offense. Young? His daughter had been a consort at her age. Oomph. Li, the Chancellor, was so incensed he stumbled over his words, flicking his sleeves as he returned to his seat. Xiao Yinqing looked down at the young woman in his arms, who, in her drunken state, was remarkably quiet and well-behaved. "Wancheng, let us return." The girl slightly opened her eyes, glanced at him, then at the table, pointing at the peeled lychee on the plate. I still want to eat." Xiao Yinqing soothed her. "There are more at home. Once you awaken from your stupor tomorrow, I shall have someone deliver them to the general's residence." As she murmured, "Home, embrace," she nestled closer into Xiao Yinqing's arms, her hands tightly encircling his neck, her head naturally resting upon his shoulder. The gesture was so effortless, as if it had been performed countless times before. Xiao Yinqing gazed at her with tender affection, a smile gradually gracing his lips. Even in her inebriated state, she sought solace in his presence, a testament to her trust in him. He lifted her effortlessly, striding towards the entrance of the Bow Hall, where the carriage awaited their arrival. Truly, they were a perfect match, a harmonious blend of talent and beauty. Did you witness the warmth in Lord Zhao's eyes as he beheld Miss Jiang? I have never seen such tenderness before. It is indeed a rarity. It seems even one who is as cold as ice can possess a gentle side. Fei Ran, he is capable of such. Yi Tianran, he could be even more doting and tender. Fifth princess. It appears she has never witnessed this. Seventh princess. What is so remarkable about it? Crown princess. That tenderness should have been hers. The essence that belonged to her is gradually vanishing. Perhaps it has already completely dissipated. Chapter 45. The kiss as she approached the carriage. Jiang Wancheng's eyes reflected a flicker of clarity, struggling to compel Xiao Yinqing to release her. With no other choice, Xiao Yinqing complied, gently placing her down. Jiang Wancheng squinted at the carriage, advancing closer to touch its surface, muttering, "This carriage is quite luxurious. This isn't the general's carriage. I refuse to board. Who knows where you intend to take me?" "Huh." Xiao Yinqing scoffed softly, bemused by her sudden timidity. Where had the courage she displayed after drinking vanished to? Did she not fear being taken away while intoxicated? Jiang Wancheng glanced back at him, rubbing her eyes and looking at him once more, seemingly to confirm his presence. "Isn't it you here? Who would dare take me away?" Initially a bit annoyed, Xiao Yinqing softened at her words, realizing that she unconsciously trusted and relied on him, though she had yet to recognize it herself. He stepped forward, taking her hand gently, whispering, "Come on, let us go up." "I want tea," she insisted, and thus they remained in a stalemate for a while. Eventually, Xiao Yinqing leaned in, half retracting while gently ushering her into the carriage. Once inside, Jiang Wancheng protested for a while before finally quieting down. Outside, Xia Yin listened as the sounds from within dwindled, surmising that Miss Jiang had likely fallen asleep, and then he inquired, "Where to, young master?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Yinqing replied, "To the Jiang residence." The carriage soon departed the palace grounds, heading straight for Jiang's home. "Ugh, I feel unwell. It's hot." The scent of alcohol surged within her, and Jiang Wancheng burped, tugging at her clothes with both hands. Xiao Yinqing frowned, securing the curtain before dampening a silk handkerchief to wipe her face and palms. As the heat dissipated slightly, Jiang Wancheng settled down for a moment, but before long, she began to fidget again. Her garments, already loosened, were now discarded entirely. The night had enveloped the world outside in darkness, the carriage illuminated by oil lamps. At that moment, she was clad only in a bodice, her snow-white skin appearing even more radiant under the lamp's glow, dazzlingly bright. The curves of her youthful figure were subtly discernible, and Xiao Yinqing found it a struggle to avert his gaze, turning to face the curtain, unwilling to catch another glimpse of her. "Put your clothes back on," he urged after a moment of silence, receiving no response. He glanced back at Jiang Wancheng, only to find that the young girl had succumbed to sleep once more. The road was uneven, causing the carriage to jolt intermittently, and Jiang Wancheng swayed along with it, nearly colliding with the carriage wall. Sighing softly, Xiao Yinqing reached out, drawing her into his embrace. He could not bear the thought of her being hurt, even in the slightest. Nestled in his arms, Jiang Wancheng was unaware of her dreams, sleeping restlessly and shifting within his hold. Xiao Yinqing lowered his gaze, his eyes drifting, and gradually moved his hand to her forehead, smoothing her slightly furrowed brows, and then gliding down to her nose, lips, and chin, as if painting an intricate picture, lingering in the moment. With a shadow crossing his gaze, Xiao Yinqing's lips descended, gently pressing against hers, the pressure intensifying gradually as he savored the kiss repeatedly. The temperature inside the carriage continued to rise, and the body heat of the two individuals gradually increased as well. Xiao Yinqing's breath became increasingly unsteady. Fearing he might lose control, he bit down fiercely on her lip. That hurts." Jiang Wancheng let out a muffled groan, perhaps genuinely pained by the bite, momentarily regaining her senses. Touching her wounded lip, she retorted angrily, "Are you a dog? Why do you enjoy biting people so much? You did the same last time." "Last time? When had he bitten her before? Was it some other man?" Xiao Yinqing narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired, "Who am I? When was the last time?" Jiang Wancheng turned her head away, unwilling to look at him. She had yet to express her anger, yet he was already losing his temper. The air around them grew frigid, and Jiang Wancheng felt as if the alcohol had mostly frozen within her. She shivered and reached for the outer garment she had tossed across to the other side. Xiao Yinqing pulled the coat over to himself, clearly not intending to return it to her. Jiang Wancheng pouted, hesitating to speak. If he wouldn't clarify things, he certainly wouldn't get to wear the garment. "Who am I?" Xiao Yinqing asked once more. If she dared to call out another man's name, she could forget about stepping out of the carriage tonight. "You are the Minister of Justice. You are young Master Xiao. You are the dark-faced lord. You are Xiao Yinqing," Jiang Wancheng said in one breath, ending with a roll of her eyes. Upon realizing that she did not mistake him for another, Xiao Yinqing sighed in relief and pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Wancheng suddenly struggled. What was this? How could he just scold her without reason? Let go. I won't let go. You can't escape. You'll never be able to escape, Xiao Yinqing asserted confidently. She must have some affection for him. At least she did not mistake him for someone else while intoxicated. The disparity in strength between the genders was too great. After a few futile struggles, Jiang Wancheng fell silent. As she drew near, the scent of blood became overwhelming, causing her heart to race, and her hands instinctively roamed over his body. Xiao Yinqing, ignited by her touch, quickly seized her fiery little hand, burying his head to kiss her, his lips and tongue invading, leaving no room for hesitation. Once their lips parted, all that remained was the breath of exertion. Jiang Wancheng lay languidly in Xiao Yinqing's embrace, still dazed from the kiss. Dare you inflame my desire again? I am but a normal man, and my patience is limited. His hoarse yet tender voice struck at Jiang Wancheng's heart, making it race to her throat. She dared not move, her hands clinging tightly to his clothing. She murmured, "Is your wound reopening? I smell blood, so I just wanted to see your injury." "Yes, the wound has reopened, so you must be obedient and not fidget," he replied gently. "We should stop the carriage and let Xia Yin come in to check your wound." Not knowing how much blood he had lost, his shirt was sticky against his chest. It must have been quite a lot. Not wanting to frighten her, Xiao Yinqing reassured her, "I am fine. I will let the doctor home check it later." Unable to resist him, Jiang Wancheng acquiesced to his whims. "Wanwans, you just mentioned that I belong to the dog zodiac, and it was the same last time. When was that?" He seemed to lack any recollection. This man would not relent without an answer. Well, there was nothing worth concealing. It was that time on the ship with the marks on my neck. After all, a multitude of red imprints. What else could it signify? As Jiang Wancheng spoke, her voice dwindled, and recalling their night together, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Yinqing's heart stirred. He realized he had misunderstood her. He lifted her chin, their foreheads touching. As their lips slowly drew nearer, "Your Highness, we have arrived at Jiang Manor," came the voice of Xiaoyan from outside. Jiang Wancheng jolted, nudging Xiao Yinqing. He took a deep breath, suppressing his desires, gazing at the bashful Jiang Wancheng, and hoarsely murmured, "I truly wish to whisk you away to the Duke of Zhongyong's residence." Jiang Wancheng cast him a playful glare, gesturing toward her outer garment. Xiao Yinqing reached for her coat, preparing to help her don it. At that moment, Xiaoyan lifted the carriage curtain. Chapter 46. The young lady of his house, Xiao Yinqing, calmly turned around. Xiaoyan felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp prickling with unease. He silently cursed himself. He was usually the one who lifted the curtain of the carriage, and having grown accustomed to it, he had forgotten that Miss Jiang was also inside today. He wished he could sever his own hand in regret for having just competed with Jing Mo for the task of hurrying the carriage. Xiao Yinqing quickly averted his gaze, deftly assisting Jiang Wancheng in dressing, before carrying her down from the carriage. Jiang Wancheng insisted on walking down by herself, but Xiao Yinqing stopped her. He carried her to the entrance of the Jiang residence, even adjusting her attire. She watched in silence, feeling warmth in her heart. Was this not what she desired? Someone who cherished her, would accompany her, and would take care of her. Xiao Yinqing turned and knocked on the door, which was promptly opened by the steward. The steward greeted respectfully Mississippi. "Lord Xiao." Xiao Yinqing nodded slightly, and gently said, "Please go inside. It is getting late." Jiang Wancheng replied obediently. "I shall take my leave now." She lifted her gaze to him for a moment, then lowered it again, responding with a soft "mm." Xiao Yinqing reached out and gently patted the top of her head before heading towards the carriage. With her head lowered, Jiang Wancheng caught a glimpse of a flutter of fabric at her feet, and in a sudden panic, she reached out, tightly grasping Xiao Yinqing's garment. Xiao Yinqing was taken aback, looking at her delicate fingers clenching his clothes, and then following the fingers to their owner. Jiang Wancheng herself was unsure why she held on to him. She simply did not want him to leave, an inexplicable feeling. She did not dare to meet his gaze. Yet her grip did not loosen, and the words she wished to say echoed in her mind. Xiao Yinqing turned back to her, standing less than a step apart. They stood there in silence. He was not in a hurry, waiting for her to speak. His eyes inadvertently noticed the crowd gathered behind the gate of the Jiang residence. He refrained from greeting them, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Wancheng had something to say to him, and he wished to avoid interruption, even from her family. Jiang Hai, standing behind the door, discerned the meaning in Xiao Yincheng's eyes. He glared furiously at the man who had taken his daughter away, feeling an overwhelming sense of indignation. Yet, he couldn't help but pound his chest in frustration, for it was his own daughter who was reaching out to another man. Upon arriving at the door, what they witnessed was Jiang Wancheng extending her hand toward Xiao Yincheng. Though his daughter was somewhat willful, she had always known propriety and would never engage in such behavior with a man. How had she changed so drastically? Ever since Xiao Yincheng appeared, his daughter had transformed. It was all his fault. Qin Suqing helplessly observed Jiang Hai, tugging at his sleeve and whispering, "After all, he is your future son-in-law. What kind of look is that? As if you would take great pleasure in dismembering him. Can I not be angry that my precious cabbage has been trampled by a pig?" Jiang Hai retorted. "Qin Suqing, is our daughter a cabbage? Jiang Wuwu, is my sister a cabbage? Jiang Ziyuan, is my younger sister a cabbage?" Qin Suqing shot Jiang Yi a glance. Wancheng is remarkable. She is a woman who does not yield to men. Jiang Hai gazed incredulously at his wife. Jiang Wuwu exclaimed, "This is truly my elder sister. I shall learn from her henceforth." Jiang Hai shot a furious glare at Jiang Wuwu. She playfully stuck out her tongue at Jiang Ziyan. Taken aback by Jiang Hai's ire, swallowed his words. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wancheng, who was lost in her own thoughts, the commotion behind her went unnoticed. However, Xiao Yincheng, having caught every moment, wore a broad smile that illuminated his face. When Jiang Wancheng lifted her gaze, she was met with his radiant grin, nearly blinding her with his brilliant white teeth. The words she had intended to utter transformed upon witnessing his laughter, and she blurted out, "Is your injury serious? If not, come to the residence, and I shall tend to your wounds." Xiao Yincheng was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for her response. In truth, Jiang Wancheng had not meant to say that, but, sigh, could Wanwan really bandage a wound? She nodded earnestly. "Yes, I learned from the physician while in Jiangnan." Ah, Jiangnan, a splendid place indeed, where Wanwan had once dressed his wounds. Leaning closer, Xiao Yincheng whispered into her ear with a light chuckle. "In that case, Wanwan once saved my life in Jiangnan. Do you desire a reward?" The memory of their shared bed and blanket in Jiangnan made Jiang Wancheng's face flush crimson. "You save a life as well. It cancels out," she retorted. Xiao Yincheng chuckled softly again, his deep voice resonating in her ear, causing her heart to flutter. Seeing her blush like a ripe shrimp, he realized it was time to cease his teasing. He feigned a hand to his chest, saying, "Wanwan, I think my wound has reopened." Instantly, Jiang Wancheng snapped back to reality, guiding him towards the residence. Upon noticing the varying expressions of her family behind them, she bit her lip, acutely aware that they had witnessed everything, and instinctively leaned closer to Xiao Yincheng. This movement chilled Jiang Hai's heart. It was as if his daughter had forgotten her father, for a married daughter is like water spilled. Moreover, she was not yet wed. Jiang Hai's heart sank further. Xiao Yincheng, suppressing his exhilaration, remarked with feigned seriousness, "My lady is quite shy." "What? Whose lady?" Jiang Hai fumed. "How has she become your lady?" His frustration was palpable as he noticed the fire kindling in Jiang Hai's eyes. "Wanwan will always be your daughter, but she is also my wife and my lady." Xiao Yincheng gazed affectionately at Jiang Wancheng. His declaration soothed Jiang Hai's ire considerably, yet he maintained a stern facade, grumbling, "As long as you know." Having delivered Wanwan to the residence, he declared his intent to take his leave. "You've come all this way. Do stay for a while," Qin Suqing invited warmly. "Thank you, madam, but I must return to the Dali temple. I have someone to meet." Though Qin Suqing was merely a woman, she recognized that Xiao Yincheng had pressing matters to attend to, and thus refrained from further attempts to detain him. Jiang Wancheng glanced at Xiao Yincheng's chest, her words unspoken, when he gently squeezed the back of her hand, reassuring her, "Fear not, I shall be cautious." Indeed, with so many people surrounding them, Jiang Wancheng felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts further, merely watching his departing figure with a sense of quiet reluctance. As the carriage gradually receded from view, she withdrew her gaze to meet Jiang Hai's restrained expression. Timidly, she began, "Father, you still remember I am your father." You are almost turning into someone else's daughter. Jiang Hai's displeasure was evident, recalling how Xiao Yinqing had referred to Wancheng as his own. Jiang Wu, tugged along by Qin Suqing towards the hall, offered consolation. Do not mind your father. He is merely feeling possessive. Confused, Jiang Wancheng queried, possessive? Indeed. Father feels that Lord Xiao has taken away his daughter. Jiang Wu had scarcely finished her sentence when Jiang Hai playfully tugged at her hair. Ouch! Jiang Wu turned to glare at Jiang Hai, both refusing to yield. Observing this scene, Jiang Wancheng felt a surge of warmth within her heart, reflecting, how wonderful. Everything is just as it should be. Chapter 47. Crown Prince Chu Yu upon returning to the Dali Temple. Xiao Yinqing found Crown Prince Chu Yu engrossed in a solitary game of chess within the inner chamber. Having just tended to his wounds, he had inadvertently kept the prince waiting. Xiao Yinqing lifted his robes and seated himself opposite Chu Yu. The prince glanced up briefly, then lowered his gaze to continue contemplating the chessboard. Was it truly just a matter of tending to his injuries? It had taken long enough. This game was already a stalemate. How many times had he pondered over it? And how many times had he failed to find a solution? It was merely an interest. He was focused on the process, not the outcome. Xiao Yinqing sipped his tea and spoke in a calm tone regarding the corruption case in Jiangnan. You are aware of the officials involved, Your Highness. The Emperor has entrusted this matter to you. How do you intend to address it? The piece that Chu Yu had just picked up remained suspended in his hand as he rubbed it repeatedly, hesitating to place it on the board. On one side lay the court, and, on the other, the crown princess and his father-in-law. Even if the emperor had erred, he could not show favoritism. The emperor would never permit such conduct. The reason the emperor had assigned this case to him was surely to test his character. Chu Yu's lips parted slightly. Father has remarked that Lord Xiao is astute and advised me to engage with Lord Xiao regarding this case. Can I truly trust Lord Xiao? The emperor had once told him to interact more with Xiao Yinqing, stating that Xiao would be a valuable aid in his ascension to the throne. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how, driven by his affection for Li Wanzhu, he had utilized his status as the crown prince to take her from Xiao Yinqing, employing certain tactics in the process. He wondered if Xiao Yinqing harbored any resentment. Did he still hold feelings for Li Wanzhu? And if so, would he be willing to set aside his emotions to assist him? Xiao Yinqing discerned Chu Yu's apprehensions. He poured tea into the prince's cup and gently urged, "Drink your tea." Chu Yu glanced at the fragrant brew before him. There was no need for the prince to dwell on past events. That was her choice, and he had never harbored any ill will. In fact, he had long since forgotten those matters. His tone remained neutral, as if discussing something entirely unrelated to him. Moreover, in terms of familial ties, he was still his cousin. The Chu Yu of their childhood had been far more endearing. A smile graced Xiao Yinqing's lips as he reminisced about their youth. Chu Yu's expression darkened. He wished to avoid such recollections. The young Chu Yu had trailed after him, calling brother Dali, but the grown Chu Yu was far less charming and fond of causing trouble. Xiao Yinqing seemed lost in nostalgia, perhaps lamenting the passage of time. Chu Yu rubbed his temples, fearing that further reminiscing might lead to some embarrassing revelations. Isn't the eldest daughter of General Jiang quite adorable? Chu Yu deftly shifted the conversation towards Jiang Wancheng. Xiao Yinqing was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept onto his face. Indeed, his Wanqing was the most delightful of them all. My girl is undoubtedly the most charming. Do not entertain any thoughts of ill intent. If I catch wind of it, the consequences will be dire. Xiao Yinqing admonished sternly. If anyone dares to harbor inappropriate thoughts towards Wan, this time he will not act as he did a few years ago. Chu Yu felt a chill. Xiao Yinqing's gaze could have slain him hundreds of times. In the past, when he seized Li Wanzhu, Xiao Yinqing did not exhibit such intensity. It seems that Jiang Wancheng holds a truly exceptional place in Xiao Yinqing's heart. I have heard that Fei Ran is also fond of her, and I have also heard that the second prince of the Northern Kingdom has been inquiring about Miss Jiang. Bang! The teacup was slammed down onto the table, more akin to being smashed than simply placed. Lord Xiao, please do not be angry. I was merely speaking casually. Xiao Yinqing coldly fixed his gaze on Chu Yu and remarked, "There is no need for the crown prince to concern himself with my affairs. It will be wiser for you to ponder how to speak with your crown princess." With that, the crown prince fell silent, realizing he had come to consult Lord Xiao. Does Lord Xiao have any good strategies? Xiao Yinqing regarded him as if he were a fool and replied blandly, I am more than willing to discuss matters of the court with the crown prince, but as for your family affairs, I have no interest in knowing, let alone offering suggestions. As for the case in Jiangnan, it involves ministers in the capital, so one must tread carefully. Without capturing the big fish, countless smaller ones will continue to emerge, leading to an endless cycle. Xiao Yinqing had already found some evidence during his last visit to Jiangnan, but it was insufficient. There were still some confirmations yet to be uncovered. Lord Xiao, I heard from Father Emperor that you plan to report Chancellorly soon? Soon, he replied. I hope the Crown Prince will remain discreet before the Crown Princess and not jeopardize this crucial matter. Chu Yu solemnly assured, Rest assured, Lord Xiao. I understand the importance of discretion. Xiao Yinqing gazed out at the night sky, the case resembling the darkness outside, yet he believed that light would eventually break through. Ultimately, the Crown Prince was dismissed from the Dali temple under the pretext of being busy. Were he not a prince, Xiao Yinqing would likely have expelled him long ago. The mere mention of other men who fancied Wanwan made him want to send them away. Talp, 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 talp. Xiao Yinqing's fingers rhythmically drummed on the table, his thoughts restless. Night Tiandai. He had come to Yujing to forge an alliance with the princess. What was he doing prying into Wanwan's affairs? What was the nature of the relationship between Wanwan and Knight Tiandai? It appeared that the union between the Northern Kingdom and Yujing needed to be expedited. He must propose it more frequently before the emperor to prevent certain individuals from harboring ulterior motives towards Wanwan. My lord, the doctor has arrived. Jing Mo called from outside the door. Xiao Yinqing regained his focus and replied, Come in. He removed his outer garment, revealing the bandaged wound beneath. The cloth had already absorbed a considerable amount of blood. The doctor paused momentarily, astonished by the Lord's remarkable endurance. Despite such an injury, he showed no sign of discomfort, as though he were entirely unaffected. After cleaning the wound, applying medicine, and rewrapping it, the doctor advised, My lord, please do not let the wound reopen. Otherwise, it will be difficult to heal. He turned to remind Jing Mo, the wound must not come into contact with water. Do you understand? Understood. The doctor placed the medication and departed. Jing Mo instructed several individuals to closely observe Yi Tianran, ensuring that every action, no matter how trivial, would be reported back to him, including the usual routes taken. Indeed, my lord, I shall arrange for personnel to monitor the relay station shortly. Proceed with the arrangements at once. Jing Mo paused, recalling the prince's earlier words, and understood the urgency. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. As Jing Mo stepped outside, he realized that his master was increasingly valuing Miss Jiang, which brought him joy, yet also a sense of unease. He worried that Miss Jiang might choose either Fei Ran or Yi Tianran, much like Li Wanju had once done. The thought was too daunting to entertain. Thus he resolved to prevent such eventualities from occurring. Regardless of whether it was Fei Ran or Yi Tianran, he would ensure that no one approached Miss Jiang even by a hair's breadth. Xiao Yinqing was utterly exhausted. Upon lying down, he fell into a deep slumber. In recent days, he had traveled to Jiangnan in search of clues and evidence, and had even been targeted for assassination by the people of Prime Minister Li. He had missed the opportunity to exchange the Gung talismans with Wanwan, which weighed heavily on his conscience. However, it seemed that Wanwan did not hold it against him. Chapter 48. The poetry gathering in the days that followed, Jiang Wancheng had not encountered Xiao Yinqing again, although she understood that he was rather occupied. A sense of disappointment lingered within her heart. Once a person becomes emotionally invested, they inevitably begin to care and grow suspicious. Sister, are you thinking of Lord Xiao? Jiang Wuwu teased, waving her hand in front of Jiang Wancheng. Startled, Jiang Wancheng responded, Is it that obvious? No, I just find it rather stifling at home. Then, come accompany me to the street. There's a poetry gathering at Yongqing Bridge in the South Street today, and I hear many talented youths will be attending, Jiang Wuwu exclaimed dreamily. Jiang Wancheng shot her a reproachful glance, knowing her sister was eager to see Bai Jianan, who always dragged her along to the annual poetry contests. In the past, she had always disguised herself as a man to attend these events. Come on, sister. You said it yourself. It's dull at home. Once you're married, you want to have the chance to attend such gatherings. Perhaps this will be your last opportunity to enjoy it, Jiang Wuwu urged, her excitement infectious. Dazed by her sister's enthusiasm, Jiang Wancheng relented. All right, stop shaking me. I will go. Today, Yongcheng Bridge was teeming with people, the crowd pressing closely together on both sides of the bridge. Jiang Wancheng and Jiang Wuwu struggled to weave their way through the throng. Smoothing her disheveled attire, Jiang Wancheng sighed. Are we merely here to suffer? Jiang Wuwu appraised her with a playful smile. It's all your fault, sister. In previous years, you came dressed as a man, and the young ladies would graciously part for you. Today, in feminine attire, they certainly one team make way for us easily. What a nonsensical argument. Nonetheless, Jiang Wancheng had indeed made an effort to dress up today, driven by an inexplicable feeling that she might encounter Xiao Yinqing. Before she could ponder further, the poetry gathering commenced, and the first to take the stage was Zhou Tingji, the champion of the previous year's contest. Clad in a crescent-white brocade robe, he was slender in form, his visage picturesque, and his gaze gentle, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance. With delicate fingers, he recited poetry while gracefully strolling onto the bridge. The crowd below erupted in fervent cheers. Young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou. The cacophony of voices was deafening, and Jiang Wancheng covered her ears, yearning for the noise to cease. Zhou Tingji, you are simply too handsome. I adore you. Jiang Wuwu shrieked in delight. Jiang Wancheng stared at her sister in disbelief. Hadn't they come to see Bai Jianan? What was this sudden infatuation with Zhou Tingji? Jiang Wuwu giggled playfully. Zhou Tingji is indeed handsome. I am not mistaken. Zhou Tingji, you are so handsome. I adore you. After her enthusiastic outburst, Jiang Wuwu quickly hid behind Jiang Wancheng. Shaking her head in exasperation, Jiang Wancheng turned her gaze back to the bridge, where Zhou Tingji was now staring intently at her. His gaze was so fervent that it left her momentarily bewildered, and soon the young ladies around her began to look her way, with expressions of envy, jealousy, and disdain. Oh dear, what is happening here? A stout girl beside her turned sideways, sizing up Jiang Wancheng from head to toe. Before her stood a young lady whose skin was as delicate as cream, radiating a rosy glow, gentle as jade, with large, smiling eyes that sparkled playfully amidst a misty allure. Her petite mouth curved slightly upward. She wore a light-colored dress adorned with silver trimmings, a water-lily-colored sash gracefully accentuating her waist, and a violet gown embellished with painted hibiscus, trailing elegantly to the ground with a fitted bodice and flowing sleeves. The stout girl was taken aback. No wonder Zhou Tingji was captivated by her. Even she found herself stealing glances. Look, Master Zhou has been gazing at you all this time. He must be smitten. Ah, you two are surely destined for each other, and before long, you may find yourselves celebrating a joyous union, she remarked enviously. Jiang Wancheng was left momentarily stunned by the stout girl's words. What do you mean by mutual affection? When did you see me express any fondness for Master Zhou? The stout girl, equally perplexed, retorted, Did you not just shout out loud? You exclaimed, Zhou Tingji, you are so handsome, I like you so much. Jiang Wancheng cast a sidelong glance at the instigator hiding beside her. Moreover, Master Zhou must have heard your declaration, which is why he looked your way. It is indeed curious. Amidst the crowd's clamor, why did he only turn his attention to you? The stout girl pondered, wondering why her own loud exclamations had gone unnoticed. Jiang Wancheng, disinterested in further analysis with the stout girl, tugged at Jiang Wuwu's sleeve, saying, You caused this mess. You should resolve it. This poetry gathering was never to her liking. She had no desire to stay. As she turned to leave, a mocking voice abruptly halted her. With a marriage contract in place, how dare you openly express affection for another man? Is this your way of courting attention? I recall you once confessed your feelings for my cousin right in the street. Jiang Wancheng raised her gaze to meet the sunlight, focusing on the speaker. Dressed in a pale blue palace gown, the fabric flowed like moonlight upon the ground, her long, dark hair swaying in the breeze, accompanied by a matching ribbon. This young lady was none other than Princess Chu Jingxian, the seventh princess. With her chin slightly raised, she regarded Jiang Wancheng with an air of arrogance. Jiang Wancheng met her gaze with composure. The crowd, recognizing the seventh princess, parted to make way for her, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. The princess sauntered over to Jiang Wancheng, mockingly declaring, "Miss Jiang, you truly are remarkable. Just look, even Master Zhou is utterly enchanted by you." She then glanced towards Zhou Tingji on the bridge. His ears flushed crimson. He had indeed heard Jiang Wancheng's call and was perplexed as to why. Amidst the cries of so many young ladies, hers had resonated so clearly. Moreover, he found her quite appealing from the moment he laid eyes on her. His heart had fluttered, a fact he could not deny. However, upon hearing the seventh princess mention her engagement, his heart sank, realizing that the girl he had fallen for at first sight was already promised to another. Jiang Wancheng knew that encountering the seventh princess would never bode well. "It seems you have misheard, princess. I have never confessed my feelings to Master Zhou." "Huh, have I misheard? It is not just I who heard it. Even Master Zhou did he not?" The seventh princess directed her words towards Zhou Tingji. Zhou Tingji glanced at Jiang Wancheng, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, and replied nonchalantly, "I have not heard anything." The seventh princess fixed her gaze intensely on Zhou Tingji, thinking to herself, "Very well, she has begun to shield Jiang Wancheng." She was eager to witness how long Jiang Wancheng could be protected. Moreover, should these words reach the ears of her cousin Yanshun, they would undoubtedly take on an entirely different meaning. She turned back to Jiang Wancheng with a slight smirk, anticipating the unfolding drama. Jiang Wu, unable to bear the sight of her sister being bullied, stepped in front of Jiang Wancheng, declaring, "My sister has never uttered such words. Those remarks directed at young Master Zhou were mine. I was standing beside my sister, so everyone must have been mistaken." Chapter 49. Knight Tianran comes to the rescue. Jiang Wancheng pulled Wu behind her, fearing that Wu might become a target for the seventh princess, who was not to be trifled with. "Who are you? This is not a place for you to speak," the seventh princess remarked, raising her chin as she scrutinized Jiang Wu. Her personal maid whispered, "Your Highness, this young lady is likely the daughter of General Jiang Hai." "Ah, no wonder. No wonder they share such a disposition. It turns out they are sisters." The seventh princess chuckled lightly. "You." Jiang Wu had not finished her words before Jiang Wancheng interrupted her. "I have matters to attend to and shall not disturb the seventh princess during the poetry gathering." With that, she pulled Jiang Wu and prepared to leave. However, after just a few steps, they were blocked by two guards beside the seventh princess. Jiang Wancheng looked at the seventh princess in confusion. "The poetry gathering has not yet concluded. Does Miss Jiang not wish to see if your beloved will triumph this year? Young Master Zhou is indeed a man of elegance. It is no wonder you are fond of him," the seventh princess continued unabashedly. Though Jiang Wancheng initially wished to ignore the seventh princess, the whispers from the surrounding ladies began to swell, reminding her that rumors could be lethal. She pondered how best to counter this situation. The more silent Jiang Wancheng became, the more delighted the seventh princess grew, believing she had achieved her goal. No man would forgive his fiancée for publicly expressing affection for another. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted. I have heard much of the seventh princess's formidable nature, and today I have witnessed it firsthand. Knight Tianran's words dripped with sarcasm. All eyes turned to him, including Jiang Wancheng's, dressed in a striking red robe. Knight Tianran fanned himself gently, his fox-like eyes glancing upward, exuding an irresistible charm. Jiang Wancheng marveled inwardly. No man had ever worn red so captivatingly. Even the women paled in comparison. The surrounding ladies sighed in admiration. Could this poetry gathering continue? With such interruptions, even the young men, yet to make their appearances, leaned forward to witness the unfolding drama. The seventh princess's face flushed with a mixture of anger and embarrassment at Knight Tianran's remarks, yet she dared not retaliate, knowing the implications for diplomatic relations between their nations. If she were to jeopardize this, the emperor would surely not spare her. Suppressing her rage, she forced a smile through gritted teeth. "Your Highness is jesting." "Huh." Knight Tianran scoffed lightly. The seventh princess's smile faltered, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes blazing with fury. Knight Tianran brazenly cast a glance at the seventh princess before striding towards Jiang Wancheng, lightly tapping her head with his fan. "Why don't you fight back when you're bullied?" You were quite sharp-tongued when you argued with me. Why so timid now? Jiang Wancheng, covering her head where he had tapped, looked at Knight Tian Ran with suspicion. Though his words bore a hint of severity, they were laced with affection, and that tenderness was predominant. Even the act of tapping her head felt endearing. Were they truly so familiar? She recalled that her acquaintance with him was but a fleeting encounter, yet why did his demeanor suggest that they were old friends? Furthermore, did he realize that his assistance would incite the wrath of the seventh princess? As a prince from a northern kingdom, it was inappropriate for him to provoke discord with someone from the palace, especially since he was in the capital to engage in a political marriage. Though he was currently aiding her for his own sake, and indeed for her own, Jiang Wancheng resolved that it would be prudent to distance herself from this enigma. Without uttering a word, she grasped Jiang Wuo's hand and made her way into the throng. Due to the presence of Yi Tiandian, the seventh princess refrained from further obstructing Jiang Wancheng. Yi Tiandian watched the girl in purple pass by, making no attempt to follow her, merely murmuring to himself, "Do red and purple not complement each other splendidly?" Nie Feng, though Yi Tiandian's words were barely audible, heard them distinctly. He sensed a change in his master, who had become more humane. In the past, he would never have offered assistance to any maiden, even if she were cruelly mistreated. His master had grown less cold and indifferent. Nie Feng pondered whether this transformation was a blessing or a curse. The poetry gathering continued, with the surrounding ladies vociferously encouraging the poets. Other talented individuals took to the stage, yet Zhou Ting's gaze remained fixated on the retreating figure of Jiang Wancheng, his heart heavy with disappointment. It seemed that whether he claimed victory this year had become inconsequential, as his thoughts were consumed by her image. Once Jiang Wancheng extricated herself from the crowd, she did not pause, leading Jiang Wuo from West Street to East Street before finally stopping. Jiang Wuo, slightly fatigued, gasped, "Sister, are we fleeing?" Jiang Wancheng shot her an irritated glance, feigning anger. "Is this not your fault?" Jiang Wuo looked down, moping. "I merely called out casually. I had no idea it would escalate like this. I've done so in previous years, and you know that." Concerned that her sister was being too hard on herself, Jiang Wancheng gently patted the back of her hand. "Sister only fears that you might offend the seventh princess and that she could harm you in the future." Jiang Wuo tightened her grip on Jiang Wancheng's arm, playfully declaring, "I understand. I will be more cautious in the future, avoiding encounters with the seventh princess. If she is on the street, I shall run to the alley." Jiang Wancheng chuckled at her antics, realizing perhaps she had been overly worried. Wuo had grown up, and she needed to learn to confront these challenges herself. "Do you wish to return to the poetry gathering?" Jiang Wuo nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Jiang Wancheng understood. When she had initially pulled her away, Wuo had looked back several times. What more was there to comprehend? "You haven't yet seen Bai Jinan?" Jiang Wuo sighed. Indeed, her intention today had been to see Bai Jinan, and returning now would undoubtedly leave her feeling despondent. "You may go back, but remember to steer clear of the seventh princess." Yes, I will remember. You are the best, sister." Jiang Wancheng playfully pinched her cheek, knowing she was being endearing. "I await you at the auspicious building. After the poetry gathering concludes, seek me there. Remember, do not stir any trouble." She has chosen not to attend the poetry event. With that little incident, the surrounding crowd likely recognizes her, and should she return, it may incite further commotion. Observing Jiang Wu's exuberant silhouette, Jiang Wancheng let out a sigh. In her previous life, she had not witnessed Wu's marriage before her untimely demise. She remains unaware of the life Wu led thereafter. May she be granted the opportunity in this life to witness her sister's journey and to safeguard her. Perhaps due to the poetry gathering, the auspicious building is rather desolate today, with only a few patrons indulging in meals and tea. Jiang Wancheng too sought a seat by the window. The attendant cheerfully inquired whether the young lady required a change of room, as there were vacant private chambers available upstairs. Chapter 50. How can one settle the world with an unsettled heart? Jiang Wancheng raised her gaze towards the upper floor. The private rooms were undoubtedly quieter, yet she preferred the lively atmosphere of the hall, where she could overhear conversations filled with unfamiliar tales. The primary advantage was that it would be more convenient for Wu to find her when she arrived. "No, thank you. This place is quite satisfactory," she replied. The young waiter appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing at the elegantly attired young woman before him, who seemed either affluent or of noble descent. Typically, daughters of such families would opt for the tranquility of a private room. Yet today, he encountered an exception. With a cheerful demeanor, the waiter inquired, "Miss, would you like to try our signature dishes? Then please bring me a few signature dishes, along with a pot of wine," she instructed. No sooner had her words left her lips than a gentleman took a seat opposite Jiang Wancheng. The waiter, observing the gentleman's order, quickly darted his gaze between Jiang Wancheng and Yi Tiandan, exclaiming, "Certainly. Please wait a moment. Your food and wine will arrive shortly." Jiang Wancheng lowered her head, sipping her tea, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of the cup. Noticing her unease, Yi Tiandan felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. He was not a ferocious beast. Though he was not known for his gentleness, he was exceedingly tender towards her. Little deceiver, Jiang Wancheng finally met his gaze. Noticing the radiant smile gracing Yi Tiandan's face, a smile that sparkled with brilliance. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she recalled how she had disguised herself as a man and even assumed a male identity. Yet, her actions were driven by necessity, not deceit. Moreover, she had never anticipated encountering him again, nor had she known he was a prince of the northern kingdom. She had assumed him to be a man with dubious intentions. Jiang Wancheng offered a shy smile. Yi Tiandan's lips curved slightly, his eyes sparkling mischievously. "I have heard that Miss Jiang has little interest in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Why then, might I ask, have you chosen to attend a poetry gathering today?" Jiang Wancheng swallowed hard, internally cursing the enchanting figure before her. "Do not flaunt such beguiling expressions so easily. I merely wandered about. My intent was not to attend the poetry gathering." Could it be that Miss Jiang anticipated my outing today, hence seeking a serendipitous encounter with me? Narcissist, Jiang Wancheng silently scolded again. If he wished to claim his self-importance, he could do so openly rather than harboring it within. Such thoughts were not guaranteed to reach her ears. Yi Tiandan spoke lightly, yet his face bore a radiant smile. Jiang Wancheng was startled. Could it be that he possessed the ability to read minds? How could he know her thoughts? She hastily drank 2 cups of tea to calm her nerves. Yi Tiandan continued to gently fan himself, contemplating the simplicity of her thoughts. He felt a twinge of reluctance to tease her further, and yet a fear of developing feelings for her arose. He was a man who would stop at nothing for the throne. Perhaps he would pursue her with the same relentless fervor, determined to bring her to his side. In truth, he had followed her to Yongchang Bridge, trailing her since she left her home. He had waited at Jiang Manor for several days, finally fortunate enough to see her venture out. Jiang Wancheng sensed that despite Yi Tiandan's playful demeanor, his eyes held a depth of unspoken concerns, a riddle she could not unravel and had no desire to decipher. The food and wine arrived in full, and the waiter announced, "Enjoy your meal, esteemed guests." The thoughts of both individuals were abruptly interrupted by a remark from the waiter. Jiang Wancheng indeed felt a pang of hunger, and thus began to savor the dishes laid before her. Casting a glance at Yi Tiandan across the table, she noticed he merely sipped his wine, leaving his chopsticks untouched. Swallowing a mouthful of food, she inquired, "Young Master Yi, is the food not to your liking? You haven't even touched your chopsticks." Yi Tiandan remained silent, his gaze fixated on her. Jiang Wancheng touched her mouth, wondering if there was rice on her face. After a thorough check, she found nothing. Meeting Yi Tiandan's eyes, she pouted, thinking if he didn't want to eat, it was a shame to waste such delightful dishes. She resumed her meal. After a considerable time, when Jiang Wancheng thought he would not speak again, Yi Tiandan finally broke the silence. "You may call me Tian, or Brother Wan." After uttering those words, he diverted his gaze to the window, lost in thought. Standing beside him, Niefeng's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Brother Wan. Brother Wan. His master had never permitted any woman to address him in such a manner, not even the princess of the northern kingdom. Niefeng glanced at Yi Tiandan, then at Jiang Wancheng, feeling increasingly troubled. His master was to be wed to a princess, and Miss Jiang was already betrothed. Brother Tian, Jiang Wancheng silently repeated to herself, yet could not bring herself to utter it aloud. "Young Master Yi," was the phrase that slipped from her lips. Yi Tiantian, however, seemed unconcerned as he cast her a sidelong glance. "Does Miss Jiang not understand the customs of reciprocity?" Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng thought to herself. It was merely a name. What harm could there be in revealing it? Jiang Wancheng. Wancheng, gentle and graceful, a name of elegance. Yi Tiantian mused, the name rolling off his tongue with a hint of tenderness. It was just a name. Her grandfather had not intended it to carry such weight when he chose it. "Wan, young master, we are not familiar." Jiang Wancheng replied with a forced smile, implying that such familiarity was inappropriate. "Ah, I wake each day yearning to see you, and you claim we are not acquainted?" Jiang Wancheng shot him a disapproving look, pondering the absurdity of his words. She surveyed the surrounding patrons, relieved that no one seemed to react. They must not have heard his earlier remark, for if word got out, she would surely bear the brunt of scorn. Yi Tiantian teased, "Little deceiver." Jiang Wancheng. Yi Tiantian. Vanzhan. Jiang Wancheng. "Call me whatever you wish." Her lips were not his to command. She chose to ignore him and resumed her meal. Yi Tiantian poured tea in her cup, advising, "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. You have quite an appetite, yet I see no sign of weight gain. You hardly have 2 ounces of flesh on you. Is it not a bit wasteful?" He scrutinized her, taking in her figure. Jiang Wancheng shot him a glare, thinking, was he implying she lacked curves? Oomph. She straightened her posture. Though petite, her body and skin were gifted by her parents. And what could she do about it? Furthermore, what of a modest bosom? How could one expect to achieve greatness without balance? Those who admire ample figures may simply venture to the street across, where the young ladies there could certainly titillate their gaze. Ha ha, ha ha. Observing her proud stance, Yi Tiantian could not suppress his laughter. She was utterly adorable. He merely remarked on her slenderness, with no ulterior motives, yet it seemed the young girl had misconstrued his intentions. "I simply believe Wan is too thin. It is not what you think." Upon finishing his statement, Yi Tiantian turned his face away, stifling his laughter, though his shoulders continued to shake. Even Ye Feng turned away, his jaw clenched tightly as he suppressed his amusement. Jiang Wancheng's face burned as if scorched by fire, her heart seething with unexpressed anger, realizing it was her own misunderstanding. Chapter 51. Gratitude. As Jiang Wu stepped into the auspicious building, her gaze fell upon her elder sister, who was puffing her cheeks in indignation, seated across from a man clad in striking red attire. Instantly, she recognized him as the individual who had just defended them during the poetry gathering. Indeed, few men dared to don such vibrant garments. Yet on him, the ensemble appeared remarkably captivating and flamboyant. When had her sister grown so familiar with him? To think they were sharing a meal together. "Sister," Jiang Wu approached, calling out to Jiang Wancheng, and took a seat on the stool beside her, pouring herself a cup of tea and drinking it eagerly. She was parched after all the shouting earlier, her throat nearly hoarse. Nevertheless, a sense of joy filled her heart upon seeing Bai Jinan. "Drink slowly. Be careful not to choke," Jiang Wancheng remarked, dabbing the perspiration from Jiang Wu's brow with a silk handkerchief. "I was so thirsty, sister," Jiang Wu replied, downing 3 cups of tea before feeling quenched. Jiang Wancheng could only smile helplessly. "Sister, who do you think will win this year's poetry contest?" Jiang Wu asked excitedly. "Given your expression, it's clear it will be Bai Jinan," Jiang Wancheng replied. She had seen Bai Jinan from a distance at last year's poetry event, but did not hold a significant impression of him. She couldn't fathom why Wu was so enchanted by him, attending the poetry gatherings year after year, just for a glimpse of him. Jiang Wancheng had even jested about their father seeking Bai Jinan's hand for her, but Wu had firmly declined, insisting that her admiration was for his talents and looks, not a desire for marriage. "Who is Bai Jinan?" interrupted Yi Tiantian, who had been overlooked by the 2 sisters. Jiang Wu suddenly remembered that there were others present and regarded Yi Tiantian, noting his alluring features, which seemed wasted. If he were a woman, he would surely captivate countless men in Yujing. "Your mother must be a great beauty," Jiang Wu exclaimed in admiration. Yi Tiantian frowned slightly, realizing that the young girl was entirely out of sync with their conversation. Her response was utterly off topic. Moreover, Discussing the royal family was forbidden in the Northern Kingdom. Stepping forward, Niefeng glared at Jiang Wuwu with a chilling gaze. Do not speak of our royal consort. Jiang Wuwu was taken aback. She had merely complimented the beauty of their consort and had not uttered anything inappropriate. She pouted defiantly at Niefeng. With a sharp sound, Niefeng unsheathed his sword. Jiang Wancheng's face turned pale, and she quickly stood in front of Jiang Wuwu. Wuwu is young and lacks discretion. I hope you can be forgiving and not hold her words against her, she implored. Niefeng continued to stare coldly at Jiang Wuwu, who instinctively shrank back, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Yi Tianyan, observing Jiang Wancheng's pale countenance, shot a warning glance at Niefeng and coldly ordered, Niefeng, cease your rudeness and apologize to the young ladies at once. Jiang Wancheng swallowed hard and timidly replied, no. It's all right. It was our fault for discussing your royal consort. Niefeng sheathed his sword and stepped back behind Yi Tianyan, casting a cold glance at Jiang Wuwu, a woman utterly oblivious to her own recklessness. If not for his master's intervention, his blade would have tasted blood. Jiang Wancheng watched Niefeng retreat, finally allowing herself to breathe easily. Her heart had nearly leapt to her throat. Engaging with such individuals was perilous. One could easily find themselves ensnared in unforeseen peril. It was prudent to depart swiftly and keep their distance. Master Yi, it is late, and my sister and I must return to our residence. We truly appreciate your assistance today, Jiang Wancheng said, grasping Jiang Wuwu's hand as they prepared to leave Jixiang Tower. Wan, having aided you today, do you not owe me a word of thanks? Yi Tianyan raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Oh, here we go again. Jiang Wancheng turned back, forcing a smile that lacked warmth. I have already expressed my gratitude, master. I do not seek mere verbal acknowledgement. I desire something of substance. Yi Tianyan replied, a playful smirk gracing his lips. It was amusing to tease her. Something of substance? Could it be monetary? What wealth could a young lady possess? It was rather mundane for a prince of the Northern Kingdom to request money as a token of thanks. It seemed their living conditions were not as splendid as one might assume. With that thought, she smiled lightly. Rest assured, Master Yi, once I return home, I shall instruct the steward to deliver my token of appreciation to the inn where you reside. Yi Tianyan's expression darkened, utterly perplexed. Had he ever requested money? Did he appear destitute to her? He glanced at his attire, neither ragged nor worn, fashioned from the finest fabrics. How could she perceive him as someone in need of financial aid? Niefeng gritted his teeth, observing the myriad of expressions on Yi Tianyan's face. He felt a laugh bubbling within, yet dared not express it. No wonder his master was drawn to her. It seemed he had a penchant for the naive. Yi Tianyan playfully rapped Jiang Wancheng on the forehead with his fan, applying a bit of force, as he was nearly driven to tears by her convoluted reasoning. Ow! Why do you hit my forehead? She exclaimed, a mix of reproach and feigned petulance in her tone. Upon hearing her, Yi Tianyan felt a peculiar sensation, as if his heart were being tickled. I'm not so greedy, and frankly, I have no desire for your modest wealth. What I seek as a token of thanks is simply for you to accompany me on a stroll through Yujing. Jiang Wancheng beamed, realizing her earlier misunderstanding. It was hardly her fault. She could not fathom his thoughts as if she were privy to his innermost musings. The day's surprises had been relentless. All she longed for now was to return home and rest in bed, utterly exhausted in spirit. Let us postpone this, she suggested. Seizing the day is better than waiting for an opportune moment. Let it be today, Yi Tianyan declared with rare seriousness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wancheng's spirits plummeted, her small face contorting into a frown. She placed a hand to her forehead, lamenting the fact that he seemed more inclined to trouble her than to pursue the princess. Elder sister, I wish to join you. Take me along. Jiang Wuwu chirped excitedly. After speaking, she shot a glance at Niefeng, but he remained unflinching, not returning her gaze. A wave of disappointment stirred within her. Jiang Wancheng keenly observed her subtle emotions, a sign of budding affection. Her gaze lingered on Niefeng, casting an ominous shadow over her demeanor. In that moment, she perceived Bai Jianan as an exceptional gentleman, perfectly suited for her dear Wuwu. Noticing her intense scrutiny, Niefeng swallowed hard and remarked, Miss Jiang, Why are you looking at me? If you continue to gaze upon me like this, my master will surely have me dismembered. He straightened his posture, resolutely avoiding eye contact. Yet, the intensity of her gaze was undeniable. It was not merely one gaze, but a trio of piercing stares. Master, I am in urgent need. I shall step outside for a moment. Niefeng hastily fabricated an excuse and hurried toward the exit, desperate for fresh air lest he suffocate within those confines. No sooner had he stepped out than the sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Talp, talp, talp. All eyes turned toward the source. Jiang Wancheng stood, transfixed, gazing at the man ascending the staircase. Chapter 52. Dust settles. The man, standing on the staircase, paused for merely a second, casting a fleeting glance from the corner of his eye without lingering on her face, before continuing his ascent. At the moment she beheld him, Jiang Wancheng felt her heart leap to her throat, only to plummet into the abyss the very next instant. An unbearable rise and fall. She clutched the silk handkerchief in her grasp tightly, the fabric so fragile that it threatened to tear beneath her grip. It seemed as though he hadn't seen her at all, yet he had clearly caught sight of her, behaving as if they were strangers, his gaze flitting past her in an instant. Had it not been for the sight of Jing Mo and Xu Yin trailing behind him, she might have doubted her own eyes, questioning whether it was truly Xiao Yinqing. Jiang Wuwu, sensing her despondency, offered a comforting remark. Sister, perhaps the gentleman has pressing matters to attend to, which is why he ascended without greeting us. Jiang Wancheng suppressed her discontent, forcing a smile as she replied. What does it matter? It's of no concern to me. She then looked up at Yi Tiandan and spoke with a calm demeanor. Did you not wish to explore Yujing, young Master Yi? Surely, he would be indifferent to whom she associated with. If that were the case, why should she concern herself with his feelings? Yi Tiandan gazed tenderly at Jiang Wancheng, acutely aware of her change in demeanor. The discontent etched upon her face was unmistakable. His heart ached at the sight of her, and he glanced up at Jing Mo, a provocative smile dancing upon his lips. Gently, he reached out to caress the top of Jiang Wancheng's head, bending slightly to meet her gaze. It is a great honor to have you by my side. Let's proceed. The tenderness in his words astonished even Jiang Wuwu. Yet, Jiang Wancheng remained lost in the memory of Xiao Yinqing's gaze and failed to register the significance of his sentiment. Yi Tiandan walked ahead, and she followed him out of Jixiang Tower. Jing Mo watched their retreating figures, his teeth clenched in frustration, convinced that this young Master Yi was being deliberately provocative. Just moments ago, when he had seen Jiang Wancheng on the staircase, he had felt an unmistakable chill, even though his master's footsteps had not faltered. Once they entered the private room, he coldly instructed his subordinate to keep watch over everything occurring downstairs. At that moment, Jing Mo's heart raced with anxiety. Why had no shadow guards reported Jiang Wancheng's whereabouts today? Xiao Yinqing had stationed 2 shadow guards at the Jiang residence, not only to prevent Yi Tiandan and Fei Ran from drawing near, but also to ensure Jiang Wancheng's safety. After all, Prime Minister Li was not to be trifled with. He feared that Li might use Jiang Wancheng as leverage against him, and he was concerned about the potential danger that could befall her. With a heavy heart, Jing Mo returned to the private room. Approaching Xiao Yinqing, he stammered, "My lord, Jiang Wancheng has left Jixiang Tower with young Master Yi." With a resounding crash, the cup was hurled to the ground by Xiao Yinqing. A collective gasp echoed through the room. The lord was furious, and the consequences would be dire. Jing Mo and Xu Yin remained silent, understanding that in the face of their master's wrath, silence was the wisest course of action. "My lord, who is Jiang Wancheng? And who is young Master Yi?" Jing Mo. Xu Yin. Truly, one would not encounter misfortune if one refrains from courting it. The speaker, sitting opposite Xiao Yanqian, is the leader of the Shadow Guards, Luo Chun. The true mastermind behind the auspicious establishment is, in fact, Xiao Yanqian, who utilizes the venue as a hub for gathering intelligence for the Dali Temple. Luo Chun has just returned from Jiangnan, bearing news from the region. He has secured incriminating evidence against the magistrate of Cheongzhou, Li, who is willing to testify against Prime Minister Li, provided that his family is guaranteed safety. After relocating Li's family to a secure location, Luo Chun hastily returned to Yujing with the magistrate. Having spent an extended period in Yujing, Luo Chun is utterly unaware of the recent developments, including the fact that his master has been betrothed. A piercing glance from Xiao Yanchen sends a chill down Luo Chen's spine. What has transpired? Surely, he has not misspoken, for his master appeared attentive during the briefing. A furtive glance at Jing Mo and Xu Yin reveals their downcast eyes, devoid of any intention to raise their heads. Such ungratefulness. Luo Chun laments the disintegration of the brotherhood forged over 2 decades. Whereas magistrately now, after a prolonged silence, Xiao Yanchen finally inquires. In the inn, he replies, before falling silent once more, his fingers drumming heavily on the table. Tap, tap, tap. The hearts of the other 3 in the private room quicken with each sound, scarcely daring to breathe. Luo Chun and Xu Yin are tasked with escorting Magistrate Li to the Dali temple, ensuring his unscathed arrival, while Jing Mo is dispatched to the prince's residence to find Chu Yu. I shall return to the Dali temple shortly. Understood. The 3 acknowledge their orders. Xiao Yanchen casts a detached glance at Luo Chun, remarking that his shadow guard unit requires reorganization. Yes. Upon my return, I shall conduct a thorough restructuring. Could it be that his shadow guards failed to execute their master's commands, inciting such anger? En route to the inn, Luo Chun incessantly presses Xu Yin for the identity of Miss Jiang. The one who was gazing at the master from below just now, Xu Yin replies. Luo Chun reflects. Indeed, there was a striking young lady. That is the future consort. Xu Yin warns. If you wish to keep your head, do not entertain thoughts of her. Luo Chun realizes that the gentleman in red beside the future consort must indeed be the young master of the night. Enlightenment dawns upon him. He has unwittingly thrust himself into peril. No longer does he dare to entertain thoughts of the future consort, let alone steal another glance at her. But wait. His master had clearly seen the future consort on the staircase. Why did he not pause? Xu Yin gazes at Luo Chun in exasperation, embodying a sense of disillusionment, and helplessly states, "You were the one who insisted that the news was of utmost importance. You pressed for an immediate report. I merely worried for Magistrate Li's safety at the inn, hence my consultation with the master." According to the usual demeanor, adults typically do not exhibit such fits of anger. Could it be that jealousy has stirred within him? After exchanging a few words with the innkeeper, Xiao Yanqing hurriedly made his way outside. It seemed that Wanwan had indeed provoked his ire. Upon entering Jixiang Tower, he immediately spotted Jiang Wancheng by the window, and naturally, he also noticed Yi Tianran. He ascended with an air of nonchalance. Although his gaze did not linger upon her, his heart remained ensnared by her presence. A mere fleeting glance was sufficient for him to perceive the shift in her eyes. He acknowledged that he too was sulking, having felt anger just moments ago. He had yearned for her presence during the many days of her absence, only to find her in the company of another man, and so intimately at that. Chapter 53. Xiao Yanqing arrives. Xiao Yanqing conceded that jealousy had taken hold of him. Whenever matters concerning Jiang Wancheng arose, he found himself unable to rein in his emotions. At this moment, he ought to have personally visited the inn to meet County Magistrate Li, escorting him to the prince's residence to seek out Chu Yu for a more secure arrangement. However, he could not afford to entertain such considerations any longer. Instead, he opted to seek out Jiang Wancheng, unable to quell his worry about her being in the company of another man. This was uncharacteristic of him, yet he harbored no regrets. His only desire was to locate Jiang Wancheng swiftly. Jiang Wu, accompanied by Yi Tiandan and others, strolled along Chang'an Street, leading the way with Nie Feng beside her as she chattered incessantly about the local delicacies and scenic vistas. Yet, Nie Feng responded only intermittently, remaining largely silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Wancheng was lost in her own thoughts, preoccupied with the events at Jixianglu. Did Xiao Yanqing become upset upon seeing her with Yi Tiandan, hence his cold demeanor? Or had he truly not noticed her at all? What was his purpose for visiting Jixianglu? Was he there to meet someone, perhaps a lady from another household? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind, growing increasingly chaotic, leading to a sense of frustration. Wancheng, be careful. Alas, Jiang Wancheng, absorbed in her reverie, failed to evade the oncoming carriage rushing toward her. She stood frozen, unable to move a muscle. As she closed her eyes, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a vivid splash of red, accompanied by a faint, unfamiliar scent. The galloping carriage came to a halt mere steps away, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Jiang Wancheng, momentarily stunned, instinctively attempted to push Yi Tiandan away. Yet he tightened his hold, gazing deeply into her eyes. Jiang Wancheng averted her gaze, sensing the emotions swirling within him. A flicker of panic crossed her usually indifferent facade. She was no Na'vi girl. In her previous life, her eyes had mirrored profound affection for someone. Thus, she recognized that look all too well. She pushed against Yi Tiandan, but he remained steadfast, immovable. Her eyes welled with tears. How could he treat her this way in public? He was to be the prince consort of Yujing, while she was destined to be the future consort of the loyal and brave marquis. Rumors could cast her into an abyss of despair. Release her. Is it the custom of your northern realm to cling to my fiancé, without restraint? A chilling male voice pierced through the air. Jiang Wancheng startled, turning to see Xiao Yanqing, his already indifferent demeanor now imbued with an even greater chill, his eyes stormy and dark. A wave of guilt washed over her, prompting her to struggle against Yi Tiandan's hold, fearing she might injure herself in the process. Reluctantly, she lowered her hands. With her freedom regained, Jiang Wancheng stepped back, regarding Yi Tiandan with cold detachment. Surely he had noticed Xiao Yanqing's presence behind her from the outset. Was his deliberate action meant to provoke Xiao Yanqing? The coldness emanating from her being struck Yi Tiandan with a pang of sorrow. His initial intention was merely to rescue her, yet once he held her in his embrace, he found it difficult to release her, becoming enamored with this sensation. Of course, he harbored his own ulterior motives. He had already spotted Xiao Yanqing approaching and sought this moment to express his sentiments, both to Jiang Wancheng and to Xiao Yanqing. However, upon witnessing Jiang Wancheng's indifference, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he acted too hastily? Should he have waited a while longer? Wanwan, Yi Tianran's words were abruptly interrupted by Xiao Yanqing. Wanwan, come here. Xiao Yanqing extended his hand and stepped forward a few paces. Hearing his hoarse voice, Jiang Wancheng's eyelashes trembled. He was angry. She closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them and walked toward Xiao Yanqing. Yet, her other hand was suddenly yanked back by Yi Tianran. Xiao Yanqing's eyes glinted with frost as he took a step forward and forcefully grasped Jiang Wancheng's hand. Pulling her towards him, Jiang Wancheng collided forcefully into Xiao Yanqing's embrace, causing a sharp pain at the tip of her nose and tears to involuntarily spill down her cheeks. Xiao Yanqing's hand gently caressed the back of her head as he murmured, "You were startled. It is my fault. I should have come sooner." It was unclear whether he was comforting Jiang Wancheng or himself. The moment he had seen the carriage rushing towards her from afar, he felt as though his breath had nearly ceased, with frustration and regret surging within him. "You were startled?" he repeated several times, his jaw pressed tightly against her temple. Once Jiang Wancheng began to calm down, he lifted his gaze to fixate on Yi Tianran, his eyes brimming with fury, as if he were ready to confront him at any moment. Niafeng stepped forward to shield Yi Tianran, who gestured for him to step aside. "My lord, step aside," Yi Tianran commanded coldly. Niafeng gritted his teeth and retreated several paces. "Just now, thanks to the second prince, I express my gratitude here. Having expressed my thanks, let us sever ties. There should be no further entanglements with Wanwan. I merely saved Wanwan. Lord Xiao need not thank me." With a single statement, Yi Tianran distanced Jiang Wancheng from Xiao Yanqing in his own mind. To him, Wanwan was simply Wanwan. Sensing the tension in Xiao Yanqing's body, Jiang Wancheng felt a chill run down her spine. She knew he must be furious. She gently scratched at Xiao Yanqing's chest, causing him to lower his gaze upon her. She shook her head, indicating her desire to avoid causing a greater commotion in the street. Xiao Yanqing nodded in understanding. "Wanwan, I shall take my leave now. I trust the second prince will find himself quite occupied starting tomorrow. If he is not given something to do, he will only dwell on another's wife." Yi Tianran furrowed his brow. There was an underlying implication in Xiao Yanqing's words. What did he truly mean? Would there be significant events unfolding tomorrow? Xiao Yanqing took a few steps with Jiang Wancheng before halting. Jiang Wancheng glanced back towards Jiang Wu and whispered, Wu is still over there. Look around you. We are not far from the Jiang residence, and we shall return in less than half a moment. Xiao Yinqing continued to tighten his grip on her hand, leading her away from the direction of the Jiang residence. Jiang Wancheng surveyed her surroundings. How could she have forgotten these paths? They were merely beside the Jiang residence. Perhaps I should return to the Jiang manor, as I am already at my doorstep. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow. Today's issues must be resolved today. I have many inquiries to make. My time is limited, so I shall first escort you back to the Dali temple. Jiang Wancheng thought to herself, fortunately, the journey to the Dali temple is not far. Xiao Yinqing, while hurrying along, held Jiang Wancheng's hand tightly, fearful that she might vanish if he looked away even for an instant. They walked further and further until they became invisible. Yet, Yi Tiandai did not stir. His gaze remained fixed on the direction they had departed, and only when their figures had diminished to mere specks did he withdraw his sight. Chapter 54. The Value of Human Life. Upon returning to the Dali Temple, Jiang Wancheng was led by Xiao Yinqing into the inner chamber, while he took Chu Yu towards the prison. Magistrate Li was confined in the most secretive cell of the Dali Temple, a place so obscure that few were aware of its existence. Keeping him here served as a means of safeguarding his well-being. As they walked, Chu Yu chuckled, teasingly remarking, Lord Xiao, you truly made me wait. The moment I heard of new leads, I scarcely took a moment to arrange my attire and rushed over post-haste. With that, he cast a sly glance at Xiao Yinqing, even leaning closer to sniff the air. Ah, the fragrance of a woman. You've kept me waiting for several hours in the Dali Temple, only to find out that Lord Xiao went to embrace a lady. A sigh escaped his lips, lamenting the bygone days when the Dali Temple's priorities were of utmost significance. Xiao Yinqing shot him a sidelong glance. His attire was impeccably arranged, not a single strand of hair out of place, and he had indeed hurried. This prison is quite secretive, he mused, noting that despite their winding journey, they had yet to arrive. Feeling slightly embarrassed under Zhao's scrutiny, Chu Yu quickly shifted the topic. They finally arrived, halting before a cell. With a click, the lock was released, and Luo Chun swung the heavy door open. Magistrate Li sprang to his feet, his expression impassive as he regarded the newcomers. He had not seen either of them before, but their opulent attire indicated high status, and their presence in the Dali Temple's prison suggested significant authority. He glanced at Luo Chun, awaiting his cue. Do you not kneel before the Crown Prince and the Dali Temple Minister? Luo Chun pronounced sternly. At the mention of the Crown Prince, Magistrate Li immediately fell to his knees, the sound echoing sharply in the chamber. Li Ping of Jiang and Shenzhou had encountered both the Crown Prince and Lord Xiao before. Chu Yu assessed Li Ping, a man in his 30s, possessing a dignified stature. Yet he found it hard to fathom how he could engage in actions detrimental to the common people. Speak of all you know. Should you withhold any information, rest assured that this prince will ensure your head rolls, Chu Yu warned. Wiping the sweat from his temples, Li Ping replied, I shall speak without reservation. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew a notebook from his robe, presenting it to Chu Yu with both hands. The record detailed the origins and destinations of every tainted silver, meticulously chronicling each transaction along with the timelines. Additionally, it documented the official funds allocated for disaster relief. Each case was thoroughly noted. Please, Your Highness, peruse this, Li Ping implored. Chu Yu accepted the notebook and began to flip through its pages. In the year of Shiha, March, Jiangnan Luzhou County Magistrate, 500,000 taels of silver for an official position, Li Minister. In the year of Shiha, April, Jiangnan Shenzhou, Lu Yuan Y, 3 million taels of silver to dismiss a case of wrongful death, Li Minister. In the year of Shiha, May, 30 million taels for disaster relief, Li Minister. Chu Yu's fingers tightened around the notebook as he found himself unable to read further. What he had already uncovered was sufficiently shocking. These revelations alone warranted imprisonment for Li Minister. It was difficult for him to reconcile the image of the ever-kind and gentle Li Minister with the heinous acts he had secretly committed against the populace. The common folk have long praised him as an exemplary official, a benevolent guardian of the people, have they not? Lu Yuanwei. What caused that incident which led to the loss of life? Li Ping lowered his gaze. This matter had weighed heavily upon his heart like a boulder. Each time he recalled it, a pain gripped him, rendering him breathless. Lu Yuanwei's son, Lu Weiqiang, attempted to assault the young woman, Xiao Yan. Her family brought charges against him to the county magistrate, and Lu Yuanwei leveraged connections to summon Prime Minister Li. I could have saved her. She was so young. Li Ping covered his face with his hands, weeping silently, tears streaming through his fingers. It was all my fault. I could have saved her. She believed in me so deeply, yet I handed her over to Prime Minister Li. 6 lives? All lost. All gone. I am guilty. Li Ping knelt upon the ground, his arms trembling. He regretted it deeply. He had regretted it for a long time. As a favored disciple of Prime Minister Li, often supported by him, he had felt immense gratitude. Thus, he had assisted the Prime Minister in many heinous acts, accepting them all. But this particular incident he could not let go. Each night, his nightmares were filled with the trusting gaze of that young girl. Li Ping recounted the entire affair in fragments. Upon finishing, he felt a sense of relief. He bowed thrice before the crown prince, pleading for justice for Xiao Yan and her family. The sinner, Li Ping, expresses his gratitude here. 6 lives. Xu Yu's lips trembled with fury. How could Prime Minister Li commit such an atrocity? Xiao Yanqing regarded Li Ping coldly. He had already uncovered much of this, but had been hindered by a lack of evidence. He had thought that the Prime Minister had destroyed all traces of wrongdoing. Master Li, does the Prime Minister know of the evidence in your possession? Xiao Yanqing inquired, nodding towards a notebook in Xu Yu's hands. Li Ping shook his head, unaware. These notes were recorded secretly, awaiting this day. You must remain in this cell. The situation is urgent. The Crown Prince and I must report to the court immediately. His Majesty had instructed that if evidence were found, we must present it to him, even in the dead of night. Li Ping suddenly smiled. As long as he could bring justice for Xiao Yan, he would not mind spending his remaining days in this prison, especially considering his own culpability. Your fate shall be determined by His Majesty. However, for now, your stay here is safer than anywhere else. The Emperor will summon you soon. Xiao Yanqing glanced at the diminishing light. The sun had set, and he wondered when they would return from the palace. Wanwan was still waiting for him. Luo Chun, there are a few matters that require your attention. Yes. Xiao Yanqing and Xu Yu did not dare to delay further. They exited the cell and hastened towards the palace. Jiang Wancheng surveyed the inner chamber, noting that everything remained unchanged, save for the addition of 2 connection lamps. So, he had not discarded them. He had preserved them, hanging them in the inner chamber. She approached the lamp, clearly reading the poem inscribed upon it. There is a beauty graceful as a gentle breeze. A chance encounter. With you, I shall share my fortune. She reached out, caressing the lines of the poem. It was still the same verse. How could she escape this connection lamp? The ties of 2 lifetimes were entwined with it. Just now, Xu Yan entered, sent by Xiao Yanqing, who had urgent matters to attend to in the palace and would return later. He mentioned that if she wished to return to Jiang Manor, Xu Yan could escort her. Yet, she chose to remain, yearning to inquire why he still kept this lamp and whether he was aware of its significance. Knock, knock, knock. A sound resounded at the door. Gumin. Xu Yan pushed the door open, holding a food box in hand. Miss Jiang, this meal has been prepared for you by the young master. I hope it suits your taste. Upon finishing his words, Xu Yan began to unveil the dishes one by one. The aroma was familiar, and upon closer inspection, the dishes appeared even more recognizable. Chapter 55. A hard exterior, a soft heart, the sweet and sour fish, a treasure duck, shredded chicken with cucumber, and auspicious rolls were meticulously arranged by Xu Yan, who gazed at the signature dishes with a satisfied smile. Each of these delicacies had been prepared under his watchful eye by the chefs of the Fortune restaurant, ensuring that none were lacking in quality. Miss Jiang, do taste this. Jiang Wancheng picked up her chopsticks and savored a piece of sweet and sour fish, which melted in her mouth. Her suspicions were further confirmed. These dishes were indeed the specialties of the Fortune restaurant, which she had just enjoyed at noon. Xiao Yanqing had evidently inquired about what she had for lunch. She observed Xu Yan, who appeared younger than Jiang Mo, and noted his reserved nature, lacking the loquaciousness of Jiang Mo. These dishes are from the Fortune restaurant, Jiang Wancheng remarked with a slight smile. Indeed, Xu Yan replied, recalling the event from earlier that day. If there is something you wish to express, please do so. If it's a matter that should remain hidden from your esteemed family's heir, I can assure you of my discretion. Today, at the Fortune restaurant, the heir did not intend to ignore you. In truth, he is quite amiable, not nearly as indifferent as he may seem. You will come to realize this in time. He holds you in high regard. Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Xu Yan would speak of this. In what way? Xu Yan scratched his head, furrowing his brow, pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, he managed to murmur, "In any case, it is good. A hard exterior, a soft heart." Jiang Wancheng interjected. "Precisely. That is indeed his nature," Xu Yan replied, visibly flustered. Noticing the crimson hue gracing Xu Yan's cheeks due to his embarrassment, Jiang Wancheng chuckled. "There's no need to be anxious. I bear no ill will towards your heir." With that, Xu Yan finally felt at ease, perhaps having indulged too much at lunch. Jiang Wancheng found herself lacking appetite now, having only taken a few bites before setting her chopsticks down. Xu Yan frowned, wondering if the taste of the dishes did not suit her palate. But these were the very dishes she had selected, and the staff at Fortune Restaurant had mentioned she had eaten quite a lot earlier. "Miss, is the food not to your liking?" Jiang Wancheng shook her head. "The flavors are exquisite. It is merely that I am not particularly hungry and feel quite full after just a few bites." Reluctantly, Xu Yan cleared the table. The interior was immaculate, devoid of any dust, suggesting it was regularly maintained. "Does your heir often reside here?" "Indeed, he frequently stays here due to his busy schedule at the Court of Judicial Review, seldom returning to the loyal and brave Marquis's residence." That explained everything. It seemed he had made this place his home. Xu Yan, realizing he may have misspoken, hastily added, "Rest assured, he will certainly return to the residence daily after marrying." Jiang Wancheng was momentarily taken aback, her ears flushing with warmth. That was not her implication. "Miss Jiang, you are the first to enter this inner chamber. The heir typically receives others in the adjoining hall." Xu Yan found this peculiar. He recalled the Lantern Festival when the heir had brought Jiang Wancheng back to the Court of Judicial Review and directly into this inner chamber. He had sensed something extraordinary about that moment. Could it be that the heir had taken a liking to Jiang Wancheng that very day? The first person, Jiang Wancheng, silently recited in her heart. In her previous life, it seemed she had never even set foot in Fei Ran's study. It was not for lack of desire, but rather due to restrictions. It was truly laughable to think back on how the maidservants of the Ningguo Marquis's residence often mocked her behind her back. Indeed, within the household, if her own husband did not stand by her side, how could she expect to earn the respect of the servants? Xu Yan lit the candle and then withdrew. Jiang Wancheng sat before the desk, idly gazing at the documents spread before her. She wondered how long he would be occupied. After a hearty meal, drowsiness overcame her, and before long, Jiang Wancheng had succumbed to a deep slumber on the table. At this moment, the imperial study was eerily silent. The emperor tightly grasped the documents brought by Xiao Yinqing, his eyes ablaze with fury. He glanced at Li Ping, who knelt on the ground, then at Xiao Yinqing and Chu Yu standing nearby. The anger within him was impossible to suppress. The emperor abruptly rose, prompting Eunuch to step forward, ready to serve. The emperor waved him away, indicating he should leave, and Eunuch bowed his head and retreated. The emperor paced before the desk, his agitation palpable. How outrageous it was that his honest and benevolent chancellor was committing such heinous acts right under his nose. His chest felt as if it were boiling water, constantly simmering, and his temples throbbed. With a forceful motion, he cast the documents to the ground in exasperation. How infuriating! Did they still regard him, the emperor, with any respect? "Yinqing, you are to immediately lead the Imperial Guard and the Royal Forest Army to surround the Chancellor's residence. Leave no one behind, and bring them all to the Dali Temple." "Yes, I shall obey." "Yes, Your Majesty." The emperor cast a glance at Chu Yu and spoke coolly. "As for the Crown Princess, I will handle it well, father. Rest assured, it will not affect the case." Chu Yu viplit solemni. He understood the gravity of the situation, knew that no leniency could be afforded. Thus he would not speak on behalf of the Chancellor, nor dare to do so. He could only manage the affairs of the Crown Prince's residence. The emperor nodded. "Very well, you may all leave. I am weary." As the emperor half closed his eyelids, observing their retreating figures, he fell into deep contemplation. The crown prince was still young and had not yet weathered great storms. He was prone to emotional impulses. The emperor felt a lingering guilt towards Xiao Yinqing for having insisted on marrying Li Wanchu as the crown princess. After all, in the court, they were sovereign and subject. Yet privately, he was Xiao Yinqing's uncle, having watched him grow up. He hoped that both Xiao Yinqing and Chu Yu could let go of the past. For Chu Yu was destined to become emperor, and he wished for Xiao Yinqing to assist him. Eunuch in, "Do you believe Yinqing will support you or well?" Eunuch respectfully replied, "I believe so. Lord Xiao is a just man. I have noticed Lord Xiao has a fondness for the Jiang family's daughter." Ha ha ha. I share the same sentiment. Eunuch truly understands him and knows what lies beneath the surface. Let us hope Ewer does not disappoint her. Outside the residence of Prime Minister Li, flames flickered ominously, and the estate was besieged by soldiers, creating a scene of utter chaos within. "My lord, what on earth has transpired? Why has the emperor dispatched troops to encircle our home?" Lady Li cried out, frantically striking her husband. The prime minister, agitated by her incessant wailing, could barely contain his irritation. "Surely the emperor has not discovered any evidence? That is inconceivable, for I have destroyed everything that could implicate me." He continued, "Send someone to the crown prince's residence to find Roar. If we are to survive this ordeal, we must rely on her." Lady Li, momentarily taken aback by his words, retreated a few steps, her face paling and her lips trembling in fear. "How do we escape now?" She resumed her desperate cries. The prime minister, overwhelmed with anxiety, paced back and forth. "If we force our way out, our chances of success are slim. The soldiers within our estate cannot match the imperial guards, let alone the royal forest army. My lord, they're already battering down the door. We cannot hold out much longer," the steward urged anxiously. Chapter 56. Tenderness. The gates of the prime minister's residence swung open from within. Upon seeing the figure standing before him, Li Prime Minister immediately understood. It was Li Ping. So that was it. He turned to glance at his family behind him and surveyed the entirety of the Li household, realizing that he would likely never return. With this thought, his heart sank to the depths of despair. "Your Highness, I shall accompany you at once. But I implore you to show mercy towards the women and children in my household, sparing them the anguish of imprisonment," he beseeched. Chu Yu surveyed the family behind Li Prime Minister, shaking his head helplessly. "The emperor has decreed that all must be taken to the Dali temple first. Once the matters are clarified, they will naturally be returned home." Li Prime Minister despondently sank to the ground, lamenting the misfortune he had brought upon his entire family. When Xiao Yinqing returned to the inner chamber, Jiang Wancheng was still deep in slumber. He approached softly, draping a garment over her. Observing her furrowed brow, he wondered what nightmares plagued her dreams. Gently, he smoothed her creased forehead, but soon, her brow knit tightly once more, murmuring in her sleep. Unable to decipher her words, he leaned closer, their foreheads merely a fist's breadth apart. At that moment, however, Jiang Wancheng fell silent, no longer murmuring sweet nothings. Concerned that she might hurt her arms from lying in one position too long, he resolved to carry her to bed. Yet, as soon as he lifted her, she awakened. Jiang Wancheng blinked groggily at the figure holding her, slowly regaining her senses. "You're back?" "Yes," Xiao Yinqing replied, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Seeing his weary countenance stirred a pang of sympathy within Jiang Wancheng. "Are you tired?" "Indeed I am," he admitted, his tone unexpectedly playful. Jiang Wancheng's heart fluttered, and she abruptly stood. "If you're tired, you should rest." I will take my leave." With a swift motion, Xiao Yinqing pulled her back into his embrace, his large hands gently encircling her waist, his chin resting lightly on her shoulder. "Just hold me for a moment. Let me alleviate my fatigue." Jiang Wancheng offered no resistance, acquiescing to his embrace. Perhaps due to his overwhelming weariness, Xiao Yinqing remained still, and just when she thought he had drifted off, he spoke. "Are your shoulders sore?" "Not at all. You're too thin. Your shoulders are pressing against my chin, causing discomfort." Jiang Wancheng replied, "Then don't lean on me." Xiao Yinqing chuckled softly. "You must eat more. Shu Yin mentioned you've been eating little at night. Are you hungry? Would you like to have something more?" Jiang Wancheng shook her head, her heart gradually softening as she timidly wrapped her arms around his waist, feeling the warmth emanating from his body. Wan, Xiao Yinqing tilted his head, fiercely kissing her tender lips. As she gasped in pain, he invaded her mouth as if wishing to consume her entirely. Jiang Wancheng squirmed, attempting to escape his grasp, but Xiao Yinqing held her tightly with one arm while the other explored her back, pressing her firmly against him. The heat radiating from his face left her dizzy, her legs weak. Had he not been holding her, she would have surely collapsed. Each encounter was marked by fervent hunger, devoid of tenderness, akin to a life-or-death struggle. Jiang Wancheng felt a tumult of embarrassment and indignation, yet found herself utterly ensnared, surrendering to his unrestrained invasion of her mouth. Only when Xiao Yinqing had indulged sufficiently did he gradually cease, resting his forehead against hers, their noses gently brushing. In the end, he playfully nipped at her lower lip. Just as Jiang Wancheng was about to express her ire, she heard him murmur, "Wan, I have missed you." Her heart softened, her previously rigid form slackening, and she momentarily forgot her earlier resistance. As Xiao Yinqing's grip loosened, she unexpectedly slipped, her hands instinctively wrapping tightly around his waist. Xiao Yinqing paused, then burst into laughter. Jiang Wancheng's cheeks flushed deeper, and she playfully punched his shoulder. He encircled her hand within his larger grasp, gazing deeply into her eyes. Wan, have you thought of me these past few days?" Her heart raced, her face betraying her with a deeper blush as she turned her gaze away. He gently turned her head back, their eyes meeting, as he lifted one of her hands to his lips, planting a soft kiss, asking, "Did you think of me?" Unable to withstand his persistence, she lowered her eyes and murmured, "I did." Xiao Yinqing grasped her chin, compelling her to maintain eye contact, enticingly questioning, "How much did you think of me?" "Just a lot," Jiang Wancheng stammered. Xiao Yinqing drew her hand to his heart, speaking tenderly, "So did I. It has been longing for you all along." Her cheeks aflame, she quickly withdrew her hand, shooting him an indignant glare, though her heart was a tumult of softness. She cast him a playful glance before nestling back into his embrace. As his hand caressed the back of her head, he inquired, "Wan, are you close with Yi Tiandan?" Startled, she replied, "Not particularly. We've only met 3 times. Why do you ask?" With only 3 encounters, Yi Tiandan is so persistent in waiting at Jiang Manor, and he even arranged for dark guards to protect you there. He mused that his dear girl was still too naive, but reassured himself that as long as he was there to protect her, her innocence was acceptable. Wan, promise me, do not meet Yi Tiandan alone again, all right?" Realizing she had been misunderstood, Jiang Wancheng felt a pang in her heart, but nodded in agreement. His request was merely to avoid solitary meetings, not to forbid her from making friends. She just needed to exercise caution. Jiang Wancheng pointed to the pair of destiny lanterns and softly asked, "Why do you still keep those lanterns?" Xiao Yinqing sighed. "I feared you might return for them, so I have held on to them." She raised her gaze to him, noting his calm demeanor. Perhaps he was unaware of the lantern's legend. Xiao Yinqing pondered, "What is so special about these lanterns?" The moment you left that night, Fei Ran arrived at the Dali temple seeking these very lanterns. At the mention of Fei Ran, Jiang Wancheng felt a tightening in her chest. Should she confide in him about everything concerning Fei Ran? How could she broach such a delicate subject, considering it was a matter from a past life? Yet, if she remained silent and he learned of it from another, would he not be upset with her? This lamp is known as the Fate Lamp, and it is said to be one of a kind in the world. If 2 individuals possess this lamp simultaneously, they are destined to share a lifetime of connection. Does Wan believe in it? Xiao Yinqing gazed at her intently. Jiang Wancheng bit her lip, pondering whether she truly believed. In her previous life, she had faith, yet her destined connection never came to fruition. Should she place her trust in it this time around? She hesitated, uncertain, but Xiao Yinqing's words made her feel as though she were merely conjuring her own troubles. Tomorrow, she would have Jingma dispose of it. Jiang Wancheng stared at him in bewilderment, as if silently inquiring why. Xiao Yinqing explained, "Because I do not believe in it. Moreover, you are right here beside me. Even if this lamp is the reason for our union, I would still cast it aside, for I desire more than just a lifetime of connection." Chapter 57. Past Lives and Present Encounters. Jiang Wancheng cast a playful glance at him, saying, "With your sweet talk, Is this how you charm women? Xiao Yinqing replied with utmost seriousness. I have never wooed any other lady in such a manner. You are the exception. Jiang Wancheng smiled, neither confirming nor denying his words. Wancheng, there's been a question lingering in my mind. On the night of the Lantern Festival, Fei Ran claimed it was he who invited you to view the lanterns. Yet I sensed you were evading him, even willing to accompany me to the Dali temple to escape him. Understandably, few dare to enter the Dali temple, let alone a woman. Xiao Yinqing gazed intently at her, uncertain whether she would speak the truth. His curiosity compelled him to inquire. Moreover, during the last palace banquet, Yu Miaoyin colluded with the seventh princess to mock and trouble her. The only motive he could fathom for Yu Miaoyin's malice was Fei Ran. Jiang Wancheng lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering. She knew the truth would eventually be revealed, albeit sooner than she had anticipated. Allow me to share a story, she said, turning her gaze to the darkening sky outside, feeling an unexpected calm wash over her. Without waiting for Xiao Yinqing's response, she began her tale. Once, a girl purchased a lantern at the Lantern Festival. The vendor informed her that it was a fateful lantern, and another had been bought by a young gentleman. If she were to encounter him, it would signify their destined connection. Eventually, she did meet this gentleman and married him, yet he never loved her. Throughout their 5 years of marriage, he never once crossed the threshold of her chamber. Ultimately, the girl succumbed to despair. Jiang Wancheng recounted the story with an emotionless demeanor, as though it belonged to someone else. And what of the man? Did he ever regret his actions? Xiao Yinqing inquired softly. Who can say? On the day she passed, he married his cousin, his childhood sweetheart, fulfilling his desires. He must be living a blissful life. Jiang Wancheng mused, still puzzled. After her demise, Fei Ran likely led a very comfortable life, free from her entanglements. Yet, why had he also been reborn? Her own reincarnation was merely a testament to the Buddha's compassion, granting her a second chance due to the hardships she endured in her previous life. Xiao Yinqing was perplexed by her story and its connection to her. However, a subtle sadness began to settle in his heart. Jiang Wancheng raised her gaze, fixing her eyes upon Xiao Yinqing. Do you believe in the existence of the Buddha? He shook his head. Such notions are naive. Those who have faced death believe. She asserted. That girl was reborn, to live again until the day of the Lantern Festival. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinqing grasped her meaning. He regarded Jiang Wancheng with a heavy gaze, the darkness in his eyes deepening. No wonder Fei Ran desired that lantern so fervently and questioned him about marrying Jiang Wancheng. Is Fei Ran akin to you? He asked, realization dawning. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Initially, I was unaware. Only later did I discover the truth. However, I have no connection with him now. Since my rebirth, I have avoided him, wishing to sever all ties. Xiao Yinqing smiled gently, acknowledging that he was indeed aware of this. Lan, you could have mentioned it to me sooner. You didn't ask me earlier. Yes. I admit my inquiries came too late. With a solemn expression, Xiao Yinqing continued, I did not partake in your past life, hence I hold no sway over it. However, your present existence is mine to cherish, and I shall not allow you to endure the pains of your former life. I will treat you with unparalleled kindness. Jiang Wancheng nodded, wrapping her arms around him tightly. It is quite late. I must return home, lest my father express his discontent once more. He merely struggles with the thought of me marrying, which may lead him to act a tad harshly towards you, but it is not personal. Not just a tad. His gaze could pierce through flesh. She thought, her heart heavy. As Xiao Yinqing escorted Jiang Wancheng back to her residence, they encountered Jiang Hai, who had been pacing at the entrance. From a distance, Jiang Hai spotted the carriage of the Minister of Justice, and his frustration surged. This is utterly unacceptable. Before they are even wed, allowing his daughter to return home late at night. What kind of decorum is that? Won't this lead to her staying out all night soon? The thought filled Jiang Hai with mounting unease. Upon seeing Jiang Wancheng disembark from the carriage, he swiftly pulled her behind him, distancing her from Xiao Yinqing. Without a doubt, he received a stern reprimand from Jiang Hai through a glare. Xiao Yinqing, understanding the sentiment, thought that if he had such a daughter, he might feel even stronger emotions. How could Lord Xiao, a man of profound learning, engage in such impropriety? Even I, a mere martial man, comprehend this principle. Surely Lord Xiao understands as well. Or does he intend to act in defiance? Jiang Hai's inquiries were relentless. Father, it is not as you think, Jiang Wancheng sighed, wishing her father would adopt a kinder demeanor toward Xiao Yinqing. I have always adhered to propriety, as is well known. Yet, everything crumbled upon meeting Lan Lan. Consider it as if I acted with intent, Xiao Yinqing stated with utmost seriousness. Puffed. Jiang Wancheng, standing behind Jiang Hai, could not suppress a laugh. But upon meeting her father's furious gaze, her smile faltered. General Jiang, I acknowledge my shortcomings today and earnestly hope for your understanding. Jiang Hai dismissed him, pulling Jiang Wancheng into the house. She glanced back repeatedly. Xiao Yinqing smiled and formed several shapes with his lips. Jiang Wancheng, having seen his gestures, smiled in response. She understood his message. He would wait for her. Even upon returning to her chamber, a smile lingered on Jiang Wancheng's face. My lady, you appear somewhat infatuated. Showa could not help but comment. Jiang Wancheng shot her a glare. You dare mock me as well? I wouldn't dream of it. I merely feel joy for you. Showa replied, blushing. Rest assured, I shall inquire if Jing Mo has a romantic interest and inform you in due course. Miss you. Showa's cheeks flushed. Laughter echoed throughout the room, a melody of merriment. Hearing that laughter, Jiang Hai felt increasingly troubled. His daughter's heartfelt amusement, stemming from Xiao Yinqing, filled him with a profound sense of discontent and unease. As he lay in bed, sleep eluded him, and he tossed and turned restlessly, unable to endure any longer. Qin Suqing decisively kicked him out of bed, casting his blankets to the floor, forcing him to sleep on the bare ground. Jiang Hai pounded his chest in frustration, lamenting not only the abduction of his daughter, but also the imminent loss of his wife. The following morning, whispers of the events at the residence of Prime Minister Li spread like wildfire through the streets. It was no surprise, for many citizens had witnessed the commotion the previous night. From one mouth to another, the tale rapidly circulated, and by now, it was likely known throughout the entire city. Chapter 58. Li Wanru, alone and helpless within the prince's residence. Princess Li Wanru paced restlessly before the door, her heart aflame with anxiety as she awaited the return of Chu Yu. Never had she yearned so fervently for his presence as she did at this moment. A maid from the Li family had visited her the previous night, bearing distressing news about the Prime Minister's predicament, and since then, she had been in a state of anxious anticipation for Chu Yu's arrival. She could not plead for assistance from the emperor, yet Chu Yu possessed the means to intercede on her behalf. However, she had waited the entire night, only to find that he had not returned to the prince's residence at all. Your Highness, you have not slept a wink throughout the night. Perhaps you should rest a while. Should the prince return, I will inform you at once, said the maid, Xiao Xing, concerned for her well-being. Li Wanru shook her head. With such a grave incident unfolding at the Li estate, where her father, mother, and siblings had all been taken to the Dali temple, how could she possibly find rest? Even sitting felt akin to a bed of nails. Is the prince not back yet? Xiao Xing shook her head in response. He must be avoiding me, she thought. The prince had never before spent a night away from home, and now he had chosen to remain absent all night long. Perhaps he feared that she would implore him to rescue her father. What was she to do? She could wait no longer. Xingye, take this letter to Lord Xiao at the Dali temple. Do not make any noise about it. Ensure it is delivered directly into his hands. Yes, your highness. With that, Xiao Xing quietly departed the prince's residence with the letter in hand. Upon arriving at the Dali temple, however, Xiao Xing did not encounter Xiao Yinqing, and thus, the letter remained undelivered as she returned disheartened to the prince's residence. Seeing Xiao Xing's return, Li Wanru's eyes sparkled with hope, but Xiao Xing merely shook her head, saying nothing. Li Wanru's hands clenched tightly. Was he unwilling to offer assistance? Once again, Xiao Xing shook her head. As Li Wanru's personal maid, Xiao Xing was keenly aware of her mistress's feelings. In the past, Li Wanru had been destined for Xiao Yinqing, but her father had insisted she marry the prince, leaving her with no choice. Yet Xiao Xing knew that Li Wanru's heart had always belonged to Lord Xiao. She had never truly let go. What on earth is happening? Speak to me. Li Wanru's voice quavered, strained with desperation. Your Highness, I had no opportunity to meet Lord Xiao. The guards at the Dali temple informed me that he has been absent these past few days. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Wanru collapsed to the ground. Was he truly avoiding her? Had he anticipated that she would seek his help? In the past, they had all treated her with such kindness. Yet now, in times of trouble, they shunned her as if she were a venomous serpent. Li Wanru felt utterly isolated and helpless. She could not bring herself to believe that he would refuse to see her. She was unwilling to accept that notion. She would go to him personally, even if it meant pleading for his help. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Dali temple, as Xiao Yanqing stepped out, he was halted in his tracks by a veiled woman. He did not recognize her until she presented him with a jade pendant. His brow furrowed upon seeing it. It was the very pendant he had gifted to Li Wanru years ago. Xiao Yanqing led her to the auspicious building, yet did not take a seat, standing by the window instead. In a cool tone, he remarked, "If the princess has come regarding the matter of Prime Minister Li, there is no need to elaborate. I am powerless to assist." Li Wanru found the title of Crown Princess to be exceptionally grating. "Must you speak in such a manner? Yin Chun, you used to call me Ruer. Crown Princess, please maintain your dignity. You are the Crown Princess, and I am already wed. Furthermore, you refer to the past, which, though unblemished, I would prefer not to be misconstrued." As she listened to Xiao Yanqing's indifferent and distant words, her heart plummeted into despair. Not wanting to be misunderstood? Who would misinterpret her? Did he truly harbor such affection for Jiang Wancheng? How long had their relationship lasted? She had never heard of their acquaintance until recently. In just a few short months, they had eclipsed the years of affection she had invested. Ha ha ha, an unblemished past. Such a simple phrase seemed to erase years of her emotions. She was unwilling to accept this. It should not be this way. So that was it. It had always been her unrequited feelings. There was no mutual affection. As for the matter concerning the chancellor, unless the emperor intervened, no one could aid her. The crown princess should return promptly. The crown prince would soon be back at the estate. Xiao Yanqing, reluctant to linger, offered a few parting words before departing from Jishan Tower. He would not indulge in favoritism or engage in actions that might arouse Jiang Wancheng's suspicions. He understood the necessity of avoiding the crown princess. Although their relationship had long since ended, public opinion could be perilous. Li Wanru was at a loss as to how she returned to the crown prince's residence. What was she to do? Who could she turn to? Chu Yu, observing the listless Li Wanru, discerned that she must have learned of the chancellor's predicament. "Ruer, you look so haggard. You must rest more. I've only been away for a day, and you appear so dispirited. Are you missing me?" Chu Yu attempted to lighten her mood. Sobbing uncontrollably, Li Wanru's grievances poured forth upon seeing Chu Yu. Heaven knows how tormenting her night had been. "All right, no more tears." Chu Yu embraced her, gently stroking her back until her sobs subsided. "Ayu, my father is surely wronged. He has always been upright and benevolent. How could he commit such heinous acts? He must be innocent." Li Wanru sniffled as she spoke. Raising her gaze to Chu Yu, she noticed a shadow darkening his expression, an aura of coldness emanating from him. Confused, she wondered why he had shifted from comforting her to suddenly becoming so frigid. "Ayu? Alas, the matter concerning Chancellor Li is of great significance. Whether he is wronged or not, my father will surely order an investigation, and there can be no possibility of injustice or cover-up." In Li Wanru's heart, she believed her father would never commit such atrocious acts. Thus, she was not particularly anxious about his potential conviction. Her fear lay in the thought of him enduring the hardships of imprisonment, especially given his age. "Yes, I trust my father will receive justice." Li Wanru felt somewhat reassured. "Ayu, may I visit the Dali temple to see my father?" At this point, her only plea was to the crown prince. Chu Yu hesitated slightly. In truth, Chancellor Li had already confessed since the previous night. He had not returned to the prince's residence, having spent the entire night listening to Li Cheng's confession. The officials from the Dali temple had also remained awake throughout the night. In truth, Li Cheng had already confessed his guilt. "Your visit would be futile now, and we can only await the emperor's judgment. The other members of the chancellor's household have already been released and returned." Upon hearing this, Li Wanchu collapsed. Yue exclaimed, "Wanchu, what has happened to you?" Gazing at the feeble figure in his arms, Chu Yu felt a pang of anguish. "Summon the imperial physician." Chapter 59. The awkward Chu Yu. The joyous news of the crown princess's pregnancy reached the palace, much to the emperor's delight. He commanded eunuch and to deliver an array of nourishing supplements and rewards to the crown prince's residence, issuing a decree that she should focus on her health. For nothing is more significant than the well-being of the child. However, Li Wanru, who should have been elated at the prospect of motherhood, found herself unable to share in the joy. After hearing the physician's words, the crown prince joyfully spun her around several times, only halting when the matrons of the household cautioned him that such exuberance was detrimental to the unborn child. Wanru, I am overjoyed. We are finally having a child. Chu Yu's heart swelled with excitement. After years of marriage without offspring, the empress had repeatedly urged him to take a concubine, as heirs were of utmost importance in the royal realm. Li Wanru gently placed her hand on her belly, contemplating that perhaps the timing of this child was fortuitous. I wish to see my father. Otherwise, I cannot sleep peacefully, for this matter weighs heavily on my heart. She wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes. Chu Yu stood and began to pace in front of her. In truth, Li Qingxiang had already confessed to his crimes, and by rights, family members should be allowed to visit him in prison. Within the confines of the Dali temple prison, Father Li Qingxiang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them upon hearing the voice. His clothing bore evident creases, his hair was slightly disheveled, and several strands hung over his forehead, revealing dark circles under his eyes and an overall haggard appearance. Li Wanru had never seen her father in such a state. Tearfully, she gazed at him. Father, are you all right? Have they treated you harshly? Li Qingxiang shook his head. Do not worry, Wanru. They have treated me well and have not caused me any distress. Turning his gaze to Chu Yu, he asked, Your Highness, has the emperor mentioned a summons for the condemned? The emperor has not spoken of it, replied the crown prince. Li Qingxiang understood. The emperor likely would not call upon him again. Although the specific charges remained unknown, the outcomes were evidently twofold: execution or exile to the frontier. He would prefer the former. It is often only when one reaches an irrevocable point that they awaken to the reality of their circumstances. Will you plead with my father on my behalf? Li Wanru implored. Chu Yu steeled himself, choosing to feign ignorance. If all else fails, I shall seek assistance from Lord Xiao, Li Wanru retorted in frustration. In truth, she merely wished to provoke Chu Yu. She had already sought out Xiao Yinqing earlier that day. Wanru, Li Qingxiang admonished sharply. The crown prince had grown up under his watchful eye, and among the princes, he bore the closest resemblance to the emperor, possessing both a commendable character and an assertive disposition. Mentioning Xiao Yinqing at this moment would undoubtedly sting the crown prince deeply. Li Qingxiang was not oblivious to Wanru's intentions. She was attempting to incite Chu Yu to act. Your Highness, please do not take offense. Wanru is merely overly concerned for the condemned, he interjected. Chu Yu regarded Li Wanru with a heavy gaze. After years of marriage, could she truly not forget Xiao Yinqing? Did he remain, in her heart, a figure she could not surpass? Now that they were to become parents together, was her mind still occupied by thoughts of Xiao Yinqing? A sense of despair gradually enveloped Chu Yu. That which is forcefully obtained ultimately does not belong to oneself. Li Wanru dared not meet his gaze. Lowering her head and biting her lip, the moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted them. If you were to take it seriously, what should she do? A wave of panic surged within her, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Your Highness, I have a request to make, said the minister. Please speak, replied the prime minister. Ruar, you may leave for now. Your father has matters to discuss with his highness. The prime minister glanced at Li Wanru, signaling for her to exit. She raised her gaze to Chu Yu, who did not meet her eyes, and with a bitten lip, she hurried away. Sighing heavily, the prime minister lamented, Your Highness, Ruar has yet to discern what she truly desires. She has not even come to understand her own heart. I beseech you to be patient with her. Chu Yu neither declined nor promised. The minister continued, It seems I shall not have the opportunity to return to the prime minister's residence. The elderly and the young are all dependent upon your kindness. Upon finishing, the prime minister knelt before him. Chu Yu assisted him to his feet and whispered a few words in his ear before exiting the prison. The prime minister watched the prince's retreating figure, tears streaming down his face. Although the prince did not explicitly agree to look after the Li household, his earlier words provided a measure of comfort. With Ra expecting a child, his heart could finally find peace. Surely, with a child on the way, the prince would care for the Li family, and the couple would thrive together. Gazing at the dim and damp prison cell, the prime minister shed more tears. Meanwhile, Li Wanru stood anxiously at the entrance of the Dali temple, pondering whether Chu Yu had been angry with her. Historically, it was she who threw childish tantrums, and he who soothed her. She had never truly taken the time to understand him, his joys and sorrows. An inexplicable ache gripped her heart. Surely, she was an inadequate wife. She had only ever believed that he had wronged her, that he had forced her into marriage. "Sir, should we take a different route?" Jing Mo called out as he spotted Li Wanru standing at the entrance of the Dali temple with her maid, Xiao Xing. Xiao Yanshan observed the entrance and noticed the prince's attendant standing behind Li Wanru. If that were the case, why hide? Let us return to the Dali temple. Yes. Just as Xiao Yanshan approached the entrance, he saw the prince walking out. Chu Yu halted upon seeing him. "Lord Xiao," Li Wanru greeted. "This humble official pays his respects to the princess," Xiao Yanshan replied respectfully. Hearing his distant words, Li Wanru longed to inquire further, but recalling Chu Yu's gaze, she held her tongue. She lowered her head, watching a pair of azure boots pass by. This humble official pays his respects to the prince. Xiao Yanshan also bowed deeply. Chu Yu raised an eyebrow, noting that Xiao Yanshan seldom addressed him so formally. Li Wanru was startled by the formality directed at the prince, and with great effort, she turned to meet Chu Yu's eyes. He beckoned her over, his gaze softening with warmth. She hesitated before gently stepping closer to stand beside him. Taking her hand, Chu Yu spoke softly, "You are no longer alone. Take care of yourself." "Congratulations, Your Highness." Xiao Yanshan finally regained his composure and offered his congratulations. "Thank you." Li Wanru understood now why Chu Yu's demeanor had shifted so dramatically. It was merely an act in front of Xiao Yanshan. "Your Highness, regarding the matter we discussed last time, it is rare for Xiao Yanqing to seek assistance." Chu Yu's lips curled slightly in a smile. "Rest assured, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you." "Lord Xiao, do remain calm. Did you not mention that it would suffice to resolve this before your wedding? The sooner, the better. Your Highness, please take care. I shall not see you off." Chu Yu pressed his forehead, realizing that his previous performance was merely a figment of his own sentimentality. This act seemed to have no effect on Xiao Yanqing at all. After speaking, Xiao Yanqing strode away, and how could Chu Yu not recognize the pretense? Such a proud individual. So many years have passed, yet one wonders what discord lingers between the two of them. Chapter 60. Replenishing energy after Xiao Yanqing departed, Chu Yu regarded Li Wanchu with indifference, stating, "Xiao Xing shall escort the crown princess back to the manor. Ensuring her safety is paramount." "Indeed, Your Highness, I shall be vigilant," Xiao Xing replied earnestly. Xiao Xing possessed martial skills, yet she found herself wishing she did not. Perhaps then, the crown prince would personally accompany the crown princess home. Perhaps his thoughts were solely occupied by the child she carried within her. Were it not for the existence of the unborn, he might have shown her little regard. Li Wanchu felt a chilling emptiness in her heart. Naturally, Jiang Wancheng had heard of the affairs concerning the prime minister's residence. Xiao Yanqing's repeated visits to Jiangnan were likely to investigate Prime Minister Li. And could it be that his previous injuries were the result of the prime minister's machinations? How audacious of Prime Minister Li! Setting aside the fact that Xiao Yanqing held the title of Chief Justice, he was also the heir of the loyal and valiant Duke's household, the sole son of Princess Anlin. Miss Prime Minister Li is imprisoned in the Chief Justice's court. Surely the Crown Princess will visit him there. Might there be a chance that Lord Xiao and the Crown Princess? Xiaohe bit her tongue, belatedly realizing she had inquired into matters best left unspoken. Might there be a chance of what? Jiang Wancheng sipped her tea. "I cannot recall what I intended to ask," Xiaohe replied, feigning seriousness, which elicited a smile from Jiang Wancheng. "Were you not curious if they might rekindle old affections?" Jiang Wancheng remarked with a gentle smile. Xiaohe nodded, concerned for her lady's well-being. Though Lord Xiao treated her well, a history of affection existed between him and the Crown Princess. It had been a lengthy one. Hence, Her worries were not unfounded. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the crown princess would undoubtedly seek Lord Zhao's assistance. Whether their meeting would be clandestine or overt rested solely upon her discretion. She was eager to learn how Lord Zhao would respond, and whether he would agree to assist Li Wanchu or intercede on Prime Minister Li's behalf before the emperor. The emperor had explicitly commanded the crown prince to lead the troops that very evening to apprehend Prime Minister Li, thus precluding any possibility of a plea for clemency. Moreover, the emperor abruptly assigned the case that was originally to be handled by Xiao Yanqing to the crown prince, presumably laying the groundwork for his future ascension to the throne and beginning to involve him in court affairs. Consequently, Li Wanchu would have no choice but to seek Lord Xiao's aid. Jiang Wancheng truly wished to know how he would navigate these complexities, and she wondered when Jing Mo would arrive today. Jiang Wancheng shot a glance at Xiao He, her voice trailing. Jing Mo made it a point to visit Xiao He almost daily. Although Xiao He had not disclosed this, Jiang Wancheng had inadvertently observed them one day. They were indeed quite discreet. Xiao He's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Embarrassed, she murmured, "If he comes to the general's manor tonight, I shall inquire of him." "That may not be necessary. I was merely jesting," Jiang Wancheng replied. In truth, she hoped that Xiao Yanqing would take the initiative to clarify matters with her directly, rather than her relying on other means to uncover the truth. To be known by someone does not necessitate inquiry. Understanding comes naturally. Jing Mo is quite agreeable. I shall ask him about his sentiments on another day. The young lady hesitated, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Although she found Jing Mo quite appealing, she could not bring herself to voice her feelings. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Wancheng's mind. "Let us proceed to the Dali temple. Please bring along the peach blossom cake prepared by the chef today," she said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Xiao He replied, "Of course." She sensed a change in her mistress, who had become more cheerful and seemed to possess a newfound vivacity. Upon sighting Jiang Wancheng from a distance, the guards at the Dali temple hastily reported her arrival, just as Jiang Wancheng stepped away from the gates of the Jiang residence. Her shadow guards returned to the Dali temple to deliver their report. Upon arriving at the Dali temple, before they could utter a word, they were ushered into the inner chamber. Jiang Wancheng pondered. Has he gained the ability to foresee the future? Or did he instruct the guards to admit me without question? A myriad of questions swirled in her mind. Inside the chamber, Xiao Yanqing was engrossed in reviewing legal documents. He looked up, offering her a gentle smile. "Please take a seat. I will be finished shortly." "No hurry," she replied. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yanqing settled across from her. Noticing the food box on the table, his lips curved into a smile. "Wan, what is this?" he inquired, gesturing toward the box. Jiang Wancheng opened the box and presented the peach blossom cake to him. "Give it a try." Xiao Yanqing took a slice, savoring it. "Delicious. So, you have come to deliver a treat?" Jiang Wancheng, maintaining her composure, replied, "Of course. I found it delightful and wanted you to enjoy it as well." "Then I must indulge further," he stated, reaching for another piece of the cake and bringing it to her lips. Open wide, Jiang Wancheng obediently parted her lips. It was merely a slice of cake, after all. She took a bite, but in that instant, their faces were mere inches apart. Gazing into Xiao Yanqing's eyes, she noticed their intensity magnified, their noses nearly touching. Before she could react, Xiao Yanqing pressed his lips against hers, swiftly claiming the piece of cake from her mouth with his tongue. By the time Jiang Wancheng grasped what had transpired, he had returned to his original position. "So sweet." Xiao Yanqing smirked, his gaze playful as he looked at her. Jiang Wancheng blushed deeply, shooting him an incredulous glare. "What was that about?" "I've been rather fatigued these past few days and needed a bit of energy," he replied nonchalantly. She found herself momentarily speechless, unable to muster any justification for her indignation. "Have you heard about the matter concerning Prime Minister Li?" Xiao Yanqing inquired. "Yes, it has spread like wildfire throughout the streets," she acknowledged, implying her awareness of the situation. "Then, is your true purpose for coming here to gather information?" "The Crown Princess has also sought my assistance regarding Prime Minister Li. Do you think I should lend my aid?" In truth, Xiao Yanqing had long since made his decision. His words were subtly directed towards Jiang Wancheng, indicating that Li Wanju had indeed approached him, and he preferred that this matter not be conveyed to her through another's lips. The laws of a nation dictate the appropriate course of action, and whether assistance should be rendered depends upon the emperor's will, Jiang Wancheng remarked coolly. Her statement implied a desire for him not to assist the Chancellor Li, perhaps fueled by concerns regarding his relationship with Li Wanzhu. Indeed, Wanjing, we share a remarkable affinity in our perspectives. I have declined a request of the Crown Princess. Might that appear excessively unfeeling? Not at all. Jiang Wancheng's cheeks flushed deeper at the inquiry as she covered her eyes with her hands, unable to meet his gaze. Ha ha, Wanjing, you're simply delightful. Engaging in such light-hearted conversation with her alleviated his weariness, leaving him feeling utterly at ease. Chapter 61. Heart-to-heart conversation. Jiang Wancheng pouted, with a hint of suspicion. She gazed at him. Just moments ago, upon reaching the entrance of the Dali temple, the guards had not inquired about anything and had led her in directly, as if they had anticipated her arrival. Xiao Yinqing raised an eyebrow, surprised by this revelation. How had he not noticed their foresight before? Jiang Wancheng shot him a glance. Remaining silent, she was curious to see how long he could maintain this fade. Xiao Yinqing rubbed his forehead, cleared his throat, and earnestly declared, I was concerned that Prime Minister Li might create trouble for you because of me, so I stationed shadow guards near the Jiang residence. Oh, that made sense. No wonder a shadow guard had reported back to him the moment she stepped outside. Although it was ostensibly for her safety, Jiang Wancheng could not shake the unsettling feeling of being watched. Now that Prime Minister Li had also been apprehended, she chose not to elaborate further. However, Xiao Yinqing understood the unspoken words lingering in her mind. The shadow guards will withdraw today, so do not dwell on it too much. It was hard not to dwell on it. Who knew if he harbored any unsavory habits? What if, sensing the peculiar look in her eyes, he exhaled softly and replied, I assure you, I have no habit of surveilling you. My intentions are purely for your safety, and the shadow guards will indeed withdraw today. Jiang Wancheng had not intended to discuss this topic. It was not the reason for her visit. Do you not find it strange? She mused. Why did the Crown Princess not seek the Crown Prince's assistance, but instead turn to you? Logically, the Crown Prince would be in a better position to plead for Prime Minister Li before the Emperor, as the Emperor had always shown a preference for him. Furthermore, having been married for several years, it was widely believed that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess shared a harmonious bond. In times of need, the Crown Princess should have first thought of her husband, should she not? Xiao Yinqing scrutinized Jiang Wancheng, pondering whether she still believed there was something between him and Li Wanzhu. The conversation circled back to her. Wanwans, are you feeling jealous? He asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Jiang Wancheng was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had struck a nerve. Yes, she was indeed feeling jealous. Otherwise, why would she be so subtly probing for information? So what if she was jealous? Xiao Yinqing pulled her onto his lap, startling her into a desperate attempt to rise. But his grip was firm, rendering her immobile. Only when he sensed her body gradually relaxing did he ease his hold. If you were not jealous, that would be abnormal. Wanwan, I too can feel jealousy. You should not get too close to other men. The feeling is quite unpleasant. Of course, I would never approach any woman other than you, Xiao Yinqing vowed, his eyes brimming with tenderness. If a gaze could drown someone, this was undoubtedly the kind that could. Jiang Wancheng felt herself being drawn deeper into his affection. She despised those who were unfaithful. She desired equitable treatment. If she devoted herself to him, then he must reciprocate with the same sincerity. Can you truly promise to be devoted only to me? Jiang Wancheng murmured, her eyes cast downward, as if questioning him while simultaneously uncertain if she was merely speaking to herself. Xiao Yinqing firmly grasped her chin, tilting it upwards, compelling her to meet his gaze. He exerted considerable strength, causing a faint ache in her jaw. In a deep voice, he intoned, Jiang Wancheng, listen carefully. As long as you are willing, you shall be my one and only wife. Even if you are reluctant, you will still be my wife, and there shall be no escape for you in this lifetime. Jiang Wancheng's eyelashes fluttered, her heart racing incessantly. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not moved or that she felt unhappy. Although uncertain if his words would come to fruition, it nonetheless represented a promise. Her hands, which hung at her sides, tightened around the fabric at his waist. Wan, you must trust me. However, I am genuinely pleased that you can feel jealousy. It shows that you hold a place for me in your heart. Xiao Yinqing pulled her closer. Regarding the case of Prime Minister Li, the Crown Prince had spent the entire night at the Dali temple, ostensibly accompanying me in the investigation. However, a significant part of his presence was to avoid the Crown Princess. After all, the Emperor had entrusted him with the case, leaving no room for favoritism. Thus, the Crown Princess sought me out in desperation. Our relationship had long since faded. Xiao Yinqing shared so much, yet Jiang Wancheng remained silent. He waited in vain, letting out a soft sigh. Comforting her proved far more exhausting than the investigation itself. He placed his hand on the fabric at her waist, gently teasing her, murmuring, "After all I've said, have you taken to heart?" Jiang Wancheng shifted away, still silent. Xiao Yinqing continued his playful torment, eliciting laughter from her, which she could no longer contain. He persisted, and she leaned weakly against his shoulder, prompting him to finally cease his playful antics. "Are you listening to me?" he asked softly. Jiang Wancheng, breathless from laughter, replied, "I heard you, but please, no more teasing." They conversed for a while longer before Jiang Wancheng returned to the Jiang residence. Before her arrival, she inquired about Yi Tiandan's marriage. Despite his reluctance to discuss it, Xiao Yinqing ultimately divulged his thoughts. The emperor favors the fifth princess, while the seventh princess is rather headstrong. The empress fears that her presence in the northern kingdom might lead to trouble, potentially resulting in calamity, Xiao Yinqing explained nonchalantly. The fifth princess? Jiang Wancheng recalled the palace banquet, where the seventh princess and Yu Miaoyin had made her life difficult, while the fifth princess had offered her assistance. Though it was merely a few kind words, she had always remembered it, and had yet to properly express her gratitude. "What is it?" Xiao Yinqing inquired, noticing her contemplation. Jiang Wancheng shook her head. Royal matters were beyond her influence. Voicing her opinions might burden him. "Do you not wish for the fifth princess to marry?" Jiang Wancheng's gaze shot up to meet Xiao Yinqing's. He smiled. "Why the surprise? There is nothing you can conceal from me, so do not think to keep secrets. The fifth princess is quite pleasant. However, her disposition is rather gentle, and I wonder if she will face difficulties after the marriage." Sensing her unease, Xiao Yinqing gently caressed the top of her head. "Wan, I presumed you wish for the seventh princess to marry well due to her frequent vexations towards you. Why does the seventh princess torment me? Surely, you are aware?" Jiang Wancheng narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. Xiao Yinqing, feeling a bit sheepish, pinched his nose. He was indeed aware, and thus he would ensure such matters would not recur. Previously, his shadow guards reported that the seventh princess had even slandered her, claiming she was entangled with Zhou Tingji. The mere thought ignited his fury. "Who is Zhou Tingji?" Xiao Yinqing inquired with indifference. Jiang Wancheng's heart skipped a beat. Inevitably, the question had arisen. "I do not know him. It was Wu." In truth, Xiao Yinqing was already privy to the events of that day. Chapter 62. Reconciliation. Xiao Yinqing regarded the mere presence of Zhou Ting with indifference. His concern lay with the fact that the seventh princess had repeatedly vexed Jiang Wancheng. He was well aware of her intentions. However, in his eyes, she remained simply the seventh princess. Following the poetry gathering, he resolved to ensure she would distance herself from Yujing, thus preventing any further opportunities for her to trouble Jiang Wancheng. The Northern Kingdom's purpose was to forge a marriage alliance, which conveniently allowed for the removal of two individuals he had no desire to encounter. Consequently, he sought the assistance of Crown Prince Chu Yu, openly revealing his intentions. The Crown Prince was more than willing to assist, for apart from Princess Anlin and the loyal Marquis, he was the one most eager for Xiao Yinqing to wed. The reasons behind this were unmistakable. Minister Li awaited the issuance of his sentence, but the emperor's summons never came. While he could evade the death penalty, he could not escape the punishment of exile. He was condemned to be dispatched to the frontier on the first day of the 8th month, never to set foot in Yujing again. This punishment, in his eyes, was tantamount to a death sentence. On the day the decree was announced, the minister's residence was filled with wails of despair, with Madame Li fainting from the shock. No one dared to plead on his behalf. It was not due to a lack of desire, but because Minister Li had instructed that no petitions be submitted nor connections sought for intercession. The mistakes he had made were his alone to bear. Otherwise, he would find no peace for the remainder of his life. Since returning from the Dali temple, Li Wanchu had not seen Crown Prince Chuyu again. She was aware he was avoiding her. Initially, she thought she did not care for him. But when the one who had previously shared meals, played music, read with her, and endeavored to bring her joy no longer appeared, she felt a void within her heart. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to his presence. During his absence, she felt a disquieting sense of loss, as if something precious was slipping away, something she longed to grasp yet did not know how to pursue. Upon hearing of her father's decree, she swayed, relying on the table to steady herself. She dared not harbor any hopes regarding her father's fate, for who would dare stand against the emperor? Moreover, her father had indeed erred. She recognized that asking Chu Yu for assistance placed him in a difficult position. Her words in the dungeon had hurt him. They had been uttered in haste, without contemplation, driven by her desperate desire to provoke him. Over the years, she had been aware of how he had always protected and cared for her. Yet resentment had clouded her heart. In recent days, she had finally come to understand her true feelings, but Chu Yu had vanished. Li Wanchu felt a profound sense of abandonment. Today marked the first day of the 8th month, the day her father would depart for exile. She rose early to prepare provisions and silver for her father, hoping they would be of use on his journey. The Crown Prince's carriage moved slowly towards the city gate. Upon reaching the entrance, the curtain was lifted from outside, and a large hand reached in. Chu Yu waited for a while, but his hand encountered nothing but air devoid of any weight. He peered intently, realizing his hand grasped nothing at all. Leaning down, he looked inside the carriage. Li Wanru was peacefully resting her head on Xiao Xing's shoulder, succumbing to the drowsiness often brought on by her pregnancy. The moment she settled into the carriage, sleep enveloped her. Observing her, he noted her gauntness. Her face lacked any semblance of flesh, and it had only been a few days since he last saw her, yet she had lost so much weight. His brow furrowed tightly. Climbing into the carriage, he gently lifted her down. The familiar scent enveloped her, allowing her to relax entirely, nuzzling deeper into his embrace. Witnessing her dependence on him uplifted his spirits, dispelling the gloom that had shadowed his stay at the Dali temple. Though physically present at the temple, his heart was elsewhere, yearning for her, consumed by thoughts of whether she was eating well and whether she missed him. The sounds of vendors at the city gate roused Li Wanru from her slumber. Upon realizing that it was Prince Chu Yu holding her, a mix of surprise and joy surged within her. As she awakened, the prince gently set her down. But once she was on her feet, a cold demeanor returned to him, creating a palpable distance. Disappointment washed over Li Wanru as she lowered her gaze. Surely, it had been a mere illusion. When she first opened her eyes, she had glimpsed tenderness in his gaze, but it vanished in an instant, replaced by indifference as he averted his eyes from her. Meanwhile, the constables were escorting Li Changxiang toward the city gate. The constable reined in his horse, approaching the prince with a respectful bow. "Your Highness, I greet you, and I also greet the princess. Rise. I have matters to discuss with the chancellor." Chu replied coolly. "Yes," the constable acknowledged before discreetly retreating to a nearby tea shop. Chu took Li Wanru's hand, leading her toward her father. Her hand trembled, a mixture of surprise and delight coursing through her as her heart raced at his gesture. Before her father, Chu did not release her hand. "Father, please take care on your journey. I will look after things at home, so you need not worry. Just ensure you take care of yourself." Li Wanru's voice quivered, her eyes glistening with tears. Watching their joined hands, Li Changxiang smiled with satisfaction. "Do come home more often to see your mother. I must take my leave now." With a deep bow to Prince Chu, he turned to the constable. "Father." Li Wanru choked on her words. Li Changxiang glanced back, gesturing for her to return. As she watched him walk further away, an obstruction lodged in her throat rendered her speechless, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung loose. Observing her tear-streaked face, yet stifling her cries, tugged at his heartstrings. He had initially intended to give her the cold shoulder, waiting for her to realize her mistakes and come to him for forgiveness. Yet, he found himself unable to maintain that resolve. Gently pulling her into his embrace, he whispered, "If you wish to cry, then cry freely. I shall not mock you." Li Wanru tightened her grip around his waist and began to weep openly. The sounds of her sorrow drew the attention of those entering and exiting the city, their whispers filling the air. Is there a conflict between this couple? The girl is crying so heartily. It must be that the man has wronged her in some way. How pitiful. The couple may argue at the head of the bed, but they reconcile by its foot. He should hurry home to comfort her. The guard stationed in the city exchanged glances. After all, this is the Prince of Yujing, and they seem to think that their positions are too secure. They awaited the prince's command, yet he remained silent, not even casting a glance their way. Chu Yu gazed at the person in his arms, who gradually began to calm down, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Did you hear what they said? They mentioned that couples quarrel at the head of the bed, but make peace at the foot. What do you think? Li Wanru certainly heard them. Her face flushed with embarrassment, mortified by the attention of so many onlookers, yet she did not wish to leave his embrace. She could only nestle closer, shielding herself from their gaze. Chapter 63. Marriage, what do you think? Chu Yu inquired once more. Well, Li Wanru playfully glared at him, lightly striking his shoulder with her hand. Ha ha! Chu Yu erupted into hearty laughter. As the days progressed, news spread throughout the palace 2 days before the grand wedding. It was announced that the 7th princess was to be wed to the 2nd prince of the northern kingdom, Jiang Ran, a union decreed by the emperor himself. Rumor had it that the 7th princess had caused quite a stir in the imperial study, boldly declaring her desire to marry Xiao Yanqing instead of Jiang Ran. In a fit of anger, the emperor issued an edict. The 7th princess was forbidden from stepping outside the palace until her marriage. For her, this was a dire punishment, as she was accustomed to venturing out nearly every day. The emperor's decision to arrange this marriage left Jiang Wancheng utterly astonished. After all, the 7th princess was the apple of her parents' eyes, the emperor and empress. However, this turn of events meant that the 5th princess would not have to marry into the northern kingdom. Jiang Wancheng had always felt that the 5th princess's temperament suited her brother, Jiang Zian, perfectly, regardless of whom the 5th princess may wed in the future. As long as she was spared from a political marriage, all would be well. As long as she remained in Yujing, the royal family's protection would envelop her. In the days leading up to the wedding, Jiang Wancheng found herself summoned by Qin Suqing for counsel. The advice was predominantly centered on maintaining composure, serving her husband diligently, and attending to her in-laws. Of course, Qin Suqing also stressed that if ever wronged, regardless of the grievance's magnitude, she should return to her maternal home and share her plight. Her family would always stand as her unwavering support. In her previous life, when she married into the Ningguo Marquisate, her mother had imparted similar wisdom, urging her to avoid acting on impulse to serve her husband well, and to remember that the Ningguo household was not as forgiving as her own. She vividly recalled dismissing her mother's words as nagging, only to reflect on them with regret in her final moments before her marriage. As these memories flooded back, Jiang Wancheng found herself shedding tears unknowingly. "Miss, what's the matter?" Xiuhe exclaimed, startled, offering her a silk handkerchief to dry her tears. "You must not cry before your wedding tomorrow. What if your future husband finds you unappealing?" Jiang Wancheng managed to smile through her tears, amused that the young girl would jest with her. Why dwell on the past? It was all inconsequential now, especially since she was no longer marrying Pei, the heir of the Ningguo Marquisate. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, Xiuhe roused her from slumber. Groggy, Jiang Wancheng sat on a stool with her eyes still closed as Xiuhe assisted her with her grooming and dressed her in bridal attire, while Chuanfu styled her hair and adorned her with a phoenix crown. Once everything was prepared, the servants exited the room. Sitting alone on the stool, Jiang Wancheng felt the weight of the crown, heavy enough to threaten her neck if worn all day. Outside, the sounds of bustling activity filled the air. Yet within the room, an eerie silence prevailed, with even Xiuhe being called away by her mother for reasons unknown. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a figure peered inside. "Oh my, what a stunning bride this young lady is!" Jiang Wancheng smiled faintly, pondering who this dashing young man could be. "Demande pitied, ha ha, naturally. He belongs to the Jiang family." Jiang Wancheng added, Indeed, he is also from the Jiang family. Behind her, Jiang Zian nudged Jiang Shuyu, urging her to step aside and let them in. 3 individuals subsequently entered. Second brother, when did you return? I thought you wouldn't make it back last night. Jiang Wancheng lamented. For Wanfan's wedding, how could I possibly be absent? Alas, it is a pity for that Lord Xiao. A fresh blossom is wasted on a pile of dung. Jiang Wancheng exclaimed. That is quite an exaggeration. Brother, Lord Xiao is certainly not dung. He is quite handsome, perhaps even surpassing you. Jiang Zian and Jiang Wuwu stifled their laughter from the side. After all, Lord Xiao was to be Wanfan's future husband. Belittling him in her presence would only invite trouble. TSK. Truly, a young man forgets his mother. Jiang Shuyu pointed at Jiang Wancheng. You're not my mother. Well, father was right. The cabbage has been pushed by the pig. She chuckled. Ha ha ha. TSK. This wedding gown and its craftsmanship. Only the finest embroidery house in Jiangnan could produce such work, Jiang Shuyu marveled. Jiang Wancheng had heard of the premier embroidery house in Jiangnan, whose owner had once served in the palace before establishing the workshop there. The emperor had always sought to bring her back to court, but she had consistently declined. To commission her for embroidery was a feat beyond the reach of anyone outside the palace. This wedding gown had been sent by Xiao Yinqing. During the exchange of betrothal gifts, he had sent word that he would take care of the gown, assuring her to rest easy until the wedding. To her surprise, he had indeed invited the owner of the finest embroidery house to craft the gown, gently caressing the intricate embroidery of the dress. Jiang Wancheng felt a warmth in her heart. He truly held her in high regard. Observing her emotional countenance, Jiang Shuyu teased, upon hearing of your betrothal, I had initially intended to commission the owner of the premier embroidery house to create your wedding gown, but he merely got ahead of me. Well, Wanfan knows that brother possesses such capability. Jiang Shuyu found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Zian and Jiang Wuwu erupted into another fit of laughter. The joyous sounds filled the room, and even Qin Suqing, standing outside, couldn't help but join in the laughter. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted, announcing the arrival of the wedding procession. Dressed in a resplendent crimson wedding robe, Xiao Yinqing strode in with grace. His tall stature only accentuated his striking appearance. The guests, particularly the women, looked on with envy, marveling at the handsome groom. Not only was the bridal procession lavish, but the groom was also exceptionally handsome. Moreover, he was young and already held the esteemed position of Minister of Justice. The guests believed Jiang Wancheng had struck a stroke of luck by encountering Xiao Yinqing. Yet, it was Xiao Yinqing who felt he had amassed immense fortune to have met Jiang Wancheng. Perhaps even the luck from his past life had been reserved for this lifetime. With both brother and sister outside to witness the groom, Jiang Wancheng remained alone in the room. Earlier that morning, she had enjoyed a bowl of sweet lotus and lily porridge, which had been quite rich and thick. It is now midday, yet there has been no sign of Xiuhua bringing her any food, leaving her stomach grumbling with hunger. She feels parched and hesitant to drink too much water, fearing the urgent need to visit the restroom. Just as she prepares to venture out in search of sustenance, Xiuhua returns. Observing her empty hands, Jiang Wancheng's face contorts with displeasure akin to a bitter melon stir-fried with its skin. Why didn't you bring me something to eat? I am famished. The lady has instructed that once your hair is styled, you are not to partake in any food until you arrive at your husband's home. This is what she has decreed. Ah, what kind of nonsensical reasoning is this? If only you had mentioned it earlier, I would have ensured to fill my stomach before having my hair done. Chapter 64. The Grand Wedding as the auspicious hour arrived. Qin Suqing instructed Xiuhua to place the bridal veil over her. Jiang Zian carried her into the flower sedan chair. The 8-bearer palanquin glided smoothly, the sound of firecrackers fading into the distance, while the gongs and drums continued to resonate without pause. Jiang Wancheng, unable to see outside, was unaware of their location. She only heard Xiuhua mention that they circled the entire Yujing before heading towards the residence of the loyal and brave Marquis. With her veil obscuring her vision, Jiang Wancheng beheld the vibrant red fabric, and lowering her gaze, she noticed her equally fiery wedding gown and the dragon and phoenix gold bracelet adorning her wrist. Resembling white jade, this bracelet was part of her mother's dowry, bestowed upon her by her grandmother on her wedding day, symbolizing auspiciousness and a lifetime of tranquility. Today, her mother adorned her with it as well. Did she wear it on her wedding day in her previous life? She could no longer recall. Perhaps she did. Perhaps she did not. Yet it mattered little now. Miss, we have arrived at the loyal and brave Marquis' residence. The voice of Chuanfu reverberated. Jiang Wancheng pulled her thoughts back, sitting upright. The sedan chair came to a halt, and she heard the sounds of ceremonial chants from outside. Chuanfu assisted her out, and as she emerged, draped in her fiery red bridal attire, adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing veil, the air filled with the sounds of joyous music and the chatter of guests. With Chuanfu's support, she stepped over the fire basin and proceeded to the altar. Peering from beneath her veil, Jiang Wancheng noticed a pair of brand-new dark boots. The boots appeared as vibrant as her attire, and whether it was the radiance of her wedding gown or something else, she felt her cheeks flush with warmth. First, they bowed to heaven and earth. Xiao Yinqing turned around, and with Chuanfu's assistance, Jiang Wancheng mirrored his actions. Facing each other, they lowered their heads, performing the first round of salutations. Next, they bowed to their parents. The loyal and brave Marquis and Princess Amlin beamed with joy, their smiles nearly reaching their ears, for they had long awaited this day. Xiao Yinqing and Jiang Wancheng knelt and performed 3 bows. They were now wed. The union was upon them. Jiang Wancheng silently reiterated this in her heart. Having been reborn, she had never anticipated marriage, yet here she was on the cusp of it. She offered a subtle smile, concealing her true feelings. This time, they did not kneel, but instead inclined slightly, their foreheads touching, signifying their reverence. With the formalities concluded, it was time to escort the bride to the bridal chamber. Fei Ran, present at the banquet, watched intently as the vibrant figure disappeared from view. She looked resplendent today, yet this beauty was not meant for him. After downing several cups of wine, a faint flush appeared on his fair complexion. He rose, gazing after the retreating figure until it vanished around a corner, then sat back down, enveloped in silence. At his table, Duke Ning and Princess Pingyang felt the sweat pooling in their palms. Fei Ran's fixation on the bride made them uneasy, fearing he might disrupt the festivities. When he merely drank without acknowledging anyone, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They hoped that once he sobered up, all would return to normal. Fei Ran had always been obedient and compliant, never defying them. Yet, they could not fathom why he became so engrossed in Jiang Wancheng's affairs, as if he had transformed entirely. They also sent someone to inquire, and it was during this year's Lantern Festival that Jiang Wancheng and Fei Ran first crossed paths, their interactions being rather sparse. The subsequent encounters were equally infrequent, compounded by the fact that their son was fervently pursuing her while she seemed to distance herself from him, leaving him with a sense of dismay akin to pressing a warm cheek against a cold shoulder. They genuinely feared that Fei Ran might resort to any audacious act of elopement. In truth, Fei Ran had indeed contemplated such a notion, which had lingered in his mind for an indeterminate number of times. After today, she would belong to another, and no matter his exertions, she would no longer be his. Princess Pingyang could hardly bear to watch, pressing down on Fei Ran's hand that held the wine cup, urging him to stop drinking and return home with his parents. Fei Ran gently pushed her hand away and drained the contents of his cup. Moments latte. He abruptly stood up, swaying slightly as he made his exit. Alas, what a misfortune! Lord Ning let out a deep sigh and followed him out. Upon entering the bridal chamber, Jiang Wancheng was assisted by Chuanfu to sit upon the bed. Surrounding her were soft murmurs and the playful laughter of children. Groom, quickly lift the veil. Someone shouted. Lift the veil. Lift the veil. The others joined in the commotion. Jiang Wancheng tilted her head slightly and noticed a pair of dark boots halting before her. She anxiously tightened the handkerchief she held. She was uncertain why she felt so flustered. In her previous life, she had also been wed. The veil was gently lifted, revealing Xiao Yinqing standing before her. Clad in a crimson robe, his ethereal countenance radiated with brilliance as he gazed down at her, his eyes filled with her reflection and laughter. Jiang Wancheng stared at him in a daze. Mother, the bride is staring at her cousin. A little girl of 7 or 8 exclaimed. Laughter erupted around them. Jiang Wancheng's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze towards her shoes, too shy to meet his eyes. From a corner of her vision, she caught a glimpse of the faint smile at the corner of his mouth. What was there to smile about? Why the amusement? After all, he was her husband now, and she could gaze at him as she pleased from now on. The guests merely engaged in a token ruckus to celebrate the newlyweds before gradually excusing themselves. Xiao Yinqing cast a glance back at her. Jiang Wancheng sat upon the bridal bed, her complexion fair and exquisite, adorned with a touch of powder and elegantly shaped brows. Her jade earrings sparkled brightly. The candlelight flickered softly, her resplendent wedding gown spread across the bed, enhancing her captivating beauty. Truly stunning. Jiang Wancheng shot him a playful glance. Xiao Yinqing turned towards the door, where the guests had returned to their seats. He closed his eyes briefly, then with long strides, approached Jiang Wancheng and sat beside her on the bed. The bedding was embroidered with mandarin ducks, scattered with lotus seeds, longan, and red dates. He wrapped his arm around her, drawing her into his embrace. Xiao Yinqing leaned in close, whispering in her ear, "Wanwans, you look truly beautiful today." He slightly tilted his head and gently nibbled at her ear. "I will step out to greet the guests now, but I shall return shortly." Jiang Wancheng nodded gently. After Xiao Yinqing finished speaking, he stood up, adjusted his wedding attire, and walked towards the newlywed chamber. Jiang Wancheng pinched her nearly broken neck, relishing the solitude. At last, she could move freely. The wedding was indeed exhausting. She began to survey her surroundings. Everything in the room radiated joy. Bright red silk, dragon and phoenix candles, a crimson mandarin duck quilt. Even the lanterns were adorned with images of Guanyin bestowing children, symbolizing family harmony. The windows were embellished with large red double happiness paper cuttings. Everything exuded such festive cheer. Chapter 65. The Wedding Night, Part 1. Shortly after Xiao Yinqing departed, an elderly woman entered, followed by several maidservants who gradually filled the table with an abundance of dishes. Jiang Wancheng, already feeling hungry, gazed at the lavish spread, nearly drooling at the sight. Once the table was set, the woman approached her and bowed, introducing herself as Zhang Ma, a servant assigned to attend to the young lady by the princess's request. Jiang Wancheng observed her kind demeanor, suggesting she was not a harsh character. "Zhang Ma, where's my maid of honor?" she inquired. Xiao Yinqing had previously mentioned that she could forego bringing her maid, or if she insisted, just one would suffice. Confused, Jiang Wancheng had even voiced her grievances to Qin Suqing, who praised Xiao Yinqing as a commendable man. "Your maid is in the adjoining room, and these ladies will attend to you as well," Zhang Ma indicated to the 4 maidservants behind her. Jiang Wancheng was perplexed. She had always been attended solely by Xiuhua at the Jiang residence and found that sufficient. "Please summon Xiuhua for me, and the others may take their leave," Jiang Wancheng requested of Zhang Ma. The elder respectfully acquiesced and led the 4 maidservants away, leaving them to exchange glances of uncertainty. Xiuhua quickly entered, adorned in new garments. Her hair neatly styled, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Jiang Wancheng looked up at her and smiled. "Did you just meet Jingma?" Xiuhua was taken aback. "How did you know, my lady?" Upon hearing Jiang Wancheng's soft laughter, she realized she had been drawn into conversation. Xiuhua approached with warm water to cleanse her hands. Jiang Wancheng adjusted her phoenix crown and complained, "This adornment is unbearable. It feels as if it will crush me. If I wear it any longer, I fear I shall shrink in stature." Examining the crown, Xiuhua noted its weight, adorned with gold, indicating that her husband had indeed invested significantly. "The heavier the crown, the more your husband cherishes you," she remarked. Jiang Wancheng shot her a playful glare. Just then, her stomach growled audibly, protesting its emptiness. Xiuhua stifled a laugh and poured her a cup of warm tea. "You should eat something to ease your hunger. Otherwise, the wine later will not sit well." As Jiang Wancheng took a sip of tea, she heard Zhang Ma's voice from outside. The servant pays her respects to the young master. Before she could react, Xiao Yinqing entered, bringing with him the scent of wine, his cheeks flushed from apparent indulgence. Xiuhua quietly retreated to the door and closed it gently behind her. The room was now left with just the 2 of them, and Jiang Wancheng felt a sudden shyness, unable to meet Xiao Yinqing's gaze. He stood watching her for a moment before taking a seat beside her. Are you tired? He inquired. Indeed, she replied. Jiang Wancheng pointed to the phoenix crown atop her head. Xiao Yinqing chuckled softly and lifted the crown away. Jiang Wancheng stretched her neck, feeling utterly fatigued, as if her neck might snap under the weight. Xiao Yinqing glanced at the untouched dishes on the table and inquired in surprise. Aren't you hungry? Of course I'm hungry, she thought, her stomach nearly pressed against her waist, yet the words that escaped her lips were, not really. At that moment, Jiang Wancheng wished she could remove her own tongue. Xiao Yinqing filled 2 wine cups and gently said, even if you're not hungry, we must share a toast. After downing half a cup, Jiang Wancheng felt a burning sensation in her stomach. What kind of wine was this? It was far more potent than what she'd had at the palace banquet, far more uncomfortable. You should eat something or you'll be hungry in the middle of the night, Xiao Yinqing suggested, placing several dishes into her bowl. Jiang Wancheng noticed his bowl was empty, pristine, and devoid of any food. She remained silent, her chopsticks unmoving. Xiao Yinqing, understanding, picked up a piece of meat and began to eat slowly. Following suit, Jiang Wancheng started to use her chopsticks. Whether it was due to her prolonged hunger or the effects of the wine, she found her appetite had diminished. Once she had eaten her fill, she set down her chopsticks, and Xiao Yinqing, ever timely, produced a silk handkerchief to dab at her mouth. Jiang Wancheng blinked in surprise and murmured, I can do it myself, but I wish to assist you. Xiao Yinqing replied, his face betraying no embarrassment. Jiang Wancheng bit her lip and lowered her head. Are you full? He asked, to which she nodded. Xiao Yinqing smiled. Since you are satisfied, it is now my turn to eat. Before Jiang Wancheng could process this, she felt a sudden whirl as Xiao Yinqing lifted her and gently laid her on the bed. Gazing at the lotus seeds, peanuts, red dates, and longans strewn across the bed, Jiang Wancheng felt a pang of discomfort. Surely, they wouldn't sleep on this tonight? Aren't you going to clear this away? She asked. Xiao Yinqing smiled, sitting beside her, holding her hand gently. We'll deal with that later. There are other matters to attend to first. Once she grasped the situation, Jiang Wancheng's body stiffened. The guests outside had dispersed. It was time to rest. They would eat or rise early for the tea ceremony tomorrow. Xiao Yinqing shed his wedding robe, leaving only his inner garments, and gazed at the motionless Jiang Wancheng. Yes, I too find the wedding attire appealing, but would be uncomfortable to sleep in. You should take it off. As she beheld Xiao Yinqing in his simple attire, her heart raced, her hands trembling as she fumbled with the buttons of her own clothing. The room dimmed suddenly as Xiao Yinqing extinguished the other candles, leaving only 2 dragon and phoenix candles flickering. Before she could fully undress, she found herself pressed heavily against the bed, her lips captured with fervor. A soft gasp escaped her as her lips tingled from the impact. Wanjing, he whispered, helping her out of her wedding attire and pulling her tightly into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Jiang Wancheng's hand brushed against his chest. Their warm bodies pressed closely together. In the dim light, she tilted her head to look at him, their eyes locking, his breath rapid and fervent. One of his large hands undid the ties around her waist, slowly reaching within. Jiang Wancheng's breath became disordered. Xiao Yinqing's hand, firmly clasped around her waist, intensified its grip on the soft flesh. The pain elicited an involuntary gasp from Jiang Wancheng. What should you call me? Address me correctly, and I shall grant you mercy. Who? Husband. Jiang Wancheng's voice trembled as she uttered the word. The figure beside her leaned closer, enveloping her, tender kisses descending upon her forehead, nose, and cheeks, ultimately landing on her lips. The warmth of his breath lingered against her face, causing Jiang Wancheng to feel a throbbing sensation in her head, her cheeks flushed, and her breath increasingly erratic. Chapter 66. The Bridal Chamber, Part 2. Xiao Yinqing lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed upon Jiang Wancheng. With a gentle motion, he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Do you remember that night on the boat? He mused, his voice soft and languid, a smile curving his lips. Jiang Wancheng lowered her head in silence. How could she possibly forget? It was the first time in 2 lifetimes that someone had treated her in such a manner. That night, she had felt like pliable clay in his hands, molded and marked with crimson imprints, a memory that was indelible. Before she could respond, he grasped her chin, his lips descending upon hers once more. The intoxicating scent of wine enveloped her, rendering her unable to open her eyes. This wine was truly beguiling. Jiang Wancheng thought to herself. The curtains had been drawn at some point, and her garments had mysteriously vanished. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Jiang Wancheng felt utterly languid, devoid of strength. She gently grasped his arm, her voice tinged with a whimper. "Are you done yet? How much longer?" Xiao Yanqing chuckled softly, pinching her cheek playfully, then buried his face in the crook of her neck, whispering, "Wancheng, call for me, just call for me, and I shall be swift." In a daze, her mind no longer engaged, she obediently called out to him a few times, "Husband." Yet, such utterance only stirred him further. The curtains were pulled aside, and Xiao Yanqing rose to light the remaining candles, instantly brightening the room. Jiang Wancheng lay on the bed, too weak to even lift a finger, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the fiery red satin of the bed canopy. As Xiao Yanqing approached the bedside, he beheld her small face nestled in a vibrant quilt, a fine sheen of sweat gracing her forehead and body, her porcelain skin almost dazzling. Waves of desire surged within him once more. He pulled the thin blanket over her, leaving only her small face exposed. Jiang Wancheng instinctively turned onto her side, facing inward. At the door, Xiao Yanqing instructed the maid on duty to prepare hot water. Before long, Aunt Zhang arrived with 2 maidservants, carrying a bathing tub and warm water into the inner chamber. Glancing at the figure on the bed, Aunt Zhang immediately lowered her head. Addressing him, "Young master, everything is ready. Shall I summon the young mistress?" Xiao Yanqing gazed at Jiang Wancheng's back and replied gently, "No need. Have her personal maid come in." Understood. In truth, Xiuhua had been waiting just outside for the summons. As Aunt Zhang led the 2 attending maidservants back to the door, a solemn voice echoed from behind. "Aunt Zhang, from now on, the Xianyi courtyard shall be arranged according to the young mistress's preferences. She is to be obeyed in all matters. I do not wish for her to feel any discomfort. Do you understand?" Aunt Zhang swallowed hard and replied, "Yes, I understand." Having been a matriarch of the household for some time, she had watched the young master grow, and she understood his intentions well. But was it truly wise for him to be so indulgent towards the young mistress? After Aunt Zhang and the maidservants withdrew, Xiao Yanqing approached the bed, effortlessly lifting Jiang Wancheng into his arms as he made his way to the inner chamber. At that moment, Jiang Wancheng was surprisingly compliant, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her weight upon him. By the time Xiuhua entered, Jiang Wancheng was already immersed in the bathing tub. Xiuhua neatly arranged the clean clothes and prepared to serve her mistress, only to be halted by Xiao Yanqing's words. "You are no longer needed here. You may leave." Xiuhua was taken aback, as she had always been the one to assist the young lady during her baths. She glanced at her mistress, Jiang Wancheng, who lay with her eyes closed, silent, though her eyelids fluttered slightly. With a silent resignation, Xiuhua retreated. After the second watch of the night, Jiang Wancheng finally nestled into the soft, luxurious quilt. She reached beneath the covers to explore, only to wonder, had the auspicious fruits been removed? Hadn't Xiao Yanqing just insisted they remain? Through the gauzy curtains, she observed 2 maidservants clearing the remnants of the meal from the table, while another pair carried the bathing tub and water from the inner chamber. The events that had transpired earlier made her ears flush with embarrassment. The water in the tub had diminished to less than half, and the floor was soaked. Would the maidservants suspect anything? The more she pondered, the redder her face became. The door closed softly, and the curtains were lifted as Xiao Yanqing lay down beside her. Jiang Wancheng shifted away, turning her back to him, maintaining a considerable distance. With a resigned smile, Xiao Yanqing drew her into his embrace. She struggled momentarily, but then his husky voice, tinged with restraint, urged her softly, "Do not move. I shall remain still." Hearing the desire laced in his tone, Jiang Wancheng froze, too timid to make another move. "You just said in the inner chamber that I couldn't move you," she whispered in mild reproach. Exhausted from their earlier exertions, she found it perplexing that he remained so spirited, constantly coaxing her to call him husband and then. Xiao Yanqing's face flushed slightly as well. After all, she was his first woman, and he found it difficult to restrain himself, his strength slipping from his control. He soothingly caressed her back and murmured, It is my fault. I promise to keep my word this time. Sleep now." With that, he placed a gentle kiss atop her head. Jiang Wancheng was utterly fatigued and had little energy to discern the truth in his words. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she soon drifted into a deep slumber. The only sound in the room was the flickering of the candle flames. Xiao Yanchen gazed at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Wancheng, tenderly stroking her delicate face, whispering, "Wanwans, I cherish you." It was uncertain whether she heard him, as she merely pouted without any further response. He gently pinched her cheek again, softly promising, "One day, I shall hear you say it in return." Outside the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence, Niefeng cautiously remarked, "My lord, it is already the third watch. We should return." Yi Tiandai stood vigil by the entrance, knowing she was inside and that she would remain there in the future. He had attended the wedding banquet that day. During the festivities, when Xiao Yanchen approached a toast, he unceremoniously downed 3 cups, with Xiao Yanchen reciprocating in kind. "You orchestrated my marriage to the 7th princess, did you not?" Yi Tiandai queried directly. "On what basis do you say that?" Xiao Yanchen neither confirmed nor denied. It was evident that before the wedding, the emperor had issued a decree, yet it was clear that significant effort had been expended on his part, even persuading the crown prince to assist him. Was he truly so fearful of Yi Tiandai snatching her away? There is no fear of you taking her away. Rather, it is the unwelcome presence of mindless flies buzzing around her that I wish to avoid. Knight Tiandai, filled with pent-up anger, felt an overwhelming urge to engage in a fierce brawl with Xiao Yanchen, a means to vent the frustration that had accumulated over the past few days. Ultimately, however, Niefeng restrained him, for their emperor had sent a missive instructing Niefeng to keep a vigilant eye on the second prince, advising against any emotional impulses that might jeopardize the delicate relationship between their two nations. Niefeng was perplexed by how their emperor had come to learn of everything concerning his master in Yujing. Glancing at Xiao Yanchen, the answer began to crystallize in his mind. A conflict during Xiao Yancheng's wedding banquet was absolutely inadvisable, prompting Niefeng to escort the somewhat inebriated Knight Tiandai away from the loyal and brave Marquis's residence. Yet, who could have anticipated that Knight Tiandai would return in the dead of night? "Let's go," he proclaimed, stepping into the inky darkness of the street without a backward glance. Chapter 67. Tea ceremony outside. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, while the auspicious candles of the dragon and phoenix burned throughout the night, casting a soft, hazy glow through the curtains. As Xiao Yanchen awoke and glanced at the sleeping visage beside him, a faint smile graced his lips. This must be the essence of happiness, waking each day to behold her face, a warmth blossoming within his heart. As dawn approached, Zhang Ma knocked gently at the door, reminding him, "Young master, it is time to rise. Today we partake in the tea ceremony." Xiao Yanchen cast another look at the fatigued features of the girl beside him and replied softly, "Understood. You may go ahead." Perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings, Jiang Wancheng had a restless night, tossing and turning until Xiao Yanchen held her tightly, allowing her to finally drift into a deep slumber. Zhang Ma observed the brightening sky and the closed door, which revealed no signs of life within. With a resigned sigh, she retreated with the maids. Half an hour later, Zhang Ma contemplated returning to knock, but was intercepted by Jing Mo, who stated, "The young master has instructed that no one is to disturb him and the young mistress during their rest." Zhang Ma was taken aback, reflecting on the lack of decorum exhibited by today's youth. She recalled how, when Princess Anlin married into the Zhongyong Marquis's residence, she had risen early the following day to partake in the tea ceremony. When Jiang Wancheng awoke, the sun had fully risen, its rays streaming through the window, illuminating the once gloomy curtains. She stared dazedly at the canopy above before turning to observe the figure beside her. She shifted back slightly, allowing a sliver of light to accentuate Xiao Yancheng's chiseled profile. Unable to resist, she reached out and gently traced his brow, nose, lips, and the prominent Adam's apple. It must be said, he was undeniably handsome. As her fingers brushed against his throat, he stirred slightly, causing Jiang Wancheng to freeze and hastily shut her eyes. The silk quilt beside her shifted, likely indicating that Xiao Yancheng had turned, his warm, steady breath fanning across her face. Her heart raced. Pondering her anxiety, she questioned why she feigned sleep. After all, he was her husband, and she had every right to gaze upon him. It wasn't tea illicit. With this thought, she ceased her pretense. The moment she opened her eyes, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. To her surprise, even in slumber, her husband exhibited such diverse expressions. Jiang Wancheng felt a pang of embarrassment. If all she wanted was to feign sleep, she could have simply stated it outright. For the first time, he regarded her with such eyes. Remembering the entranced gaze Jiang Wancheng had cast upon him during their first encounter, a smirk played upon his lips, a flicker of pride swelling within him. Jiang Wancheng was momentarily taken aback. Was it indeed the first time? It felt different. When she had first met him, his beauty had been overshadowed by indifference. Yet now, in addition to his striking looks, he radiated warmth. Jiang Wancheng closed her eyes, preparing to indulge in a brief respite. But her mind nagged at her, reminding her of unfinished business. Suddenly, she sat upright, exclaiming inwardly, "How could I forget the tea ceremony this morning?" In a flurry, she raked her fingers through her hair. Observing her face adorned with vexation, Xiao Yinxing also sat up, gently grasping her delicate hand, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Fear not. I have already dispatched someone to inform my mother that we shall arrive later." "What did you say?" "Just that you are quite fatigued and require some additional rest." Jiang Wancheng cast him a resentful glance, feeling utterly mortified. She hastily adjusted her attire, attempting to rise from the bed, only to be halted by Xiao Yinxing, who insisted, "Sit tight. I shall summon a maid to attend to you." Obediently, Jiang Wancheng remained seated, watching Xiao Yinxing draw back the curtains and descend from the bed to approach the wooden basin. Upon noticing the crimson marks upon his back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was as though Xiao Yinxing possessed a sixth sense as he turned to glance at her, his hand brushing against the red marks on his back, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "My lady was quite vigorous last night." Jiang Wancheng averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his teasing eyes so early in the morning. The door swung open, and the ever-watchful Xiuhua, along with the maids, began to file in to assist her. By the time she was ready, Xiao Yinxing had already tidied himself, seated in the study awaiting her for half an hour. Today was not only an occasion for tea service, but also a visit to the palace to express gratitude. Her attire must strike a balance between simplicity and elegance. Jiang Wancheng adorned herself in a pale yellow cloud-like robe embroidered with exquisite orchids, paired with a flowing skirt featuring ancient patterns of butterflies and cloud shapes, and carried a sheer peony veil. Her hair was styled in an elegant cloud-like updo, accented with a delicate gold hairpin, rendering her charming and alluring. Xiao Yinxing gazed at his wife's hairstyle, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in approval. "You look splendid." The couple then made their way to the residence of the Marquis and Princess Anlin, Zaiwaiyuan. Zaiwaiyuan was located quite a distance from Yishuan, one being in the east courtyard, the other in the west. With Xiao Yinxing's long strides, Jiang Wancheng's smaller steps necessitated that he slow his pace to match hers. Upon their arrival at Zaiwaiyuan, a young maid approached with a cheerful demeanor, greeting, "Your Highness, how do you do?" Meanwhile, another maid entered to announce their presence. Xiuhua stepped forward, presenting the young maid with a red envelope. The maid, receiving it with excitement, exclaimed, "I am ever grateful to the young lady." Jiang Wancheng smiled and followed Xiao Yinxing inside. They were warmly greeted by Princess Anlin's gentle smile. Seated in a grand armchair, she was flanked by the Marquis. Jiang Wancheng felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks. On her wedding day, she ought to have come earlier to serve tea. Yet it was clear they had awaited her for quite some time. Princess Anlin remarked, "Wancheng looks lovely, and your attire is equally exquisite. Come closer, so your mother can admire you." Jiang Wancheng stepped forward to perform her respects, and Princess Anlin affectionately took her hand. Recalling their first meeting at Linen Temple, "I took an instant liking to you. At the flower viewing banquet, I sensed his fondness for you. My heart swelled with joy, finally seeing you both wed." Princess Anlin's gaze lingered between her and Xiao Yinxing, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Enough now. We wouldn't want to startle the child." The Marquis gently interjected, pulling Princess Anlin's attention. He appeared somewhat exasperated, aware that his wife was quite the sentimental soul. In truth, Jiang Wancheng felt a bit overwhelmed by the moment. She glanced up at Xiao Yanqing, who remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility, devoid of any surprise, as if such heartfelt sentiments were commonplace. The maid, Xiao Dao, brought over tea, and Jiang Wancheng and Xiao Yanqing knelt down. "Father, drink tea." They chimed in unison. Good." The Marquis took a sip of tea and presented each of them with a generous red envelope. "Mother, drink tea." They echoed together. Truly good." Princess Amlin, with a beaming smile, savored a sip of tea and also bestowed a lavish red envelope upon each of them. Xiao Yanqing assisted Jiang Wancheng to her feet, wishing to have her stand beside him, yet she was once again drawn away by her mother. "Xiao Yanqing, who is truly the son here? Whose wife is she, after all?" By Princess Amlin's side, Mama Rong entered holding 2 exquisite brocade boxes. The princess opened one of the brocade boxes. Chapter 68 Xie and retrieved a magnificent jade green bangle from the ornate box and presented it to Jiang Wancheng. The jade was exquisitely fine and lustrous, with a pristine base and a delicate interplay of azure and white. The vibrant touch of green resembled the rejuvenating grass of early spring, gracefully suffusing the bangle with a fresh and elegant charm. It was evident that this piece was of immense value. "This was passed down to me by Yanqin's grandmother on the occasion of my marriage. Now I bestow it upon you," she stated. "Isn't that too precious, Your Highness?" Jiang Wancheng hesitated to accept it, glancing at Xiao Yanqing. "It was given to your mother. You should accept it," Xiao Yanqing encouraged with a smile. "Thank you, mother." Jiang Wancheng took the bangle, feeling its weight in her hand, which mirrored the heaviness in her heart. She placed it back into the ornate box and handed it to Xiaohe. Princess Amlin then produced another exquisite Hetian jade bracelet from a different box and extended it to Jiang Wancheng. This was left by Yanqin's grandmother, who insisted it be passed down to her granddaughter-in-law. "I believe I have fulfilled my duty." Princess Amlin directly placed the bracelet into Xiaohe's hands. "Why does it seem like this daughter-in-law is more favored than her son?" Xiao Yanqing feigned jealousy. Princess Amlin shot him a reproachful glance. "When I was expecting you, I had hoped for a daughter. Who knew I would end up with such a troublesome son?" Xiao Yanqing remained unfazed. "If you desire a daughter, Wancheng, and I shall grant you a granddaughter to dote upon. That would be splendid. Your father and I have longed for that for many years." Princess Amlin replied with a beaming smile. Jiang Wancheng's face flushed crimson. They had only just married. How could they be discussing such matters already? "The hour grows late. You both should proceed to the palace to express your gratitude," she reminded. After paying their respects to the Marquis and Princess Amlin, Xiao Yanqing took Jiang Wancheng's hand and exited the Shiwai courtyard. Mama Rong observed the affectionate couple and remarked, "I have watched the young master grow. I have never seen him exhibit such tenderness towards any maiden." Princess Amlin glanced at the Marquis beside her and chuckled. "He takes after his father, a stubborn man who is only devoted to one." The Marquis had married only Princess Amlin. When she gave birth to Xiao Yanqing, her health was compromised, and she could not conceive again. She had often urged the Marquis to take a concubine, assuring him it would not trouble her. Yet he remained steadfast, and thus the loyal Marquis's household had only her as the sole lady. She harbored a sense of guilt, knowing that the loyal Marquis's lineage had been carried on for generations. Sensing her thoughts drifting, the Marquis stroked his beard and calmly remarked, "Isn't this quite splendid? What could be more precious than the love between husband and wife, the harmony of family?" Princess Amlin smiled contentedly. "Indeed, the love and harmony between two individuals is of utmost importance." As Jiang Wancheng exited the grand door, she climbed into the carriage with Xiao Yanqing, heading towards the palace. The carriage moved slowly along the road, with passers-by sparse on either side. After settling in, Xiao Yanqing retrieved a book from the carriage's compartment and began to read leisurely. Jiang Wancheng rested her head on his shoulder, idly glancing at the book in his hands. "What are you reading, my husband?" she inquired. Xiao Yanqing looked down at her. "The Lantingyi Su." "Oh." Upon hearing it, one can discern that it is an exceedingly dull book, which she does not favor. Her preference lies in reading engaging tales. Recognizing her lackluster response, which indicated her disinterest in such literature, Xiao Yanqing gently tousled her hair and softly suggested, "If you are tired, do take a nap." I will call for you when the time comes. The Duke of Zhongyong's residence is not far from the imperial palace. After a brief journey, the carriage gradually slowed to a halt. They had arrived at the palace. Observing the weary little face before him, Xiao Yinqing realized how exhausted she truly was from the previous night. Jiang Wancheng opened her eyes and, with his assistance, disembarked from the carriage. Upon seeing them, Master An's eyes sparkled with delight, and he hurriedly approached. He respectfully greeted Xiao Yinqing and then turned to Jiang Wancheng, beaming as he addressed her as Madam. Jiang Wancheng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The two entered the palace with Master An and eventually arrived at the imperial study. The emperor sat before the imperial desk, his face radiating joy as he watched Xiao Yinqing and Jiang Wancheng enter together. Indeed, they were a remarkably well-matched couple. The pair knelt in gratitude, and the emperor bestowed upon them generous rewards before allowing them to proceed to the Empress Dowager's quarters in Kunning Palace. Initially, Jiang Wancheng believed that their visit to Kunning Palace would only involve meeting the Empress Dowager, but to her surprise, a gathering awaited them. Upon stepping inside, she saw the Empress Dowager seated prominently in the hall, with the Empress and the imperial noble consort flanking her, alongside the 5th and 7th princesses. And even the crown princess was present. A sizable assembly had convened, and Jiang Wancheng glanced at Xiao Yinqing beside her. He remained steadfastly focused on the Empress Dowager. After they performed their respects, the Empress Dowager summoned them forward, examining Xiao Yinqing and then Jiang Wancheng with a beaming smile. From now on, you may call me grandmother just as Yinqing does, referring to me as Empress Dowager feels too distant. Jiang Wancheng replied softly, "Yes, grandmother. Such a good child." The Empress Dowager said as she slipped a jade bracelet onto Jiang Wancheng's wrist. "Thank you, grandmother," Jiang Wancheng responded. She could practically open a jade bracelet shop now. The Empress also graciously gifted her a hairpin adorned with a phoenix holding a pearl. Just as Jiang Wancheng was about to express her gratitude, the 7th princess interjected. "Mother, how can you give her such a hairpin?" The 7th princess's tone was somewhat confrontational. Jiang Wancheng stood there, the hairpin nestled in the brocade box, which rested in her hands. "Xin'er, do not be impudent." The Empress Dowager noticed Xiao Yinqing's expression and admonished Chu Jingxian. She had always been aware of her granddaughter's affections for her grandson. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced. While she could arrange marriages for others at the emperor's behest, she could not dictate Xiao Yinqing's matrimonial affairs. The empress, perceiving the Empress Dowager's displeasure, approached and gently chided Chu Jingxian. "You are being far too forward. How can you be so disrespectful? She is your sister-in-law." Turning back to Jiang Wancheng, she smiled and said, "Xin'er has been spoiled by her father and me since childhood, so her words may sometimes lack propriety. I hope you can forgive her." With the empress invoking the emperor's name, Jiang Wancheng felt too embarrassed to say anything further. She handed the brocade box to Xiuha, but just as she was about to express her gratitude, Xiao Yinqing grasped her hand. Jiang Wancheng looked at Xiao Yinqing in astonishment. He smiled gently at her before turning his gaze to the empress. The smile on her face instantly vanished as he spoke gravely. "Your Majesty, the 7th princess has not hesitated to trouble my wife before. With all due respect, if you neglect to discipline her, others shall." His tone was laced with detachment and indifference, plunging the hall into silence. Recognizing his anger, Jiang Wancheng gently traced her fingers across his palm, for she was unfazed by these trivialities. Yet his hand tightened around hers. "Cousin, why do you defend this woman so fiercely? What merits does she possess?" The 7th princess exclaimed. With a sharp slap, the 7th princess covered her left cheek, incredulously gazing at the queen. "Mother, you struck me?" The queen's countenance paled. "If you wish to avoid your father's wrath, I suggest you remain silent." The 7th princess was rendered speechless, only able to stifle her sobs. Xiao Yinqing regarded the 7th princess coolly, remarking, "Surely the 7th princess understands etiquette. To refer to her as this woman is quite improper. By lineage, she is also your elder sister-in-law." One wonders where the 7th princess's education in manners has gone. He continued, "Moreover, she is my wife, and in my eyes, she is unparalleled in her virtues." The 7th princess turned to the Empress Dowager and the imperial concubine for help, but both averted their gazes in silence. "Grandmother, if there are no further matters, I shall take Wancheng back, as mother has instructed me to bring her for lunch." The Empress Dowager, well aware of his underlying intent, recognized this as merely an excuse for Xiao Yanqing to leave. "Very well, take Wancheng with you today, but do bring her back another day to converse with me. I would cherish the company," she replied with a gentle smile. "Of course." The two swiftly exited the grand hall, making their way towards the gates of Kunning Palace. The commotion had exhausted the Empress Dowager, and she dismissed everyone. The seventh princess and the crown princess Li Wanju lingered at the rear. "Crown princess, do you not resent Jiang Wancheng? Was she not the one your cousin favored? Did he truly favor her? He has never looked at me with such tenderness." Just moments ago, his gaze upon Jiang Wancheng had been filled with warmth and affection. Perhaps he had never cared for her at all. She watched the pair intertwined at the entrance of Kunning Palace, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She had already let go. Chapter 69. Xiao De Run is angry. Xiao Yanqing walked at an alarming pace. Had she not been holding his hand, she would likely have had to sprint to keep up with him. Breathing slightly heavily, she feigned annoyance, exclaiming, "Are you trying to wear me out? There are no villains chasing us, yet it feels as if we are fleeing for our lives." It was only then that Xiao Yanqing gradually slowed his steps. He had been caught up in his anger and gently squeezed her hand, leading her slowly towards the palace gates. Inside the carriage, Xiao Yanqing remained silent, his handsome face taut and dark as a pot's bottom. His current demeanor closely resembled that of a stern figure. And recalling how her father often referred to him as the dark-faced lord made her stifle a laugh. Xiao Yanqing turned to her, puzzled. He was nearly consumed by rage, yet she could still find amusement. Did she truly not perceive his anger? For whom was he so incensed? It was merely that he could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest grievance. Did her delight in his fury bring her joy? Observing his increasingly irate expression, Jiang Wancheng leaned closer, resting her head on his shoulder, and gently said, "Husband, why bother getting upset with those inconsequential people? She is merely envious that I am wed to you." She pouted, referring to the multitude of romantic debts. Xiao Yanqing grasped her chin, a mix of exasperation and amusement in his tone as he asked, "Whose romantic debts are we discussing here?" I refuse to concern myself with that. Today, this particular romantic entanglement is your doing, and I am yet to be angry. Yet you present this glum countenance." Noticing her sulky expression, Xiao Yanqing felt a stirring in his heart. He leaned in, capturing her lips tenderly, the kiss shifting from gentle to fervent, their breaths intertwining. Jiang Wancheng gradually responded, extending her tongue to meet his. As their breaths grew increasingly rapid, Xiao Yanqing's hand slipped beneath her garment, gently kneading the soft flesh at her waist. A wave of softness surged through Jiang Wancheng, abruptly bringing her back to reality. She shifted backward, creating space between them, and gasped, "Husband, not here. We are in the carriage." Her anxious gaze darted towards the carriage curtain, where Jing Mo and Xiao, he sat just outside, uncertain if they had overheard. Yet Xiao Yanqing had no intention of relenting. His hand continued its ascent. Jiang Wancheng gasped, her lips once again captured, silencing any protest she might have uttered. After the kiss, Jiang Wancheng leaned languidly against Xiao Yanqing's chest, playfully swatting at his hand that had been causing mischief. "Husband," hearing her softly call him, Xiao Yanqing felt as though he were courting trouble. The discomfort was his alone to bear. He straightened his back and took a deep breath, suppressing the desire that had surged within him. With a few errant strands of hair falling across her forehead, Jiang Wancheng looked slightly disheveled. Xiao Yanqing gently tucked her hair behind her ear, casually pinching the soft flesh behind her ear. She shivered, casting him an annoyed glance, questioning if this was never-ending. Seeing her sensitive reaction, Xiao Yanqing's lips curled into a smug smile. "You were nearly at your wits' end with anger, and yet you still find reason to laugh?" Jiang Wancheng paused, recalling her previous laughter, and found herself unable to suppress another giggle. Observing her struggle to contain her amusement, Xiao Yanqing pinched her nose playfully, questioning, "What is so humorous?" "No, I was not laughing at you, my husband. I merely recalled some past events that brought a smile to my face." "What is it?" Xiao Yanqing pressed, curious about the reason behind her laughter. Nothing. Please tell me. He insisted, playfully reaching for her waist. Jiang Wancheng hesitated, stuttering. It's just that my father used to call you Lord Blackface when you were frowning just now. That was what my father said. Jiang Wancheng hurriedly clarified. Xiao Yinqing felt a surge of frustration, yet this time he refrained from expressing it. After all, would he confront his father-in-law over such a matter? Upon their return for lunch, they inadvertently startled Princess Anlin. How could the Empress not have invited them to dine? One could surmise that they must have encountered some unpleasantness within the palace. Princess Anlin continuously served dishes into Jiang Wancheng's bowl, saying, Wancheng, you must eat more. You are too thin. Yes, thank you, Mother, Jiang Wancheng replied with a smile. She gazed at her bowl brimming with food and glanced helplessly at Xiao Yinqing. How could she possibly consume all this? Besides, she didn't consider herself particularly thin. Xiao Yinqing sighed, gesturing toward the white rice in his bowl, and remarked, Mother, it seems you have forgotten your son now that you have a daughter-in-law. You are perfectly capable of taking care of yourself, so why envy your own wife? He appraised Jiang Wancheng, realizing they were all quite self-sufficient. The Marquis, unable to bear the sight, filled Xiao Yinqing's bowl with an abundance of food. A delightful mix of both meat and vegetables. Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Yinqing. Princess Anlin smiled contentedly as they dined. Jiang Wancheng returned to Yishuan courtyard, her belly full to the brim. Gently rubbing her round stomach, she sighed, This will surely make me gain weight. Xiao Yinqing accompanied her for a few laps around the courtyard, and when he deemed she had digested sufficiently, he spoke, I will accompany you here for now. I must make a brief visit to the Dali temple and shall return shortly. If you grow weary, please rest. Jiang Wancheng raised her eyes to him, pondering why. After their wedding, he had to return to the Dali temple the very next day. Xiao Yinqing sensed a hint of reluctance in her gaze and affectionately tousled her hair, softly assuring, I will be back soon. After a pause, he added with a smile, Would you care to accompany me? Jiang Wancheng shook her head. She had been quite fatigued over the past few days. With him absent, it was an opportune moment to rest. She watched his tall figure disappear through the doorway before retracting her gaze. Beside her, Xiuhua assisted her in lying down, murmuring, Miss, I have a feeling that the seventh princess will continue to stir trouble. You must be cautious and keep your distance from her. Indeed, she felt no particular fear. Rather, she harbored some concern for Xiao Yinqing. After all, the words he had spoken to the Empress today carried an unmistakable undertone of threat, especially in the presence of the Empress Dowager. She wondered how much weight he held in the Dowager's eyes and whether it could rival that of the seventh princess. She felt a twinge of regret for not having held onto Xiao Yinqing at that moment, for they were no ordinary individuals. Exhausted, she lost herself in thought and soon succumbed to slumber. Xiuhua gently tucked her in and quietly closed the door as she stepped out. Upon exiting, she encountered Princess Anlin's maid, Xiao Tao. In Shiwai courtyard, Princess Anlin inquired, Xiuhua, has anything of note transpired in the palace today? Uncertain of the true intent behind the princess's query, Xiuhua bit her lip. Noticing her apprehension, Princess Anlin reassured her, Rest assured, I shall not place any blame on Wanwan for these matters. I am merely concerned that she may have faced some grievances within the palace. With the princess's assurance, Xiuhua recounted the events that unfolded in Kuan-Ning Palace with unwavering honesty. It is truly an affront. The daughter-in-law of the loyal and valiant Marquis's household is not one to be trifled with. Mama Rome, accompany me into the palace. The Marquis swiftly stepped forward to intercede. Enough. What hour is it? The Empress Dowager has already retired for the night. Any matters can be addressed upon my return. Do you truly believe your son cannot manage even this? After all, she is his wife. Chapter 70. The Falling Red Silk, according to reports from scouts. The third prince and the crown prince of the Northern Kingdom have recently been in close contact. How does Lord Xiao view this matter? The crown prince, Chu Yu, gently twirled the edge of his cup, seemingly indifferent as he spoke. What is there to consider? Before the late emperor's passing, only the current emperor, Chu Jiansheng, and the third prince, Chu Jianin, remained by his side. At that time, both were merely princes, their strengths comparable. After the late emperor's demise, the throne was bestowed upon Chu Jiansheng, now the reigning emperor. Following his ascension, the third prince was dispatched to his fief in Yen City. a place sparse in both land and population, rather desolate compared to the bustling Yujing. In recent years, there have been frequent rumors from that territory about the third prince plotting rebellion, which has likely unsettled the emperor. If the emperor were to act with severity, he would surpass anyone in ruthlessness. As for the northern crown prince, Yi Tian Quan, Xiao Yinshun chuckled softly. A brute devoid of intellect is hardly something to fear. The third prince's intentions in seeking him out are merely to assist him in seizing the throne, subsequently leveraging his military might to attack Yujing. The third prince has likely chosen poorly. This man is not to be feared. The northern emperor should be unaware of this. Otherwise, he would not have permitted the second prince to come for a marriage alliance. Is Yi Tian Ran not still in Yujing? Furthermore, the northern emperor cannot be foolish enough to pass the throne to a crown prince lacking in wisdom. Having concluded his thoughts, Xiao Yin Chun turned to leave. Hey, you have just arrived at the Dali temple, and the stool is still warm. Where are you rushing off to? Busy even after your wedding? Chu Yu followed closely behind him. Xiao Yin Chun glanced coldly at Chu Yu, retorting, "It is rare for His Highness the Crown Prince to remember my recent marriage." Chu Yu offered an embarrassed smile. He had no choice, as his father urged him on, compelling him to seek out Xiao Yin Chun. At your wedding banquet yesterday, I had no opportunity to converse with my aunt properly. Today, I wish to return with you to visit her. Xiao Yin Chun halted, slowly appraising him. Chu Yu wore a dark satin robe adorned with golden edges, embroidered with the image of a dragon, the wide sleeves edged with intricate silk patterns. His ink-black hair secured with a plain jade hairpin. This luxurious attire accentuated his charm even further. Xiao Yin Chun shook his head. Another day. Today I lack the time to entertain you. Chu Yu, dissatisfied with the refusal, replied, I am going to visit my aunt, not you. His curiosity was piqued about the daughter-in-law of the loyal and brave Marquis. The kind of woman who could render a dignified minister of justice so distracted that he yearned to return home at once. I have heard that the crown princess is with child. Your Highness, if you have time, it would be better to accompany her rather than causing a disturbance in someone else's household, Chu Yu remarked. Upon returning to the residence of the loyal and brave Marquis, Xiao Yinshun was summoned by Princess and Lan for a conversation. Today's events in Kuining Palace are known to your mother as well. The seventh princess's hostility towards Wan is entirely due to you. If Wan becomes upset because of this, you must comfort her and refrain from arguing. Do you understand? Princess and Lan initially intended to visit Yixian courtyard to see Wan, but the maid informed her that the daughter-in-law had already taken her afternoon nap, so she could only wait for Xiao Yinshun's return. Xiao Yinshun was at a loss for words. Was she truly angry? He observed that she was not angry at all. Rather, it was he who was perturbed. Noticing his silence, Princess Amlin inquired once more, Are you listening to me? I am, Xiao Yinshun replied nonchalantly. Has Wan been upset today? During their luncheon, Wan appeared unchanged, showing no signs of discontent or melancholy. Xiao Yinshun shook his head. Not upset. Princess Amlin exchanged astonished glances with Mama Rome. Could it be that Wan is not jealous at all? They had been discussing this very topic a moment ago. Is it true that Wan is not the least bit angry? Princess Amlin reiterated her question. No, Xiao Yinshun affirmed with certainty. Then why did you not dine in Kuining Palace? Because I was angry. I cannot allow Wan to suffer even the slightest grievance. Even if that grievance arises from me, it is unacceptable. While Princess Amlin felt a sense of relief, she was also somewhat anxious. How could Wan not be angry? Did she not harbor feelings for Yinshun? Moreover, Mama Zhang mentioned earlier that she had not seen the red wedding cloth in the young lord's quarters. Could it be that they had yet to? The more Princess Amlin pondered, the more uneasy she became. Yinshun, did you and Wan share a chamber last night? Xiao Yinshun was taken aback. He had not anticipated his mother would pose such a question. Why would she inquire so? This morning, Mama Zhang came by and mentioned she had not seen the red wedding cloth. It is known that this cloth symbolizes a woman's chastity. Of course, if Yinshun did not mind, the elders would not object, but Xiao Yinshun's ears turned crimson. He had forgotten all about it. He had put away the red cloth last night, as it was unnecessary. I had already tucked the cloth away before sleep, he explained. Why? Princess Amlin was puzzled. Because it was not needed. Wan and I had already shared intimacy several months ago. Xiao Yinqing steeled himself and recounted the events in Jiangnan. Princess Amlin gently patted her heart, relieved that it was not as she had feared. It seemed that Wanwan and Yinqing were indeed mutually affectionate, which eased her mind. No wonder, upon returning from Jiangnan, Xiao Yinqing had sought permission for marriage. It all made sense now. No wonder he was so eager. Well, there is nothing more for me to discuss. You should return to Wanwan now. Newlyweds should not be gallivanting around. It would be unseemly. Wanwan is quite understanding not to take offense at you. Xiao Yinqing. His mother's transformation was remarkably swift. Upon returning to Yishuan, he found Jiang Wancheng still asleep. He removed his outer garments and carefully lay down beside her. As if sensing his return, Jiang Wancheng rolled into his embrace. A smile graced Xiao Yinqing's lips. It seemed she was beginning to rely on him. When Jiang Wancheng awoke, it was already dark. She stretched and glanced around. Hadn't he said he would return shortly? Why was it already nightfall, and he had not yet come back? She pondered silently. Xiuhe entered to assist her with her grooming. Has the young lord returned? With a gentle smile, Xiuhe remarked, "My lady, you have only just fallen asleep when the young master returned. He has spent 2 hours in your company before retreating to the study." Jiang Wancheng glanced at Xiuhe and inquired, "Why did you not awaken me?" Prior to her marriage, her mother had instructed her on the importance of properly attending to her husband and not indulging in her own whims. Yet, she was unaware of his return. Xiuhe lowered her gaze and softly replied, "The young master forbade it." Jiang Wancheng paused, "But you must rouse me earlier. It is quite late now, and I wonder if mother has had her evening meal." The young master also disallowed that. Xiuhe continued. She wished to awaken her lady. Yet the young master's restrictions left her powerless, for she did not dare defy him. Jiang Wancheng pressed. Did the young master mention when he would return? Xiuhe shook her head. Outside, a young maid announced through the curtain, "The young master has returned." Xiao Yinqing entered, and upon seeing the still drowsy Jiang Wancheng, a warmth inexplicably filled his heart. Jiang Wancheng approached him and softly asked, "My lord, have you dined?" "How could that be?" Xiao Yinqing glanced at Xiuhe and instructed, "Please have the kitchen prepare a meal promptly." "Certainly." Soon, a selection of dishes was presented, all of which were Jiang Wancheng's favorites. It would be disingenuous to say she was not moved. She marveled at how well he understood her preferences. When had he learned so much about her? Chapter 71. The awkward Xiao Yinqing reflecting on her mother. Jiang Wancheng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She had made her mother wait for tea in the morning, and now it was time for dinner. She was at a loss as to why she was feeling this way. "Do not worry. My mother sent a maid this afternoon to inform us that we shall dine in Yishuan courtyard tonight," Xiao Yinqing remarked, placing a bowl of soup before her. Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. How could she allow him to serve her constantly? Now that she was his wife, it was her duty to attend to him. Rising from her seat, she walked over to him and placed a bowl of soup in front of him, along with several dishes in his bowl. "Husband, it is time to dine." Xiao Yinqing's expression darkened, his gaze landing on her with a hint of displeasure. He gestured towards the seat opposite him, stating coolly, "Sit down and eat." Was he angry again? Jiang Wancheng's heart tightened. She wondered what she had done wrong. He had entered with a smile. So could it be that the dishes she served were not to his liking? Yet, she was utterly unaware of his preferences. Xiao Yinqing instructed Xiuhe, "You may leave. Your services are not needed here." Xiuhe glanced at Jiang Wancheng with concern before setting down her things and exiting the room, leaving just the two of them. Xiao Yinqing extended his hand towards her, saying, "Come here." Jiang Wancheng regarded his stern face, her heart fluttering as she felt akin to a child awaiting reprimand for misdeeds. She hesitated, then took a tentative step forward, only for Xiao Yinqing to pull her into his embrace. Her palms rested against his chest, feeling the warmth radiating from him, causing her hands to tremble slightly. Despite their previous intimacy, she still found such closeness disconcerting. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, "What are you doing? Let me go. The maid and Zhang Mama are outside." No wonder even Xiuhe had been dismissed. Her composure was not as steadfast as his, while she could bear Xiuhua's presence. She was unfamiliar with the other maids and Zhang Mama, leaving her uncertain about their opinions of her. "Do you even understand what you did wrong?" Xiao Yinqing inquired coolly. Jiang Wancheng pondered silently. What error could she have committed? She had merely served him soup, and added a few dishes to his bowl. If he disliked them, she could eat them herself. What was there to be angry about? If you do not fancy these dishes, simply transfer them to my bowl. I would relish them, she suggested, reaching for her chopsticks to take the items from his bowl. Just as her chopsticks were about to make contact with the table, he moved the bowl away. Jiang Wancheng was perplexed and looked at Xiao Yinqing bewildered. I serve them to you. How can one return what has already been given? Taken aback by his tone of dissatisfaction, Jiang Wancheng was left speechless. What was the reason for his ire? Who are you to me? Xiao Yinqing's voice grew heavier. Wife. Jiang Wancheng still found his behavior somewhat perplexing. Since yesterday, had she not been calling him husband? If she referred to him as such, then naturally she must be his wife, correct? Xiao Yinqing merely responded with a soft hm. If you are indeed my wife, then why engage in tasks suited for the maids? Jiang Wancheng took a deep breath. Was it so wrong to serve him a few dishes? Could his wife not assist him in such matters? Did you not also serve me soup? She retorted. I was merely concerned that you might burn yourself. That is also a maid's duty. Regardless, I simply do not wish for you to undertake such menial tasks, Xiao Yinqing stated authoritatively. Jiang Wancheng was at a loss for words. Was this truly considered menial labor? Did she lack the strength to wield chopsticks? Why did he not feed her himself? What a peculiar person he was. She longed to confront him with her thoughts, yet fear held her back. She dreaded the possibility that he might indeed feed her. Her stomach grumbled in protest. She was undeniably hungry. With a pained expression, she softly suggested, Husband, let us eat. I promise I shall refrain from such menial tasks in the future. Finally, Xiao Yinqing smiled, deciding to cease his teasing, and released her, allowing her to sit down. Jiang Wancheng promptly took a seat across from him, and as she picked up her chopsticks, he placed several dishes into her bowl. Her expression darkened. If this continued, her hands would surely grow weary. Although she ultimately had her fill, the meal was far from enjoyable. Soon, the maids entered to clear the table. After dinner, Xiao Yinqing engaged her in conversation for a while before retreating to his study, while she remained in the room to embroider a cloak. She had begun this work days before their wedding, and it was now nearing completion. As August arrived and autumn approached, the weather was beginning to cool. He would soon have use for this cloak. The cloak was a sky blue hue, adorned with a dark-colored border and embroidered with a pattern of dianthus flowers. The maids exchanged glances upon seeing the cloak. Although it was not yet fully completed, it was evident that the craftsmanship was exceptional, and the bamboo depicted was tall and striking. Such artistry required considerable skill. Mama Zhang had privately informed them that the young lady was inept at all things, including music, chess, calligraphy, and embroidery. She was merely a fool. Yet this cloak was undeniably beautiful, a stark contrast to Mama Zhang's words. Noticing the astonished expressions of the maids, Xiuhua proudly raised her chin. During the day, she had sensed their condescension towards her. Now she wished to assert her superiority. Intentionally, she inquired, Miss, is this cloak being embroidered for the young lord? Jiang Wancheng, well aware of Xiuhua's intentions, smiled subtly, continuing her stitching, and replied nonchalantly, Yes, the weather is turning cooler. The cloak will be quite useful. One wonders if the young lord will like it. He will undoubtedly adore it. Xiuhua exclaimed joyfully. It is evident how much the young lord cherishes you. He truly holds you dear to his heart. Jiang Wancheng shot her a playful glare before turning her gaze to the other two maids in the room. With a gentle inquiry, she asked, What do you think? Will the young lord like it? The two maids paused momentarily and spoke in unison, replying to the young lady. The young master is likely to appreciate it. They lowered their heads, not daring to meet Jiang Wancheng's gaze, for how could they presume to fathom the young master's heart? Jiang Wancheng smiled with satisfaction. At the hour of the dog, Jiang Wancheng, attended by Xiuhua, prepared for bed. Once the maids had withdrawn, she stared blankly at the crimson silk drapery, feeling as though the past 2 days of marriage had been a surreal blur, yet undeniably tangible. Although they had only spent a day together, her heart brimmed with affection for him. Jiang Wancheng realized she had succumbed to her feelings. After a lengthy afternoon nap, she initially thought sleep would elude her, but after tossing and turning a few times in bed, she began to drift into slumber. Perhaps she was simply exhausted from the previous day, she mused. Before Xiao Yinqing returned, she had already fallen asleep. Chapter 72. Only one Xiao Yinqing returned from his study and approached the bedside, gazing at her for a while. He leaned down and tucked her hand, which was exposed outside the blanket, back under it. The moment his fingers brushed against hers, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, recognizing the figure before her. "Husband, you're back," she exclaimed softly, sitting up while clutching the blanket. "There's no need to get up. You should continue to rest and need not attend to me," he replied. As Jiang Wancheng sat on the bed, a moment of realization dawned upon her, and she murmured, "Should I call the maidservants to attend to you?" She had never waited on him before, and it was only natural that he would not be accustomed to it. Surely he would be satisfied if she summoned the household maidservants. As this thought crossed her mind, an inexplicable pang of sorrow surged within her. Xiao Yinqing cast a heavy glance in her direction before turning and walking towards the inner chamber. Upon reaching the door, he spoke again. "I have never required a maidservant's assistance." Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Jiang Wancheng lifted her gaze, only to find his silhouette already vanished. When Xiao Yinqing emerged from the inner chamber, he noticed Jiang Wancheng had fallen asleep with her back turned to him. He observed her quietly for a moment before softly approaching to extinguish the light. His gaze fell upon a cloak draped over the Kong table, its sky-blue fabric adorned with a pattern of dianthus, unmistakably crafted for a man. The weight that had previously burdened his heart suddenly lifted. He picked up the cloak, examining it closely, even trying it on. The color and embroidery were to his liking. Running his fingers over the intricate patterns, he discerned that such exquisite embroidery could not have been achieved without years of experience. It appears his wife remains oblivious to the myriad of secrets she harbors from him. Moreover, the depiction of the dianthus. The technique seemed oddly familiar, vigorous and bold, certainly not characteristic of a woman's artistry. It left him with an unsettling sense of déjà vu. After a prolonged wait, Jiang Wancheng finally felt Xiao Yinqing lie beside her gently, yet he did not touch her, maintaining a distance that spanned nearly half a person. Observing her profile, he heard her steady breathing and assumed she had drifted off to sleep. His hand found its way to the ends of her hair, caressing it softly. Facing the wall, Jiang Wancheng's mind raced with thoughts. Could he possibly be upset again? Should she attempt to soothe him? Yet, she felt she had done nothing wrong. The thought of remaining in silence on the very first day of their marriage troubled her heart. Jiang Wancheng understood that he had treated her well, and a sense of guilt gnawed at her. She couldn't fathom why she so often incited his ire. Listening to his calm breathing, she gently turned to face Xiao Yinqing, wondering if he was deliberately distancing himself from her. A wave of melancholy washed over her, and her eyes grew misty. After deliberating for a moment, she carefully inched closer. Something slipped into his blanket, warm and snug, as delicate hands encircled his waist. Xiao Yinqing instinctively grasped her. Jiang Wancheng emerged from his blanket, resting atop him, whispering, "Husband, are you displeased with Wancheng?" Xiao Yinqing was indeed a bit irked, even inclined to ignore her, opting instead to feign sleep. After receiving no response, Jiang Wancheng continued, "Husband, you don't wish to talk to Wancheng, do you?" This time, she refrained from posing it as a question, merely speaking to herself. Feeling aggrieved, tears welled in her eyes as she began to sob quietly. Alas! Xiao Yinqing let out a faint sigh, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. "What troubles you now?" he inquired gently. "I was about to ask you the same. What has Wanwan done wrong to invoke your displeasure?" Jiang Wancheng's voice trembled as she spoke, tears welling up in her eyes. "What is this all about?" Xiao Yinqing tightened his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. His voice, deep yet tender, resonated softly. "Is it because I expressed a desire for a maid to assist me while bathing that you would send a maid into the inner chamber?" Jiang Wancheng fell silent, contemplating before replying. "If that is your wish, I would comply." He lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, pressing her. "But do you truly wish for that?" "How could I?" she retorted, recalling her mother's guidance that taught her to be free of jealousy before her marriage. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. Without needing her answer, Xiao Yinqing already knew. A wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, she was unwilling. If she had dared to say she was willing, he was uncertain how he would have reacted, but he knew disappointment would have certainly followed. He gently wiped away her tears, questioning, "If you are unwilling, Why utter such words? But you will eventually have someone. I shall not have anyone else. I do not desire the service of any maid, nor any other woman, except for you, Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Yinqing declared with conviction. Jiang Wancheng was taken aback, her sobs ceasing. She gazed at him intently, as if trying to discern the truth in his words. Could she trust him? Should she believe? Shaking her head, she murmured, "You are so wonderful, surely many women." Before she could finish, Xiao Yinqing covered her mouth with his rough yet warm hand. "So, I am held in such high regard in your heart." Realizing he was jesting, Jiang Wancheng turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Xiao Yinqing swiftly turned her back to him, asserting, "I will only ever have you. Look, my father had only one wife, and I will have but you." Indeed, the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's estate had only Princess Anlin as its mistress, yet she had always believed it was the princess who forbade the Duke from taking concubines. Given her noble status, was there a family decree restricting marriage to one? Is there such a decree? Observing her adorable expression, Xiao Yinqing felt a stirring in his heart. Even if it were a mere family decree, it posed no hindrance. He lowered his head, captivated by her wide, earnest eyes fixed upon him. Her soft body pressed closely against him, rendering him parched. His embrace tightened instinctively. Jiang Wancheng sensed the change in his demeanor and shifted slightly, attempting to detach herself. Yet, Xiao Yinqing held her firmly, drawing their bodies even closer. Uncertain of how to proceed, she wished to bring him joy. Hesitantly, she wrapped her arms around his neck, bringing her lips near his, their mouths meeting softly as she ventured to taste him. Xiao Yinqing lost all restraint, enveloping her lips, drawing her in repeatedly. Jiang Wancheng felt a sharp sting on her lips and gently pushed him away. With a sudden force, he pressed her beneath him, trailing kisses down from her mouth. Jiang Wancheng felt her entire body weaken, devoid of strength. The belt has been undone, and a pair of fervent, scorching hands have ventured within, kneading repeatedly. Jiang Wancheng trembles all over, calling out for her husband. "Wanwan, I have spent the entire day thinking of you, even in the Dali temple. My mind was restless with thoughts of you. Just now in the study, I couldn't focus on a single word. Then, why have you returned so late?" Xiao Yinqing chuckles softly. "What other reason could there be? Naturally, it is because I feared that upon seeing you, I would be unable to resist the urge to hold you close." Chapter 73. Used sparingly. Xiao Yinqing was accustomed to staying up late, often found immersed in books or documents in his study during the late hours. However, tonight, a sense of unease enveloped him. Thoughts of Jiang Wancheng's playful demeanor stirred a flutter in his heart. He frequently gazed out at the night sky, repeatedly inquiring with Jing Mo about the time. Observing his master's anxious demeanor, Jing Mo found it both amusing and yet dared not laugh. His lord was caught in a restless state, physically present in the study, but mentally adrift elsewhere. As dawn approached, Xiao Yinqing finally rose, extinguishing the lamp before making his way to the bedroom. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself, wondering when he had become so akin to a youthful lad. Upon noticing the smile gracing his lips, Jiang Wancheng, her eyes filled with desire, asked, "Husband, what brings you joy? What is so amusing?" Gently caressing her face, Xiao Yinqing replied affectionately, "I find humor in myself. Perpetually led by your whims, forever influenced by you." "No, you don't." "Yes, indeed." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Wancheng playfully swatted him. She looked at him in astonishment, silently questioning his intent. Xiao Yinqing then glanced at the canopy above. "Is the cloak embroidered for me?" "Isn't that a question you already know the answer to? I wouldn't dare to embroider it for another man. I have heard that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family is well-versed in music, chess, literature, and embroidery. Have I what a false Jiang lady?" Jiang Wancheng's eyes darted as she replied, "Do you prefer a simple-minded Jiang lady? Ha ha! What I adore is you, regardless of your intellect. I am merely surprised by the extent of your capabilities that I remain unaware of." He wished to understand her, to hear her express it in her own words. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wancheng murmured, "All of this was learned after my marriage in my previous life. I studied diligently for 5 years." Recalling the tribulations of her past life brought a pang to his heart. "Was the bamboo on that cloak also taught to you by him?" Jiang Wancheng shook her head. During those 5 years of marriage, I exchanged but a few words with Fei Ran. He avoided me entirely. How could he have taught me to paint? She continued. That was me imitating his painting. In the confines of my courtyard, I hung a scroll of his bamboo painting. Knowing his fondness for bamboo, I diligently copied it every day, despite my complete lack of talent in painting. Day after day, I lost count of how many times I replicated it, capturing its essence. Yet he never cast a glance at my efforts. From now on, I shall teach you. If you wish to learn anything I know, I will personally instruct you. Is that agreeable? Jiang Wancheng shyly nodded yes. His bamboo was not particularly exquisite. I shall teach you to do better. Feeling a stirring within her, Jiang Wancheng reached out to touch his brow, his prominent nose, and her fingers eventually rested upon his lips. His warm breath enveloped her fingers, causing her to withdraw momentarily. Tilting her head back, she gently bit Xiao Yincheng's lower lip, her hands playfully exploring him as he had done to her the previous night. Xiao Yincheng endured the tension coursing through his body, reaching a breaking point. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and Jiang Wancheng's mouth was once again silenced. The following day, when Jiang Wancheng awoke, the bedding beside her had grown cold, and she was oblivious to the moment he had risen. Xiuhua entered to assist her with her morning routine. Noticing her listless demeanor, and could not help but inquire, Miss, did you not sleep well last night? Jiang Wancheng rubbed her sore waist, lamenting that sleep had eluded her. She could not fathom how he possessed such stamina. Despite her pleas for mercy, he had shown no signs of relent, even suggesting that she was too frail and should engage in more exercise. As Xiuhua helped her dress, she noticed the multitude of red marks adorning Jiang Wancheng's skin, even on her neck. Xiuhua's ears flushed with embarrassment. The young master was utterly lacking in tenderness. Their young miss was still so innocent. This could not stand. She needed to speak with the lady, for who knew what further tribulations their young miss might endure. They had only been married a few days, and already she appeared so worn. After completing her grooming, Jiang Wancheng proceeded to Ziwaiyuan to pay her respects to Princess Anlin. Upon entering, the sound of laughter filled the air. The maid lifted the pale yellow curtain, revealing Princess Anlin reclining on a rattan bed, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Jiang Wancheng, while Xiao Yincheng stood on the opposite side. Today, Jiang Wancheng donned a vibrant red garment adorned with auspicious patterns, her hair styled in a traditional round bun, and a light touch of makeup accentuated her beauty. Princess Anlin smiled and remarked, Our Wancheng looks exquisite in red. Approaching Xiao Yincheng's side, Jiang Wancheng sweetly called out, Mother. Just then, Princess Anlin exclaimed, Your father left early this morning. You two come and join me for breakfast. The affectionate term mother warmed her heart. Seated at the dining table, Jiang Wancheng cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yincheng, her brow furrowing slightly. Why had he not waited for her to join him in greeting their mother? What would she think? However, Xiao Yincheng understood her expression and chuckled. I have just arrived at Mother's side. I intended to tell her that you were still weary and would not be coming to pay your respects today. Who would have thought you would arrive just as I spoke? Had he informed her in advance, she would not have rushed to greet their mother. Princess Anlin scrutinized Jiang Wancheng, her eyes narrowing suddenly, causing Jiang Wancheng to startle and hastily adjust her collar, her cheeks flushing slightly. The collar could not conceal the cloud-like red marks. Princess Anlin's brows furrowed, and she cleared her throat, saying, Yincheng, our Wancheng is still young and delicate. You must be more moderate in your approach. Jiang Wancheng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing to vanish into thin air. Xiao Yincheng nodded, acknowledging, indeed, she ought to engage in more exercise to become sturdier. Jiang Wancheng, Princess Anlin. Although she longed for grandchildren, this was not the way. She truly feared that Wancheng might not withstand it. Though her son was a civil official, he had trained in martial arts since childhood, making his strength formidable. Observing that Jiang Wancheng's chin nearly rested upon her bowl, Princess Anlin contemplated and said, Ahem, Yincheng, the Ministry of Justice must be quite busy. You have not returned in several days. Perhaps there are unresolved cases that require your attention. You should check in. Do not worry about Wanwan. Her mother will take good care of her. This son, instead of finding something to occupy himself, spends the entire day bullying his wife. Mother, my marriage leave has not yet expired. Moreover, I returned to the Dali temple yesterday, Xiao Yinqing stated with utmost seriousness. That is not permissible within the residence. You only know how to torment Wan. Just look at her delicate frame. How can she withstand it? Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Wancheng choked on a mouthful of soup, succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. Xiao Yinqing gently assisted her, while calmly remarking, "Indeed, her stature is somewhat slight. She requires proper nourishment. I would trouble mother to send more tonics to Yishuan courtyard." Jiang Wancheng's coughing intensified, tears streaming down her face. What is the crux of the matter? Princess Amlin gazed at Jiang Wancheng with sympathy, sighing. Alas, she could no longer manage this son, who had forgotten his mother upon gaining a wife. Wan, may you seek your own fortune. Chapter 74. Returning home on the third day, designated for her return to her familial home, Jiang Wancheng awoke early to prepare herself. After all, it was her first visit home following her marriage, and a sense of anticipation lingered in her heart. Princess Amlin had generously arranged an entire cart full of gifts for her homecoming. After Steward Liu loaded the presents onto the carriage, he beamed and announced, "Young master, young mistress, the carriage is ready and can depart at any moment." Jiang Wancheng smiled modestly. "Thank you, Steward Liu." Taking advantage of the gentle morning sunlight, the couple set off. Jiang Wancheng settled comfortably inside the carriage while Xiao Yinqing, unusually, rode alongside on horseback. She did not mind his choice. Being alone in the carriage felt far more relaxed, as sitting together might lead to an excess of intimacy. Today marked Jiang Wancheng's visit home, and the entire Jiang family had gathered early at the entrance to await her arrival. As the carriage approached the gate, Xiao Yinqing dismounted first. He advanced to the carriage, and just as Xiaohua reached for the curtain, her hand hesitated upon meeting Xiao Yinqing's gaze, and she obediently lowered it. Satisfied, he gently lifted the curtain and personally assisted Jiang Wancheng down from the carriage. Watching their retreating figures, Xiaohua shook her head in resignation. It seemed that for anything concerning their young lady, the young master insisted on being hands-on, rendering her feel somewhat superfluous. Qin Suqing observed Xiao Yinqing's considerate act of helping Wancheng down and smiled, nodding in approval, affirming that this husband was indeed a suitable match. Only General Zhang's brow remained furrowed. As they drew closer and he caught sight of Wancheng, his expression gradually softened. She wore a pomegranate-red brocade garment adorned with floral patterns and a skirt edged with blue-green plum and bamboo motifs. Her hair was styled in a phoenix tail bun, adorned with a jade phoenix hairpin, presenting an elegant and feminine visage that stirred deep emotions in General Jiang. General Jiang invited Xiao Yinqing to the hall for tea, while Qin Suqing took Jiang Wancheng to the flower hall. The ladies of the Jiang family had gathered, and no sooner had Jiang Wancheng seated herself than one of them remarked, "Indeed, the eldest Miss Jiang is fortunate. Look at her complexion, blooming like a flower. The new son-in-law must treat her exceptionally well." Jiang Wancheng glanced at the speaker, a distant cousin she did not recognize, and offered a polite smile without uttering a word. Her attention then shifted to a young lady beside her, who appeared to be around 16 or 17, her eyes filled with envy and resentment. Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. She had never encountered this girl and could not recall any past grievances. Following her gaze, Qin Suqing noticed the girl as well and gently encouraged Jiang Wancheng to sit down, whispering, "That is your distant cousin and her younger sister." Jiang Wancheng looked again in that direction and offered another slight smile. "Your distant cousin's sister. I heard she fell in love with Yinqing at first sight a year ago." Jiang Wancheng thought to herself, "Another troublesome blossom." Meanwhile, the other ladies began to murmur excitedly, casting envious glances toward Jiang Wancheng. Qin Suqing leaned closer and asked softly, "Wancheng, how does Yinqing treat you?" Before she could respond, Xiaohua, standing nearby, interjected with a complaint, "Madam, you have no idea. For everything concerning our young lady, big or small, the young master attends to it personally, from meals to bathing and even the carriage curtains." Sigh. Xiaohua had yet to finish her words when the air around them erupted with laughter. The surrounding ladies cast envious glances at her. Regarding the carriage curtain, Qin Suqing had also noticed it earlier and found it peculiar that Xiaohua had not lifted the curtain by the carriage. Now it all made sense. She felt a deep sense of relief. convinced that her daughter had indeed married well. Jiang Wancheng, while cracking sunflower seeds, listened to her mother's admonishments and endless chatter. Her mother mentioned that the Shao family had a long-standing tradition of having only one heir, urging her to bear offspring for the family soon. Jiang Wancheng listened quietly, pondering how just a few days into her marriage, her mother was already pressuring her. "This child, are you even paying attention to me?" "Yes, I heard you, mother." "Wancheng is aware," Jiang Wancheng replied helplessly. "Did you consummate your marriage on your wedding night?" Qin Suqing whispered. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Xiuhe leaned in and whispered a few words into Qin Suqing's ear, causing her to beam with delight, clearly anticipating the arrival of a grandchild. "Oh dear mother, why are you fretting? Just look at my sister's neck," Jiang Wuwu said in a low voice. It was evident how much her brother-in-law cherished her sister, and the adoration in his gaze was unmistakable. If anyone suggested that he treated her poorly, she would not believe it. Jiang Wancheng, her cheeks flushed, shot a playful glare at Jiang Wuwu. "Stop talking nonsense." "What nonsense?" "I dare say that was a mosquito bite," Jiang Wu grinned. Jiang Wancheng pouted, choosing to ignore her. The red mark on her neck was still faintly visible upon closer inspection. Qin Suqing felt a twinge of concern. Her daughter's health seemed fragile. No, she must ensure that the steward prepares plenty of nourishing supplements for Wancheng to take home. She patted Jiang Wancheng's hand. "It's hot. Why are you eating so much? Be careful not to get overheated." Jiang Wancheng set down the sunflower seeds, sipped some tea, and glanced at the other ladies, catching the eye of her distant cousin. Being a distant cousin, Jiang Wancheng smiled warmly at her, but the cousin turned away, indifferent. Jiang Wancheng thought to herself, "The peach blossoms have wilted for her." She mentally cursed the instigator several times. In the hall, Xiao Yinqing sneezed repeatedly, covering his nose, and mused that perhaps his wife was missing him. At the head of the table, Jiang Hai maintained a stern expression fixated on him. After the maids served tea, it was customary for the men to engage in conversation, but Jiang Hai remained silent, leaving others hesitant to speak freely. Unable to endure the prolonged silence, Jiang Xin reluctantly broke the ice by inquiring about matters related to the Dali temple. Given that he was currently studying at the Imperial Academy and aspired to join the Dali temple in the future, Jiang Hai frowned slightly. Well aware of his son's ambitions, he had always hoped that Jiang Xin would inherit his position. "Lord Xiao, shall we have a couple of drinks?" Jiang Hai interrupted Jiang Xian's conversation, finally being addressed by his father-in-law. "You may call me Xiao Yinqing, as my parents do, since you're my father-in-law. You are also like a father to me," he replied. Lord Xiao flows off the tongue more easily. "Shall we enjoy a couple of drinks?" When summoned by his father-in-law, there was no room for refusal. Even if one were not fond of alcohol, such a momentous occasion warranted a drink. He smiled and nodded in agreement. The maidservants swiftly presented 2 large jars of wine. Jiang Zian and Jiang Shuyu swallowed hard, realizing that their father was intent on inebriating their brother-in-law. Xiao Yinqing poured a drink for Jiang Hai, subsequently filling his own cup, and the two clinked their glasses before tilting their heads back to drink. Before long, the contents of both jars had diminished significantly. Jiang Hai, feeling the effects of the alcohol, staggered to his feet, placing one foot atop a stool, and exclaimed, "Do you have any idea how many suitors have admired my Wanwan? In the past 2 years, suitors have nearly trampled my doorstep." Xiao Yinqing, belching from the wine and appearing somewhat dazed, also rose, declaring loudly, "Who could possibly rival me? No matter how many pursue her, Wanwan's heart belongs solely to me." With that, he emitted another belch. "My, what audacity!" Jiang Shuyu could only shake her head in disbelief. Chapter 75. A humiliation beyond measure. My dear Wawan does not necessarily need to wed a man of high status. All that matters is that he treats her well, with unwavering devotion. That man is none other than myself. I shall marry only Wawan and will always cherish her, devoted solely to her. Xiao Yinqing exclaimed loudly, punctuated by an audible belch. The ladies who had just entered the hall were utterly taken aback. Qin Suqing had originally intended to escort the women for dinner. Alas, she had no choice but to summon help to drag the 2 intoxicated men away. Jiang Wancheng approached Xiao Yinqing, covering her nose. How much had he imbibed? The scent of alcohol was overpowering. She harbored serious doubts that her father was using liquor to extract words from Xiao Yanqing. With a sigh and a shake of her head, she instructed Jingma to support him as they made their way. Yet, barely a step had been taken when Xiao Yanqing grasped her garment. Pushing Jingma aside, he ambled over and wrapped his arms around Jiang Wancheng, leaning heavily against her. She had no choice but to steady his waist as they staggered towards her chamber. The ladies were ushered to sit and dine. Observing Jiang Hai slumped over the table, Qin Suqing felt an overwhelming urge to rouse him. Why must he choose today to become inebriated? Xian, assist your father back to rest. Indeed, mother. When Xiao Yanqing awoke, it was already evening. Rubbing his temples, he realized his father-in-law had truly overindulged him. He descended from the bed and surveyed the room, which was unmistakably a lady's boudoir. It belonged to Wawen. Outside, voices could be heard in conversation. Does the young master often indulge in such heavy drinking? Xiao Yanqing recognized Jiang Wancheng's voice and moved closer to the door. Replying to the young mistress, no, the young master rarely drinks today. It must be. Due to overwhelming joy, Jingma gulped nervously. He dared not mention that it was General Jiang who had been pouring the drinks. He had witnessed the extent of the intoxication, and it was clear that the young master was thoroughly inebriated. Fearing that Jiang Wancheng might disapprove of the young master's drinking, he hurriedly added, truly, the young master seldom indulges. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. As the door swung open, Jiang Wancheng entered, carrying a hangover remedy. Upon seeing the empty bed, she was about to turn back when she was enveloped in a broad and warm embrace from behind. Release me. I shan't. Are you vexed? Shouldn't I be? What day is it today? You got drunk in front of everyone and dare to speak nonsense. How embarrassing. Jiang Wancheng feigned anger. Recalling his drunken declarations and the gazes of the guests thereafter, she felt her face flush with heat. By the order of my father-in-law, I dare not refuse. Xiao Yanqing rested his chin on her shoulder, pressing down upon her. His words silenced Jiang Wancheng's grievances. However, the weight of his presence became unbearable. You must let go. It's too heavy. What is it that you are holding? Xiao Yanqing countered without answering her. The hangover remedy. Do let go quickly, or it will cool. She was fatigued from holding it and urged him to release her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanqing relinquished his hold, took the remedy from her hands, and drank it in one gulp. By the time they emerged, the guests had already departed. Jiang Wancheng spent some time chatting with her mother before preparing to leave. The carriage halted outside, and Qin Suqing did not forget to remind Jiang Wancheng several times to get along well with her husband and treat him with respect. Just as she was about to board the carriage, Jiang Wancheng froze. Turning around, she saw her father rushing out, his hair slightly disheveled, apparently having hurried over without the chance to groom himself. She intended to share a few warm words with him, but to her surprise, Jiang Hai did not look at her. Instead, he approached Xiao Yanqing. What was wrong with her father? Was he still under the influence of alcohol? Jiang Wancheng glanced at her mother for help. Qin Suqing, equally perplexed, reassured her that the two men would not quarrel. Jiang Hai understood boundaries. No matter how much he disapproved of this son-in-law, he would not act recklessly. Qin Suqing offered her a calming smile. Jiang Hai stood before Xiao Yanqing, scrutinizing him from head to toe before delivering 3 heavy pats on his shoulder. Indeed, 3 emphatic slaps. Behind Qin Suqing, Jiang Xian and Jiang Shuyu exhaled deeply, relieved. They were all intimidated by Jiang Hai's imposing presence. Xiao Yanqing felt his shoulder tremble under the force. If it were any stronger, he feared his father-in-law might dislocate it. Ha ha ha! I acknowledge you as my son-in-law. I entrust Wancheng to you from now on. To be honest, aside from your somewhat dark complexion, you are quite commendable, and I feel at ease. Qin Suqing. Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wuwu. Could you not have omitted that last remark? Xiao Yanqing's face twitched, and he replied with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, father-in-law. It is getting late. I shall escort Wancheng home now. Go ahead. Jiang Hai waved them off. Jiang Wancheng glanced at everyone, and just as she turned to board the carriage, a loud thud echoed behind her. Startled, she looked back to see her father collapsed on the ground. Father. She rushed over. Qin Suqing gently placed a hand on her arm. It's nothing. Your father is merely still intoxicated. He often behaves like this when he drinks. You two should return home first. She then instructed Jiang Zian and Jiang Shuyu to help Jiang Hai inside. Jiang Wancheng, still anxious, asked, "Mother, is father really all right?" "Yes, fine, just not sober yet." "Don't worry." Jiang Wancheng reluctantly boarded the carriage. Watching it depart, Qin Suqing rubbed her forehead, reflecting on the absurdity of the day. It was truly embarrassing. From now on, Jiang Hai would do well to steer clear of alcohol. Meanwhile, Jiang Wancheng looked at the man sitting beside her in the carriage and pondered before asking, "Husband, are you still intoxicated?" Xiao Yinqing shook his head. If he were sober, how could he be sharing a carriage with her? Wasn't he riding a horse when he arrived? Xiao Yinqing gazed intently at her, a look she had never seen before, sending chills down her spine. Suddenly, he leaned closer to her ear and asked, "Wancheng, is my face really dark?" Jiang Wancheng forced a smile, not dark, very fair. He bore a resemblance to Princess Anlin. Were he a woman, he would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Then why did my father-in-law say that I have a dark complexion? Father did not mean it that way. Jiang Wancheng spoke hesitantly. What did he mean then? Xiao Yinqing pressed for clarification. It's just that people outside have been saying you always wear a stoic expression with a serious demeanor. Jiang Wancheng attempted to downplay it. Does Wancheng feel the same? Xiao Yinqing's expression fell into despondency. No, truly not. Rather, it was far from the truth. The current Xiao Yinqing was devoid of any such stoicism. Those notions of being expressionless or cold-hearted were non-existent in her presence. My father said suitors for Wancheng are crowding at the Jiang residence. Observing the sorrowful look in his eyes, Jiang Wancheng let out an awkward chuckle. Father was merely joking. Why did Wancheng choose me? Xiao Yinqing continued to inquire, seemingly oblivious to her response. Wancheng dared not meet his gaze and turned to look outside the carriage. The bustling crowd beyond the window was quite lively, yet Xiao Yinqing remained fixated on her. He appeared unwilling to relent without an answer. The intensity of his gaze compelled Jiang Wancheng to turn back and lean closer to whisper softly in his ear. Upon hearing her, a grin stretched across his face, nearly reaching his ears. Chapter 76. The arrival of the seventh princess before the conclusion of his marriage leave. Xiao Yinqing was summoned back by the emperor. The following day, when Jiang Wancheng awoke, Xiao Yinqing was already engaged in his morning routine. She exhaled softly, finally managing to rise before his departure. In the few days since their marriage, she had yet to assist him in dressing, not out of laziness, but due to her own exhaustion as he arose without a sound. Xiaohe helped her into a delicate, pale yellow robe, arranging her hair in a simple bun adorned with a pearl hairpin, achieving an elegant yet tidy appearance. When Xiao Yinqing emerged from the inner chamber, he was taken aback to find Jiang Wancheng already dressed and waiting for him. "Why are you up so early today?" he asked, surprised. With a radiant smile, Jiang Wancheng approached him, saying, "I am here to assist you in dressing." Xiao Yinqing took her hand, playfully kneading her soft flesh, and affectionately inquired, "Why not sleep a little longer? Did I disturb you?" As Jiang Wancheng received his formal attire from Xiaohe, she began to help him dress, while replying, "As your wife, I wish to serve you. If you continue to indulge me, people will talk." Xiao Yinqing glanced at the chambermaids. Xiaohe would certainly remain discreet, but his sharp gaze fell upon the other two maids. They hastily lowered their heads, silently pleading for him to refrain from using such a frightening expression. With a smile, Jiang Wancheng adjusted his formal attire, applying a gentle pressure until he turned to face her. Clad in a blue collar with white gauze beneath, a crimson robe, and a patterned leather sash, she meticulously secured his ceremonial ribbon. Jiang Wancheng surveyed him from head to toe. "He looks truly splendid," she murmured. "Is it the attire that is appealing, or the man within it?" Upon meeting his gaze, which was filled with warmth, her cheeks flushed. "Both are beautiful. They are both beautiful." Xiao Yinqing swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Wancheng glanced nervously toward the maids, and just as she opened her mouth, he silenced her with a passionate kiss. She attempted to retreat, but he pursued her, holding her tightly in his arms. The maids, understanding the situation, discreetly averted their eyes and withdrew. When he finally released her, Jiang Wancheng was breathless, her face flushed with color. She playfully punched him lightly with her fists. "If we don't leave soon, we shall be late. Sleep a little longer," Xiao Yinqing whispered in her ear. I will return early this evening. Jiang Wancheng nodded gently. When Xiao entered, she found Jiang Wancheng still blushing, lost in thought. Noticing her mistress's shy demeanor, Xiao couldn't resist teasing. Oh, why is your face so red, my lady? Are you unwell? She pretended to reach out and touched Jiang Wancheng's forehead. Jiang Wancheng swatted Xiao's hand away. What are you doing? You are becoming increasingly indiscreet. Suppressing her laughter, Xiao replied, Forgive me, my lady. I realize my folly. My lady, would you care to sleep a little longer? Jiang Wancheng shook her head. I cannot afford to indulge in sloth any longer. I must pay my respects to Princess Anlin. As she strolled into the garden, she unexpectedly encountered Princess Anlin. Princess Anlin smiled at her. Yinqing, since Yinqing has an early court session today, why did you not take the opportunity to sleep a bit more? I thought you were coming to pay your respects to Mother. Since we are here, let us accompany Mother for a stroll. Jiang Wancheng naturally approached and linked arms with Princess Anlin, responding gently. Observing Jiang Wancheng's affectionate gesture as she strolled along the pebble path. Princess Anlin felt her heart swell with warmth, her steps becoming notably lighter. The two settled in a pavilion within the garden, where a stone table was adorned with an array of dried fruits and snacks. Princess Anlin placed a small dish filled with peach blossom cakes in front of Jiang Wancheng. Smiling as she said, These peach blossom cakes are delightful, wonderfully soft, and not cloying at all. Do give them a try. Jiang Wancheng took a small piece and let it melt in her mouth, the fragrance of peach blossoms wafting down her throat, sweet yet subtle. Delicious, she exclaimed sweetly, unable to resist indulging in a couple more pieces. Mother, please instruct the maidservants to send some peach blossom cakes to Yishuan courtyard. Princess Anlin noticed Wancheng's fondness for the delicacy. Certainly, Princess. Thank you, Mother. Jiang Wancheng offered a slight bow, only to be gently halted by Princess Anlin. Wancheng, I recall meeting you for the first time at Linen Temple, Princess Anlin reminisced. Looking back, I am grateful to Master Ida. Had it not been for him, my son, who was solely focused on his cases, might never have settled down. Indeed, Mother. Jiang Wancheng chuckled shyly at the memory, recalling how she nearly quarreled with Xiao Yinqing, both of them initially disliking each other. It was unimaginable to her at that time that she would eventually marry him. You have no idea. He was initially reluctant to acknowledge his feelings for you. At the flower viewing banquet, seeing him hold you, drenched, I knew he harbored feelings for you. My son has always been a bit of a neat freak. Just as she spoke, a maidservant arrived to announce. The 6th prince and the 7th princess are here to pay their respects to the princess. Princess Anlin frowned, recalling the decree that she should not leave the palace before her marriage. Why had they come here? Aunt. Such haste. Nephew pays his respects to aunt. The 6th prince, Chu Yun, said respectfully. Niece pays her respects to aunt. The 7th princess, Chu Jingxian, chirped playfully as she approached and sat beside Princess Anlin. Chu Yun pays his respects to his cousin. The 6th prince also bowed to Jiang Wancheng. She smiled and nodded in return. Chu Yun exchanged a glance with Chu Jingxian, who looked at Jiang Wancheng and remarked coolly, What brings you here? Princess Anlin's expression darkened instantly. Were they here to bully her? Chu Yun sighed, regretting that he had listened to his younger sister's nonsense. She had threatened that if he persuaded their father to allow her to visit their aunt at the loyal and valiant Marquis's residence, she would keep quiet about his dalliances with courtesans. He had no desire to offend his aunt. This is Wancheng's home. Why should she not be here? Yet what are you doing here? Princess Anlin retorted, picking up a piece of peach blossom cake and offering it to Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng was momentarily taken aback as she gazed upon the benevolent smile of Princess Anlin. A warmth spread through her heart as she reached out to accept the peach blossom cake, saying softly, Thank you, Mother. The 7th princess clenched her fists in frustration, pondering why her aunt would shower such kindness upon Jiang Wancheng while disregarding her entirely. Aunt, I have matters I wish to discuss with you, she declared, suppressing her anger and casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Wancheng. Was this a signal for her to step aside? Jiang Wancheng found herself at a loss, uncertain of Princess Anlin's intentions. Just as she hesitated, Princess Anlin spoke up. Speak your mind. Wanwan is not a stranger. Yet, the 7th princess hesitated, words caught in her throat. Jiang Wancheng savored the peach blossom cake and took another sip of tea, feeling an immense sense of contentment within. Chapter 77. A Princess as a Concubine? The seventh princess, feeling helpless, bit her lip and softly implored, "Aunt, could you please persuade father not to marry me off to the northern kingdom? I have no affection for the second prince there." Princess Amlin leisurely sipped her tea and replied nonchalantly, "Your father is the emperor. I have no sway over him. A gentleman's word is as firm as a chariot's track, let alone that he is the sovereign. But father has always valued your opinions, aunt. You know whom I truly wish to marry. It has always been cousin Yincheng." The seventh princess blushed as she finished her confession. Jiang Wancheng clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves, realizing that her presence was meant to discuss this very matter. "My son just married a few days ago. Do you truly wish to become a concubine?" Princess Amlin scrutinized the seventh princess with narrowed eyes. The seventh princess turned pale, for she had never considered such a notion. Her intention was merely for her cousin to divorce the woman in question so that he might marry her instead. She could not fathom that her aunt would even entertain such an idea. As a princess, becoming a concubine would tarnish the royal family's dignity. Surely her aunt understood this. Even if she were to agree, her father would never permit it. In disbelief, she looked at Princess Amlin, pointing at Jiang Wancheng, and questioned, "Aunt, why do you favor her so? Father has repeatedly expressed my desire to marry cousin, yet you have consistently denied me, while agreeing to his union with her. Why?" "Naturally, it is because Yincheng favors her, and I too hold her in high regard." Princess Amlin addressed Jiang Wancheng. "Do you despise me?" The seventh princess pressed. Princess Amlin shrugged dismissively, stating, "It's not so much disdain as an inability to feel any fondness." "You." The seventh princess was rendered speechless with indignation. Seeing this unfold, Chu Yun could no longer tolerate the scene. His imperial sister had come seeking trouble, and it was evident to any observer that Princess Amlin was not welcoming her. He approached the seventh princess and said, "Sister, we should return. Father will be displeased if he finds out." The seventh princess shot him a glare, refusing to respond. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her voice and said, "Aunt, if I were to agree to be merely a concubine, would you then speak to father on my behalf?" "Sister," Chu Yun exclaimed loudly. Princess Amlin stared at Jiang Jingxian in disbelief, wondering if she had lost her senses to utter such words, unafraid of being ridiculed. Jiang Wancheng had remained silent, but could now infer Princess Amlin's intentions from their earlier exchange. Gathering her courage, she declared, "Absolutely not. My husband cannot marry you." The seventh princess turned her gaze sharply upon Jiang Wancheng, asking, "And why not?" "Because of my jealousy. I refuse to share my husband with anyone. Moreover, he has already promised Wancheng that he will marry only her, cherish her alone." The seventh princess burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Aunt, do you hear this? Only her? Surely she must be mad. How could such a jealous person possibly be worthy of being cousin's wife? What man does not have multiple wives? Even my father has his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards." Suddenly recalling something, she sneered, "Ah, but then again, it seems General Jiang has wed only your mother. Could it be that this jealousy is a trait inherited from her?" The seventh princess gazed triumphantly at Jiang Wancheng, secretly chuckling to herself. She could not fathom that her aunt would lend support to Jiang Wancheng once more. What mother would not desire her son to take multiple wives to ensure the continuation of their lineage? Chu Yun observed Chu Jingxian with an expression of exasperation, repeatedly signaling her with his eyes. Princess Amlin cast a fleeting glance his way, prompting him to obediently step aside. With a heavy gaze fixed on Chu Jingxian, Princess Amlin seemed to question, "Am I mad?" Chu Jingxian froze, incredulous. How could this be? Her eyes widened as the realization struck her. How could she have forgotten? The Duke of Loyalty and Valor had wed only her aunt. What was to be done now? Chu Jingxian hesitated, berating herself for her foolishness in forgetting such a significant matter. Shinner did not mean it that way. Wanjing's previous words must have been heard clearly by the seventh princess. There was no need to reiterate. Wanjing's intentions mirrored those of Yincheng, and thus were also representative of my own. Tears of resentment glistened in Chu Jingshuan's eyes as she looked at Princess Amlin. having relinquished her dignity to seek a lesser status. Yet her aunt still refused to acquiesce, continuing to aid Jiang Wancheng in tormenting her. "Madame Rong, please see your guests out. His Highness the 6th Prince and the 7th Princess, this way," Madame Rong announced respectfully. Ultimately, the 7th Princess was escorted out of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence by the 6th Prince. The garden fell abruptly silent, and Jiang Wancheng felt a twinge of anxiety. She was aware that her previous words had offended the 7th Princess, and she regretted her impulsiveness. After all, this was the 7th Princess. She wondered whether the Emperor would hold her accountable for this incident. "Mother, I'm sorry." Wanjing's words were rather reckless and have offended the 7th Princess. Jiang Wancheng lowered her head, resembling a child who had misbehaved. To her surprise, Princess Anlin burst into laughter. Jiang Wancheng stared at her in bewilderment, unsure of the cause of her mirth. Gently ruffling Jiang Wancheng's hair, Princess Anlin could not contain her amusement. "Wanjing, your words were truly refreshing. One ought to speak thus. Otherwise, others might perceive you as easy to bully. You need not fear in the future. Your father and I will always stand by you." "Yes." Jiang Wancheng's eyes shimmered with tears. She felt fortunate to be so protected in this lifetime. She silently expressed her gratitude to the Buddha for granting her a second chance. In the Golden Lawn Hall, civil and military officials had spent the morning deliberating the potential rebellion of the 3rd Prince. Some proposed a preemptive strike, suggesting his arrest before he could mobilize forces, while others cautioned that without concrete evidence of his treachery, such actions might incite public outrage. The Emperor turned to Xiao Yanqing. "What is your opinion, Lord Xiao?" All eyes in the hall converged upon him. Xiao Yanqing replied, "Your Majesty, perhaps we should wait a while longer. If the 3rd Prince intends to revolt, he will likely require foreign soldiers, with the Northern Kingdom being the most probable ally. We should observe the movements of the Northern Kingdom before making any plans." The assembly nodded in agreement, and the Emperor had no choice but to shelve the matter for the time being. Urgency would not yield results. After the court session, several colleagues detained Xiao Yanqing, inviting him to join them for a drink. Xiao Yanqing glanced at the sky, noting that the hour was late. He smiled and remarked, "Next time, we must certainly go drinking together. However, I have matters to attend to at the residence today and must take my leave." An official nearby chuckled. "Lord Xiao, newly wedded and already burdened with affairs at home. Do you not know what this entails?" Another official, belatedly catching on, added, I must have forgotten. Every moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces." "Lord Xiao, do hurry back." Xiao Yanqing merely smiled, undeterred by any sense of embarrassment. After bidding farewell, he exited the palace gates. Fei Ran stood there, gazing at the figure that faded into the palace entrance, her lips tightly pressed together. Chapter 78. How wonderful it is to have a husband. Xiao Yanqing returned to the Marquis's residence, making his way directly to Yishuan Courtyard. As he entered the courtyard, his strides grew increasingly vigorous. He reached the door of the bedroom without catching sight of Jiang Wancheng. Given the early hour, she ought to still be awake, for it was too soon for her afternoon nap. The maid stationed at the door respectfully called out, "Young master." Xiao Yanqing nodded, casually inquiring, "Where is the young mistress?" Before the maid could respond, he pushed open the door and scanned the room, but found no trace of her. "Where's the young mistress?" he asked coldly. The maid, trembling at his tone, stepped inside and replying to the young master, "The young mistress went to visit the madam this morning and has yet to return." Xiao Yanqing took a deep breath, wiping the thin sheen of sweat from his forehead. He had rushed back and only now felt the warmth of the day. As he surveyed the room, which had once contained only his belongings, he had never felt its emptiness. Now, with her possessions added, her absence rendered the space profoundly vacant. "Young master, would you like to visit Shihui Courtyard?" Shu Yan observed his despondency. "No need, go to the study first. Summon Luo Cheng to see me." "Understood." "Luo Cheng, take a few people to the Northern Kingdom. Keep a close watch on whom the Crown Prince is associating with, and also send a few to monitor the 3rd Prince." "Yes, master." "Should we continue to watch Yi Tiandai?" "Yi Tiandai? He is likely to return to the Northern Kingdom soon. It is said that he and the Crown Prince share different mothers. The Crown Prince is born of the Empress, while he is the son of a concubine. He has been bullied and suppressed by the Crown Prince since childhood. Now that the competition for the throne has begun, how could he willingly relinquish it? Previously, due to Wancheng, Xiao Yinqing had dispatched someone to keep an eye on Yi Tiandai, but that was no longer necessary. There is no need for further surveillance. Withdraw, everyone. Understood. Luo Cheng stood by, hesitating to speak. Xiao Yinqing cast an impatient glance at him. If you have something to say, just say it. Luo Cheng recounted the arrival of the seventh princess at the residence in detail, praising the young mistress's courage. Xiao Yinqing's lips curled into a slight smile. After Luo Cheng left, Shu Yan remained at the entrance of the study, watching the path. Why is she not here yet? I clearly sent someone to fetch the young mistress from Shihui courtyard. Meanwhile, Jiang Wancheng was enjoying lunch with Princess Anlin in Shihui courtyard. After some leisurely conversation, just as she was preparing to return, a maid approached to convey a message. Young mistress, Shu Yan has sent me to inform you that the young master has returned from court and hastened back. Princess Anlin stifled a giggle. Realizing that Wancheng would no longer be able to stay and accompany her for lunch in the future, her son would surely have objections. Jiang Wancheng felt her ears flush. Had he not said he would return only in the evening? Why was he back so early? As she was with her mother, she felt it inappropriate to suggest her departure. I am feeling tired. Wancheng, you may return first. Yes, mother, I shall take my leave. Princess Anlin nodded with a smile. Watching Jiang Wancheng's departing figure, Mother Rong smiled knowingly. My princess, it appears the heir is quite attached to his consort. In the past, he seldom returned home for meals, not even for dinner. Indeed, he seems to wish to remain in the Dali temple all day long. Hardly rushing home after the morning court session, Princess Anlin remarked, sighing. It seems the wife holds significant importance. Jiang Wancheng hurried back to Yishuan courtyard, where her maid informed her that the heir had gone to the study. She instructed Xiuhua to prepare some food in the small kitchen before proceeding to the study. Upon seeing Jiang Wancheng, Shu Yan's face lit up with a smile. Consort, you have finally returned. Jiang Wancheng smiled back. Has the heir not dined yet? Shu Yan shook his head, explaining that he had asked several times. But the heir had requested to wait. I believe he is waiting for you, he added. Taking the food box from Xiuhua, Jiang Wancheng entered the study. Xiao Yinqing glanced at her before returning his gaze to the books on the desk. Placing the food box in a corner, Jiang Wancheng gently remarked, Husband, how is it you have returned so early today? Ah, there was little to attend to in the court, so I returned early, he replied. Noticing a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, Jiang Wancheng took out a silk handkerchief and gently wiped it away. Xiao Yinqing allowed her to tend to him, maintaining a stern expression, yet feeling quite pleased internally. Having grown accustomed to his somewhat awkward demeanor, Jiang Wancheng began to arrange several dishes from the food box and place chopsticks in front of him. Even if you do not favor it, I still wish to set the table for you, she said with a playful smile. Xiao Yinqing shot her a glare. Have you eaten? I have. I had lunch with my mother, Jiang Wancheng replied, recalling the visit from the seventh princess earlier that day and pondering whether to mention it to him. She wondered if the seventh princess would speak recklessly upon her return to the palace. As Xiao Yinqing ate leisurely, he occasionally glanced at her, seemingly awaiting her to speak. Jiang Wancheng pointed to the peach blossom cake on the table, cheerfully saying, This is the peach blossom cake my mother gave. It is quite delicious. Do try it, husband. Xiao Yinqing took a piece and placed it in his mouth, its soft, glutinous texture reminiscent of him, conjuring certain images in his mind. Suddenly feeling parched, he sensed a dryness in his throat. Drink some water, husband, Jiang Wancheng offered, pouring a cup and handing it to him. Wan, I hear you're prone to jealousy? Xiao Yinqing asked, a teasing glint in his eyes. If she would not bring it up, he would take the initiative to inquire. Jiang Wancheng pouted slightly, muttering, So what if I am jealous? If you wish to take a concubine, then we shall part ways. I shall relinquish my position as consort. Whoever desires it may take it. At the mention of separation, Xiao Yinqing's expression darkened significantly. He pinched her nose, declaring, I shall never part with you. You may forget that day for this lifetime. Should you ever mention separation again, I shall spank you and see if you still dare to speak of it. Shaking off his hand, Jiang Wancheng rested her face on the table, murmuring softly, It seems Wan has caused trouble for husband. Today, I may have spoken somewhat disrespectfully to the seventh princess. Xiao Yinqing gently caressed the top of her head and remarked, I heard from Luo Chan that the princess consort was quite audacious today. Which woman would dare to confront the seventh princess so boldly? Yet now she seems so timid? Jiang Wancheng shook her head, explaining, she merely fears that it might implicate you. It was indeed the seventh princess who had erred first. The emperor was still quite just. He had already ensured that news of today as incidents circulated, embellishing it of course. For he knew the emperor would inevitably hear of it. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Wancheng felt a great sense of reassurance and inwardly mused. How wonderful it is to have a husband. This was her first time entering his study. She surveyed the arrangement, which was filled to the brim with books. As she approached, she casually flipped through them, but alas, they were all the kind of books that made her drowsy, devoid of the light novels she adored. Several chests of such novels had accompanied her dowry, for she cherished reading them. Yet since her marriage, they remained untouched, locked away in their boxes. Husband, may I also have a study of my own? Chapter 79. Who desires more? Xiao Yinqing pondered for a moment before suggesting. How about you share the same room with me? I could have someone build additional bookshelves for your collection. Jiang Wancheng hesitated, feeling that such an arrangement was inappropriate. Her collection consisted of novels that seemed utterly incongruous with his scholarly tomes. Furthermore, she feared that his refined taste would render her works laughable. After all, a distinguished official, such as the Minister of Justice reading novels, would likely invite ridicule. She dared not contemplate the matter further. His profound erudition would undoubtedly lead him to mock her literary choices, and she had no desire for that. Noticing her silence, Xiao Yinqing understood her reluctance and sighed softly. Then let us forego that idea. What do you think of establishing a study in the Eastern Room? It has a heated floor, ensuring warmth during winter. She smiled contentedly, appreciating the tranquility of the Eastern Room. When he was absent, she could retreat there to indulge in her reading. Xiao Yinqing set down his chopsticks and said, Wanwans, after the Mid-Autumn Festival, I may need to embark on a distant journey. You must take care of yourself in Yishuan Courtyard. If you feel lonely, you might consider visiting your mother or staying briefly at the Jiang residence until I return to escort you back. He had to personally attend to matters in the Northern Territories. The Mid-Autumn Festival was just around the corner. Aware that he would be sent on this journey by the emperor, she could not dissuade him, only remind him to remain vigilant while away. After their meal, Xiao Yinqing hurried back to the Ministry of Justice, while Jiang Wancheng, preoccupied with thoughts of her study, was unable to nap, instead busily arranging her space. The next day, news of Jiang Wancheng's jealousy spread like wildfire throughout the capital, originating from Jisheng Building. The streets buzzed with tales of the seventh princess visiting the loyal and brave Marquis's residence, denouncing Princess Anlin as mad and boldly declaring her intentions to become a concubine to the Minister of Justice. Furthermore, it became known that the minister had recently married a woman named Shan Du, and it was rumored that he was subservient to her, swearing to take her as his only wife for life. Within a single day, these rumors reached the imperial palace, where the empress was rendered faint with anger, and the emperor erupted in a furious tirade, imprisoning the seventh princess in the Buddhist hall to transcribe scriptures as penance. The emperor even dispatched eunuch and, with a plethora of gifts as an apology, effectively putting the matter to rest. Jiang Wancheng breathed a sigh of relief at last. She was free from worry about this scandal. Xiao Yinqing was indeed correct. The emperor possessed a profound sense of justice. Little did she know that it was her husband who had orchestrated the dissemination of these rumors. In the following days, Xiao Yinqing was often out early and returned late. When he departed, she had yet to rise, and by the time he returned, she was already in a deep slumber. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, however, he returned home early and promptly sequestered himself in their chamber, not emerging for the entirety of the night, leaving Jiang Wancheng utterly exhausted. As dawn broke, the dewdrops shimmered in the light. Jiang Wancheng, weary and sore, gradually propped herself up from the head of the bed. Upon lifting her gaze, she found Xiao Yinqing standing before the dressing table, changing his attire. She puffed her cheeks, casting him a reproachful glance filled with resentment. Observing the myriad of crimson marks adorning her skin, she deemed it necessary to enlighten him on the essence of tenderness, questioning how each encounter left her feeling as though she had been gnawed upon by a dog. Each time, she found herself weakened and languid. while he remained vivacious and spirited, never failing to remind her to engage in more physical exercise. Xiao Yinqing returned to the bedside, casting his gaze downwards, where her delicate, fair shoulders were exposed, the embroidered quilt barely concealing the allure beneath. The pristine skin was speckled with variously sized red marks, their hues a tapestry of deep and light shades, exuding an alluring charm. His gaze traveled from her alabaster neck, trailing downwards, sensing the intensity of his stare. Jiang Wancheng pulled the quilt higher, revealing only her petite face. She glowered at him, expressing her ire. You possess no regard for the delicate and beautiful. By day you are a sheep, and by night a wolf. Just look at what remains visible. Jiang Wancheng pointed to her neck, recalling her mother's words that today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and they were to attend a banquet in the palace. Although the weather had begun to chill slightly, a cloak would not completely shield her from the cold. Xiao Yinqing's eyes curled with a smirk as he surveyed his handiwork, and suddenly he leaned closer, remarking, "My lady was quite audacious this evening. Even my back bears the marks of your nails." He teased, "Shall I remove my garments for your admiration? You are utterly shameless. We are to attend a palace banquet today. How can I meet others like this?" Jiang Wancheng shot him an angry glare. "Who else do you wish to see?" Xiao Yinqing advanced closer. Jiang Wancheng scrutinized him from head to toe. He was clad in a long robe of moon-white silk adorned with cloud patterns, cinched at the waist with a matching belt that accentuated his lean and powerful form. His raven hair was elegantly tied back, topped with a simple white jade crown, complementing his sharply defined features and enhancing his refined elegance. "And you're no different." Xiao Yinqing raised an eyebrow. "In what way am I the same? Don't play coy. You dress so handsomely for the palace banquet. What is your intention?" Jiang Wancheng pouted. "Isn't it enough to attract all the admirers?" Detecting the subtle hint of jealousy in her tone, Xiao Yinqing inquired with a smile, "Are you feeling envious?" Jiang Wancheng hesitated. "So your splendid attire is indeed meant for such purposes?" Xiao Yinqing pondered for a moment, scratching his forehead, before softly admitting, "If one must say so, then perhaps there is some truth to it." Jiang Wancheng was taken aback. She had merely spoken in jest, not expecting him to acknowledge it so candidly. Seeing her expression darken, Xiao Yinqing realized it was time to cease his teasing. He pinched the soft flesh of her hand, gently chiding, "Foolish girl, I dressed this way so that you would focus solely on me, disregarding the other men at the banquet. Do you understand? Yet here you are, consumed by your own jealousy." Instantly, Jiang Wancheng's face blossomed into a radiant smile, retorting playfully, "You overthink matters far too much." Having been married for some time now, she was no stranger to his possessive nature and had gradually grown accustomed to it, deciding it was not worth the effort to argue. His expression momentarily caught off guard. Xiao Yinqing maintained a serious demeanor. "I am merely concerned for you." Jiang Wancheng, unwilling to continue the debate, turned her back to him, clutching the quilt as she returned to her previous position, feigning a state of repose. Recognizing her exhaustion, Xiao Yinqing gently ran his fingers through her hair and softly said, "I must make a brief visit to the Dali temple and shall return shortly to escort you. You may rest a while longer. I will speak to Mother on your behalf." Indeed, Princess Amlin had also advised her to take ample rest and not feel obliged to pay daily visits for greetings. Just as her eyelids began to droop, a whisper from behind interrupted her. "Do not adorn yourself too splendidly today." Jiang Wancheng found this utterly absurd. Why should he, clad in elegant attire, impose such an unreasonable expectation upon her? It was grossly unfair. Moreover, other noble women dressed to the nines for court banquets to enhance their husband's stature. Yet he, seemingly indifferent to her feelings, focused solely on his appearance while demanding she diminish hers. After all, as a woman, she did not require him to elevate her worth. She yearned to retort, but her eyelids grew heavier, and soon a gentle rhythm of steady breathing filled the air. A soft kiss was pressed to her ear, and Jiang Wancheng mumbled something before she succumbed to a deep slumber. The door was quietly closed. Chapter 80. Lord Zhao's fear of his wife, as Xiuhe attended to Jiang Wancheng's changing attire, she couldn't help but notice the numerous crimson marks adorning her young mistress's skin, which left her blushing with embarrassment. Yet, A sense of bewilderment crept in as these marks bore a striking resemblance to those seen during their voyage, when Jiang Wancheng had claimed they were mere mosquito bites. Could it be? Xiuhe was startled by her own speculation and shook her head, dismissing the thought. What is it? Jiang Wancheng inquired, glancing at Xiuhe through the copper mirror. How could the air be so inconsiderate, treating you in such a manner? Xiuhe stammered. Jiang Wancheng stifled a laugh, thinking how true that was. When Xiao Yinxing returned to escort her, she stole a few more glances at him. The cloak he wore suited him splendidly, enhancing his handsome appearance. The Duke of Zhongyong had entered the palace early in the morning, and Jiang Wancheng accompanied Princess Amlin into the palace. Upon their arrival at Kuinning Palace, they captured the attention of many. The Empress, upon spotting Princess Amlin, approached them with a smile, assessing both the princess and Jiang Wancheng. The cloaks you both wear today resemble that of a mother and daughter, she remarked jovially. Princess Amlin took Jiang Wancheng's hand affectionately and said, Wan is just like my own daughter. This cloak was delicately embroidered by her for me. The onlookers were astonished. The craftsmanship of the cloak was extraordinary, adorned with plum blossoms in full bloom, vibrant and resplendent, accompanied by a few colorful butterflies dancing amidst the petals, embroidered with remarkable lifelikeness. Who are they trying to fool? Everyone knows she is utterly incompetent. Someone muttered quietly. Shinner, the Empress admonished sharply. Shouldn't you be in the Buddhist hall, transcribing scriptures as punishment? How is it that you are permitted out so soon? Princess Amlin cast a sidelong glance at Chu Jingxian and led Jiang Wancheng before the Empress Dowager. Mother, Princess Amlin affectionately called out. Grandmother, Jiang Wancheng followed suit, her tone obedient. Ah, the Empress Dowager responded with delight, surveying the cloaks of both women. Indeed, quite remarkable. Wan's craftsmanship is truly commendable. With the Empress Dowager's endorsement, the surrounding ladies joined in with praises, expressing their admiration. However, the seventh princess glared at Jiang Wancheng with resentment. Jiang Wancheng turned to her, a subtle smile gracing her lips, reveling in her triumph. The seventh princess was seething with jealousy, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Noticing Li Wanchu standing nearby, Princess Amlin smiled and said, Congratulations, Mother, soon you shall hold the crown prince. The Empress Dowager glanced at Jiang Wancheng's abdomen, her expression brightening. If Wan were to conceive, it would bring me even greater joy. Princess Amlin smiled radiantly. There is no rush. Wan is just recently married. The Empress Dowager nodded with a smile. Nearby, Princess Pingyang remarked with a teasing smile, Yinxing is not a child anymore. Princess Amlin responded gently. Indeed, Fei Ran is merely 2 years younger than Yinxing. Princess Pingyang's expression paled slightly, realizing that her own son was also no longer young. Years ago, when he was urged to marry Miaoyin, he had persistently offered excuses to avoid it. Later, he had taken the initiative to propose, but the choice of bride had not pleased her. She cast a glance towards Jiang Wancheng, a child indeed blessed with fortune, yet how she had once turned her nose up at him. Even now, Fei Ran remained unwilling to wed Miaoyin, nor would he entertain proposals from other young ladies. Despite her and Lord Ning's persistent efforts, they could not sway him. The ladies of the court engaged in idle chatter for a while before following the Empress Dowager towards the garden. Jiang Wancheng and Li Wanju lingered behind, exchanging smiles without uttering a word, as if both were waiting for the other to speak. A chill wind swept through the palace path, prompting Jiang Wancheng to draw her cloak tighter around her. In the sunlight, the red marks on her neck were unmistakably visible. Li Wanju, upon noticing, paused momentarily before lowering her head and stifling a smile. The seventh princess, passing by Jiang Wancheng, also caught sight of the marks, which seemed to proclaim something glaringly obvious. Oomph! Shameless! The seventh princess huffed in indignation and swiftly moved past her to stand beside the empress. Li Wanju shook her head, sighing, Do not take offense, Miss Jiang. The seventh princess is merely rather obstinate. She does not mean any harm. How could one not see the intent? It was clear she was determined to target her. Wherever there was a flaw, the seventh princess would find it. Jiang Wancheng forced a smile, remaining silent. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Li Wanju bit her lip, deliberating for a moment before finally asking, Miss Jiang, do you mind my past with Lord Xiao? That is all in the past. Jiang Wancheng lifted her gaze to meet Li Wanju's. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, she appeared rounder and her complexion more vibrant, clearly showing the prince's affection towards her. With a gentle smile, she replied, his past does not concern me. It is an unchangeable truth. However, his present and future belong to me. One should cherish the moment. Should they not? Li Wanju beamed. I can see how much he loves you, and I can see how deeply the prince cares for you. Jiang Wancheng returned her sentiment. They exchanged knowing smiles, seamlessly linking arms as they continued onward. Having friends is far preferable to having foes. The garden was a cacophony of sound, bustling with lively chatter. Clusters of people gathering here and there. Upon their entrance, the garden buzzed even more fervently. Xiao Yinqing spotted Jiang Wancheng immediately, walking over with a smile and bowing to the Empress Dowager, grandmother. The Empress Dowager nodded with a smile, her gaze flitting between Xiao Yinqing and Jiang Wancheng. You must have missed each other terribly. Ah, for the young, a moment apart feels like an eternity. Xiao Yinqing replied earnestly, not at all. The surrounding ladies stifled their laughter. The Empress Dowager, along with the Empress and Princess Anlin, moved towards the Taya Hall, leaving the young ones behind amidst the noise. Xiao Yinqing approached, taking Jiang Wancheng's hand, both exchanging smiles. Cousin, is this your new cloak? I don't recall seeing you wear one before. The embroidery of bamboo is exquisite. The seventh princess reached for his cloak, gently caressing the bamboo design. Xiao Yinqing swiftly tugged the cloak from her grasp, saying, Seventh princess, please conduct yourself with dignity. The seventh princess stepped back, incredulous as she stared at Xiao Yinqing. Is it merely a touch of the cloak? How has my dignity been compromised? My wife is a jealous woman, and I am afraid of her wrath. Xiao Yinqing spoke in a tone of indifference, as though the words held no relevance to him. The surrounding crowd began to murmur once more. It was not mere gossip. Indeed, Lord Xiao truly feared his wife. His lady was undeniably a jealous woman. The sixth prince, rather unfortunate in his timing, interjected, the more jealousy, the greater the love. The seventh princess shot a furious glare at the sixth prince. After all, he was her own brother. Why must he side with outsiders? Enough was enough. The seventh princess should know her limits. The tardy crown prince cast a heavy glance at the seventh princess, who immediately fell silent, though her eyes still burned with resentment. The emperor was most swayed by the crown prince's words, and she dared not act out in his presence. This imperial sister of his was known for her headstrong and willful nature, dismissing everyone around her. Crown Prince Chu Yu approached Li Wanchu, offering her a gentle smile. Li Wanchu lowered her gaze, delicately entwining her little finger with his. Chu Yu quickly grasped her hand firmly, squeezing it lightly twice. Li Wanchu felt a faint blush creep to her ears. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Not far away, Fei Ran fixed his intense gaze upon Xiao Yinqing's cloak, the depiction of bamboo upon it strikingly reminiscent of his own artistic style. He lowered his eyelashes, concealing the emotions in his eyes, while his hands, clasped behind his back, tightened resolutely. Chapter 81. The Conspiracy of the Seventh Princess from Behind a Pavilion. Yi Tianran fixated intently on Jiang Wancheng, observing her every movement, every frown, and every smile with unwavering attention. The fan in his hand opened and closed in a relentless rhythm. Since the moment Jiang Wancheng had appeared, his gaze had remained steadfastly upon her, not straying for even a moment. It had been some time since he last saw her. Post-marriage, the youthful innocence that once adorned her features had diminished, replaced instead by an unfamiliar grandeur. Yet, he still believed that her youthful charm suited her best. Watching her exchange affectionate glances and gentle laughter with Xiao Yinqing, along with her excessively obedient demeanor, stirred a tumult of emotions within him, jealousy surging uncontrollably. Indeed, he was not merely envious. He was consumed by a fervent jealousy. Beside him, Niefeng was bewildered by the relentless motion of the fan. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, they were to return to the Northern Kingdom. The king had sent word of unrest within the realm, and they must return safely. Xiao Yinqing caught a glimpse of Yi Tianran's gaze, leaning slightly closer to Jiang Wancheng to shield her from his scrutiny. With a sharp clap, Yi Tianran forcefully closed his fan and declared vehemently, "Public displays of affection lead to swift demise." Nie Feng raised his eyes to him, momentarily taken aback. Such words from Yi Tianran were unprecedented. How fiery the second prince was! One must be wary of such repressed anger. Yi Tianran cast a fleeting glance at the newcomer, his eyes lingering only for a second before shifting elsewhere, brimming with disdain. The seventh princess felt a surge of indignation. After all, she was his betrothed, a union sanctioned by the emperor himself. How could he so blatantly disregard and scorn her? Though she had little desire for this match, she did not wish to endure such disdainful looks. As a princess, she felt entitled to respect. Yet, upon witnessing Jiang Wancheng's cheerful demeanor, she gritted her teeth, forcing herself to suppress her fury, and spoke gently. "This princess is aware that the second prince does not favor me and has no desire to marry me. However, we ought to share a common goal. Oh, forgive my ignorance. I implore the seventh princess to elucidate." Yi Tianran's phoenix eyes arched slightly, his lips curling into a smile. Dressed in resplendent red, he exuded an allure that was nothing short of captivating. The seventh princess narrowed her eyes, questioning whether Yi Tianran was feigning ignorance or if she had misjudged him. It was inconceivable that she had erred. His gaze upon Jiang Wancheng had been so unyielding, sparkling with admiration, akin to how she gazed at Xiao Yanqing. There could be no misinterpretation. The taste of unrequited love must be quite bitter, she boldly asserted. Yi Tianran's eyes narrowed, the smile on his face evaporating swiftly, his gaze turning as frigid as ice, capable of freezing one's very soul. The seventh princess shivered involuntarily, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over her, as though her blood had turned to ice. Yi Tianran quickly suppressed his anger and replied coolly, "I will be eager to hear more." Nie Feng looked at Yi Tianran in disbelief, questioning his intentions. It was imperative that he refrain from causing trouble before their return to the northern kingdom. He shot a fierce glare at the seventh princess. Her scheming nature was far too heavy, rendering her unworthy of being their prince's consort. The seventh princess was utterly unaware that she had been looked down upon by a mere attendant. As dusk fell, the palace lanterns flickered to life, and the hall of supreme harmony gradually filled with a cacophony of voices. Jiang Wancheng seated herself beside Xiao Yanqing, who occupied the adjacent chair. Yi Tiandai, sitting nearby, frequently cast brazen glances at Jiang Wancheng's profile, his gaze both unrestrained and bold. Jiang Wancheng felt increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny, draining 2 cups of tea in an effort to quell her unease. She mused to herself that if he continued to stare, her face might very well be pierced by his gaze. Beneath the table, her hand was enveloped by a pair of warm palms, the heat dispelling her discomfort, restoring tranquility to her heart. Without her uttering a word, he seemed to comprehend her feelings. "Why are your hands so cold?" Xiao Yanqing inquired softly. Jiang Wancheng shook her head, responding, "Not cold. Merely your hands are too warm." A smile graced Xiao Yanqing's lips, evidently pleased by her words. Although the content of their conversation remained a mystery, the scene struck a painful chord in Yi Tiandi's heart, as well as in the seventh princess's. Once the emperor, empress, and the dowager empress took their seats, the assembly called out in unison, "Long live the emperor! 10,000 years to the empress! 10,000 years to the dowager empress! 10,000 years to the noble consort! All rise! Take your seats!" The emperor waved his sleeve, commanding attention with an air of authority. The dowager empress, and noble consort also settled into their seats, while the gathered officials straightened themselves, refraining from further discussion. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. My esteemed ministers may relax. Do not be overly restrained," the emperor declared, his face alight with joviality. The crowd chuckled, somewhat easing their tension, yet they remained cautious, as the adage to accompany the sovereign is akin to treading upon a tiger was well understood by all. As the music and dance began, the attendees enjoyed the performances while raising their cups in celebration. Jiang Wancheng hesitated to drink, opting instead for the fruits and dried delicacies before her. Alas, she found little pleasure in the spectacle, her thoughts drifting to her neglected script. Noticing her disinterest, Xiao Yinqing gently asked, "Do you wish to return?" The din of song and dance rendered Jiang Wancheng unable to discern his words, merely observing his lips moving. Leaning closer to her ear, Xiao Yinqing whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them, "Do you wish to return to the residence?" Jiang Wancheng mirrored his action, replying, "No." It was a palace banquet. Leaving prematurely after just being seated would be ill-advised. Yet she knew that should she express a desire to depart, Xiao Yinqing would undoubtedly whisk her away without hesitation. As the two leaned in to share whispers, Yi Tiandi's expression darkened. One hand partially concealed within his sleeve. He clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles turning pale and veins bulging. Perhaps due to an excess of tea or grapes, Jiang Wancheng felt an urgent need to relieve herself. Embarrassed, she glanced at Xiao Yinqing, aware of the urgency of her situation. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Husband, I need to go to the restroom." Xiao Yinqing rose, intent on escorting her to the facilities. However, he was unexpectedly intercepted by the Duke, who insisted on engaging him in a drinking contest. With a resigned smile, Jiang Wancheng suggested, "Husband, perhaps it would be best to let a maid accompany me." Unsettled, Xiao Yinqing instructed Jing Mo to follow her. As soon as Jiang Wancheng left the table, both the seventh princess and Yi Tiandi also took their leave. Observing the entire affair, Fei Ran's gaze turned somber, and he abruptly stood, heading in the opposite direction. On the palace path, the lead maid quickened her pace, and he felt an increasing sense of unease. She lowered her voice, "Miss, something seems off about this maid, and this cleansing chamber feels rather distant. We have walked quite a long way." Indeed, Jiang Wancheng nodded. The current atmosphere of the palace path appeared ominous, and she internally reassured herself that her fears were unfounded. Regret filled her. She should have insisted that Xiao Yin should accompany her. The night deepened, amplifying the terror within her heart. Jiang Wancheng's hands were cold, yet her palms were clammy. Unbeknownst to her, two shadowy figures had materialized behind her. With a flutter of anxiety, she turned around, her eyes widening slowly. At the other end of the palace path, two figures disguised as guards hurriedly carried a large cloth bag and soon vanished into the darkness. Xiao Yinqing glanced at the empty space beside him, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Why had they not returned yet? Jing Mo should be capable of handling the situation. Surely, nothing could have gone awry. Chapter 82. Consequences not far from the Bow Hall. Two guards stealthily tossed a large sack onto the bed in a small courtyard. They glanced at the incense burner and hurriedly covered their noses, fleeing the room in haste. A quarter of an hour later, the door to the courtyard, which had just closed, was quietly pushed open again by a man resembling a eunuch, who crept into the room. The atmosphere within was thick with the fragrance of Hahuan powder, intoxicatingly overwhelming. Upon inhaling a mere whiff, the man felt a surge of desire ignite within him, causing him to shudder as he slowly approached the bed. The sack was roughly pulled aside, revealing a woman whose face was flushed and eyes hazy, unable to discern the identity of her visitor. She felt as if her body were being scorched by an inferno, discomfort radiating throughout her. As she attempted to rise from the bed, she discovered that her limbs were utterly weak and unresponsive. The man standing by the bed drew closer. "Who is it? So hot? Do not fret, my lovely maiden. Soon, I shall grant you solace. I'm the one you have long yearned for." The one she longed for? "Is that you, Cousin Yin Chun?" The woman trembled, her voice soft yet fractured. The man leered lasciviously, embracing her tightly. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yin Chun prepared to search for Jiang Wancheng, he spotted her approaching him slowly, and his anxious heart finally calmed. Jiang Wancheng sat down, smiling gently at him, and, after sipping 2 cups of tea, she gradually regained her composure. Observing her somewhat pale complexion, Xiao Yin Chun felt a pang of concern. Shortly after Jiang Wancheng settled, Yi Ran and Fei Ran returned in succession. Xiao Yin Chun nodded slightly to Yi Ran, a silent understanding passing between them. He turned his gaze to Fei Ran. Their eyes met, and he frowned slightly, while Fei Ran calmly lowered his head to drink tea. Jiang Wancheng felt restless. The events of the evening were far from simple. The palace maid who had escorted her to the purification room was now nowhere to be found. and it was suspicious that both Yi Tianran and Fei Ran had appeared behind her simultaneously. Did they possess foresight? Anticipating her journey to the purification room and knowing she would be led elsewhere by the maid, the only clear conclusion was that the maid was entangled in a conspiracy, one that undoubtedly concerned her, and they were aware of this scheme, which is why they followed her closely, guiding her at a pivotal moment. Among those in the palace who would most desire her misfortune would likely be the seventh princess. Jiang Wancheng glanced towards the seventh princess's seat, but found her absent. Noticing her prolonged silence, Xiao Yinshin gently enveloped her small hand, asking softly, "What troubles you? You have been restless since your return." Jiang Wancheng met his gaze, her bright eyes searching his, and tentatively inquired, "Husband, will something happen tonight?" His demeanor remained unervingly tranquil. Moreover, she had only just returned, and shortly thereafter, Yi Tianran and Fei Ran had followed suit. Yet he showed no curiosity about the matter, which was unusual, as he would typically tease her in such circumstances. Xiao Yinshan pondered for a moment, initially taken aback, before breaking into a faint smile. It seems my lady could lend her hand at the Dali temple to assist in solving cases. He had not intended to keep anything from her. Understanding his jest, she remained unperturbed, softly replying, "Does it concern me?" Xiao Yinshan gently brushed her nose, assuring her that although the matter initially concerned her, it no longer did, and she should merely await the unfolding of events. Jing Mo had returned alongside Xiao He, approaching Xiao Yinshan and nodding his head in greeting, only to be met with Xiao Yinshan's cold glare. Jing Mo, aware of his misstep, recalled how he had followed Yi Tianran and Fei Ran moments earlier. Xiao He, in her timid nature, had been startled upon seeing the two emerge from the shadows, mistaking them for wandering spirits, which had caused her to faint. Unable to carry the unconscious Xiao He back to the Bao Hall, Jing Mo had to heed Fei Ran's suggestion. While Fei Ran and Yi Tianran escorted Jiang Wancheng back to the Taiya Hall, leaving him to return Xiao He once she regained consciousness. He recounted the events to Xiao Yinshan, who, glancing at Xiao He, softened his tone and instructed him to accept his punishment upon returning. Indeed, how could Fei Ran be present there? Yi Tianran had not mentioned Fei Ran when divulging the plan to him. Their alliance was merely a matter of mutual benefit. The seventh princess had repeatedly harassed Wan'an, and now she resorted to despicable tactics against her. Thus, he would let her taste the bitter fruit of her own actions. As for Yi Tianran, he merely sought to use this situation to dissolve the engagement, which would be proposed by the emperor himself. The subordinate was unaware of the full circumstances, having only encountered him midway without inquiring further. Your Majesty, it's terrible. The seventh princess is missing." A maid, trembling with fear, knelt before the empress. "What? Xian'er is gone? What on earth happened?" The empress, now anxious, demanded an explanation. "Your Highness, the seventh princess wished to take a solitary stroll and instructed us not to follow her. Given her prolonged absence, I grew concerned and felt obliged to report. Xian'er had always been mischievous. She was likely just wandering within the palace and would come to no harm. The palace was heavily guarded. She could not possibly leave." Growing increasingly restless, the empress fixed her gaze on the path leading to the Taiya Hall. The emperor, seeing no other option, dispatched the imperial guards to search for her. The banquet came to an abrupt halt. "Please rise," the empress said, glancing at the maid still kneeling. The maid, bowing respectfully, stood and retreated to the side. Upon raising her eyes and spotting Jiang Wancheng, her face turned ashen. How could this be? Why is Jiang Wancheng still present at the banquet? I had been waiting outside that courtyard for the man I had bribed to enter for quite some time before I hurried back. Moreover, the room was filled with Huanhe powder. Jiang Wancheng should have been incapacitated and unable to emerge unless that woman was not her. Who was the woman concealed within the cloth bag? The maid looked at Yi Tianran, noticing his expression remained unchanged. A sense of dread filled her heart. The seventh princess had been deceived by him. The imperial guards returned with a report, stating that indecent sounds could be heard from a courtyard outside the Bao Hall, but they did not dare to intrude. The emperor issued a decree, commanding the guards to bring the individuals before him, eager to discover who had the audacity to engage in such disgraceful conduct here. Shortly thereafter, The imperial guards returned. Hesitating as they spoke, "Your Majesty, we dare not enter." The crowd below began to murmur in hushed tones, speculating who among them possessed such reckless audacity. The emperor rose, his sleeves swirling as he strode towards the courtyard. The empress closely followed in his wake, her heart fluttering with apprehension, harboring a vague suspicion that she dared not fully embrace nor acknowledge. Many others also trailed behind, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Xiao Yinxing grasped Jiang Wancheng's hand, urging her along, proclaiming, "Come, the grand performance is about to commence." Startled, Jiang Wancheng instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation and uneasily inquired, "Is it truly wise to proceed with this?" Chapter 83. Watching the play, Xiao Yinxing tenderly ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will handle everything." Jiang Wancheng smiled softly, lowering her gaze. Yet her grip on his hand remained firm. The emperor, accompanied by the empress and others, strode directly into the small courtyard, arriving at the door of a room. Inside, the sound of labored breaths from both men and women echoed, causing those outside to flush with embarrassment. Just as the emperor prepared to enter, a sultry moan drifted out from within. Cousin Yinxing. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. The emperor's expression darkened ominously, while the empress staggered back, quickly supported by a nearby maid. "Your Highness." The empress shook her head, her nails digging into her palm. She was all too familiar with that voice. It belonged to her daughter, whom she had cherished for over a decade. Why would she so disgracefully debase herself? Those outside turned their gazes toward Xiao Yinxing, realizing that the woman's voice was unmistakable. In the entire Yujing, aside from Lord Xiao, the Minister of Justice, there was likely no one else who could be called Yinxing, and certainly no one else whose name could evoke such a tender response from the seventh princess. The emperor clenched his fists, suppressing the explosive rage within him, and glared coldly at the empress, commanding, "You and the maid go inside." In his eyes, the empress saw disdain. He was blaming her for not properly educating the seventh princess. She briefly closed her eyes, then opened them again, a solitary tear escaping the corner of her eye. Supported by the maid, she was followed by the fifth and seventh princess's attendants. With determination, she pushed open the door. Those waiting outside were filled with trepidation, uncertain of what they anticipated. The allure of beauty was intoxicating, utterly captivating. A sordid sound emanated from within the room. The emperor outside seethed with a desire to obliterate the source of such disgrace, while others exchanged uneasy glances. The scene within easily imagined. Xiao Yinxing covered Jiang Wancheng's ears, advising, "Do not listen, lest your ears be sullied." The empress lifted the beaded curtain. The seventh princess, her eyes sparkling with allure and her cheeks flushed, clung tightly to the man sprawled upon her, repeatedly calling out, "Cousin Yinxing." The man, startled by the gaze upon him, turned around in shock, but the seventh princess would not let him go, clinging to him with fervor, the two appearing perfectly matched. The room was thick with the scent of desire, mingled with the fragrance of Hahuan powder. The empress quickly covered her nose with a handkerchief and instructed her attendants to forcibly separate the two on the bed, draping a quilt over the seventh princess and opening all the windows. Fresh air rushed in, dispersing the cloying fragrance. The seventh princess struggled against her restraints, yearning to reach the man. Unable to bear it any longer, the empress seized a basin of water and splashed it directly onto the seventh princess, drenching her and causing her to shiver with cold. This splash finally subdued her. Perhaps wearied from the debauchery, she soon fell into a deep slumber. The seventh princess was marked with signs of violation, and had she not succumbed to sleep, the empress would have been tempted to deliver a sharp slap. She felt a profound disappointment in this daughter. The palace maid, with unwavering focus, meticulously dressed the seventh princess. The emperor, unable to contain his fury, strode into the room, followed closely by the princes, along with Xiao Yinxing and Jiang Wancheng among others. A man, clad only in rags, knelt trembling upon ground. Xiao Yinxing swiftly shielded Jiang Wancheng's eyes with his hand, admonishing her not to gaze upon such indecency, lest it taint her vision. "As if I have never seen such a sight," Jiang Wancheng retorted playfully. Xiao Yinqing, both amused and exasperated, countered, "It is not the same. You may look at me, but do not even think about looking at others, let alone actually seeing them." The onlookers cast disapproving glances, whispering among themselves that such intimate conversations should remain behind closed doors. "Is there no limit to your shamelessness, Lord Xiao?" they murmured. "While expressing affection is not a crime, it should not be done so brazenly." Jiang Wancheng, aware of the man's pettiness, noted that he had managed to don his trousers, his upper body remaining bare. "What harm is there in a glance? Did you hear me speaking to you? From now on, do not listen to such vile utterances," Xiao Yinqing said, tightening his embrace around her slender waist, pulling her closer to him. The man quaked on the ground, uncertain whether his shivering was due to the chill of his exposed skin or the fear that gripped him. The emperor glared at the man with a wrathful intensity, as if he wished to obliterate him at that very moment. "Identify yourself. Who brought you into the palace? Who instructed you to act in such a manner?" he demanded coldly. The man finally raised his gaze to the assembly before him. The palace maid, pale-faced, recoiled towards the matron, observing the man's attire. Even the most oblivious would recognize his identity. "I am but a humble gatekeeper, Wu San, of the Yihong courtyard. It was she who brought me into the palace and provided me with silver to defile a woman named Jiang Wancheng." With a thud, the maid collapsed to her knees, prostrating herself as she implored the emperor for justice, insisting she did not know the man. The emperor glanced at Xiao Yinqing, who wore a cold smile, his brow darkened, and his piercing black eyes sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. Even if the emperor might show mercy, Xiao Yinqing certainly would not. Jiang Wancheng, nestled against Xiao Yinqing, felt her complexion pale. It dawned on her that this entire charade had been orchestrated by the seventh princess, yet the roles had inadvertently reversed, with the princess now the focal point and her merely a spectator. The seventh princess's heart was indeed treacherous to conceive such a scheme. Thankfully, she had narrowly escaped this peril. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the figures of Yi Tiandian, draped in crimson, and the taciturn Fei Ran, whom she considered her saviors and felt compelled to thank. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Wancheng thought as darkness enveloped her vision, a large hand covering her eyes. Speechless, she registered the gravity of the situation. "Recite every detail accurately. Should a single word be false, you shall not leave this palace alive," the emperor declared ominously, fixing his gaze upon Wu San. Kneeling, Wu San was filled with profound regret, lamenting his succumbing to the allure of wealth and beauty that led him to commit such folly. "This could cost me my head." He trembled as he recounted the events, detailing even the exact amount the maid had given him without omission. "Drag this maid away and behead her." With a decree from the emperor, the imperial guards swiftly seized the maid and began to pull her towards the exit. The maid, powerless to resist, cried out in desperation, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, it was the seventh princess who compelled this servant to act. I implore you to show mercy. Princess, save me." Her voice dwindled into silence. The emperor cast a glance at the guards, and they also dragged the kneeling Wu San away. "Spare me, Your Majesty." The onlookers held their breath, acutely aware that this matter pertained to the dignity of the royal family, and they were all eager to witness how the emperor would respond. After a moment of silence, the emperor lifted his gaze directly towards Jiang Wancheng. Noticing the emperor's furrowed brow, Jiang Wancheng's heart raced. The meaning behind his gaze was all too clear. Chapter 84. This matter ends here. Xiao Yinqing gently squeezed her hand in a gesture of comfort. During the banquet, did Madame Xiao leave her seat? The emperor inquired. Jiang Wancheng bowed to the emperor and replied, "Yes. I was escorted by a palace maid to the cleansing room, but midway the maid vanished. Fortunately, I encountered young Master Pei and the second prince of Bagua. Otherwise, I would have lost my way." The emperor turned his gaze towards Fei Ran and Yi Tianran, both of whom met his eyes with composure and candor. The emperor unreservedly believed Jiang Wancheng's words, for he found no flaws in her account. Moreover, this incident implicated Yi Tianran and Fei Ran. It was evident that the fault lay with the seventh princess. Had she not harbored ill intentions, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. "Your Majesty," I implore you to allow me to take the seventh princess back to the Dali temple. This matter concerns the royal family's reputation and equally affects my wife. I shall conduct a thorough investigation to ensure that the truth emerges." Xiao Yanqing gazed intently at the emperor, his eyes unwavering. The empress felt a jolt of panic. How could this be? Handing the matter over to the Dali temple would publicly announce it to the world. How could Xian face anyone afterward? This mischief originated with Xian. She must not be taken to the Dali temple. The empress exclaimed urgently, "Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed." The emperor regarded the empress solemnly, well aware of the potential consequences. Yet, this matter was fraught with uncertainties. A rigorous inquiry would reveal the facts and provide justice for Xian, but she would also have to face punishment. If no investigation were conducted, Xian would suffer in silence. His gaze shifted between Xiao Yanqing, Fei Ran, and Yi Tianran. Alas, Xian had brought this upon herself. The emperor surveyed those present and declared sternly, "This matter ends here. I do not wish for anyone to leak any information regarding today's events. Nor do I want to hear a single rumor about this incident." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he glanced at Yi Tianran. Xian was his betrothed, and this incident also reflected poorly on her. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, "Second Prince, your engagement with Xian is hereby dissolved. If you wish to pursue a union with Yujing, perhaps that could be arranged. Your Majesty, my nation is currently embroiled in internal strife. I truly have no time to ponder such matters. Let us first stabilize our country before considering marriage." Yi Tianran interjected hastily, having finally managed to cancel the engagement. How could he allow the emperor to reverse the decision? The emperor nodded in understanding. If the seventh princess was not suitable, then the fifth princess would suffice. He could simply betroth her to him next time. "Your Majesty." Xiao Yanqing attempted to voice further thoughts, but was halted by Jiang Wancheng. She tiptoed and whispered, "Husband, it is time to know when to retreat." Seeing that Xiao Yanqing still seemed inclined to speak, the emperor and empress quickly departed, anxious that he might pursue the matter further. With the emperor and empress gone, the banquet came to a close. Watching the emperor walk away, a faint smile crept upon Xiao Yanqing's lips. Yi Tianran glanced at Xiao Yanqing, noting his theatrical prowess. Xiao Yanqing smiled, clearly understanding one another. The crown prince Chu Yu approached him, gazing at the emperor's retreating figure, and remarked softly, "Lord Xiao has perhaps gone a bit too far this time. If Father Emperor were to pursue this matter, how do you intend to respond? The seventh princess is, after all, his royal sister. Even if she has erred, the punishment seems excessively severe. A woman's virtue holds great significance. Surely, Lord Xiao is aware of this." Xiao Yanqing's expression darkened as he retorted, "Does the crown prince believe that the virtue of my wife is of no consequence?" Chu Yu was rendered speechless. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? It was his royal sister who had employed such despicable tactics first. Even if she did not succeed, her subordinates had begun to take action. It was a misstep on my part. I hope Lord Xiao and Lady Xiao will not take offense. Chu Yu offered an apology. You flatter me." Xiao Yanqing cast a sidelong glance at the crown prince. The crown prince smiled silently, hoping that the emperor would not pursue this matter further. "The greater picture is at stake. The emperor will not," Yi Tianran remarked dismissively. "Since when have you two joined forces?" Chu Yu queried in confusion, as he was aware that the two had previously harbored mutual disdain due to Jiang Wancheng. "Never. Not at all." Xiao Yanqing and Yi Tianran spoke in unison. "Chu Yu, how remarkably in sync." Jiang Wancheng and Li Wanzhu stifled their laughter, casting their eyes down. Fei Ran observed this scene from distance, her face radiating happiness that she could not ignore. Indeed, Yanqing's kindness towards her was evident to all. What was there to worry about? Fei Ran silently mocked her own needless worries, fretting unnecessarily. Fei Ran slowly approached and stood before Xiao Yanqing. "Yanqing, may I have a word?" The two moved several hundred meters away. Fei Ran glanced at Jiang Wancheng, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She had always wished to bring her happiness, and seeing her content now was a joy, albeit one that did not involve her. Xiao Yanqing placed a hand on his shoulder and solemnly said, "Fei Ran, it is time to let go of the past. Wancheng is no longer the Wancheng of old, and you're no longer the person you once were. She is not your wife in this lifetime. Fei Ran stared at Xiao Yinqing in astonishment for a while before smiling in realization. You already know. She has shared all this with you. Indeed, she was no longer the person she used to be. This lifetime had been a one-sided affair for him. In the previous life, she had waited for his gaze, but in the end, she had waited for nothing. In this life, it was his turn to wait for her. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Perhaps this was merely a case of fate being unkind. The Buddha granted him another chance. Perhaps just to allow him to experience what she had endured in the past. Tomorrow you will escort the second prince of the Northern Kingdom back home. I have heard of the internal strife there. This journey will likely not be peaceful. I wish to accompany you. The emperor has already granted permission. Since the emperor had approved, Xiao Yinqing had no grounds to oppose. Wancheng, should you have any regrets and wish to come with me to the Northern Kingdom, you would be most welcome. I will ensure you witness the boundless beauty of the North. Yi Tiandan smiled gently, regarding Jiang Wancheng with warmth. Upon entering the esteemed residence of the loyal and valiant Marquis, I become a member of the household. Do not entertain thoughts of undermining its foundations. Even if you wish to, you would find it impossible. Jiang Wancheng spoke with unrelenting resolve. Impossible, you say? Xiao Yinqing currently treats her with utmost kindness, cherishing and adoring her, a sentiment that Yi Tianyan fully believes. But what of the future? Can such affection endure? This notion is rather premature. Yi Tianyan lightly flicked her hair with a fan, smiling softly as she remarked, You perceive it this way now, but what of 5 years hence? Or 10 years? Can you truly guarantee that he will continue to cherish you in such a manner? Yet for him, Yi Tianyan believes, as long as she is willing to accompany him, he shall forever shower her with affection. What need is there for guarantees? The truth will reveal itself in due course. What value lies in mere verbal assurances? A deep voice resonated from behind, belonging to Xiao Yinqing. Jiang Wancheng glanced past him, noting that Fei Ran was absent. Xiao Yinqing gazed at Yi Tianyan in silence, exasperated by her incessant attempts to lure away his beloved Wancheng. Chapter 85. Reluctance. As Xiao Yinqing emerged from the inner chamber, Jiang Wancheng was seated by the bedside, engrossed in a book. The candlelight cast a soft, warm glow upon her, creating an almost ethereal ambience. He approached her, wrapping her in an embrace, savoring the warmth of her presence that enveloped his heart in a comforting heat. Tomorrow at dawn, he would embark on a journey to the northern lands, and the thought of parting from her lingered in his mind. In the past, regardless of how far along he was away from Yujing, he had never experienced such an agonizing reluctance to leave. Jiang Wancheng's cheeks flushed bright red. After all, there were others nearby. She gently patted his back. Although Xiao Yinqing had embraced her in front of the maids on numerous occasions, she still found herself unaccustomed to it, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. When he finally released her, the maids had already discreetly withdrawn. Yet, as soon as she was free, he clung to her once more, pressing close against her. Jiang Wancheng sensed an unusual clinginess in him tonight, and she could surmise the underlying cause of his unrest. How long will you be gone, my husband? She asked softly, her voice laced with affection. At the earliest, a month. At the latest, 2 or 3. I should return before the new year, he replied. Such a long time? A profound sense of disappointment filled Jiang Wancheng. They had only been married for a little over 10 days, and now they faced a separation of nearly half a year. It seemed utterly unreasonable, yet what could she possibly say? Should she insist he stay? Noticing her discontent, Xiao Yinqing reassured her, I will hasten my return. You must be good and wait for me in Yujing. Take care of yourself in my absence. Oh! Jiang Wancheng climbed onto the bed, turning her back to him. Xiao Yinqing gazed at her small, solitary figure, which appeared so forlorn. Yet, he could not avoid this journey. It was a matter of state, and he could not ask her to understand. After all, it was his fault for leaving her alone in the residence for such a lengthy time right after their marriage. He removed his outer robe and laid it on the wooden frame, lying down on the outer edge. Silence enveloped them, the air thick with unspoken sighs. Just as Xiao Yinqing believed she had fallen asleep, the covers were lifted and a small figure nestled into his bedding. He adjusted her position slightly, and as he looked down, he met her bright, clear eyes, devoid of any trace of slumber. She gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling. "Are you angry?" he asked, his voice deep and somewhat playful. Jiang Wancheng pouted, seemingly recalling something, only to quickly suppress her expression. Xiao Yinqing gently pressed the corner of her mouth, marveling at this rare display of childlike sulkiness he had never witnessed before. Her pout softened almost instantly. "Do not pout like that in the future. It is too serious and does not suit you, nor do I find it appealing," he gently admonished. "My mother taught me that after marriage, one is no longer a young girl. As a wife, one must be more dignified and cannot indulge in childish whims," Jiang Wancheng murmured. Who would T wish to be a little more carefree? However, marriage came with many rules to follow, and one could no longer act solely on their own temperament. One had to consider the reputation of the husband as family. Jiang Wancheng. She was taken aback. This was the first time he had called her by her full name. His voice husky and low, sending a tingling sensation down her spine. "Before me, you may indulge in your whims, act coyly, display your temper, and even unleash your frustrations. Express yourself as you wish, for I relish every facet of it." After a brief pause, Xiao Yinqing continued, "Do you grasp my intent? I do not wish for you to alter anything simply because you are marrying me." Jiang Wancheng remained silent, resting obediently against him, quietly absorbing his words. Xiao Yinqing lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Are you upset?" he inquired once more. Jiang Wancheng pouted slightly, not angry, merely a touch melancholic. She truly felt no anger. The thought of his prolonged absence tugged at her heart, leaving her feeling somewhat aggrieved. Xiao Yinqing tenderly caressed her back, then with a swift motion, pinned her beneath him. He studied the expressions that danced across her face, gradually lowering his head until their foreheads touched. Nudging her nose gently with his own, Jiang Wancheng lifted her arms, wrapping them around his neck, biting her lip before softly asking, "Husband, may Wancheng accompany you?" Xiao Yinqing shook his head. "This journey is long and perilous, as I am escorting Yi Tianran back to the Northern Kingdom. Safety is paramount. Then next time, will you take me with you?" she inquired hopefully. Xiao Yinqing nodded. Observing the slight upward curve of her lips, his heart fluttered, and he leaned closer, playfully nibbling her lip. Jiang Wancheng was momentarily taken aback, her gaze meeting his, which burned with fervor. With a gentle pull, she met him halfway. Xiao Yinqing particularly adored her rare displays of initiative. Once calm returned, Jiang Wancheng lay limply against his damp body. It was so unfair. He always left her feeling utterly spent while he remained so nonchalant. She softly traced his features with her fingers, as if imprinting them upon her heart. "Husband, the weather is turning cold. You must keep warm on your journey. Take care of your health, and no matter how busy you are, remember to eat on time. And please, look after yourself," Jiang Wancheng began to admonish. Xiao Yinqing listened quietly, then suddenly smiled. "So my Wancheng is also a bit of a nag." "I am not nagging. I merely offered a few reminders, and you call it nagging," she retorted. "Forget I said anything." Xiao Yinqing's chest rose and fell with laughter as he replied, "I adore it. I cherish your nagging. I love everything you do." Jiang Wancheng dismissed his flattery with a gentle tone. "Husband, you must rest early. You have a journey ahead tomorrow." She shifted away from him, lying beside him with a distance of merely half a person. Xiao Yinqing chuckled softly, extending his arm to pull her back into his embrace, soothing her back as he hoarsely inquired, "Are you tired?" Jiang Wancheng froze, meeting his gaze filled with desire. She gently pushed against him, her feeble effort proving ineffectual, almost inviting him instead. Xiao Yinqing, stirred with emotion, began to explore her body with his hands. Soon, Jiang Wancheng found herself once again beneath him, surrendering to all that he offered. Jiang Wancheng's voice trembled slightly. "Xiao Yinqing, you mustn't." She clung tightly to his sweat-drenched back, unwilling to part from him. She had never anticipated that she would become so deeply attached to him in such a short time. "Mustn't do what?" Xiao Yinqing gasped, his voice hoarse as he inquired. She gazed at him with a heart full of grievance, sobbing as she declared, "You are not allowed to look at other women, nor to approach them, and certainly not to touch any other woman." Xiao Yinqing paused momentarily, and her response brought him not only surprise, but also immense delight. He embraced her tightly, kissing away the tears that lingered at the corners of her eyes, whispering softly, "All right." Chapter 86. mischief afoot when Jiang Wancheng awoke. The space beside her was already vacant, the bedding cool to the touch, leaving her uncertain of how long he had been gone. She nestled deeper into the covers, languidly refusing to rise, turning restlessly on the expansive bed, reluctant to leave its warmth. Having wept the previous night, her eyes were slightly swollen in the morning, heavy-lidded and fatigued, yearning for the solace of sleep. Xiao Yincheng, upon awakening, treaded lightly, careful not to disturb her, fully aware of her exhaustion. After their tumultuous night, she had succumbed to slumber, and he had carried her to the inner chamber, cleaning her gently before returning her to bed, her eyelids never lifting throughout the ordeal. Before departing, he had cautioned the maids outside to refrain from interrupting her rest, ensuring that Jiang Wancheng could awaken naturally. As she rolled about in bed, a sense of emptiness enveloped her, her spirits dampened, and she found herself devoid of motivation, her thoughts continually drifting back to him. Though Xiao Yincheng had left, life must proceed. During his absence from the estate, Jiang Wancheng's days settled into a monotonous rhythm, traversing between the Yishuan courtyard, the Shiwei courtyard, and the study, her daily trifecta. Initially, she fretted over whether Xiao Yincheng was eating well, sleeping soundly, and whether all was safe and satisfactory. These concerns plagued her thoughts, even haunting her dreams. However, as days passed, she gradually acclimated, realizing that worry bore no fruit. The mountains and rivers loomed vast, and her anxiety lessened with time. Yet, she still eagerly awaited his letters. Xiao Yincheng had taken Xu Yin with him for company, leaving Jing Mo to safeguard her and promising to write. Having her own study, Jiang Wancheng seldom ventured into Xiao Yincheng's, although he had granted her permission. Occasionally, she would linger there for a while, as his study was conveniently close to the Yishuan courtyard. As the weather began to chill, she reclined on the heated table in Xiao Yincheng's study, comfortably immersed in the collection of storybooks he had gathered for her, several boxes brimming with tales sufficient to occupy her for months. Was his intention to return only after she had read through them all? The thought amused her. The esteemed Minister of Justice, scouring the streets for her enjoyment, was quite the predicament. Engrossed in her reading, she occasionally erupted into fits of giggles. Xiaohe, seated beside her engaged in needlework, unable to decipher the words, would listen intently as Jiang Wancheng read aloud the amusing parts, and together they would share hearty laughter. Look at the young lady. She hardly embodies the demeanor of a wife. On the day the young master departed, she didn't even rise to bid him farewell, sleeping in until midday, and I've yet to see her pay her respects to the matron. The voice of Aunt Zhang echoed from outside the study. Irritated, Xiaohe rose from her seat, intent on confronting Aunt Zhang. Let them continue their chatter. I am curious to know their true intentions behind their outwardly respectful service while secretly gossiping about me. Jiang Wancheng remarked nonchalantly. It was wiser to dismiss treacherous servants early rather than allow them to linger as a source of trouble. But, my lady, she is slandering you. That matters not. It is impossible for everyone in the world to like me, and frankly, I do not require such affection. However, the young master truly cherishes his young mistress. He spares her from all tasks, treating her as if she were a precious gem. The maid spoke with endless envy. Newlyweds are often filled with passion. Which man does not dote on his wife? Yet, as time passes, fervor may fade into indifference. Our young master is so remarkable that there are lines of suitors waiting to become his concubines. Even the seventh princess is interested. Zhang Ma continued her chatter. The maid nodded, somewhat understanding. Ah, so that is the reason for all this talk about the seventh princess? Jiang Wancheng smiled. The seventh princess truly is insatiable. Her reach extends even to Yishuan courtyard. It appears the lessons from the palace incident have had little effect. However, the young master does not seem particularly fond of the seventh princess. A maid said lightly, "What do you know, little girl? The seventh princess has affections for the young master. A woman pursuing a man is merely a veil to be lifted. Sooner or later, the young master will be moved, as long as the young mistress is out of the picture." Zhang Ma's voice faded, swallowed by the mournful autumn wind. "Miss, Zhang Ma is certainly not a good person. We must be wary of her. I fear she may pose a threat to you. Perhaps we should seek the lady's guidance to have her replace the steward? Xiaohe expressed her concerns, especially since the young master was absent from the residence, leaving the young mistress without support. For now, we need not inform the lady. Summon Jing Mo to me. Zhang Ma was a steward appointed by Princess Anlin, and until there was proof, it would be unwise to approach Princess Anlin about this matter. Zhang Ma is aligned with the 7th princess, who would surely take advantage of the young master's absence to act against her. As for what the 7th princess might have Zhang Ma do, Jiang Wancheng could hardly fathom. Jiang Wancheng shared everything with Jing Mo, young mistress. Perhaps you should temporarily return to General Jiang's estate until the situation clarifies, or until the young master returns to escort you back, Jing Mo suggested, concerned that he would not know how to explain should anything happen to the young mistress. The young master had emphasized repeatedly the necessity of protecting her safety before his departure. Jiang Wancheng shook her head. If I leave, they will not have the opportunity this time, but they will certainly seek another chance in the future. The 7th princess's resentment towards me will only deepen. It would be wiser to play along, feigning ignorance, and wait for their next move. Jing Mo pondered silently. This plan was indeed viable. Yet he worried for the young mistress's safety, sensing his concerns. Jiang Wancheng reassured him, I will exercise utmost caution. After all, you are here to protect me. Jing Mo chuckled foolishly a few times but ultimately consented to Jiang Wancheng's proposal. That day, under the pretext of shopping, Zhang Ma left the residence early, returning empty-handed, having purchased nothing. Upon learning that Jiang Wancheng had already left, she stealthily infiltrated Jiang Wancheng's chamber, discreetly placing a small cloth pouch beneath her bed and another beneath her trunk. She also sprinkled some colorless, odorless powder into her cosmetics. After ensuring everything was in place, she stealthily departed from the estate, making her way towards the outskirts of the city. Is everything prepared? Inquired a woman shrouded in a veil. Zhang Ma offered her a respectful bow, affirming that all matters have been attended to and that results would likely manifest within a few months. That is reassuring. I am quite eager to witness her downfall. I wonder if Xiao Yinqing will still protect her so ardently, and whether Princess Anlin will continue to cherish her as if she were her own daughter. She covets everything that Jiang Wancheng currently possesses. It was all meant to be hers. The woman behind the veil revealed a sinister visage. She wanted Jiang Wancheng to experience the bitterness of betrayal and abandonment. She sought to seize everything that Jiang Wancheng held dear. What she could not attain, Jiang Wancheng should not possess either. She aimed for Xiao Yinqing to see Jiang Wancheng's true nature. The veil fluttered in the wind, momentarily revealing the woman's features. Concealed a short distance away, Jiang Wancheng caught a glimpse, and even if she hadn't tea, she could easily imagine the scene. Chapter 87. The infertility potion. Jing Mo remarked, Your Highness, early this morning, Zhang Ma went to the Fei Ran Hall on Chang'an Street and procured some medicine. Procured? Not purchased, but procured? From whom? What kind of medicine? Jiang Wancheng furrowed her brow, perplexed. The errand boy, Li Gui from Fei Ran Hall, revealed she took lingling incense and orchid powder. Li Gui, being a coward, readily disclosed everything after a few intimidating words from Jing Mo. Lingling incense and orchid powder are notorious for rendering women infertile or inducing miscarriages when used over time. Jiang Wancheng, having learned about medicinal herbs from a pharmacy owner in Jiangnan, possessed some knowledge in this realm. This is a scheme to ensure my lifelong infertility. Such a malicious intent. The implications concerning the heirs of the Marquis. Jiang Wancheng's complexion gradually paled. Where's that errand boy now? Replying to Your Highness. He has been brought back to the Marquis. Jiang Wancheng then instructed Jing Mo to station guards at the Yishuan courtyard's bedroom, ensuring no one could enter. She proceeded to the Zaiwai Yuan. Mother, I wish to discuss something with you. Princess Anlin smiled gently, feeling reassured that Wan had something to share in the absence of Yinshun. Yes, please speak freely. Jiang Wancheng glanced at Roma, uncertain if Zhang Ma had any acquaintances among them. Princess Anlin smiled. Roma is my dowry maid. You need not hold back. Roma also offered Jiang Wancheng a kind smile. Jiang Wancheng smiled awkwardly in return, realizing her worries were unfounded. Mother, the other day, I inadvertently overheard Zhang Ma conversing with the maids outside the study. Jiang Wancheng recounted everything she had heard and seen outside the study and beyond the city. Princess Anlin's brow furrowed deeply. Zhang Ma had served in the marquisate for over a decade, remaining loyal, albeit a tad avaricious. Wan, did you clearly see the woman outside the city? Replying to mother, the woman wore a veil, but I discerned she bore a striking resemblance to the seventh princess. Jiang Wancheng was certain the woman was indeed the seventh princess, yet she could only assert it bore a resemblance, as she lacked witnesses, needing to preserve some recourse for herself. Upon hearing it was Chu Jingxian, Princess Anlin's frown deepened. The presence of the seventh princess signified trouble. The events of the Mid-Autumn Festival haunted her, let alone Wan. Gently, Princess Anlin patted Jiang Wancheng's hand, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, Wan. I shall send someone to investigate." Jiang Wancheng then recounted Zhang Ma's visit to the pharmacy and her infiltration of her bedroom. As Princess Anlin's expression darkened, her eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. "Rong Ma, take the housekeeper and invite Zhang Ma here, and also summon the master." "Yes, your highness." When Zhang Ma arrived at the entrance of Zaiwaiyuan, her face still wore a smile. However, upon stepping into the hall and seeing the stern expressions of Duke Zhongyong and Princess Anlin, her legs weakened. "This is impossible. The master and mistress cannot possibly know. She had executed everything so discreetly. How could anyone be aware?" With this thought, she straightened her posture and walked further inside. Zhang Ma bowed respectfully to Duke Zhongyong and Princess Anlin. "Master, madam," she greeted. "Zhang Ma, has the Duke's residence treated you harshly?" The Duke inquired in a deep voice. "No, master," Zhang Numa replied. "Then why have you acted in such a manner?" The Duke pressed. "Master, I truly have not." Zhang Kuma insisted indeed. With a sudden crash, the Duke hurled the pouch of medicine at her feet. Upon seeing the package that should have remained her chamber, Zhang Ma's heart sank. She was uncertain whether anyone had witnessed her intrusion into the young master's consort's quarters. The Duke was renowned for his temperance. When he did lose his temper, it was always a grave matter. Trembling in fear, Zhang Ma collapsed to her knees. "Master, I truly do not comprehend what you are referring to." Jiang Wancheng exchanged a glance with Jing Mo, who promptly exited. Shortly thereafter, Jing Mo returned, leading none other than Li Gui from the medicine hall. Upon seeing Li Gui, Zhang Ma's strength drained away, and she crumpled to the ground. Li Gui knelt before them, pointing at Zhang Ma in supplication. "Duke, have mercy. Madam, have mercy. It was this woman who compelled me to steal medicinal herbs from the pharmacy. She is the one who directed my actions. You need only recount today's events. The rest is unnecessary," Jing Mo interjected, somewhat exasperated, as it seemed this was not the first time such matters had arisen. "Yesterday, this woman instructed me to pilfer some medicinal materials, and she came to collect them this morning. I truly only took a few herbs." Li Gui loathed Zhang Ma, yet he had only received 10 taels of silver before being apprehended by the Duke's estate. "What herbs?" Li Gui glanced at Zhang Ma, beginning to stammer. Zhang Ma persistently gestured for him to remain silent. "Dare to conceal the truth, and I shall have you taken to the Dali temple," Duke Zhongyong threatened. I will speak now. The herbs are lingling fragrance and orchid powder, which can render women infertile." Realizing her scheme was unraveling, Zhang Ma cried out, "Master, madam, please spare me. I am willing to disclose everything. I beseech you to grant me my life." She recounted verbatim how the seventh princess had instructed her. How wicked! How could the Chu family produce such a vile woman? The Shao family has been passed down through generations. How dare she? Princess Anlin seethed. Someone imprison these two malicious individuals. No one is to approach them. Duke Zhongyong was infuriated beyond measure. After issuing his command, he strode toward the door, only for Princess Anlin to hastily grasp his arm. "Master, where are you going?" "To the palace, to seek an audience with the emperor." In the Yangxin palace, the emperor glared at the kneeling seventh princess, his teeth grinding in anger. How did he end up with such a mad daughter? She seemed to delight in creating chaos every few days, as if he had nothing better to do. "Your Majesty, we possess both witnesses and evidence. I beseech you to issue a decree." Duke Zhongyong bowed respectfully. "What decree?" "Everyone knows the truth," the emperor retorted. With a sudden motion, he seized a teapot from the table and flung it at the seventh princess. The teapot struck her squarely in the face, spilling tea everywhere. "Ah, my face!" The seventh princess shrieked, covering her mouth. The water in the teapot had just been added. It was still scalding hot. Quickly summoned the imperial physician. The queen exclaimed in alarm. The scene descended into chaos as the seventh princess was assisted away, and the physician tended to her wounds. The emperor, his face ashen, paced back and forth, still grappling with how to address the situation regarding the seventh princess. He was uncertain whether her visage would ever. "Your Majesty, my son ventured to the northern lands on royal command, where he also faces myriad dangers. I implore you, do not let your heart grow cold toward your subjects." With that, the loyal Duke of Zhongyong took his leave, escorting Princess Anlin out of the palace. The emperor, infuriated, pounded the table. "And Gonggong, go summon the physician." This startled Gonggong, for he had never heard the emperor express discomfort before. Why now the need for a physician? "Is your Majesty unwell? I have a toothache. It truly vexes me." Chapter 88. Is this what you call faith? Days passed once more, and at last, the emperor issued his decree. The seventh princess was to be punished by being sent to the cold mountain temple, located hundreds of miles from the capital, ostensibly for self-cultivation, though more closely resembled house arrest. The imperial edict concluded with a stern warning. For 3 years, the seventh princess was forbidden from setting foot in the capital, and any defiance would result in her eternal companionship with the flickering lamps and ancient Buddha. This punishment was neither excessively harsh nor particularly lenient. Jiang Wancheng found herself quite satisfied with the outcome, at the very least. She would not have to worry about the seventh princess causing her trouble for the next 3 years. Upon the emperor's decree, the seventh princess broke down in tears, utterly devastated. The consequences of her actions had proven more costly than she had anticipated, with the scars from her past still lingering. Now, she faced the prospect of being sent to Cold Mountain Temple, a fate she dreaded, for she had no desire to endure a life filled with daily vegetarian meals and incessant chanting. She wished to implore the Empress Dowager for assistance, yet the Dowager, claiming illness, refused to see her. She contemplated seeking the Crown Prince's aid, but he candidly expressed his relief that Madame Xiao was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to explain matters to Xiao Yinqing. Prior to his departure, Xiao Yinqing had approached him, requesting that he look after things. And now, this calamity had befallen them. She yearned to appeal to the Empress, to persuade her to intercede with the Emperor and retract the decree, sparing her from Cold Mountain Temple. The Empress shook her head sorrowfully, having already pleaded on behalf of the seventh princess, but the Emperor remained resolute, unwilling to budge. He even remarked that should she bring up the matter again, he would not hesitate to replace the Empress. The Empress understood that the Emperor was genuinely enraged this time. On the very day the seventh princess was dispatched to Cold Mountain Temple, Jiang Wancheng happened to be out on the streets. She spotted Chu Yu at the forefront of the procession, escorted by none other than the Crown Prince himself. Chu Yu noticed her as well and offered a distant nod. Jiang Wancheng regarded him with a faint smile, acknowledging him in kind. She truly wished to avoid entanglements with the royal family. Upon returning to her residence, the imperial decree followed swiftly. Jiang Wancheng was conferred the title of second-rank lady. The emperor also bestowed upon her numerous rare and exquisite treasures, and soon after, gifts from the Empress and Empress Dowager arrived as well. The entire loyal and courageous Marquis's residence buzzed with excitement. Old Zhang was expelled from the estate, yet Princess Anlin, recognizing her long-standing service, chose not to imprison her. Now, it was already mid-October, and Xiao Yinqing had been absent from the capital for a month. A full month had elapsed, with not a single word from him. He had promised to write, yet now, not even a trace of a letter had materialized. It would be disingenuous to claim she was unconcerned. In the beginning, she would ask Jing Mo daily if there were any letters for her, but gradually, she ceased to inquire. Lady of the Air, a letter has arrived, Jing Mo exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he walked. Finally, the awaited letter had come. Each day, he had witnessed the disappointment on Jiang Wancheng's face when there was no correspondence, and within himself, he quietly lamented Xiao Yanqing's silence. With heart full of joy, Jiang Wancheng took the letter, anticipation coursing through her as she opened it, only to find. Jiang Wancheng gazed in disbelief at the letter in her hand. Is this truly a letter? All is well, do not worry. She repeated the content of the letter. And that was it. Jing Mo and Xiao, he watched as Jiang Wancheng's expression shifted from hopeful to furious, both silently refraining from uttering a word. In the past, they would meet daily at the residence, exchanging sweet words as if their mouths were coated with honey. Yet, now a month has passed without a glimpse of him, and her longing for him swells like the tide as she eagerly awaits his letters. However, he remains unfazed, responding merely with a brief note. All is well, do not worry. His calm demeanor is perplexing. Do adults always communicate so succinctly? Jiang Wancheng placed the letter before Jing Mo, who stammered, adults tend to be reticent. Only in your presence do they speak more freely. As for letters, I have yet to see an adult write to a woman, aside from this one. Jiang Wancheng paused, accepting this as a new norm. The single line on the paper seemed wasteful, but knowing he was safe brought her solace. She realized he likely did not enjoy writing letters, so she adjusted her expectations. Yet, it wasn't too long before her mind began to wander, filled with sentimental musings. Princess Amlin accompanied Jiang Wancheng to Kuinning Palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Coincidentally, Princess Pingyang arrived with Yu Miaoying, and both the Empress and the Crown Princess were present. Li Wanju's pregnancy was visibly apparent, and Jiang Wancheng gazed at her protruding belly with a mix of curiosity and envy. Has the baby begun to move yet? She inquired eagerly. Over 5 months along, and it moves quite often, Li Wanju replied, her face radiant with happiness at the mention of her child. You will understand once you conceive, the Empress Dowager said kindly. Glancing at Jiang Wancheng's flat abdomen, Jiang Wancheng shyly lowered her gaze. This was not solely within her control. Such matters cannot be rushed. Many couples struggle for months, even years, before conceiving. Princess Pingyang wore a sardonic smile as she regarded Jiang Wancheng, while Princess Amlin shot her a disapproving glance. Our Wancheng is indeed fortunate. Jiang Wancheng smiled obediently, aware of her own good fortune, perhaps a blessing carried over from a past life. Li Wanju leaned closer to Jiang Wancheng and whispered, do not rush. It took me a while to conceive as well. And you've only just married. Take your time. Indeed, Fei Ran was no longer young. It was time for him to marry. The Empress Dowager smiled as she regarded Yu Miaoying. Ah, she is also a beauty. Conversations about such matters often carried an undertone of tension, leaving the Empress Dowager somewhat exasperated. Speaking of Fei Ran, Princess Pingyang sighed, expressing her frustration at his decision to venture to the Northern Kingdom, which left her in constant worry. She had merely suggested he consider marrying Miaoying, yet he promptly followed Xiao Yanqing to the north the very next day. She cast a resentful glance at Jiang Wancheng, believing that if it weren't for her, Fei Ran would have surely married Miaoying by now. Once children grow up, they're no longer under their mother's control. She lamented. The Empress Dowager nodded, recognizing that if the goddess had intentions and the prince remained indifferent, she would not intervene. Their time in Kuinning Palace was brief, as the Empress Dowager soon urged them to leave, suggesting they take a stroll rather than spend the entire day in the company of these women. After a short while, Li Wanju grew weary, prompting Jiang Wancheng to accompany her to a pavilion in the garden. Are you thinking of Lord Xiao? Li Wanru discerned that Jiang Wancheng appeared somewhat preoccupied. Today, her thoughts were particularly consumed by him. When questioned about children, her longing for him intensified. Jiang Wan nodded. Had there been no communication? Jiang Wancheng initially shook her head before affirmatively nodding. Li Wanru gazed at her in confusion, pondering the meaning behind this. With a sigh, Jiang Wancheng recounted the contents of the letter to Li Wanru. Li Wanru smiled wryly. I never expected him to be like this. Having known him for many years, I had never realized this facet of his character. My cousin has also ventured to the northern lands. Why does Madame Xiao not show any concern? Jiang Wancheng turned to see Yu Miaoying approaching them. Furrowing her brows, she remarked, what concern do I have with the affairs of Master Pei? I am already a married woman. I hope Miss Yu will choose her words with caution. Yu Miaoyin tugged at the corner of her mouth. Who knows whether you are not straddling two boats? Fei Ran had always been rather aloof towards her. Yet whenever she mentioned Jiang Wancheng in his presence, his demeanor would shift perceptibly. Although Jiang Wancheng had already wed another, why could her cousin not seem to recognize this? Just as Yu Miaoyin reached Jiang Wancheng's side, she suddenly collapsed, but fortunately, Xiuhe acted swiftly to catch her. Chapter 89. The Art of Deception. Jiang Wancheng's sudden, fainting spell sent shockwaves through the room. As she lay pale and motionless upon the bed, Princess Amlin paced anxiously, her heart heavy with worry. "Lanner, do take a moment to pause. Your incessant wandering has quite befuddled me," the Empress remarked, pressing her forehead in exasperation. "Where is the physician? It has been far too long." Amlin cast another anxious glance toward the door. "The maid has only just stepped out. It is unreasonable to expect the doctor to arrive so swiftly." The Empress narrowed her eyes, shooting a glance at Yu Miaoyin, her thoughts laced with suspicion. What schemes might the Princess of Pingyang be concocting now? Ever since she had spoken in a cryptic manner, it seemed that her niece had inadvertently caused Jiang Wancheng to faint. Should anything happen to her, the Emperor might just direct his ire towards Yu Miaoyin, especially considering how he had already been ignoring her for days due to the matter concerning the seventh princess. The Princess of Pingyang drew Yu Miaoyin aside, her voice a mere whisper. "What transpired? How did she come a faint? The maid claimed you were the one who caused it." Yu Miaoyin's eyes brimmed with tears of indignation. She had done nothing wrong, merely approached Jiang Wancheng's side. Was it a crime to stand near her? Biting her lip, she sobbed softly, "And I swear it was not me. I have no idea how she fainted out of the blue." Observing her tear-streaked face, the Princess of Pingyang's tone softened slightly. "But why did she faint precisely after your arrival?" The Crown Princess said she had been well moments before. "What words did you exchange?" Yu Miaoyin paused, taken aback by the question. What she said? She had merely mentioned her cousin. Shaking her head, she remained silent. "The physician has arrived," a eunuch announced from outside. Princess Amlin quickly stepped aside as the physician hurried in, flustered, with eunuch and following closely behind. The physician had encountered eunuch and on his way, who had informed him that he was summoned by the emperor himself to assess